The city lay still under the light of the full moon, towering over the gloomy silhouette of the Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital, where terrifying secrets lurk behind its unassuming walls. Behind the door of Ward 666, something is happening that hints at the insane experiments about to begin here. A young man lies on the bed, tightly bound with ropes, a mysterious smile on his face as he waits for his moment. His friend, with wild excitement and a gleam in his crazed eyes, anticipates the madness to come, preparing to carry out his extremely dangerous plan. Convinced of the validity of his insane theory from an old book, he sincerely believes that a powerful electric shock will be the key to a quick cure. Grasping the bare wires, the young man pointedly ignores all warnings of danger, for his thirst for superpowers has completely clouded his judgment. Relentlessly moving the wires closer to the outlet, he knowingly takes a huge risk, unconcerned about the consequences that will inevitably follow this act. Enveloped in flashes of energy, the deranged patient eagerly awaits the moment when the magic of electricity will finally grant him the long-awaited power. A sudden electrical discharge pierces the room, turning the defenseless body into a blazing torch. The alarm goes off, alerting the staff that something completely insane and wild has begun again in Ward 666. The hallway instantly fills with smoke, and the terrified staff rushes to call security, urging them to be sure to bring a fire extinguisher to put out the fire. An ambulance is urgently needed as the situation is reaching a boiling point, and now every clinic employee is running frantically through the hallways in a panic trying to save the day. Gasping for air and covered in foam, the patient in terrible condition is placed on a stretcher while the medical team works to rush him to the ICU. Desperately trying to stay by his side, his friend pleads in vain for a chance to learn even a little about his condition, as the ambulance carries the victim away into the darkness. As they urgently hook the young man up to life support, the doctors frantically demand that space be cleared so they can immediately begin saving his life. The enraged patient suddenly demands that the date be written down immediately, forcing the bewildered, masked doctors to retreat under the pressure of his highly unexpected anger. Stunned by what he has seen, the doctor orders the strange young man to be taken away immediately, planning to conduct a full examination of his unstable condition. Overcome by chaos and confusion, the eccentric residents of the clinic, along with the ringleader, pile into the ambulance. Watching the ambulance drive away, the director of the facility remarks thoughtfully that one of the patients leaving the hospital turned out to be an astronomer. Describing his strange view of the world, the eccentric man insistently convinces those around him that the Earth is actually square, and that anyone who disagrees must be treated immediately. Confidently claiming to have invented a drug that allows men to become pregnant, the self-proclaimed genius demands that everyone immediately prostrate themselves before him. Listening to the ramblings about yet another apocalypse, clinic director Shihag notes with an ironic smirk that all these people have rather peculiar hobbies. While reviewing the medical records of two strange patients, the medical staff notes the details of 19-year-old Lin Fan, who has a 5th-level severe disorder. Shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, the ward falls silent as a terrifying realization of an uncontrollable desire to commit murder sweeps through the protagonist's mind. The hanging IV drip falls steadily in the dim light while the young man remains in a deep trance. Feeling an incredible surge of strength, he enthusiastically explains that his energy points have fully opened, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the universe's secrets. Grinning wildly, the guy leans over his roommate, calmly asking him about the consequences of sticking a needle right into his own head. Ignoring the bewilderment of those around him, the madman enthusiastically describes the activation of a mysterious system that appeared to him as a greeting from the great master. After listening to the ramblings about the activation of some system, the skeptical patient merely sighs heavily, sincerely believing that his neighbor has finally lost his mind. At that very moment, a huge hole opens up on the sacred Mount Tai, from which wild and fiery creatures burst forth. Amid the chaos of battle, warriors desperately try to contain the fury of a fiery beast that sweeps away everything in its path, leaving only ruins. Against the backdrop of a catastrophic earthquake, a stunned TV anchor reports live on air about the sudden appearance of dangerous Level 7 creatures, shocking viewers. From the large screen broadcasting a report on the crisis situation near the mountain, warnings are issued to residents, urging them to immediately evacuate the danger zone. In a sterile operating room, a mysterious technology suddenly activates, signaling that contact has been established with the new chosen one. Thanks to a high-tech system scanning the patient's condition, it becomes clear that the future master's mind requires an urgent evaluation. The unfortunate victim, suffering from second-degree burns and connected to a power source, was brought into the operating room where sensors detected an extremely unstable pulse. Summoning his courage, the doctor announces the administration of a second-level anesthetic, trying to at least somewhat alleviate the condition of the patient, whose body has clearly endured something terrible. Despite the doctor's best efforts, the young man continues to insist on his own way, showing absolutely no reaction to the doctor's attempts to even slightly dull his unbearable pain. Responding to the commotion in the ward, the protagonist insists he feels perfectly fine, shocking the staff with his inappropriate reaction to severe physical injuries. Insisting that the black, slimy mass is merely a byproduct of his bodily functions, the deranged patient coldly demands that they simply cut off the excess. Boiling with rage at the young man's absurd demands and stubbornness, the doctor bursts out shouting, comparing his appearance to a piece of meat smoked to a crisp. Refusing anesthesia, the stubborn young man declares his intention to endure any pain in order to strengthen his willpower, arrogantly emphasizing that he is far more resilient. Trying to make his position clear to the thoroughly baffled anesthesiologist, the madman continues to insist on refusing any pain relief. Stunned by the patient's audacity, the doctor tries to convince him of the need to pay for medical services, but the patient flatly refuses to spend any money. Suddenly, the situation reaches a boiling point when the doctor, clearly losing patience, decides to ignore the protests and resolutely continues with the medical procedures. Breathing heavily under the mask, the stubborn protagonist still insists on his position, declaring the incredible resilience of his body, after which he limply falls into a deep sleep. Recalling his strange childhood, the little madman, in a fit of martial arts enthusiasm, nearly cracked his own skull with a hammer while trying to master the legendary steel strike technique. Finding her son with a running welding machine, his frightened mother frantically tries to stop him as he prepares to perform an extremely dangerous procedure. Thanks to her timely intervention, she managed to prevent a tragedy, after which the young man was immediately sent for a mandatory psychiatric evaluation. Summarizing his strange behavior, the psychiatrist diagnoses him with a severe fifth-degree mental disorder, while the man continues to demand that he be thrown out the window. In their report, the doctors reach a strange conclusion, stating that while the patient appears to be safe for those around him, he poses a serious threat to himself. An extremely strange and cheerful young man, busily finishing his banana, pops into the VIP ward, where the poor fellow, completely bandaged, lies in bed number 3. Seeing his roommate in such a horrific state, the restless young man decides to take a seat next to him, completely unfazed by the surroundings and the abundance of medical tubes. Suddenly, in a whisper, he asks the patient to seize the moment while no one is watching them and immediately pierce his body with needles for some crazy procedure, proudly announcing an incredible discovery. He boasts that he has developed a unique acupuncture technique based on the study of all the data on the human body. Without a moment's hesitation, the madman announces that he has significantly improved the technique and with a determined look sets to work. Making a distinctive sound, he jabs the needles into the patient's bandaged arm, causing a fountain of blood to spurt out, and calls this madness the proud method of the rotating galaxy. Having completed this dubious treatment, the young man, with the most innocent and joyful expression, leans over the exhausted poor soul, waiting to hear how he is feeling. Thoughtfully adjusting his clothes, the madman hears voices in his head and wonders curiously if someone is praising him for such masterful needlework. Suddenly, everything around him is filled with alarming sounds, signaling a sharp deterioration in the condition of the poor wretch lying on the bed. The steady rhythm of the machine gives way to a chaotic alarm, and the readings on the monitor plummet, foreshadowing an inevitable catastrophe for the unfortunate patient. Rushing to the monitor, the terrified nurse begins to scream in panic, urging the doctors to save the patient, whose condition has become critical in literally just 1 minute. Without wasting a second, the medical team rushes into the room, notices the patient's arms covered in needles, and immediately sends him to the intensive care unit for resuscitation. Terrified, the medical staff continues to scramble, demanding that the chief surgeon be summoned immediately to try to stabilize the dying man in any way possible. After connecting the equipment, the doctors see a system message confirming successful installation, verifying that the host has finally mastered the most compatible method of self-harm. After an exhausting overnight surgery that drained every last ounce of strength, The weary surgeon finally sinks into a chair, feeling as if his soul is literally leaving his body. Overcome with despair due to extreme exhaustion and hunger, he can barely muster the strength to simply say how much he longs for a well-deserved rest and a meal. Overcome with unimaginable joy at the thought of his upcoming dinner, the young man happily raises the cherished box, which he'd been waiting for so long during this shift, above his head. Enjoying the sight of an appetizing serving of rice, he finally brings the first bite to his mouth with chopsticks, feeling instant relief from the long-awaited meal. Suddenly, a nurse appears and frantically reports a critical situation with a patient, while the doctor, completely ignoring her cries, continues to eat calmly. Interrupting his meal due to his colleague's unexpected intrusion, he freezes with obvious surprise on his face, genuinely not understanding why he's being disturbed again right now. The enraged doctor angrily tosses his dinner aside upon hearing from his colleague that the patient does indeed have mental health issues that the hospital can't do anything about. The sky is covered with light clouds, heralding the start of a new day above a tall office building, where in the silence another series of comical events is about to unfold. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and an uninvited guest from the funeral home politely asks whether the client still intends to purchase a grave. The elderly man calmly takes a sip from his thermos, explaining that the hospital just called to report that patient Lin Fan's condition has improved. With a slight smile, he adds that he was threatened with having to personally deliver the corpse to the funeral home the next time the order is canceled, causing some bewilderment. Complaining about having to cancel the order for the 80th time, he laments that Mr. Bai is acting like a spoiled child, getting annoyed over trifles. The phone rings and the man, continuing to drink his beverage, hears angry shouts coming through the receiver, full of indignation over this whole absurd situation. Unable to contain his rage, the hospital's vice president yells into the phone, demanding an explanation as to why he's constantly being led by the nose, as if he were some kind of ordinary puppet. Trying to calm his enraged colleague, a man asks him not to jump to conclusions and to hold off on visiting the office for now, while another guy is shocked by what's happening. Furious, the irritated doctor yells into the phone, demanding an end to the constant calls about sending a patient to the hospital, since he successfully saved the man just half an hour ago. Fiercely venting his indignation, the doctor refuses to take responsibility for others, since his own patients don't feel safe right now. The doctor categorically rejects the insane proposal, threatening in response that he'll order his colleague to dismember the guy and return him as a corpse, just so they'll leave him alone. In a fit of wild rage, the doctor slams the receiver down on the phone, truly losing his patience with the intrusiveness. Unable to contain his anger at this unbearable and extremely intrusive person, the doctor is on the verge of completely losing his temper, showing an extreme degree of emotional exhaustion. In the silence of the hallway, a red light glows ominously above the operating room door, hinting that a complex procedure is currently in full swing inside. Puzzled as he tries to figure out the reasons for his failure with a mysterious universal-level skill, the young man lying on the couch has absolutely no idea what he did wrong. Those around him watch in bewilderment as his body twitches in his chair and whisper among themselves, assuming he is mentally ill. Trying to figure out something important, the young man ignores everything happening around him, focusing only on his tangled inner thoughts. Suddenly, he begins to scream frantically and thrash about the room, desperately calling out to the nurses and completely unable to control his strange and extremely violent behavior. At that moment, the surgeon recalls the advice of Lee, who had promised him experience in performing dangerous surgeries, the true meaning of which only dawned on him much later. Realizing the full extent of this cruel reality, the doctor looks at his colleagues, who are watching the events unfold in horror, fully aware that they've gotten themselves into something terrible. Lying on the operating table before the surgeon is a hopeless patient, whom he has literally pulled back from the brink of death dozens of times, risking everything to fulfill his contract. Finally realizing the true nature of what is happening, the unfortunate doctor, bursting into bitter tears, understands that his life has turned into a living nightmare. With the assistant's care, they wipe the sweat and tears from the sobbing doctor's face, while the system announces the unlocking of the character's long-awaited power. After completing his initial training, the young man receives a system notification about the availability of a body enhancement and, without hesitation, agrees to activate this bonus. After confirming his choice, an interface opens, launching a countdown that will take exactly 36 hours to complete the transformation. Meanwhile, The news reports that at exactly 5 p.m., they will reveal the latest details about the mysterious events currently unfolding on Mount Taishan. On the air, the anchor announces with alarm that government security forces have managed to destroy a 7th-level monster, but the remaining beasts have fled into the city. The setting sun illuminates the hospital courtyard, where a man stands patiently by an ambulance, clearly waiting for someone. Glancing at his watch, he notes with obvious impatience and a touch of irritation that the others are running late. Suddenly, a nurse appears in the clinic hallway and joyfully announces that the surgery was a success and the patient is doing well. Shouting at the top of his lungs in a state of agitation, the man orders that the poor man be taken immediately to the ambulance so that his life can be saved as quickly as possible without delay. Pushing aside the shocked driver, he resolutely gets behind the wheel himself, declaring that despite any dangers, he personally will be driving the vehicle today. Trying to stop the departing ambulance, the nurse desperately shouts after it that there is another patient at the hospital who also needs help. Reacting furiously to the news, the young man, completely bewildered, asks her to repeat what she just said. Calmly explaining the situation, the nurse mentions Dr. Wang, who successfully performed the surgery and left a mysterious message specifically for him. Unfolding the blood-stained surgical mask, he sees a message written on it in red ink, a concise and very categorical statement about his dismissal. With his hands clasped in a prayerful gesture and surrounded by a bright glow, the eccentric man appeals to Buddha with an unusual request, hoping for a miracle and help from higher powers. Looking out the huge window at the city at sunset, the man prays for salvation, desperately hoping that he won't be forced to take that crazy asshole back in again. Watching the gates of a closed medical facility, he keeps an eye on the movements on the grounds. A sudden loud shout fills the air with rage, cursing the unreliable ally who set everyone up at the worst possible moment. Unflinchingly blocking the path of the medical staff, the man tries to reason with the doctor, who seems to be going overboard with transporting the critically ill patient. With a gentle smile and feigning concern, the cunning old man masterfully manipulates the doctor, scaring him with possible complications for a patient who recently underwent surgery. Pretending they're old friends, this sly character deftly wins the doctor over by reminding him of the importance of mutual support and asking for a small but very important favor. Finally getting to the heart of his devious plan, he begs the doctor to keep these suspicious characters in the hospital a little longer. Slamming to his knees, he takes those around him by surprise, leaving them in a state of shock and complete bewilderment. Nervously clenching his fists, the doctor tries to maintain what little professionalism he has left, begging his pesky acquaintance not to cause chaos and tear his hospital to shreds. Screaming loudly in despair, the poor man realizes that his best specialists are turning into full-blown psychopaths, forced to constantly deal with such lunatics. Cursing his cruel fate, he realizes with frustration that everything is going completely off course and the situation is spiraling out of control faster than he could have imagined. Resolutely cutting off the stream of excuses, he places his hand on the doctor's shoulder, as if trying to silence him and force him to finally accept his audacious and insane terms. Declaring categorically that silence now means consent, this manipulator corners the doctor, leaving him no chance to refuse the deal. To the surprise of those around him, the frantic ambulance driver decides to jettison the stretcher while the vehicle is still moving. Amid a loud farewell, the vehicle takes off at full speed, leaving behind only dust and bewilderment among the group of people who witnessed the absurd scene. An awkward silence hangs in the air after the car disappears, causing the young men to exchange glances in complete confusion over the staff's strange behavior. An elderly doctor politely inquires about the condition of the patient lying before him, completely bandaged like a mummy and looking quite frightening. The cheerful young man replies that he feels great, while the two puzzled staff members in the background clearly do not share this optimism after what they have seen. Another patient in the neighboring bed echoes him, smiling broadly and looking absolutely happy, even though the situation around him clearly doesn't call for such joy. Ignoring the odd behavior of his patients, the doctor demands that the bars on the windows in their ward be reinforced immediately so that no one escapes again. Night falls, heralding new terrifying events beyond the doors of Ward 666. Strapped into straitjackets on their beds, the characters settle their differences, while one stubbornly ignores his neighbor's pleas for help, completely immersed in his training. Admitting to strange experiences, the young man explains that the crazy girl in his head is diligently teaching him a new technique, announcing that the process is complete. Feeling the pleasant warmth slowly spread throughout his body, he tries to tune in to the changes within himself, savoring this genuine comfort. Having finally received unexpected confirmation of his success, his friend smiles joyfully, sincerely rejoicing that their joint endeavor has been crowned with complete triumph. Joyfully marking the completion of his training, the young man confirms that both his overall skill level and his mysterious electrical ability are now under his control. Looking into each other's eyes, they set a 24-hour countdown, planning the next crazy training move involving a hammer for a devastating attack. Approaching the doors marked room 666, the three men froze in anticipation. Peering into the ward through a small window, the doctor notices with obvious surprise that this time his patients are behaving suspiciously quietly and calmly. Responding to the visitor's question, two frightened hospital staff members meekly agree with Mr. Shi while concealing the true reason for such strange behavior. Realizing just how absurd the situation is, they silently chuckle at the ridiculousness of the threat, since the hammer the boys were planning to use could hardly be found within the walls of this clinic. Enjoying the resulting silence, a satisfied Mr. Shi smugly concludes that the long-awaited moment for a well-deserved break from his problems has finally arrived. Walking alone through the city at dusk under a star-studded sky, the girl has no idea what is about to happen. Quietly staring at her smartphone screen, she methodically scrolls through her feed, completely oblivious to the ominous atmosphere thickening around her, foreshadowing something terrifying. Suddenly sensing someone's gaze on her, the girl turns around in fear, trying to make out the source of her inexplicable anxiety in the darkness. Frozen in horror at the sight of her phone's screen suddenly going dark, she feels goosebumps run down her skin as her heart begins to pound wildly. The terrifying sounds of a monster pouncing on its prey echo ominously. The blood-stained smartphone, thrown to the ground and now a silent witness to the tragedy, clearly reflects the bloody traces on its screen. Morning has finally arrived in the sterile ward of a psychiatric clinic, where patients are chained to their hospital beds. Desperately trying to loosen the tight bandages squeezing his head, the protagonist falls into a state of complete nervous breakdown, clearly losing his last connection to reality. With a bold movement, he rips off the hated straps that held him in a straitjacket and easily frees himself from the imposed restrictions. Having thrown off his shackles, he stands completely naked in the middle of the ward, displaying a flawless body ready for decisive action after a long confinement. Turning unexpectedly to his cellmate, the young man declares his intention to rescue him from this captivity, completely unaware of the awkwardness of the situation that has arisen. Curiously examining his liberator, the cellmate notes with interest the absence of clothing and even attempts to clarify some details, clearly embarrassed. Trying to touch him, he exclaims in surprise at how well-trained the man has become during his years of forced isolation within the walls of this clinic. Quietly creeping down the hallway, a technician wearing a hard hat carefully examines the electrical panel. Fiddling with the wires with professional precision, the man is focused on his work. While trying to repair the malfunctioning equipment, the terrified technician suddenly freezes in shock. Recalling the blood-curdling story of two people tortured to death, he begins to seriously fear that their souls are still wandering here, desperately begging for help. Suddenly, someone's cold, faintly glowing hand rests directly on his shoulder, causing the poor man to instantly lose what little composure he had left out of fear. Turning around, he sees a strange young man standing before him, who greets him cheerfully, looking nothing like a living person, which only intensifies his terror. Trying to reassure himself that he's facing nothing more than an ordinary person, he still can't understand why the man looks so ghostly, strange, and completely unreal. Upon learning of the existence of a mysterious ward at Qingshan Hospital, he discovers a world of dangerous experts capable of confronting the forces on the other side of reality. As he examines the detailed classification of monsters by their power levels, the man is stunned by the scale of the danger he will have to face. Noticing how this mysterious inhabitant cheerfully waves at him, he finally realizes that he has gotten himself into some very strange and deadly situation. Trying to compose himself after the stranger's eerie appearance, he merely stammers a frightened greeting, feeling everything inside him tighten with mounting terror. After asking a detached question about breakfast, the guy watches as his partner nonchalantly picks up the hammer. Saying goodbye with obvious relief, he watches as the strange creatures walk away, sincerely hoping never to encounter these terrifying figures again. Aware of just how dangerous it is to work in such a nightmarish place, he continues to panic silently, trying with all his might to maintain a semblance of calm amid the chaos. Reflecting on the fact that the only reason to stay here is the high salary, he tries to focus on his work, even though his hands are trembling treacherously. Glancing into the toolbox, the repairman is puzzled to find the hammer missing, realizing that it had just been brazenly stolen right from under his nose. Hearing a sudden suspicious knock somewhere in the empty hallway, he freezes in tension, wondering what new trouble awaits him around the next corner. There's an ominous warning in the air that curiosity killed the cat, but for some reason that risk doesn't deter people at all. Suddenly a loud knock rings out, and a worker in a hard hat cautiously peeks into the room, clearly not expecting to see something like this there. Suddenly his eyes widen in horror as he notices something shocking. With his back to the open door, the madman calmly leaned over the body lying on the operating table in the darkness. Upon seeing this nightmarish scene, the poor man recoils in horror, unable to hold back a cry of despair at the sheer madness he has witnessed. Spinning around abruptly, the maniac, with a smirk and an ominous red gleam in his eyes, asks the terrified witness point blank about what he has seen. Fleeing from certain death, the terrified repairman runs off in a panic, shouting warnings as he goes that this madman is a real killer. Terrified and trying to break free, the poor repairman tearfully begs for mercy, for he is firmly convinced that real maniacs are at work in that sinister ward. Seized by strong hands, the young man screams desperately, trying to convince those around him of the bloody massacre he allegedly witnessed just a few minutes ago. The employee, scared out of his wits, nervously looks around, trying to find traces of blood on the floor, but inside the ward itself, everything looks surprisingly calm and completely clean. Extremely strange patients, looking completely unperturbed, are drinking milk, while their conversation about choosing drinks seems absurd against the backdrop of what happened earlier. With obvious dissatisfaction and deep irritation etched on his face, one of the men in the room froze in silent contemplation, clearly mulling over everything that was happening. Trying to calm the poor man's hysteria, he convincingly assures him that no murder took place and that everything he saw was merely a figment of his overactive imagination. The terrified worker, in tears, begs to have his hammer returned and to be let go home, promising that he will never return here again, even if offered twice as much money. Suddenly breaking the silence, the man rather sharply orders the tool to be returned immediately, putting a definitive end to this absurd and frightening misunderstanding. Trying to brush off the persistent demands, the strange patient with soy milk pretends he has absolutely no idea what hammer they're even talking about. To everyone's surprise, and to the utter shock of those around him, a mysterious object begins to protrude from the guy's pajama pants. With the utmost composure, the guy pulls that very hammer from the depths of his pants, leaving the men in the ward simply stunned by what they've seen. Demanding that the tool be handed over immediately, the man reaches out his hand. However, the patient seems in no hurry to part with his found treasure and continues to play on their nerves. Suggesting that the man come over and take the hammer himself, the two got into a full-blown argument, stubbornly trading barbs and refusing to budge even an inch. Plunged into deep despair by the absurdity of the protracted dispute, the poor repairman and the rest of the staff simply cannot find the words to put an end to this childish squabble. Overcome with horror at the thought of his birthday, the man panics, desperately hoping that today's crazy day won't be the last in his short life. Resigned to the circumstances, the elderly man sighs heavily, his face betraying fatigue and anxiety. Watching this scene, those around him sincerely admire his bravery, for at such a critical moment, he takes on the role of a true hero in front of everyone. Feeling a growing sense of excitement, he picks up the hammer, his heart beating in time with the tense atmosphere. Having accomplished the impossible, he finally completes his task, eliciting delight from those present who can't believe the man actually survived it all. Keeping his composure, the doctor turns to the worker, offering to take the tool and advising him to simply calm down in the face of this minor setback. Having recovered from the shock, the surprised man in the hard hat merely mumbles quietly, unable to find the words to express his sincere amazement at what had happened. Returning to reality, the exhausted man wipes the sweat from his forehead with trembling hands, trying to cope with the intense nervous tension. As the city is bathed in the evening light, where the fading hues of sunset meet the lights of the buildings, events are enveloped in an atmosphere of anticipation for the new day. The evening news reports that monsters have become a serious threat to society, so the government has launched a hunt for them. A heated debate erupts, with everyone vying to claim that the young woman is either his wife or the daughter he has raised since childhood. Expressing utter astonishment, one of the elderly patients exclaims in surprise upon learning that he is now to become the father-in-law of the very man with whom he had just been arguing. Forgetting their recent disagreements, they suddenly throw their arms around each other, bursting into tears of joy and calling each other father and son, much to the shock of those around them. Puzzled by the question of whether he knows Li Shan, one of those present points to the TV screen, which is showing a segment about recruitment for an elite group. Reacting to the situation, the guy confidently declares that the mysterious girl from the news is his girlfriend, sparking a storm of indignation among the other debaters. Realizing just how absurd the situation and everyone's behavior are, his friend pokes fun at what's happening. After completing the strength test, the heroine, clearly excited, suggests they immediately set out to hunt a dangerous monster. After outlining the plan, the energetic girl proudly announces that the team includes 4 level 2 fighters who will easily eliminate the threat in no time. Deciding to turn this outing into a secret mission, the close-knit group enthusiastically agrees to take the risk to prove their awesomeness and professional skills. Anticipating success, the guys excitedly discuss their plan to kill the creature, hoping that showing off their trophy will help those around them realize their true potential. Finally flaunting their status as elite students at the best school, the heroes firmly resolve to perform a heroic feat and cement their reputation. In the middle of an ordinary Saturday, the group notices that the calendar suddenly shows February 29th, even though everyone around them was confidently insisting it was March 7th. Looking at his watch in confusion, the young man demands an explanation, since the time on his expensive watch doesn't match reality at all. Showing off his luxurious 100 million yuan accessory, the watch's owner tries to prove its authenticity, insisting that the watch is simply malfunctioning. Intrigued by the high-end item, another man steps in to examine the mechanism, offering to repair it on the spot for the convenience of his VIP client. Guaranteeing lifetime support for his service, the resourceful watchmaker sets out to fix the problem, promising to do everything as quickly as possible and absolutely free of charge. Promising to completely resolve the issues, he begins to work his magic on the device, coming up with ways on the fly to get it back to normal operation for the customer. Concentrating intently on the watch, the man deftly handles his tools to quickly restore the correct date display on this insanely expensive device for the young man. Having completed the repair, he proudly presents the result to his friends, who are waiting with bated breath to see what the screens on their wrists will now display. Beaming with delight after the successful upgrade, the watch owner thanks the repairman for the excellent service. After all, the device is finally showing the correct date. Weeping bitterly over the sudden breakdown, the guy mourns the millions wasted, while the countdown to the end of this story begins right beside him. Walking into the store, he picks out a carton of soy milk for his friend, carefully taking the item off the shelf to cheer his friend up just a little during this difficult time. Holding out the drink with sincere concern, he offers it to his friend to help him feel better, receiving warm words of gratitude in return for his kindness and thoughtfulness. As he savors the taste, the guy jokes that the girl's voice in his head has come back to life, creating a rather strange yet amusing situation. Listening to the incomprehensible phrases, he is genuinely puzzled and tries to figure out exactly what the mysterious female voice, sounding right inside his mind, is trying to say. Suddenly, the countdown ends, opening access to an imaginary world and providing a unique opportunity to activate a special ability. To stop this process and return to the real world, he must complete an important mission as quickly as possible by finishing all the assigned tasks within this mysterious space. A mission description pops up before him: to protect the heirs of the founder, Qian Chui Bai Lian Zhengjing, from school bullies, having achieved full synchronization of his physical strength. Suddenly, the boy is transported to a girl's bedroom, where a stuffed rabbit sits on a pink bed, hinting at a drastic change of scenery. Enveloped in a magical glow, he begins to transform as his appearance gradually changes under the influence of an unknown force, marking the beginning of a completely new phase. Opening his eyes slightly, the young man looks around in surprise, trying to figure out exactly how he ended up in this unfamiliar room. Standing up, he can't help but wonder where on earth he has ended up, and slowly makes his way to the large mirror to finally see his full-length reflection. As he approaches the mirror, the young man freezes in silent shock upon discovering that the reflection is not his own, but that of a completely different person, which plunges him into a state of utter bewilderment. Realizing the unbelievable truth, he whispers to himself in horror and confusion that he has somehow turned into a girl, even though just a second ago he was an ordinary guy. Suddenly, a woman bursts into the room, demanding that he get ready for school immediately so he won't be late for important classes. Closing the door behind her, she leaves him in a state of complete confusion, and the young man, dressed in ridiculous pink pajamas, can only sigh as he tries to come to terms with this absurd twist of fate. Carefully cheering the boy up during lunch, the woman asks him not to get distracted by trivialities and to focus on his upcoming high school entrance exams. Puzzled by the strange choice of drink, the boy points out that there is regular cow's milk on the table and not a soy product as she had thought. Trying to redirect her son's attention back to his studies, the mother persistently stresses the importance of staying fully focused in class to avoid unnecessary problems in the future. Staring in shock at what's happening, the woman watches as the boy suddenly grabs the glass and pours its contents directly into the bowl of his lunch, violating the rules of propriety. Before she has a chance to process such an eccentric gesture, she utters her protege's name with a hint of utter bewilderment in her voice, watching as he devours his meal. Tasting such an unusual mixture, the protagonist calmly finishes his lunch and declares that the soup turned out surprisingly delicious, completely ignoring his senior's reaction. Completely speechless at this antics, the woman can only weakly whisper Yang Yang's name, deeply shocked by his unpredictable behavior at the table. Looking around with obvious curiosity, the boy finds himself in the bustling outside world for the first time and is genuinely surprised by the unusual, unfamiliar silence that surrounds him. Stepping off the bus and recalling his mother's instructions, the protagonist gets himself in the right frame of mind for the school day, confidently repeating to himself that he is now officially Chen Yang. Surveying the interior of the bus and trying to get his bearings in this new setting, he finds an empty seat and calmly sits down to ride to his destination. Standing in the middle of a crowded bus, the protagonist is confronted with a frightening warning that he should be careful at this stop. Suddenly finding herself the center of attention, the flustered girl desperately tries to reach for a handrail to keep from falling. After thanking him for his help, she shows her student ID, but is met with the stranger's aggressive attitude. Irritably fixing his hair, Zhang Hao clearly expects an immediate explanation from his classmate Chen Yang. Shouting in outrage, the hot-headed teenager demands to know why his friend ignored his strict order to save him a free seat on the bus. Grabbing Chen Yang by the chin in a fit of rage, the aggressor continues to berate him fiercely for his mistake, completely disregarding the opinions of those around him. Clenching his fists in a final threat, the bully silences everyone around him, brazenly asking his frightened companion if he wants to get beaten up. Suddenly plunged into dark thoughts, the young man pleads pitifully for the abuse to stop, feeling intense pain from the pressure exerted by his aggressive companion. Straightening his slightly disheveled hair, the victim, Chen Yang, tries to hide his embarrassment while carefully holding the band-aid stuck to his cheek with his hand. Puzzled by his friend's behavior, the bully looks at him with obvious distrust, not understanding why he's acting so strangely and aloof today. Trying to explain herself, the girl is forced to admit that she didn't just happen to get this seat on the bus. It was kindly given up to her by someone else. As the scene abruptly shifts to chaos, a sudden scream causes the driver to step on the gas, while a bloodied passenger inside the bus demands they move immediately, terrifying those around him. Jumping up from their seats in a panic, people try to flee the reckless ride, leaping out of the moving bus directly onto the road to escape the deadly threat. Waving sharp knives in all directions, the crazed attacker threatens aloud to cut to pieces anyone who crosses his path, spreading sheer terror everywhere. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, the bully goes into a state of shock, realizing that the situation has spiraled completely out of control. To the surprise of those around him who loudly insist he's perfectly normal, the protagonist finds himself at the center of a strange and frightening situation right in the middle of a train car. Suddenly, the terrifying screams of a man ring out. In a fit of madness, he begins to threaten all the passengers around him with his sharp, cold weapon. Squinting and with an expression of complete indifference on his face, He slowly licks the blade of the knife, looking as menacing as possible. Noticing what is happening, a terrified young woman covers her mouth with her hand in horror, barely holding back a scream as she realizes the full danger of this nightmarish scene. Waving his arm furiously, the aggressive man continues to scream frantically about his intentions to kill everyone in this confined space. In a state of utter shock and panic, the young man jumps to his feet and points his finger at the madman, completely at a loss as to what to do. The bloodied blade of the knife, clenched tightly in the attacker's hand, becomes the final chord of this chaos, definitively confirming that the situation has spiraled out of control. Stunned by the young man's audacity, the crazed attacker freezes in place, unable to hide his genuine bewilderment in the face of such unexpected courage. In response to the provocation, the hero coldly asks why the attacker decided to assault innocent people, all the while confidently keeping the situation under control. Slowly pulling his hand, still clutching the knife from the attacker's lifeless grip, the hero displays remarkable composure as the blade is stained with bright colors. Watching the strange exchange with bated breath, onlookers whisper fearfully among themselves, wondering if he's even okay after taking such a risk. Continuing to grill the attacker with his persistent questioning, the hero demands a clear answer as to the reasons for the aggression, causing the madman to become completely flustered. Recoiling in fear from such pressure, the man with the knife begins to realize with obvious trepidation that his intimidation tactics no longer work on this guy. Taking the knife from the monk's hands, the hero pushes him aside, while the monk screams that he is insane. Looming menacingly over his victim, the young man demands an immediate answer, clearly unwilling to tolerate a prolonged silence. Meanwhile, real chaos finally breaks out all around with sirens, paramedics, and police. Peacefully observing the scene from the sidelines, a nurse shields the frightened girl, while the frantic commotion continues in the background. Cowering in a corner of the bus, the terrified madman begs people not to approach him, clearly afraid of the young man who is unceremoniously invading his personal space. Desperately trying to disavow the weapons, the young man continues his advance, ignoring the poor guy's tearful pleas to just leave him alone and go away immediately. Flaunting two bloodied knives, he freezes, completely stumping the maniac, who is scared out of his wits. Having completely lost touch with reality, the guy sits right down on the asphalt and tries to figure out what he's doing here and how he even ended up in such a ridiculous situation. Suddenly, an acquaintance of his materializes in front of him and greets him with a sly smile. Clearly relishing this supremely awkward moment, the crazed guy, with a smug grin, holds out his hand as if inviting his terrified acquaintance to play some kind of game. Jumping back in fear, the bully freezes in utter shock while the instigator of this strange encounter insists that they get to know each other all over again. With a trembling voice and obvious fear in his eyes, the poor guy tries to force out a greeting, sincerely hoping that this psychopath with a knife won't hurt him. Grabbing the guy's hand decisively, the madman forces him to shake hands, not even paying attention to the fact that his palm is completely smeared with fresh blood. Noticing the unpleasant sticky substance on his hand, the stunned bully is horrified by the realization that he's gotten something terrifying on himself and is now in a state of complete panic. When Zhang Hao approaches him, he notices the bleeding wound and is slightly taken aback by the unexpected situation. A nurse rushes over and begins to treat the injury professionally. Marveling at the victim's remarkable composure, he doesn't even flinch from the pain. Calmly watching the bandaging process, the young man coolly declares that he views any pain as part of the necessary training to strengthen his spirit. Struck by such strange behavior, the medic can't help but wonder if she's imagining everything that's happening, since the young man is acting far too eerily. Suddenly, the idyll is interrupted by the arrival of police officers, who roughly drag away a handcuffed man, while the protagonist watches the commotion with interest. Suddenly realizing exactly who has just been arrested, one of the law enforcement officers is absolutely horrified by the realization that a dangerous criminal is nearby. Shouting warnings that a real psychopath is nearby, the police officers take him into custody. Staying where he is, the police officer offers his official thanks, deciding to commend the boy's exemplary behavior in front of the entire community on this strange day. A caring police officer tries to praise the schoolboy for his heroic act, but the boy is clearly not thrilled by this drawn-out conversation. Eager to get to class as soon as possible, the boy says goodbye on the run to the man, who is clearly puzzled by such haste and unusual behavior. Impressed by the boy's diligence and fighting spirit, The police officer can't help but think that it would be good to instill such a thirst for knowledge in his own son. Deciding to help the injured teenager, the officer persistently offers to drive him to the hospital and personally sort out all the issues with the school administration. Declining the offer, the protagonist declares that he views any pain as part of his unique training. After all, the more he suffers, the stronger he becomes. Astonished by such a strange philosophy, the police officer realizes with a start that something is clearly wrong with the boy and begins to seriously worry about his sanity. Upon reaching the school gates, the eccentric returns to his familiar school environment where his classmates are already waiting for him and his everyday concerns resume. Finding himself among the students, the protagonist suddenly sniffs the air and jokingly remarks that the spirit of knowledge, worthy of a professor, is literally floating around. Watching the chaotic scene, where someone is mischievously teasing the others, he simply covers his mouth mysteriously with his hand, hiding his true thoughts and plans from those around him. Walking calmly and unflappably across the school grounds, the protagonist heads confidently toward his goal, paying no attention whatsoever to the curious glances. Upon reaching the right classroom, the boy peeks inside with a touch of curiosity, as if surveying the surroundings of his future classroom. The room greets him with silence and neat rows of empty desks, creating a strange sense of complete solitude within the school's walls. After choosing a suitable spot, he pushes back his chair with a flourish and sits down at the desk, preparing to immerse himself in the school routine among his unsuspecting classmates. Glancing nervously from side to side, the protagonist freezes in anticipation, while the students around him try to pretend that no one is there at all. His parents' painful memories of a visit to the doctor suddenly come flooding back, reminding them of the grim diagnosis that cast doubt on all his ambitions. The bitter truth about her son's mental illness forces the mother to realize, in despair, that a normal school life for him may remain an unattainable dream. Suddenly, a sharp sound rings out as an enraged girl forcefully jabs a sharp pencil straight into the boy's leg, clearly trying to teach him a lesson for crossing her boundaries. Shouting at him, she demands an explanation, her eyes blazing with rage as to why he dared to cross the line she had set, despite all her stern warnings. Confident in her impunity, the girl continues to threaten the guy with painful retribution, sincerely hoping to see him cry and hear his plaintive pleas for mercy for his actions. However, instead of the expected cry of pain, the guy merely asks, with a look of surprise and the most innocent, theatrically aggrieved expression possible, how she could have done such a thing. Noticing a complete lack of reaction to her actions, the girl begins to genuinely wonder why her cruel attempt to inflict pain failed to have the desired effect. Not wanting to give up, she thrusts the pencil into his leg with even greater zeal, promising to apply even more force to finally make him feel the full extent of the pain. With a mocking smile, Chen Yang simply asks if this is some kind of silly joke, adding that his friends from the mental hospital know how to play much more interesting and fun games. Stunned by the mention of the mental hospital, the girl is speechless, while the guy continues to sit there unperturbed, completely ignoring the pencil. Trying to strike with all her might, she still can't believe that her aggression isn't causing him the slightest discomfort. The sound of the pencil hitting his body turned out to be nothing like she expected. Instead of the anticipated groan, there was only a strange noise that left her baffled. Overcome by panic and genuine horror, the girl begins to sob, realizing that her usual intimidation tactics don't work at all on this strange guy, which is terrifying. Seeing what was happening, her friends watching the scene decided to intervene, discussing how their friend Li Shui was being driven to tears by the unreasonable Chen Yang. Proposing a radical solution, one of the guys promises to give him a severe beating and drag the bully into the bathroom right after class to teach him a lesson for his behavior. However, the second friend sharply stops him, claiming that Chen Yang is acting like a complete lunatic and that getting involved with him right now is an extremely bad and dangerous idea. Doubting his sanity, they begin to argue about whether he's really that crazy or if there's something much simpler behind his strange behavior. Suddenly appearing in front of the guys, a guy who's been through a lot declares his desire to play with Chen Yang. As he cheerfully greets the students in the classroom, he hears nothing but sarcasm in response. Stunned by such audacity, Chen Yang freezes completely, trying to figure out why this strange guy suddenly decided to pay attention to him. Trying to make contact, the oddball suddenly grabs his hand and, with a smile, recalls that they'd already met on the city bus. Watching this strange scene, His friend Zhang Hao is completely baffled and genuinely doesn't understand why Chen Yang is so afraid of this strange, brazen guy. Breaking the tense atmosphere, the teacher bursts into the classroom and demands that whoever is ready to read yesterday's assignment first speak up immediately. Overcome by primal terror, all the students in the class begin frantically flipping through their textbooks because no one wants to face the wrath of this extremely strict woman. With a cold expression on her face, the teacher points her finger at Chen Yang and in a peremptory tone, orders him to stand up from his seat and recite the poem he has memorized. His classmates watch him in shock as everyone knows just how afraid he is, and they expect his mind to completely shut down at any moment. Standing calmly before the entire class, the boy suddenly declares that he can't remember a thing, prompting a storm of genuine amazement from those present at his bravery. Stunned by such audacity, the teacher silently fixes him with a piercing gaze, and a heavy pause hangs between them, foreshadowing the inevitable storm following such a bold response. Feeling a strange chill, the teacher realizes with confusion that her sixth sense has not failed her, for the student standing before her is indeed behaving as strangely as possible. Smiling calmly, the boy politely asks permission to sit in his seat, completely unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere he has created with his behavior. Watching him, the stunned teacher barely contains her anxiety as she tries to figure out why this gentle and strange smile is causing her such intense unease. After indulgently allowing him to sit down, she catches the puzzled glances of his classmates, who are desperately trying to figure out whether she's gone mad or the world has finally lost its mind. The entire class is plunged into a chaotic silence, where some students are trying to sleep, others are whispering, and two boys in the back row are clearly disturbed by the madness unfolding around them. Continuing to act as strangely as possible, the protagonist ignores everyone around him, intently going about his own business right next to an electrical outlet. An enraged classmate rushes over to him, demanding an explanation for what exactly he's done and why this witch of a teacher is acting so strangely. Fuming at being completely ignored by the boy, the aggressor begins to threaten him with physical violence, completely unaware that this could end badly for him. Explaining to the bully that an electric current can strengthen the body, the oddball declares his intention to stick a key into the outlet to start his workout. Enraged by what he's heard, the bully shouts that the guy wouldn't dare do it, defiantly asking if he's really that stupid. Completely ignoring the threats and shouts, the guy coolly sticks the key into the outlet, and bright electrical discharges instantly course through his body. Stunned by the guy's boldness, the bully freezes in shock, unable to believe that this madman actually took such a risk. While the guy with the band-aid sits calmly, letting the current pass through him, the bully writhes in convulsions from the shock, not understanding what the hell is going on. Watching this strange spectacle, another student, Yan Shu Tian, smiles admiringly and asks to be taught this incredibly cool dance move. Ignoring the ongoing drama in the background, he continues to reach toward the power source while the other students watch in bewilderment. At the epicenter of a powerful electrical discharge is a guy trying to boost his superpowers in this extremely risky way. Unsatisfied that a regular outlet provides too weak a current for his training, the hero pulls the plug in frustration, continuing to search for ways to become stronger. Turning around, he discovers that all his classmates are lying unconscious on the classroom floor, clearly having been affected by his recent experiments with electricity. Looking at the surreal scene, the guy notes that sleeping on the floor is bad for your health and assumes that his classmates are simply too exhausted from class. Without giving his actions a second thought, he casually announces his intention to go to the bathroom, easily hopping over the bodies of his unconscious classmates. A smiling teacher suddenly appears in the doorway, eagerly anticipating the start of his favorite trigonometry lesson and preparing to make the material incredibly interesting. Greeting the class cheerfully, the teacher enters the classroom, completely unaware of the shocking scene that awaits him. Overwhelmed by the surprise, he drops his books and ruler on the floor, frozen in utter bewilderment at the sight of his students. Stunned and horrified, the teacher looks around the room, where his students are literally piled up on the floor as if after an epic battle. Panicking at the sight, he grabs his phone with trembling hands, trying to call emergency services, as he has absolutely no idea why so many children have fainted at once. Trying to explain the situation to the operator, the teacher, in a state of hysteria, names the school and the class, completely at a loss for words due to the chaos and utter confusion surrounding him. Shouting irritably into the phone, The poor man tries to figure out what actually happened, but receives only bewilderment in response. Outside the school windows, a whole convoy of ambulances suddenly lines up, having rushed to the scene with their sirens blaring. Peering out the window, the protagonist watches the medical staff's commotion with genuine surprise, genuinely puzzled as to why all these people are acting so strangely and frantically. With an innocent shrug, the boy comes to the ironic conclusion that school life can be truly terrifying and completely unpredictable. It suddenly turned out that an entire class had been electrocuted that evening, but one lucky guy managed to escape this terrible fate. The lucky survivor turned out to be the very same guy who was constantly bullied at school, and according to rumors, he's doing just fine now and going about his business as usual. When people see him in the hallway, they start shouting Chen Yang's name loudly, drawing attention to him. Taken by surprise, the guy turns around, asking in confusion if they're talking to him, and tries to figure out what's going on as the tension around him builds. Noticing that a girl has approached him and hesitated, he freezes, completely baffled by the awkwardness and silence. Blushing with embarrassment, she tries to mumble a response, but her nervousness only makes her shrink back further, leaning against a tree, while Chen Yang stands nearby, utterly bewildered. Unexpectedly for everyone, a group approaches from behind and snatches the envelope from the girl's hands. Looking at the love letter he's received, the bully lets out a surprised exclamation. He clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Tang Ji appears before them, accompanied by his entourage, brazenly holding up the pink envelope and drawing everyone's attention. Desperately trying to get her property back, the girl tearfully begs the bully to stop teasing her and return the letter, while another school conflict brews around them. Laughing loudly at the situation, the arrogant boy and his friends begin to openly mock the poor girl's feelings, doing everything they can to completely humiliate Chen Yang. Trying to reach the coveted envelope, she jumps up, but the arrogant bully only teases everyone around him even more, feeling like he's truly in control of the situation. With a sudden move, Chen Yang snatches the letter right out of her tormentor's hands, pulling off a deft trick that leaves everyone frozen in amazement. Instantly stunned by such audacity, Tang Ji literally freezes with his finger raised, unable to utter a word, as he clearly did not expect such a rebuff. Calmly holding the returned letter in his hands, the hero asks with an icy stare why the bully staged this whole charade in the first place, preparing to give him a harsh rebuke. Furious that the eccentric dared to take the item from him, the insolent bully demands that the stolen item be returned immediately. Under threat, this rude guy demands that she read the letter in front of everyone, promising to leave the poor girl alone for the day if she does. Trying to defuse the situation, the guy offers to read the message himself, but the frightened girl just shakes her head no. Categorically refusing to open the envelope without her consent, the resolute hero orders the bullies to finally hear his clear stance on the matter. Unable to tolerate such defiant resistance, the aggressor swings his fist with all his might, striking the tree right above the guy's head to intimidate him with his brute strength. Looming over his victim like a menacing shadow, the bully imperiously asks whether the young man is finally going to read the letter or if he needs to keep going. Feeling the pressure, the young man simply stares ahead, waiting for them to finally ask him to read the document. Trying to support the victim in any way she can, the girl desperately begs her friend not to let these thugs beat him up over such a trifle. Brazenly demanding that he read the letter, the bully mockingly watches as the terrified student cowers on the ground in despair. Refusing to give in to the bully's demands, the hero confidently declares that their threats have no effect on him, since they are too weak to cause any harm. Enraged by such a defiant response, the gang leader barely contains his fury, grinning maliciously as he prepares to teach this stubborn daredevil a thorough lesson. Hailing him with insults and taunts, the bully clenches his fists demonstratively, demanding an explanation as to why he dared to raise a hand against them in the first place. Without wasting a moment, the hero delivers a lightning-fast counterpunch with his fist straight into the tree, showing his enemies that his patience has finally snapped. A powerful punch shatters the tree trunk into splinters, stunning the opponents with its sudden force and causing them to freeze for a second in utter shock at what they've seen. The powerful sound wave and flying splinters of wood send the bullies flying to the side, as they finally realize they've picked a fight with the wrong person. Stunned by what they've seen, the bullies freeze in place in utter horror, realizing they've just underestimated the strength of their opponent, who turned out to be far more dangerous. Agitated schoolgirls rush down the hallway, desperately calling out to their teacher and hoping for his immediate help. The frightened students hurriedly inform the angry hall monitor that the bully Tanji is right now brutally tormenting their classmate right at the entrance. Enraged upon hearing about the little devil's antics, the teacher resolves to finally teach him a lesson and restore justice within the walls of his school. Instantly springing to his feet, the furious teacher, along with the frightened witnesses, rushes to the scene of the incident. Upon witnessing the unexpected scene, they freeze in utter shock as reality turned out to be completely different from what they had expected. Staring in disbelief at what was happening under the tree, the stunned crowd realizes that it is Tanji who has ended up in the position of the victim. Without wasting a moment, the resourceful hero forces the dejected bully to repeat humiliating phrases about how robbing and harming others is very wrong. Whimpering pitifully and trembling with fear, the defeated bully is forced to admit he was wrong and recite all the lessons aloud, fully acknowledging his defeat in the argument. Strictly lecturing the boy, the hero explains that reading other people's letters is permissible only if the owner has given their explicit and voluntary consent. After forcing him to learn the lesson, he gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder, reinforcing the knowledge gained in this highly instructive situation for everyone. Completely demoralized, the bully, trembling with undisguised fear, mumbles excuses and hastily declares that he wants to go home immediately to have a good meal. Watching this strange spectacle in utter bewilderment, the teacher wonders if the author has mixed up the familiar plot of school fights. Extremely surprised by what he sees, the teacher refuses to believe what's happening because imagining a bully as the victim is some kind of surreal nightmare. Suddenly, the situation takes a turn when the eccentric boy resolutely returns the girl's letter, demanding that she take it back home with her immediately. Blushing shyly with embarrassment, the sweet schoolgirl confesses her sincere feelings and tries to hand that very love letter to her beloved right there in front of everyone. Having heard advice about the secret meaning of pink letters, the young man, slightly puzzled, tries to decipher the meaning of the unexpected love note. Confessing her sincere feelings amid the falling leaves, the blushing girl timidly extends the cherished letter, hopefully awaiting the young man's consent. Completely failing to appreciate the romance of the moment, the young man coldly says no, leaving the poor beauty in shock. She clearly did not expect such a harsh reaction. Trying to justify his refusal, the guy declares that his sole purpose in life is to become the strongest fighter, not to waste precious time on romantic relationships. Realizing the absurdity of the situation and hearing such a ridiculous answer, the girl, in a fit of righteous anger and tears, shouts that he is completely unworthy of her attention and love. Continuing to sob loudly, the outraged heroine calls him a scoundrel, because such bad manners on the part of the object of her affection are simply inexplicable. Standing there in utter bewilderment before a crowd of angry classmates, the eccentric young man became fully convinced that it is simply impossible to understand the mysterious female nature. Lost in thought after his failed rejection, the hero begins frantically trying to figure out if he missed something important in his recent actions or in the girl's words. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Yang recalls how his classmates are always making fun of his love for cute things and constantly teasing him because of rumors about his non-traditional sexual orientation. Thinking of that very girl, the protagonist cherishes the hope that she sees something special in him and is nothing like all those nasty boys in his class. Dreaming of a wonderful future, he imagines how one day he'll muster the courage to confess his feelings and how she'll become his very first and truly pure love. As he fantasizes about a possible confession, the boy vows to himself that he'll happily return her feelings if she ever decides to reveal her innermost emotions to him. While playing out this scenario in his head, the protagonist eventually returns to reality, realizing that he doesn't deserve her love right now. With obvious irritation, the doctors try to cut open the patient's clothes as quickly as possible so they can immediately begin emergency surgery. The frightened young man desperately resists, trying to protect his designer clothes from being ruined, since he spent an entire month's salary on them. Continuing to protest and be greedy over his expensive purchase, he tries to reason with the doctor, but the doctor has finally lost his patience watching this strange spectacle. Suddenly, the doctor's patience snaps, and he begins to scold the boy for his antics, suggesting he wait until his parents buy paper clothes for his funeral. Meanwhile, in another part of the hospital, the situation looks absolutely dire as the ward is overflowing with injured students who are bandaged from head to toe. Now, in the same ward, the students try to come to their senses and figure out what on earth happened to them, while one of them recalls with surprise the diagnosis of an electric shock. The shocked victims begin to realize the true cause of the incident, understanding that the electric shock was transmitted to them in a chain reaction. Realizing the terrible truth that Yang Shutian was the source of their misfortune, the companions in misfortune simultaneously curse their fate. Driven to a rage by the constant accusations, the young man demands that they immediately stop pinning all the blame solely on him, since the situation has spiraled out of control. The enraged young man begins to defend himself, recounting that fateful moment when he accidentally touched Chen Yan, who had decided to stick a key into an electrical outlet. Continuing to emotionally prove his innocence, he emphasizes once again that everything happened precisely because of the strange guy's actions. Glancing around at his roommates, he asks the logical question about the whereabouts of the culprit, but none of those present can spot him nearby. Noticing Chen Yang's complete absence from the ward, the young man assumes that he must have ended up in the ICU, because if they were injured just from a touch, then he's definitely on the brink. The expression on one of the listeners' faces instantly turns to fear as the full scale of the tragedy sinks in, and he timidly asks if the poor guy has already died. A heavy silence falls, and all the students look at one another in complete bewilderment, realizing the sheer absurdity of the situation in which they've all unexpectedly found themselves. While in the hospital, the beaten-up students viciously gossip about their classmate, who used to constantly bring them snacks and put up with their bullying. Suddenly, there's a knock at the hospital room door, and everyone present is startled. Noticing the person who has entered, one of the injured boys is stunned, thinking it's the doctor, and frantically tries to come up with a plan to ask the nurse for a phone. Upon seeing their classmate in the doorway, the other injured students freeze in bewilderment, realizing that standing before them is the very person they had bullied so long and relentlessly. At the sight of the unharmed pushover, genuine horror is evident in the eyes of the beaten students, as if some powerful and terrifying monster had risen from the dead before them. The cheerful protagonist walks briskly up to his former tormentors, genuinely delighted to have found them, completely unaware of how deeply shaken they are by his appearance. Staring at their guest, who is completely healthy and smiling, the terrified students are literally speechless, unable to comprehend how he could have escaped such a grim fate. Trying to lighten the mood, the guy hands the boys a bag of treats, offering them a snack which completely throws them off balance. When he offers the treats, the protagonist is met with a rude refusal as the bandaged bully yells furiously for him to get out of the room immediately. Shouting insults in outrage, the bully demands to know exactly what tricks his victim used to survive and show up looking so presentable. Trying to protect the guest from his friend's anger, another student begs him not to blame the guest, suggesting they simply take the food and thank him for the snacks he brought. Puzzled by his friend's strange behavior, the leader of the bullies bursts out shouting, calling him crazy for talking to their former target of bullying. Suddenly, everyone's attention is diverted by a notification in the school chat, causing one of the boys to frantically check the incoming messages in the group. Overcome with horror at the sight of the message, the boy freezes, feeling cold sweat run down his face from fear. Realizing the message's content, the bullies begin to tremble uncontrollably with fear as the situation takes a terrifying turn and puts them in an extremely dangerous position. Opening their smartphone screens, the boys are horrified to see the chat history, where the school boss himself sent a photo report clearly demonstrating their defeat. Seeing how severely their position in the hierarchy has been shaken by this exposure, one of the bullies, his voice trembling, tries to fawn over the school boss, thanking him for the visit. A gloomy skyscraper towers over the vast nighttime metropolis, and on its roof, a lone figure prepares to take a fateful leap into the abyss. With his back to the panoramic view of the city at dusk, the patient spends the final moments of his life casting a farewell glance, completely lost in painful thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled how a stack of documents had been thrown forcefully in his face, forcing him to defend himself. The couple who had arrived unceremoniously demanded that he sign the divorce papers immediately, rudely taunting him about his condition and insisting that he didn't have long to live anyway. Seeing his lover walk in, the stunned man could hardly believe the betrayal unfolding before him, asking himself if his wife truly desired his death so much. Having made his choice, he finally severs all ties with the past, turning around and taking his final step from the edge of the roof straight into the embrace of the cold night wind. Soaring in freefall between the mirrored skyscrapers, he recalls for the last time 10 years of an unhappy marriage and wonders how anyone could have treated him this way. Below, a trio of young people ironically discuss an incredible rumor about Bro Chen, who allegedly managed to literally tear a tree apart. Noticing something in the window, the guy immediately points at it, hinting to his friends that it painfully reminds him of a recent strange incident. Reacting instantly, he sees someone in pajamas suddenly fly out of an upper floor window and begin to plummet downward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the people in the room panic and start shouting loudly that something terrible is happening and a person is falling. Summoning his courage and focusing his mind, the hero instantly activates his hidden abilities. Jerking his arm forward sharply, he grabs the wrist of the man falling toward the ground, stopping his fall at the last moment, thanks to his incredible reflexes. Summoning all his strength, the young man holds the unfortunate man tightly, preventing him from crashing to the ground. With a sudden movement, he hears the sound of a bone snapping, after which he gently but firmly presses the man against the wall so that he can finally come to his senses. Having completed the rescue maneuver, the hero gently sets the rescued man on the floor, though the man still looks utterly stunned by such incredible agility. Silence hangs in the air as the shocked onlookers discuss how exactly he managed to stop a falling man with one hand and seemingly no effort. The bewilderment gives way to a direct question when the rescuer, looking down at him, asks the unfortunate man why he made such a desperate attempt to take his own life. Covering his face with his hands against the sudden wave of pain, the man confesses to having a terminal illness and explains how his wife forced him to sign the papers. Nodding sympathetically, the young man begins to pat him on the head in a fatherly way, recalling the wise advice that one simply needs to let emotions out and get through it all. Like a child in need of comfort, the rescued man suddenly bursts into tears and hugs his savior tightly, finally succumbing to the onslaught of his emotions. The awkward yet touching scene continues as the sobbing man clings tightly to the young man's legs, literally pouring out all his pain. Suddenly, flustered doctors burst into the room and watch in utter amazement as the rescued patient has finally found a reliable anchor in his life. Amid the hospital chaos, the stunned medical staff bombard him with questions about how he managed to survive such severe injuries. Seeing his friend's serious injury, the young man, in a state of complete shock, cannot believe what he is seeing and exclaims that his friend's arm is broken, while panic reigns all around. Amid the general hysteria, Chen Yan stands with a completely unflappable expression, which causes even greater bewilderment among everyone around him. Looking at the utterly calm young man, his friends are completely stunned by how easily he endures such serious injuries without a single moan. Brushing off the unnecessary fuss, Chen Yan calmly declares that he'll just patch up the wound later, since he's long since gotten used to such injuries. Upon hearing such an unbelievable statement, the medics freeze in complete bewilderment and silent horror at his strange attitude toward his own health. Seizing the moment, two delighted guys eagerly take photos of their badass boss so they can brag about it to all their friends as soon as possible. After posting the photos from the scene in a group chat, they enthusiastically praise his strength, making sure to add that everyone must bow down before such a powerful fighter. To cap off the outpouring of admiration, even a former enemy decides to try his luck and publicly asks to be taken on as a student, leaving everyone in the conversation with even more puzzled questions. Claiming that painkillers are completely unnecessary for a simple fracture, the young man merely twitches his eye slightly, demonstrating his rather strange attitude toward pain. Believing that any physical suffering only makes his mind stronger and more resilient, he lies motionless on the table, waiting for the bewildered doctors to take further action. Seeing his complete calm, the doctors exchange puzzled glances, trying to understand why the patient is so familiar with this kind of situation and isn't afraid at all. Believing that the poor guy has started having serious mental problems due to massive blood loss, the doctors spread their hands helplessly, not knowing how to react. Cutting off all arguments, the surgeon coolly announces that the injection is complete while the patient continues to insist on his point, oblivious to the fact that he is being blatantly ignored. Obsessively dreaming of money and rubbing his hands together, the protagonist falls into a comical state of euphoria. Suddenly, the system solemnly announces the completion of a complex mission, noting that the target's hostility level has dropped and his popularity has risen significantly. Having successfully completed the mission in the illusory world to rescue the descendant of the founder of martial arts, he receives a well-deserved high-ranking award. Counting down the final seconds before returning to reality, the hero freezes in anticipation as the system timer inexorably brings him closer to the end of the transition. Waking up in a psychiatric hospital ward, the bewildered young man tries to make sense of the strange situation in which he suddenly finds himself. Exchanging silent glances with his older companion, he tries to understand exactly what happened and what his roommate is trying to ask him. Timidly asking whether the other man is truly interested in the voice in his head, the protagonist sees his friend nodding in agreement in response to the question. Expressing his indignation, the eccentric man explains that the voice described his state of delusion as a transformation into a pervert wearing strange women's pajamas. Sitting thoughtfully on the edge of the hospital bed, the woman affectionately calls her son by name, trying to get his attention after his strange awakening. Looking on in amazement, the protagonist is truly shocked, realizing that he is being called son, even though he has absolutely no idea what is going on. Overcome by a wave of inexplicable pain, the young man begins to moan pitifully and clutch his chest, drawing his mother's attention with his cries. Suddenly putting on a show, the protagonist starts screaming at the top of his lungs throughout the ward that he is in unbearable agony, which greatly frightens his close relative. Mentally cursing his reluctance to be alone, the young man anxiously recalls past events that now seem like a dream. Facing a group of dangerous hooligans head-on, the hero tries to maintain a calm expression, even though inside he is literally trembling all over. Feeling cold sweat run down his back, he freezes in indecision, staring at the huge crowd of aggressive guys surrounding him on all sides. Keenly observing his surroundings, the young man glances frantically from left to right. Upon seeing their idol, the crowd of schoolchildren bows respectfully, shouting greetings and praising Chen Yang, who suddenly appeared before them. Pale with terror, the boy wonders who dared to stand up to the street gang so brazenly. Proudly proclaiming him a true role model, the impressed students continue to discuss this hero's courage while he stands there with a detached expression. Unconsciously swallowing the saliva that has built up in his mouth, the young man looks as tense as can be, as if anticipating yet another unpleasant turn of events. Exclaiming enthusiastically about his incredible bravery, a young fan presses herself against a tree and watches adoringly as the majestic Chen Yang makes a dramatic entrance before everyone. Alarmed by the catastrophic consequences, the heroes suddenly learn the shocking truth about the rapid growth of intelligence among the world's dangerous and accursed creatures. Unable to believe the news he's heard, the experienced ninth-level fighter exclaims in shock that this simply cannot be true as it defies all logic. Reflecting on humanity's bleak future, a gray-haired master asserts that given this turn of events, all we can do is prepare for our imminent doom. As they seriously discuss the threat at a round table, the assembled experts try to clarify the situation, while a man attempts to convey to them the full importance of the issue. Asking a logical question about the consequences of the monster's evolution, one of the meeting participants in the room faces a rather sharp reaction from his colleagues. Losing his temper at the constant hypothetical speculation, the irritated man emotionally interrupts the conversation, insisting that this issue has already been proven. Calmly urging humility with a reference to Buddha, an elderly monk ironically remarks that a woman's nature is far less tolerant of such things than the divine. Abruptly cutting short the philosophical ramblings with her harsh demand to be quiet, the disgruntled girl demonstratively turns away, showing all her anger. Against the backdrop of the threat posed by the evolving accursed creatures, it becomes clear that ordinary fighters are no longer capable of effectively resisting these beings. Key members have gathered at the Special Unit's headquarters to discuss the alarming situation and fully grasp the gravity of the deadly danger looming over the city. Among the crowd, one man stands out. He is skeptical about the rank-and-file fighters' chances in the battle, believing that the situation calls for the intervention of elite forces. Despite the tense atmosphere all around, the master suddenly unleashes his hidden power, channeling a blinding surge of energy through himself. Under the influence of intense internal energy, the man's figure begins to glow with a bright golden light. A blinding beam of pure energy bursts from the master's palm, piercing the air directly above the negotiating table, causing those present to freeze in surprise. After demonstrating his impressive power, the leader of the Cyclops Special Forces unit declares that the only way to survive is to hope for the arrival of even more powerful fighters. The festive singing is suddenly interrupted when the usual order and calm that had reigned in the presidential chamber until that moment are abruptly disrupted. Cheerfully singing birthday wishes, The gathered crowd applauds joyfully while the guest of honor watches the festivities unfolding around him with interest. Sincerely delighted at the opportunity to celebrate his own birthday for the first time, the president, deeply moved, gratefully accepts all the congratulations. Despite the festive atmosphere all around, the crowd persistently urges the president to make a cherished wish that could change their collective fate. As he quietly makes a wish for a peaceful day, he is instantly interrupted by frantic shouts about emerging problems coming from a mysterious room. It turns out that the unruly patients have caused utter chaos, forcing those around them to participate in their crazy and completely unpredictable antics. To make matters worse, the rowdy crowd of patients begins demanding unimaginable things, rudely presenting their absurd requests with signs held aloft. Embarrassed as they try to calm the rowdy patients, they awkwardly hold up a tray of questionable food, hoping to at least somewhat distract them from further strange antics. Shaking their heads firmly, two patients reject the offered treats, flatly refusing to accept them and demanding something completely different. Once again, pointing insistently at their signs, they continue to demand what they want, showing a complete lack of understanding as to why people are trying so hard to refuse them. As expected, the president appears, and the patients in the room immediately rush toward him with relief, hoping to finally get the permission they desire from him. Gesturing expressively, the patients surround the president, insistently demanding that their whims be fulfilled and thrusting their signs, bearing rather strange symbols in his face. Frowning sternly, the president surveys the restless crowd and categorically declares that under no circumstances will he give in to their absurd and strange whims today. Staring defiantly at him, the two ringleaders continue to hold the signs in front of their faces, making it clear with their entire demeanor that they will not back down from their obsessive and strange idea. Suddenly flying into a hysterical fit, they begin to make a loud racket and roll around on the floor, drawing everyone's attention and trying to get their way at any cost through this noisy display. Frowning with exhaustion, the old man orders them to go immediately to the warehouse to retrieve all the necessary items and deliver them to those waiting. Completely baffled by the order, the confused young man freezes and begins to wonder exactly what he needs to bring and what is expected of him. Once they finally arrive at the training area, the characters notice with obvious excitement that they can now train in earnest using heavy dumbbells and a punching bag. With a powerful and precise strike requiring incredible physical strength, the guy easily punches through the dense surface of the punching bag, literally tearing its casing apart. Observing the aftermath of the devastating impact, both heroes watch as the contents spill out of the shattered punching bag, confirming the effectiveness of the workout. Marking the successful completion of the intense exercises, his friend proudly calls Lin Fan a skilled fighter, to which he politely thanks him for his support. A huge swarm of enraged rats with burning red eyes races through the dark corridor, wreaking havoc. Soaring high into the air, the fighter spectacularly summons a powerful force of nature, preparing to repel the monster's massive attack using his unique skills and techniques. Waving his arms, he resolutely commands his magical seals, which obediently hover before him, waiting for the moment to deliver a crushing blow. A huge, ferocious wolf with blazing eyes bursts into battle, delivering a powerful blow with its claws and tearing through the space around it with incredible speed and fury. Facing the dangerous predator head-on, the brave team freezes in a combat stance, realizing that a truly grueling and deadly ordeal lies ahead. Assessing her comrade's critical condition, the girl skillfully activates a first-rank healing pill, enveloping the area in a soft, healing glow. Enveloped in healing energy, the young man instantly feels a surge of vitality, while his ally continues to support him with her magical protection. Concentrating as he positions his fingers to perform a secret technique, the swordmaster prepares to execute a deadly move. Suddenly activating his abilities, the hero resolutely sends a powerful electrical discharge straight toward the ferocious and extremely dangerous monster looming over them. Instantly piercing the monster's flesh, the knife leaves a deep wound, causing the giant wolf to howl in sharp pain and surprise in the midst of the furious battle. Despite the wound, the enraged beast continues to attack frantically, clearly demonstrating its readiness to tear its attackers to pieces in this deadly battle. Faced with the looming threat, the young man gives the order to act, and his companion, using his skills, prepares to block the enemy's furious onslaught. With a sharp movement of his hands, seizing the initiative, the mage activates a defensive technique to hold back the enemy's advance and prevent it from making another lunge. Enveloped in a golden glow, he manifests the golden body, which reliably protects him from the powerful claws and fangs of the attacking monster. Letting out a terrifying roar, the defeated beast realizes that the situation has changed dramatically, for now its opponents are ready to put up a worthy fight. With its sharp claws, the monster prepares to deliver a crushing blow, clearly intending to finish off the heroes right here and now, but the situation is reaching a boiling point. Realizing with horror that a new attack from the enraged beast is inevitable, the young man cries out in despair, for there is catastrophically little time left to save his loyal friends. The enormous wolf continues its onslaught, forcing the group to retreat under intense pressure as they try to hold their ground and protect the wounded girl. With a powerful swipe of its paw, the monster hurls Xiang Ying aside, causing her to slam helplessly into the wall amid the sounds of a furious roar echoing throughout the gloomy arena. The unfortunate girl, choking on blood after the brutal collision, loses consciousness from her injuries, forcing her allies to act as quickly as possible. Watching the events unfold closely, the young man realizes that the healer has become the main target and tries to draw the dangerous enemy's attention to himself. Having made the only correct decision, the combatants realize the gravity of the situation and order the immediate evacuation of the injured girl, so she does not perish here. Gathering what little spiritual energy he has left, the hero summons magical lightning talismans to create a protective barrier and give his friends a chance to escape certain death. Suddenly, a sharp crack rings out, forcing them to react instantly to a hidden threat that has materialized right before their eyes. A terrifying dark monster with blazing red eyes looms before the young man, its powerful clawed paws poised to unleash their fury. After a brief moment of utter shock, realizing the mortal danger, the characters see the vicious creature grin mockingly, anticipating an easy kill. In the midst of the tense battle, they are surrounded by glowing magical shards floating in thick blood, creating an ominous atmosphere of utter hopelessness and fear. Watching the carnage unfold, the boys freeze in horror, realizing that their only chance of survival lies in an immediate retreat. Before they can even figure out what to do, one of them, in a panic, pushes his companion away, trying to save him from the monster's swift and merciless attack. Covered in blood, the young man screams with his last ounce of strength for his companion to run immediately, before the monster completely destroys any hope they have of survival. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, the hero takes the blow of the monster's clawed paw, while blood begins to flood the floor beneath their feet in this hellish scene. Seeing his fallen partner, the remaining fighter refuses to give up and, overcoming his fear, desperately tries to help his ally get back into the fray for the decisive battle. Tears stream down the hero's face as he furiously shouts at his comrade to get up immediately, for inaction at this moment is tantamount to an agonizing death. In the shadow of a gigantic figure, the defeated girl barely remains on her knees, staring at the enemy with undisguised horror and utter helplessness. Unwilling to accept defeat, the young man with a sword in his hands launches a suicidal attack on the monster, letting out a piercing cry of despair and battle fury. Pulling out a second-level miracle pill, the heroine tries to replenish her strength so she can at least somewhat recover and continue this unequal battle. Enveloped in the healing glow of green sparks, the fighter makes a swift dash, hoping that the magical boost will allow her to land a critical strike. Leaning heavily on her weapon, the girl falls to her knees, trying to grasp the scale of the disaster, while the enemy continues to press forward with its terrifying and overwhelming presence. Sharp blades fly overhead, leaving only a trail of sparks and a terrifying sense of imminent doom in the midst of this bloody and dangerous trap. Pinned down by the monster's heavy paw, the young man calls out to Xiang Ying, choking on his own blood under the unbearable pressure of a merciless and powerful enemy. Struggling with his last ounce of strength toward the wall, he utters ancient words with a trembling hand, summoning the blood of his ancestors to shatter all the rules of this cursed and cruel world. With his eyes wide open, filled with rage and a blood-red glow, he issues a desperate command, forcing the energy within his body to finally detonate from the strain. Enveloped in a blinding golden glow, the figure explodes with destructive power, hurling the monster away and causing space itself to tremble from the shockwave. Amid the blazing chaos engulfing the battlefield, only frenzied and vicious growls can be heard, heralding the complete annihilation of everything that stands in its path. Amid the smoke and ash, a terrifying beast emerges, its eyes burning with rage, thick blood dripping from its sharp fangs, glistening brightly in the light of the fateful battle. Emerging from the epicenter of the attack, the predator looks extremely dangerous. For every step it takes is accompanied by a heavy, raspy, animalistic growl. Barely able to stand on its paws after an exhausting battle, the wounded wolf is forced to retreat, staggering from exhaustion but continuing to bare its teeth menacingly. Playfully frolicking under a spreading tree, the carefree hero laughs cheerfully and savors the moment, completely unaware of the changes looming over him. Suddenly interrupting this moment, strange figures approach and begin mockingly calling the people around them insignificant and weak ants. Deeply immersed in meditation, the young man suddenly masters the art of qi and begins to absorb the energy of the heavens, attaining a whole new level of power. Enveloped in a shimmering glow, he hears his name spoken with undisguised mockery and struggles to contain the emotions welling up inside him. Seeing the tears in the hero's eyes, the brazen mockers hurl scathing remarks, provoking him into a confrontation and anticipating the easy mockery of their victim. Suddenly noticing a strange threat right in front of him, his friend shouts Lin Fan's name with alarm in his voice, trying to figure out what's happening. Faced with critical overload from an overly powerful technique, the young man can barely stay on his feet as the system issues an emergency warning of an explosion risk. Giving in to panic and unable to control the unchecked energy surge, the hero cries out, feeling a sharp blow pierce his forehead at the moment of the attack. Without wasting a second, his friend lunges forward and uses the secret technique galactic transition acupuncture to save the day. Right before everyone's eyes, sharp needles pierce the poor fellow's body, causing him to writhe in unbearable pain, barely staying conscious under the barrage of these strikes. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he pushes his friend away, and the needles fly past, plunging into the grass right where he fell. The unfortunate ant fell victim to a projectile that pinned it to the ground with a precise and deadly strike. Completely exhausted, the poor creature loses consciousness while others frantically try to revive him. Breathing a sigh of relief after completing the emergency treatment, the guy gratefully acknowledges that it was the timely help that saved him from disaster. Beaming with pride at a job well done, his friend boasts about his effective technique, convincingly proving that the acupuncture method is simply incredible. Delighted with the result, the satisfied hero happily confirms that the method used is truly the best solution in this situation. Immediately afterward, a new problem arose, as their ravenous appetites and persistent growling stomachs forced the guys to seriously consider how to satisfy their intense hunger. Struck by a sudden idea, they look at each other and decide to use the insect as a strange but nutritious snack to combat their hunger. Offering this unusual treat, the friend assures him that it's a healthy food, rich in protein and calcium, with a taste reminiscent of vermicelli with a hint of crab. Eyeing this dubious catch with skepticism, the protagonist listens to the assurances, though the very thought of eating an ant fills him with doubt. Suddenly breaking the silence, a hand snatches the insect, while in the background a loud announcement calls for all patients to gather immediately in the dining hall. On their way to lunch, Lin Fan and his friend discuss the menu, since today's schedule calls for delicious crab vermicelli. Sitting at the table, the two guys watch in amazement as their voracious neighbor instantly devours all the food, leaving behind nothing but empty plates. Joking that Lin Fan will throw up everything he's eaten, the other patients watch with interest as the young man continues to devour his lunch with an incredible appetite. A nurse who appears in the dining hall tries to stop the restless patient, warning that eating such large amounts will inevitably lead to severe stomach pain. Drawing President Wang's attention, those around him point to the young man, who is completely absorbed in the process and pays no attention to the indignant shouts. Still hungry even after devouring a mountain of food, the protagonist calmly asks the doctor whether this is a sign of a serious disorder. Without waiting for an answer, he bites through a metal spoon with alarming ease, completely shocking those around him with his strange ability to chew on hard objects. Continuing to chew on the metal, the young man calmly explains to those around him that this behavior is merely a specific eating disorder. The grim atmosphere thickens as the camera lens captures a lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. The unfortunate man shows no signs of life, lying motionless on the cold floor while ominous crimson stains spread around him. Gathering at the crime scene, a team of investigators carefully examines the area and collects evidence, trying to piece together the details of this tragedy. Emerging from the shadows, a mysterious figure in a black cloak calmly observes the investigation team's work, standing directly behind the crime scene tape. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the enigmatic figure looks at the scene and, with obvious contempt, calls what he sees utter trash. After confirming the deaths of all 4 team members, the characters realize that the grim rumors about a sudden increase in intelligence among the cursed creatures have turned out to be a terrifying truth. Upon inspecting the site of the recent skirmish staged to simulate combat, the experienced fighter notes with annoyance how a second-level devil dog deftly took the team out of action. Treading carefully through the scene of the incident, the hero expresses concern that the wounded creature might have fled into the sewers, using pungent odors to cover its tracks. Intently observing the surroundings, the commander warns of the need to remain on high alert, as the danger is still nearby. Issuing clear orders, he demands that an urgent directive be immediately relayed to the information center to raise the threat level for this extremely dangerous, accursed beast. After listening carefully to the report, the leader is confronted with a delicate question from a young staff member who is forced to convey the demands of the inconsolable families of the fallen boys. After ordering the cleanup of the tragedy site and the preparation of the bodies for handover to their families, he instructs that it be emphasized that the fallen children demonstrated valor and deserved their places in the special forces. Summing up the drama that had unfolded in a somber tone, the man makes a sharp remark that it was not a lack of talent that doomed the young men, but only their own stupidity and stubbornness. Watching the commotion in the hallway from the sidelines, the protagonist decides not to reveal his hand just yet and simply to remain silent, keeping himself a mystery to those around him. Upon seeing the insolent, uninvited guest right in his office, the enraged director instantly explodes with fury and threatens to have security throw the impudent intruder out. Bursting into the room shouting about an incident in the kitchen, a concerned subordinate tries to get his boss's attention, who is clearly shocked by the sudden news. Unable to contain his emotions at the nonsense he's heard, the director, flushed with anger, clutches his heart and demands an immediate explanation of what on earth is going on here. Faced with yet another oddity, the people in the room decide it's time to seriously investigate this guy and restrict his access to food for safety's sake. Finding himself the center of everyone's attention, the bewildered young man asks innocently if they really aren't going to give him his lunch back now. After receiving a strange signal from his partner, who is clearly up to something, the hero catches his sly glance, realizing that even more fun lies ahead. Pretending to be the most loyal friend, the guy brazenly assures his bewildered buddy that he fully understands all his needs. Seeing that the situation is reaching a boiling point, the troublemaker goes into a frenzy and, clinging to the table, begins to loudly and insistently demand everyone's attention. The walls begin to shake from his furious blows against the table, while he continues to scream with a crazed expression on his face, demanding that everyone look at him immediately. A full-blown hysterical outburst begins, and the stunned witnesses to the commotion, now terrified, cry out for help, as the situation is becoming downright dangerous. Rapidly retreating from the dining table, the eccentric man hears those around him shouting in panic that he must be restrained immediately to prevent further chaos. He looks surprisingly pleased and even a little triumphant, as if this very scenario of complete madness had been planned from the very beginning. Without further ado, the security guards grab the troublemaker, trying to quell this sudden and noisy disturbance. Meanwhile, inside the dining hall itself, the atmosphere is completely calm and unhurried, with the cooks going about their usual work. The frightened cooks standing at the stove suddenly notice a strange patient looming over them with a grim expression, clearly in a deranged state due to hunger. Jumping back from the unexpected appearance of the creepy guy, the terrified women widen their eyes in horror, completely unaware of what this strange man is about to do. With glowing red eyes and frightening sharp fangs, the mad-looking weirdo shouts threats about devouring flesh, though it's all just a figment of their imagination. Screaming in agony from unbearable fear, the cooks flee in panic, while the young man watches the chaos in bewilderment, unaware of the reasons for such a violent reaction. Realizing just what kind of dangerous creature they've just encountered in the hallway, the women shout a warning about the deranged patient, their voices trembling. In their rush to escape the supposedly predatory creature, the cooks drop their kitchen utensils, while the clueless protagonist continues to sit in bewilderment in the middle of the kitchen. While calmly discussing work matters in his office, the president decides to simply pay the staff a modest monetary compensation to settle the incident. Wondering about the reasons for Lin Fan's intense hunger, they discuss his unusual condition, trying to understand what exactly triggered such a reaction. As they clarify the details of what is happening, one of the staff members reports that Dr. Wang is currently conducting a thorough medical examination of the patient to shed light on all the strange symptoms. Meanwhile, dusk is falling over the city, and a quiet alleyway among the tall buildings becomes completely deserted. A monster slowly crawls out of a manhole, carefully scanning the surrounding area for any fighters. After confirming that the area is safe and free of dangerous creatures, the wolf emerges, realizing it needs to find a quiet place to quickly heal its wounds. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the Qinshan Psychiatric Hospital rises majestically, harboring its own secrets. Finding itself alone in the middle of the night, the mysterious creature decides that it is vital to heal and find some food as soon as possible. Looking at its gruesome wounds, this predatory beast suddenly wonders why it shouldn't simply let some kind soul take care of it. Having made its final decision, the creature lets out a piercing howl, filling the night air with an atmosphere of anxiety, despair, and undisguised primal rage. Transforming in the blink of an eye, the monster turns into a seemingly harmless black puppy, deftly concealing its true nature from prying eyes. Reasoning that people are madly in love with such cute and fluffy creatures, it cunningly plans to use its appearance to achieve its goals. Anticipating how easy it will be to wrap people around his little finger, this trickster prepares to play the role of a charming and unfortunate puppy, evoking universal affection. Staggering from apparent weakness and feigning stumbles, he mockingly addresses the foolish people who will soon become his caring guardians in this world. Meanwhile, in the ward, the characters discuss the strange malfunction of the clock. Unaware of what a fluffy and dangerous disaster is already heading straight for their carefree doorstep. As they discuss the pressing problem of a lack of money in the ward, the characters thoughtfully realize that their current financial situation leaves much to be desired. Realizing they need to come up with something urgently, one of the eccentrics suddenly proposes a rather adventurous idea involving a kidnapping for quick profit. Wondering exactly who they could kidnap, he hears a suggestion to pull off this stunt on himself, which elicits a rather amusing and heated reaction. As he devises a plan for a fake kidnapping, the schemer assures his friend that once his broken watch is successfully repaired, he'll immediately set him free. When asked if he has a girlfriend, he hastily clarifies that he doesn't have a girlfriend at all and that the woman on TV is his lawful wife. Reflecting on what he's heard, the conspirator realizes that his kidnapping plan has failed, since trying to take money from his wife would spell certain doom for him. At that very moment, a puppy's plaintive bark rings out from outside, forcing the men to shift all their attention to the uninvited guest lurking outside the window. Once at the window, the little black dog tries with all his might to get the men's attention, genuinely indignant at their stupidity and insistently demanding to be let inside. Charmed by the incredibly cute puppy, the two men rush over to him in utter delight, though the little creature is merely mocking their naivety in his mind. Noticing blood on the wounded creature's ears, the heroes are genuinely afraid for its life. Determined to help, the caring young men lay the fluffy pup on a bed, sincerely believing that their acupuncture skills are truly necessary for the treatment. Unbelieving his good fortune, the cunning dog rejoices that these simpletons have decided to treat him with acupuncture, as this fits perfectly into his devious schemes. Hatching a plan for revenge, the treacherous puppy continues to devise sinister plans about how he will deal with his rescuers in the future, even after receiving first aid. To his own surprise, the patient gets a needle right in the head, which sends him into a state of complete shock, though the heroes still believe they're doing the right thing. Completely paralyzed after such therapy, the poor dog shudders in panic on the bed, while the baffled people continue to naively wonder about the reasons for his reaction. Continuing to wield the needles with enthusiasm, the guy decides to add a couple more, completely unaware that this is only causing his patient further suffering. Realizing that what's happening is turning into torture, the puppy's eyes widen in horror as he desperately prays for this insane process to end as soon as possible. Feeling both heat and cold at the same time, the poor little animal begins to wonder whether he is actually being treated or if this is the beginning of the end, causing terrifying hallucinations. After finishing the procedure, the characters watch with curiosity as their patient makes strange sounds, clearly indicating his unexpectedly awakened intense hunger. Noticing that the little one wants to eat again, The young man asks his friend with genuine bewilderment how he managed to get so hungry so quickly after eating. Admitting honestly that he's still hungry, the guy sheepishly clutches his stomach, which is making characteristic noises, as if a huge black hole had taken up residence inside him. A system panel that suddenly appears in front of the protagonist informs him that right in front of him is a living creature capable of satisfying this ravenous hunger for 3 days. Upon seeing the tiny creature before him, the stunned guy's eyes widen in utter amazement. Immediately afterward, a system interface pops up in front of him, displaying data on the creature's energy level and some rather specific culinary advice on how to prepare his new find. Feeling extremely anxious, the frightened little creature lets out a pitiful sound as it watches the guy's alarming behavior. He has suddenly started acting extremely suspiciously. Joyfully exclaiming about the incredible cuteness of their find, the eccentrics make no secret of their delight. Quickly shifting to a sinister tone, they begin to grin eerily, instilling genuine terror with their frightening appearance, which promises the poor little creature nothing but immense trouble. As they discuss what exactly such an adorable appearance means, they cynically confirm their gruesome culinary preferences regarding the upcoming meal. Fully realizing the horrific logic that cute means tasty, the shocked animal freezes in a silent scream, finally understanding what a tragic fate awaits him. Surrounding the poor little creature, the pair of madmen declare that the situation is absolutely hopeless and that there is simply no salvation for the fluffy little one. Struggling frantically to defend itself, the terrified puppy desperately exclaims that it's too cute for such a terrible fate and that they surely can't really want to eat it. Suddenly, one of the guys unceremoniously pulls the needle out of the animal's back, causing it to panic and let out a loud, frightened bark. Watching this chaos unfold, the characters come to the conclusion that acupuncture no longer makes sense, since in their opinion there's no way to save the poor creature now. After agreeing on a joint plan, they enthusiastically decide to simply wait for the animal's inevitable death, so they can then cook it with relish and finally have it for dinner. Looking at these two with undisguised contempt, the unfortunate puppy comes to the final conclusion that he is facing true psychopaths without a shred of pity. With feigned sorrow, the guy places his hand on the pet's head and cynically wishes it peace, mimicking a farewell to someone he himself has decided to turn into food very soon. Joyfully humming about how the little animal will soon die, the mocking eccentric cheerfully waves the puppy's ghostly soul, pushing the absurdity of the situation to the limit. Frowning menacingly, the offended puppy demands that the people stop their insolent behavior, reminding them that, in fact, it is they who are on the brink of inevitable doom. Looking in surprise at the small wounded animal, the characters suddenly realize that the one they had already considered doomed to death is still showing signs of life. Recklessly ignoring the animal's fury, the two young men lean over the bed while the enraged dog pointedly turns away. Pointing to the fresh wounds, one of the men cynically remarks that the dog will soon bleed to death, and his companion gleefully agrees with the prospect of such a swift demise. Anticipating a delicious dinner, the two friends cheerfully discuss the animal's impending death, provoking a wave of genuine rage in the dog due to their brazen and horrific plans for him. Trembling with rage at the talk of cooking, the little creature nervously listens as one of the guys confidently agrees to cut off a piece of its small, appetizing thigh. Finally driven mad by the unbearable audacity of people discussing the taste of his meat, the little dog can barely restrain his urge to pounce on these shameless and strange eccentrics. A huge black beast with glowing red eyes suddenly swells to incredible proportions right in front of the surprised guys, who clearly weren't expecting such a turn of events. Exclaiming indignantly, the monster accuses the humans of cruelty and asks how they dared to treat him this way, given his incredibly cute and harmless appearance. Delighted by the sudden transformation, the pair of heroes gleefully note that their dinner is now much larger and will be enough for both of them. Having finally lost patience with their insolence, the enraged beast roars at these arrogant fools, demanding they stop constantly underestimating his immense strength. Bursting into a furious red flame, the monster opens its jaws wide, looming over the guys who, it seems, didn't realize the full gravity of the situation until the very last moment. With a sudden movement, one of the guys lands a blow right on the monster's snout, completely unafraid of its terrifying appearance. Stunned by such audacity, the beast freezes for a moment in shock, for no one has ever before dared to stop its furious attack so simply and easily with just a hand. With a powerful blow that sends the monster flying, the heroes show that they should not be underestimated, turning the tense battle into a true demonstration of their hidden superiority. Suddenly finding himself face to face with the fanged maw, the hero decides to cheer up the enraged dog by inviting it to gently nibble on his hand instead of launching an aggressive attack. Genuinely shocked by such strange and audacious human behavior, the beast merely barks helplessly, completely unaware of what is happening. Enraged to the extreme by such unheard-of audacity, he howls furiously, threatening to shatter bones with his sharp fangs. Despite the monster's best efforts to sink his teeth into the flesh, his teeth hit an invisible barrier, and he realizes he simply cannot bite through the guy's hand. Seeing that its attempts to bite have been in vain, the puzzled dog freezes, while the oddballs watch this ridiculous and utterly absurd situation in amazement. Seizing the moment while the enraged predator remains completely bewildered, the guys start admiring his fur, eagerly wanting to pet this big fluffy ball. Encouraged by his companion's enthusiastic gaze, the hero confidently allows the beast to relax a little, since the situation is now completely safe for everyone involved. Having finally lost patience with the human's audacity, the monster shouts indignant warnings against any attempts to touch him. Irritably asserting his high status, the dog categorically refuses to acknowledge the humans as his owners and insists on his formidable grandeur. Completely unprepared for such a defiant rebuff, the enraged beast falls into a state of deep shock, unable to comprehend how anyone dared to so cruelly humiliate his pride. With a sharp and unexpected movement, the young man delivers a powerful blow, forcing the dog to feel the full force of his hidden power. The unfortunate monster realizes with horror that his sharp fangs have simply been broken, and now he is left in complete bewilderment at such an incredible misfortune. Calmly scolding the now quiet beast, the hero sternly reminds him that biting people is forbidden, emphasizing that his friend does not deserve such aggressive treatment. Having miraculously subdued the monster's fury, the guys watch with delight as he obediently freezes under their hands, suddenly becoming very sweet and gentle. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden display of strength, the dog is finally rendered speechless, overcome by a sense of profound defeat. Coming face to face with a mighty man, the beast instantly realizes the deadly threat emanating from him. Casually stroking the thick fur of the enormous dog, the young man is genuinely puzzled as to why this creature hasn't perished yet, since they're already dying of hunger. Admiring the softness of the giant creature's tail, the eccentric continues to stroke the beast with delight, completely oblivious to the fact that his friend is clearly tense and on guard. Wanting to cheer up his companion, he persistently asks Lin Fen to make the dog wag its tail, naively believing that it will surely obey their request. Realizing that he is being mistaken for an ordinary pet dog, the enraged beast can barely restrain himself from exploding with rage, vowing never to be taken in like this again. Trying to preserve at least a shred of his dignity, the predator, forced to submit, begins to wag his tail frantically, pretending that he is doing so merely out of respect. Gritting his teeth in rage, he convinces himself that such humiliation is only a temporary measure, necessary solely to get rid of these unbearable people as quickly as possible. Harboring a deep resentment, the beast mentally vows to make all humans suffer twice as much as he himself is forced to endure at this very moment. Continuing to insist on his way, the young man emotionally demands that the dog curl its tail into a spiral, genuinely failing to realize that his antics are driving the beast to the brink of rage. Loudly protesting such treatment, the monster threatens to sue the people for violating dog rights, while those around him merely watch the scene with irony. Deciding to take more decisive action, the eccentric man grabs the dog by the muzzle and tries to force it to comply with his demands, completely ignoring its growls and obvious protests. Confidently instructing the animal, he explains that obedient dogs are supposed to wag their tails to look cute, while the creature's eyes clearly reveal mounting fury. Unable to bear such mockery directed at him, he begins to beg desperately for it to stop, fearing that his skull might simply crack from such petting. Completely broken in spirit and backed into a corner by circumstances, he finally agrees, just to get rid of these strange people as quickly as possible. Carrying out this humiliating demand, with tears in his eyes, he begins to wag his tail while the people around him gleefully marvel at what an obedient and cute dog he is. Delighted, the pair of heroes immediately burst into enthusiasm and begin to heatedly discuss his appetizing figure, making no attempt to hide their carnivorous intentions. Admiring the animal's cute appearance, the oddballs conclude that its meat is sure to be incredibly tender and insanely delicious, filling them with wild delight. Delighted that the dog is so large, they rub their hands together with glee, because now there will definitely be enough food for everyone, and they'll be able to eat their fill without worrying about running out. Anticipating the upcoming meal, the characters declare with gleaming eyes that the cute dog will be their main course, completely disregarding the feelings of the poor four-legged creature. Realizing exactly what these two are up to, the shocked dog instantly falls into a deep stupor. While actively fantasizing about ways to cook it, the guys dream of throwing a real feast and savoring the delicious dog meat, generously seasoned with hot and fiery peppers. Mentioning his favorite hot pot, the young man adds that the voice of a madwoman in his head insistently advises serving this dish with aromatic plum wine. Frustrated by the lack of a fire for cooking, they discuss how the meat absolutely must be well done. Yet right now, they don't even have the means to build a fire. Sighing in despair, the poor dog tries to come to terms with the looming threat, while these madmen continue to discuss plans that would make any pet's paws tremble. Suggesting they use electricity to cook their potential dinner, the eccentrics don't give a second thought to how dangerous and extremely unpleasant this is for their victim. They are genuinely surprised by this sudden suggestion, since such an idea seems to them like a brilliant solution to the problem of not having a fire. Delighted by their clever idea, they exclaim that they can indeed pull this off, completely unaware of the cruelty of their bizarre culinary experiment. Recalling past electric shocks, the eccentrics claim that the smell of roasted meat was simply delightful, and now they're eager to repeat the experience, realizing he has landed in a veritable hell. The stunned dog tries to figure out who he is and how he ended up in such an insane world full of such dangerous creatures. In the dead of night, blinding electrical discharges erupt in the room, piercing the monster's body right through. Calmly watching the powerful flashes of lightning, the hero muses with a smile on his face that electricity is a perfect substitute for ordinary fire. Watching the madness unfolding with obvious delight, the eccentric marvels at how cool the situation is, though you definitely shouldn't trust his words. A lone window shining brightly amid the building's pitch-black darkness catches the attention of passers-by, who clearly didn't expect to see such a strange performance at such a late hour. Noticing the mysterious glow coming from the window, a couple of guys realize with surprise that Zhang and Lin Fen have thrown a secret party without even bothering to invite them. The tension in the room reaches its peak as electrical discharges rip through the space with a characteristic crackle, enveloping everything around them with their powerful surges. Inhaling the aroma of roasted meat wafting from the electrical chaos, the hero comments mockingly on the appetizing scent. Fully focused on completing his risky experiment, the young man realizes that only a few moments remain before the madness reaches its climax. Baring his teeth ferociously and bulging his eyes with rage, the giant dog tries to intimidate his tormentors, clearly unaware that his self-confidence is entirely out of place here. Calling his opponents pathetic devils, this mighty animal grandly proclaims himself a great dog, hoping to intimidate the insolent experimenters. A menacing bark rings out, making the air shudder, but it only betrays the confusion of the beast, who has found himself in a situation that is extremely dangerous to his life. The symbolic inscription on the tomb of the great dog foreshadows an unenviable fate for the unfortunate creature, which in this life will forever remain nothing more than an ordinary dog. Asking an ironic question about whether the meal is ready, the two guys calmly suggest to each other that they start the long-awaited feast right now. The lifeless black beast lying there, with its perfectly roasted belly, looks like a true delicacy. With drool running down their chins and obvious anticipation on their faces, the characters enthusiastically discuss the mind-blowing aroma emanating from this unusual treat. Standing next to the carcass of a huge butchered monster, two guys are enthusiastically devouring the meal. Shining a flashlight down a dark corridor, Nurse Lu Jiang cautiously moves forward to check on one of the hospital rooms following a sudden power outage. After taking a couple of hesitant steps, the frightened young man ponders why this particular corridor has been plunged into darkness. Recalling the advice of his colleagues who had strongly urged him to check this particular ward immediately after the blackout began, he stops in front of the ominous door. Swallowing nervously, he presses his face against the door's peephole, silently wondering what could be so special and terrifying hidden inside this mysterious room. A sudden flash of light illuminates everything around him, and at that very moment, the terrifying image of a guy with traces of a meal on his face flashes before his eyes. The next second, an eccentric figure appears before him, as if caught off guard by some horrific incident. Behind them looms a massive shadow with a terrifying maw, and both men look utterly shocked by the revelation. Recoiling from the door in indescribable horror, a stunned Lu Jiang stammers his guess that what the two men are holding in their hands strongly resembles a severed head. The eerily grinning oddballs display the dog's massive carcass, inviting him with frightening calm to join their mad little group. Suddenly realizing the full horror of what's happening behind the door, the poor orderly jumps back, feeling his insides clench with fear of the monsters lurking in the ward. The heavy door slams shut right in front of him, leaving the young man completely bewildered and in shock at what is actually going on within these eerie hospital walls. Frantically trying to make sense of what he has seen, he runs down the hallway in a panic, shouting out unbelievable accusations that the patients in this hospital are devouring human flesh. Gasping for breath in terror, he tries to prove to his colleagues that his words are true, insisting that the gaze of that very head was directed specifically at him with undisguised malice. Desperately trying to forget the nightmare, the young man keeps talking about the blood-curdling sensation that someone's heavy gaze is still following him, even though he is already safe in the hallway. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, someone restores the power, announcing that the repairs are complete, as if nothing terrible had happened at all. Finally noticing something suspicious, the man stops mid-sentence as he suddenly realizes the full gravity of the situation unfolding before him. Turning to the young men lying in hospital beds, he hears a greeting in response. Stunned by the strange object on the floor, this serious-looking man exclaims a loud question, trying to understand the nature of this very strange discovery. Feeling genuine horror and genuine shock at what his eyes have revealed, his expression changes abruptly, for he never expected to encounter such a sight. As they continue to stare in bewilderment at this bizarre fur rug, the two men look helpless, as if they themselves don't understand what's going on. Leaning over what turns out to be the ordinary pelt of a huge dog, he finally confirms his hunch, even though this whole absurd scene looks incredibly ridiculous and strange. Staring intently at the suspicious find in his hands, the man is clearly trying to figure out exactly what kind of mysterious object has caught his eye. Shocked by what he sees, he even calls upon higher powers, completely baffled as to how such a rare and dangerous pelt could have ended up in this place. Catching the guys off guard, the stern president demands an explanation, puzzled as to what they're hiding, while the heroes themselves desperately try to pretend it was just a normal night's rest. Unconvinced by the simple explanation that they were just sleeping, the man demands a frank confession, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at the guys. Stubbornly sticking to their story, the characters unanimously deny anything out of the ordinary, trying not to betray their unease under the leader's piercing gaze. Recalling the gruesome sight of someone literally gnawing on another's head, the employee begins to lose patience with all these lies and tries to get to the bottom of the truth. Filled with righteous anger, the man is ready to conduct a serious interrogation, demanding an immediate answer to the question of what is actually hidden under their blanket. Deciding to take decisive action, one of the guys frantically tries to hide the truth, just as the leader is about to forcibly rip off the blanket and reveal the hidden secret. Fighting off a sharp headache, the man tries to make sense of what's happening. With sudden intensity, a blinding light bursts forth directly from the chest of the young man lying on the hospital bed, causing everyone in the room to freeze in astonishment. Grabbing the magical object, which continues to emit a soft glow, the man finally takes the wondrous item from the young man's hands, feeling a strange sense of relief as he does so. Sighing heavily from exhaustion and gazing at the mysterious object, he shifts the conversation to the found wool, trying to determine the true origin of the discovery. Announcing that it was time for bed and wishing everyone a good night, the oddballs left the perplexed director behind. Feeling genuinely exhausted from everything that had happened, the man sighed in disappointment, for the evening had turned out to be nothing like the peaceful one he had originally planned. Finally, as he flips the light switch in the room, he briefly wishes everyone a good night, bringing this incredibly long and rather exhausting day to a close. The ward door closes quietly, and the two young men sitting on their beds begin to discuss the recent strange events while silence reigns in the room. Asking how his friend is feeling, one of the young men looks at his companion, trying to figure out if he has finally managed to fully recover from what happened. After confirming that he's already had enough to eat, the young man immediately shifts to a serious question that has clearly been weighing on his mind for a long time. Wondering about the reasons behind their president's perceptiveness, he is puzzled as to why the president notices hidden secrets, but is completely unaware of the hidden needles. Winking cheerfully, his friend, with a satisfied smile, begins to explain the cunning plan that allowed him to hide the dangerous objects right under everyone's noses. Flaunting his luxurious long hair, he proudly reveals that the needles are safely hidden right there, eliciting genuine admiration from his roommate. Appreciating the genius of such an unusual disguise, the guy thoughtfully decides that he too wants to grow his hair long so he can hide his secrets there in the future. Meanwhile, the metropolis glows at night with the bright lights of skyscrapers, as if hinting that a completely different, dangerous life lurks behind these peaceful walls. Smoking on the balcony, a man complains irritably that the endless wailing of the families of those victimized by the terrible beast is literally blowing his mind with its constant noise. Gazing at the city at night, he makes a fierce vow to himself that he will track down that damned beast, skin it alive, and grind its bones to dust down to the very last atom. Hearing a ring in his earpiece out of the blue, the hero haughtily remarks that it's that old miser calling again and wonders whether he should even answer the call. Answering the call mockingly, he points out that it's the middle of the night and suggests the caller just come over instead of asking stupid questions. Immediately after a brief conversation, the man coldly orders the caller to stop trying to contact him, abruptly cutting off the annoying call because the phone has already been turned off as completely unnecessary. Finally deciding to take action, he activates a complex technological panel on the building's glass wall, preparing to head out on the hunt into the darkness. Deftly leaping from the skyscraper's window into the open night sky, he plunges downward, preparing to face his enemy, filled with cold fury and a thirst for vengeance. Landing masterfully right in the thick of the action, he demonstrates his formidable resolve and complete readiness to destroy his target at any cost, without the slightest mercy. Wandering through the city at night in search of answers, new recruit Lu Jiang ponders the strange head he saw earlier and wonders where it could have gone. Peering into the darkness, the young man realizes with horror that even if someone is trying to hide the terrifying clues, the creepy skull must be somewhere here. Suddenly, something truly nightmarish appears before the protagonist's eyes, and a massive skeleton crashes to the ground, causing the young man to recoil from the unexpected sight. Realizing the colossal size of this mysterious discovery, he freezes in silent shock, completely unprepared for the object he's found to be so terrifyingly gigantic. Paralyzed with fear, Lu Jiang tries to make sense of what is happening, while the enormous skeleton continues to terrify him with its sudden appearance in the quiet courtyard, reminiscent of monsters. Staring into the depths of the night, the hero begins to tremble from the overwhelming tension, trying to unravel the true nature of this terrifying creature. Seeing a strange magical seal activate right before his eyes, he watches with trepidation as the skeleton interacts with reality, wreaking havoc. Pointing fearfully at the void, the young man asks in shock whether this mysterious skull has really decided to suddenly make a run for it right in the middle of the night. Reacting instantly to the threat, the hero darts sharply to the side to dodge a powerful blow delivered by an unknown and extremely dangerous force. Completely stunned by the unexpected attack, the young man is deeply shaken and the life drains from his body. Carefully studying the surveillance footage, the character is exasperated by the beast's stupidity. It managed to squeeze through an open manhole without closing it behind itself. Crouching down near the sewer opening, the man tries to assess the situation, but suddenly comes face to face with something terrifyingly huge. Materializing rapidly from the darkness, giant skulls loom over the protagonist, forcing him to tuck his head between his shoulders as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Noticing something strange out of the corner of his eye, the bewildered man whips his head around, trying to figure out exactly what danger awaits him in this trap. Narrowly avoiding a crushing blow from the materialized monster skull, the hero barely manages to jump out of the way, narrowly escaping the grim fate of being crushed. Coming face to face with the enormous skull, the man scratches the back of his head in bewilderment and asks how such a powerful creature could have perished, since that is his objective. Pointing to a piece of evidence, the blond man persistently tries to convey the truth about what happened, while the other man suspiciously examines the mysterious monster in the shadows. Exclaiming indignantly that victory is impossible, the hero emphasizes that even the most deranged psychopath is incapable of defeating such a terrifying cursed creature on his own. Pulling out some important papers, the young man urges his companion to take a look at them, insisting that this madman is no ordinary person, but something far more dangerous. Carefully flipping through the pages of the behavioral analysis report, the skeptical man wonders if everything written there is really the absolute truth. Staring at the records in surprise, he asks for clarification, unable to believe the information that this very individual is constantly attempting suicide. Confirming this insane fact, his companion explains that although his attempts to take his own life are unsuccessful, the guy only grows stronger with each new contract. The bewildered man studies the surveillance footage and can't believe that a pair of madmen cold-bloodedly killed a dangerous, cursed beast. In response to his colleagues' puzzled questions, the elderly man merely shrugs with a sly smile, admitting that he himself has no idea what happened, completely unperturbed. The old man reports that 2 patients have already managed to have a snack of the defeated monster, which plunges the man into deep shock and utter stupor, desperately trying to comprehend the unbelievable. The shock detective asks again whether they really ate the beast, to which the old man confirms the fact. Intrigued by his charge's unexpected agility, the protagonist decides that these 2 clearly possess hidden talents and is overcome by a burning desire to see them in person as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the pair responsible for the commotion, completely unconcerned, are enjoying a rest on the soft grass under the bright sun, seemingly ignoring the consequences of their actions entirely. Deciding to entertain themselves out of boredom, they start an endurance contest, solemnly declaring that the loser of this absurd contest will be whoever blinks first and gives up. The tension quickly mounts when one of the participants, suffering from exhaustion, begs to be allowed to blink as soon as possible, since he simply can no longer keep his eyes open for so long. Having come to terms with his inevitable defeat in this silly contest, the young man admits that he blinked first, and now his friend has nothing left to do but celebrate his small victory. Loudly announcing Lin Feng's loss, his opponent makes no secret of his triumph. After all, Lin Feng blinked first, and now all eyes are on them. From the sidelines, 2 men sitting on a bench are watching this strange pair closely. Reflecting on what he has seen, one of the observers notes that looking directly at the sun damages the retina. But this guy doesn't even seem to have felt any pain. Intrigued by the young man's abilities, the observer concludes that they are looking at a unique individual, possibly possessing an extraordinary gift worth studying more closely. Hatching a cunning plan, the man tries to figure out whether this young man is truly as gifted as they suspect, and ponders the best way to test his hidden potential in practice. Pausing his thoughts, he suddenly asks for permission to take the young man under his wing, and this unexpected request literally leaves the man frozen in surprise. Deeply outraged by his colleague's flippant attitude towards serious matters, the older man bursts out shouting and demands that he show at least a little seriousness. Insistently offering his services, the man declares that he is ready to place all his charges at the other man's disposal as long as he agrees to take them. Resolutely cutting off any questions, he is even ready to throw in a second person as a bonus, using an ultimatum-style tactic. Struggling internally with the urge to laugh, the white-haired man sets only one strict condition: under any circumstances, should the young man be sent back. Additionally, demanding written guarantees, he insists on completely absolving his medical facility of liability in the event of any accidents. Upon hearing legitimate concerns about safety, the man hastens to assure them that, with proper teamwork in dealing with the monsters, everything will be perfectly fine. Apparently quite satisfied with the agreements reached, he remarks ironically that this decision is solely the product of the hospital president's personal reflections. Desperately in need of reinforcements due to a constant shortage of personnel, he promises to treat with respect anyone who shows even the slightest potential to be a strong fighter. Gradually beginning to realize just how risky the deal is, the man nervously admits that such proposals make him anxious. Aware of the threat, the hero notes that the creatures have learned to disguise themselves as ordinary pets, and only surveillance camera footage helps expose the deception. Deeply concerned for the fate of all humanity, the man cannot find peace as he watches the familiar world around him change so rapidly. Boldly declaring his resolve, the fighter vows to defend the city and its future, no matter how powerful these accursed beasts become. Having firmly promised to stop his enemies at all costs, he prepares to engage in battle, his piercing gaze radiating cold determination. Realizing that his own strength is not enough to defend the city, the hero recognizes the need to train more fighters to make this place safer for everyone. Unexpectedly reprimanding his two protégés, he reminds them that they single-handedly devoured a second-level cursed beast, feasting on it last night. Looking down on them, the man asks a rhetorical question, confirming the fact of their nighttime adventure and forcing them to realize the seriousness of their actions. As he investigates the circumstances surrounding the mysterious creature's death, the fighter looms over the two frightened young men, demanding honest explanations. Trying to divert suspicion from themselves, the pair desperately defend themselves to the menacing stranger, insisting they had nothing to do with the tragedy. Silently scrutinizing the strange figures, the man suddenly focuses his attention on his glowing hand, preparing to demonstrate his terrifying magical power to them. Flaring with a bright golden light, it rapidly descends directly above the heads of the terrified young men, causing them to cry out in fright at the surprise. Mesmerized by the blinding glow, one of the young men tries to comprehend what exactly is happening as powerful energy fills the space around them. Analyzing the effects of the attack, the experienced fighter realizes with frustration that his trainees' physical stats are critically limited and do not increase after the attack. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Lin Fen looks fearfully at the man looming over him, whose fist still glows dangerously with bright gold. Realizing his true intentions, the oddballs suddenly understand that this mysterious and dangerous man actually just wanted to train them. Showering the man with sincere compliments, the stunned heroes look at their new acquaintance with adoration, considering him an incredibly kind and compassionate person. Watching their intense reaction in bewilderment, the stern mentor merely blinks in confusion, completely at a loss as to why these two have suddenly become so emotional. Adding a fly in the ointment to this idyll, one of the boys whispers that such a formidable man is completely unsuitable as a teacher for their future achievements. Wincing at unpleasant memories, the man grimly reflects on how difficult it will be to train the youngsters because of his unfortunate eye injury. Offering a tempting deal, the enterprising young man is ready to heal his mentor's injury so that he can finally begin fully training his friend Lin. Stunned by such a bold proposal, the stern warrior wonders to himself whether this might be a case of dangerous suicidal tendencies. To confirm his serious intentions, the young man assures him that Lin has enormous potential, so once he is healed, their joint training sessions will be very effective. Offering a solution to the vision problem, the young man urges him to trust the expertise of Elder Zhang, who is renowned for his skill in acupuncture. Persistently surrounding the man, the eccentrics bombard him from all sides with questions about his willingness to try this treatment. Skeptically adjusting the bandage over his eye, the fighter says with a smirk that even the best state-level doctors were powerless against his serious injury. After briefly considering what might happen if this strange treatment method actually worked, the hero decides to give them a chance to demonstrate their claimed abilities. As he sits down on the grass next to the guy, he remarks dismissively that his current physical strength is enough to pierce armor, so some harmless needles certainly won't hurt him. After giving a brief nod of approval, the man agrees to let them begin their dubious experiment, clearly not expecting any significant results from this endeavor. Frozen in bewilderment, the test subject listens to the strange sensations that begin to spread through his body along with an unexpected tingling. After solemnly announcing the successful advancement of his skill level, the young man proudly demonstrates the galactic ascent technique, filling the space with magical light. Gesturing flamboyantly, the self-assured healer grandly presents his new secret technique to the patient, calling it the half of the Milky Way technique. Puzzled by the pretentious name of the procedure, the patient watches the proceedings with irony, trying to figure out whether this strange fellow is joking or truly possesses a talent. Masterfully performing an elegant hand gesture, the eccentric confidently continues the session, completely ignoring the skeptical glances of those around him. Boasting about years of diligent research under the guidance of a true expert, he claims to have developed this unique therapeutic method on his own. Insisting on the effectiveness of his methods, the man happily cites the enthusiastic reviews of previous patients who were completely satisfied with the treatment. Feeling a pleasant numbness after the needle's contact, the man is forced to admit that this strange and eccentric method produces rather unusual effects. Smirking dismissively, he chats casually, absolutely certain that these pathetic needles could never pierce his powerful protective layer. Coldly uttering the name of the technique, the young man drives a sharp needle straight into the center of his forehead with a lightning-fast and precise movement. Instantly realizing that some kind of alien energy has begun to rapidly penetrate his consciousness, the arrogant man is overcome with genuine terror and shock. Feeling a severe dizziness from the strange sensation, he begins to lose his balance and slowly stumbles forward, gradually losing control of his body. Lurching forward abruptly, the young man reaches out his hand to help. Literally collapsing under the weight of his own body right onto the green grass, the fighter lethargically drops his head. After confirming that the man had passed out, the oddballs exchange a few brief words, confirming that their objective had been achieved as quickly and successfully as possible. Thoughtfully twirling a needle in his hands, the guy is genuinely puzzled as to what could have gone wrong with his powerful technique, since this was the first time he'd decided to test it on a living person. Cheerfully reasoning that the results should be much better after making some adjustments, he isn't the least bit worried about the man's condition. Enthusiastically offering his friend the chance to test the new ability on himself, the guy is beaming with anticipation, since he trusts his partner completely. Carefully watching for a reaction, the eccentric freezes in anticipation, waiting for the effects of the strange procedure to finally manifest in full. Looking puzzled at the sudden result of his experiments, he notices that even Lin Feng has passed out peacefully. Musing aloud about the need to conduct even more dangerous tests, the guy thoughtfully scans the area for a new victim to test his strange power on. Lying helplessly sprawled on the grass, all the participants are unconscious, clearly demonstrating the side effects of using such an unpredictable technique. Staring in bewilderment at this absurd scene, a man passing by wonders in amazement where exactly the young man had been hiding these needles all these years. Feeling anxious about the city's future, the old man thoughtfully reflects on how easily a serious, nationally renowned fighter was defeated, a development that clearly portends major trouble. Busy in the ordinary hallway of the emergency room, medical staff continue to go about their business. The piercing ring of a telephone suddenly shatters the hospital's usual silence, causing those present to freeze in bewilderment. Reacting to the ringtone, the stunned nurses and doctors freeze in shock, fully aware that something extremely sinister and dangerous is brewing. Once again, the persistent ringing of an incoming call drives the frightened staff to the brink of panic. Towering over the city beneath the sky, the massive building continues to emit an alarm signal, as if insistently warning of impending serious trouble. After confirming the clinic's address, the person on the other end of the line assures him that an ambulance has already been dispatched to provide the necessary assistance. Struggling to contain his anger, the old man demands that 2 ambulances be sent immediately to the 3 victims, fully aware that in the current situation, every second is of vital importance. Upon arriving at the scene, the medical staff deftly loaded the injured onto stretchers, moving so quickly that it all happened almost instantly. Performing a complex maneuver with incredible ease, the heroes spontaneously managed to load all the injured into the ambulances. At the wheel, Mr. Wan races at full speed toward Huatian Hospital, disregarding any obstacles currently standing in his way. Demonstrating truly masterful driving skills, the driver leaves onlookers completely stunned by his reckless style. Thanks to his incredible driving skills, the driver, wearing an eye patch, successfully completes the dangerous task, proving that even after eye surgery, he remains a top professional. Performing a dangerous maneuver in front of a stunned crowd, he literally sends the car into a skid to get all the patients to the hospital as quickly as possible. Racing down the road, the drivers make impossible turns under the watchful eyes of onlookers, who can't believe the insane drive unfolding around them until the very last moment. Admiring the driver's professionalism, his colleagues can't help but wonder whether they should be so worried or just admit that it looks incredibly cool. Staring in amazement at his extremely resilient patients, the perplexed doctor desperately tries to understand where these tenacious guys get such incredible resilience. Standing right in the operating room at Huatian Hospital, this devious doctor seriously considers whether to stage a fatal accident for their swift elimination. Suddenly, a resounding slap causes the poor man's head to jerk sharply to the side, and a bright handprint instantly appears on his cheek, reflecting the full force of the doctor's indignation. Stunned by such audacity, the doctor cannot fathom what kind of brilliant mind could have come up with such a crazy idea. Boiling over with pent-up rage, the enraged doctor loudly complains that these unbearable types have become a real headache for him and an inexhaustible source of torment. Clutching the phone receiver, he emotionally scolds his friend for continuing to throw new problems his way after just a measly 2 days of rest. Upon hearing about the arrival of yet another unexpected patient, the hapless doctor nearly loses his composure, as his nervous system has long been operating at its limit. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, he is calmly reproached for not keeping them in the hospital longer so they would stop constantly running back and forth. Irritably pressing the phone to his ear, he exclaims that his hospital will never see peace and quiet as long as these unbearable people are constantly nearby. Extremely surprised by such sudden generosity, the stunned doctor stares with obvious disbelief at his smartphone screen, which displays an unexpected message. Upon receiving yet another money transfer on his phone, the doctor is forced to agree to keep all these problematic patients at his medical facility for a few more days. Terrified by the blackmail he has read, he realizes that this message is compelling evidence of a bribe, so he is forced to accept the inevitable. Fully aware of the hopelessness of his situation, the doctor sinks into deep despair, but nevertheless continues to comply with the strange demands. Shouting curses at the top of his lungs, he furiously condemns the unscrupulous Jin, who has once again managed to turn all his plans upside down in an instant. As if by magic, the system congratulates the patient on reaching level 55, offering a unique defensive skill and a massive boost to his growth rate. Discussing the condition of the unfortunate patient who recently lost consciousness in the psychiatric hospital, two nurses curiously wonder if he'll turn out to be a lunatic. As she sweetly feeds her boyfriend, the girl genuinely delights him with her presence, since Lu Jiang had literally fainted at the hospital. Carefully setting the bowl of food aside, she admits that she's gained a little weight recently, but promises that in just 5 months she'll be slim and beautiful again. Gently reassuring her, the young man assures her that the extra weight doesn't matter at all, and expresses his immense gratitude to Uncle Wang for introducing them to each other. Happily agreeing with him, she suggests that when they return home, they thank him together, bringing sincere and warm smiles to both their faces. Suddenly changing the tone of the conversation, the girl shares some unpleasant news with her boyfriend, deciding to be honest about the problem after completing all the necessary medical tests. Slightly upset by what he hears, he learns that, unfortunately, they won't be able to have children of their own in the future, a revelation that comes as an unexpected blow to him. With a bright smile, she suggests adoption as an excellent alternative, gently asking whether he would prefer a son or a daughter. Beaming with happiness and anticipation, the young man enthusiastically declares that he would very much like a daughter, fully supporting the idea of building their future family in this way. Gently disagreeing with him, she admits with a smile that she herself would prefer a son, so the couple agrees to adopt a little boy. Asserting with confidence that the patient is now fully recovered, the doctor informs him that, barring any new complications, he can safely go home this afternoon. Hearing a loud knock, the doctor lets the nurse in, who excitedly tells him that the other patients in the ward have suddenly woken up from their deep sleep. Upon entering the ward, the medical staff immediately head toward the patient lying in bed, while the protagonist curiously watches what is happening. Pointing his finger at his roommate, the young man, with obvious terror in his voice, begins to ramble about room 666, striking terror into the hearts of those around him. Falling into a full-blown hysterical fit, he screams wildly that the man is supposedly eating human flesh, his face contorted with uncontrollable fear and utter madness in his eyes. Suddenly jumping up in wild terror, one of the patients begins gesticulating frantically while the doctor watches the panic attack in bewilderment. A couple of days after beginning the incredibly rigorous training in the Qi method, the protagonist manages to reach the Jinzai stage, sending his roommate into a state of utter shock. Feeling incredibly uncomfortable with such a terrifying roommate nearby, the young man weeps, desperately begging to be moved to another room. Tearfully begging the doctor to move him immediately, the frightened patient tries to hide behind the doctor, claiming that being next to his roommate is simply physically unbearable. Telling his trembling roommates that he is ravenously hungry and craving a proper meal, the eccentric man takes a step toward the bed, triggering another wave of panic. Looking intently straight into his neighbor's eyes, the hero paralyzes him with terror, for that innocent gaze alone is interpreted as a mortal threat to his life. Losing consciousness right there on the hospital bed from an overload of emotions and monstrous fear, the poor fellow passes out again, while the doctor can only sigh heavily. Puzzled by the recent strange changes, the fighter wonders how he ended up in such a situation, since with his current strength, even ordinary firearms are no threat. Complaining about his unenviable fate, the hero recalls how, due to the intrusive antics of his neighbor, who constantly tries to get him to drink soda, he regularly loses consciousness. Glancing at those around him with obvious skepticism, the strongest fighter in town tries to figure out exactly how a bunch of ridiculous lunatics managed to drag him into a hospital bed. Suddenly coming to, he discovers his nosy neighbors right above his face, watching him so intently that he begins to doubt the reality of what has happened. Sighing because the healing effect hasn't kicked in, the eccentric doctor realizes he hasn't been able to cure the man's eye, but hopes that a series of repeated attempts will correct this unfortunate oversight. Giving in to the pressure from his persistent neighbor, the young man irritably agrees to let him perform the procedure one more time, just so the neighbor will finally leave him alone. Beaming with excitement at the prospect of success, the eccentric stares intently at the patient's face, expecting something incredible to happen right now. Touched by the kindness of his neighbor, who agreed to a second session, the young man enthusiastically notes to himself what a truly remarkable person this strong man really is. Preparing for this important step, the hero runs his fingers through his hair to begin his experiment. Fussing about, he loudly declares his intention to finally heal the patient's eyes, gesturing dramatically with his arms and radiating optimism. Complete chaos suddenly breaks out in the hospital corridors as medical staff rush a critically ill patient through, insistently demanding that the passage be cleared immediately. Watching what's happening, the protagonist confidently reassures those around him, sincerely assuring them that this time everything will definitely turn out fine and the danger will finally pass. Lying on a hospital bed, the completely exhausted young man reflects on his fate, suspecting that his current condition is caused solely by painful medical procedures. Trying to come to terms with reality, the man recalls his incredible resilience in the face of a powerful beast and is genuinely puzzled as to why he lost consciousness so suddenly. Sighing wearily after a failed attempt, the eccentric man sincerely apologizes to his loyal companion, yet he does not lose faith that the next attempt will surely bring success. Anticipating possible doubts, the hero once again declares his passionate desire to make one more attempt, regardless of all previous failures and risks. Bursting with enthusiasm, he is transformed beyond recognition, expressing an unshakable determination to see what he has started through to the end. Realizing with deep surprise that his comrade truly trusts him, the eccentric nods joyfully, firmly resolving to do everything right. Waking up after yet another procedure, the patient bitterly notes to himself that the pride of a strong fighter should not be trampled upon by such a mad doctor. Trying to shake off the shackles of fatigue, the hero reassures everyone once again that this time everything is bound to work out without any unnecessary problems. Gathering what remains of his willpower, he finally convinces himself of success as if his entire future fate and future achievements depended on this very moment. Meanwhile, the medical staff once again panic as the patient's condition takes a critical turn for the worse, and they demand that all the needles inserted into him be removed immediately. Seeing his loved one's dire condition, his companion sympathetically comforts him, sincerely believing that the young man will prove strong enough to survive. Intrigued, the two young men emotionally discuss what is happening, while the perplexed nurse clearly loses patience with their antics. The patient's leg, suspended from special brackets, unambiguously hints at the severity of the injury, forcing the injured young man to humbly endure the discomfort. As she delivers the terrifying diagnosis of temporary paralysis of his left leg, the doctor plunges the young man into a state of quiet horror, forcing him to desperately try to grasp the sheer absurdity of the situation. Trying to cope with the flood of emotions, the terrified young man frantically ponders the crazy idea that he has become disabled precisely because of a strange psychopath. Looking at their friend, who is frozen in shock, the two friends begin to genuinely worry, wondering if he has completely stopped trusting them after all the recent events. In response to the doubts of those around them, one of the guys tries to calm everyone down, assuring them that their friend still trusts them blindly, despite all the nonsense and misunderstandings surrounding him. Watching the tense scene, the guy lying in bed struggles to turn his head to react in some way to what's happening, all while remaining completely frozen. Wincing at the awful taste, the two guys hold cans of soda in their hands, making no attempt to hide their disgust at such strange contents. Realizing that the cans don't contain their usual drinks at all, the friends sit on the bed in complete bewilderment, discussing the unexpected prank involving the can's contents. Expressing a desire to go to the store for some normal Coke and Sprite, they quickly realize the sad reality. The poor souls in the hospital have absolutely no money for purchases. The bedridden patient is simply speechless at such absurdity, since he has already fainted several times from the shocking news unfolding around him. Seizing the moment, the brazen neighbors decide to try to sell him their watch, assuring him that it's a luxury Rolex that comes with an acupuncture session at a bargain price. Finally fed up with such audacity and ridiculous offers, the victim tells the oddballs to get lost, longing only for peace and quiet. Continuing to insist on his way, one of the guys solemnly swears that he loves this watch madly, but is willing to give it to him specifically since he considers him a very good person. In the end, the persistent young man shows the watch again, forcing the victim, who is in complete shock, to watch this surreal scene. Offering a huge sum of money, a battered patient in a hospital room persistently asks how to kill that very same cursed dog. Exchanging glances, the two guys are clearly up to no good, anticipating their hot-tempered friend's amusing reaction to their answers. With a completely unflappable expression, one of the guys begins to gush about the cute dog, describing how obediently the animal followed orders and literally roasted itself. Enraged by such absurd audacity, the fighter starts screaming frantically, unable to believe the nonsense he's hearing about the murder. Smiling and licking their lips, the mocking friends continue to troll the enraged patient. Unable to bear the blatant mockery and ridicule from his strange friends, the fighter, pushed to his limit, complains furiously about the utter humiliation. Realizing the futility of trying to get a reasonable response, the poor guy resigns himself to defeat, admitting his own foolishness in dealing with these lunatics. Confused, the guys exchange glances, trying to figure out exactly who their strange roommate is calling a psycho and who is even the subject of this argument. Brazenly plopping down on the bed, they begin to unceremoniously search the pockets of the wounded poor soul in search of the promised reward for their valuable stories about the dog. Demanding their hard-earned money, the two continue to pressure him while he, in a state of complete shock, tries to make sense of the madness unfolding around his own hospital bed. Without waiting for much persuasion, the soldier pulls out a gold bank card and holds it right under their noses. Revealing the details, the brazen men inform him that there are 50,000 in the account, and the man dictates the PIN. Emphasizing that there is very little money on this card, they condescendingly add that this amount should be more than enough for his needs. Speaking calmly about his difficult life, the young man admits that he has no family, and that money is nothing but empty numbers to him, with no real significance. Looking at the plastic card with contempt, the lunatic angrily declares that such a handout is not at all the kind of money he was counting on. Shouting, the guy insistently orders them to go to a financial institution to get the money. Faced with such a strange proposal, the stunned companions merely exchange puzzled glances in silence. Instantly flying off the table after a brief pause, the golden card hurtles across the entire room straight toward the man lying on the hospital bed. Extremely outraged, the protagonist ironically complains about his friend's stinginess, loudly accusing him of outright deception, selfishness, and unwillingness to share his money. Unable to endure such brazen treatment and absurd accusations, the poor fellow loses what little composure he has left, and blood gushes from his nose in a fountain due to an overload of emotions. Meanwhile, in the forest, a sinister, mystical, second-level snake carefully scans the surroundings, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Spotting a tall building in the distance, the monster hisses with satisfaction, anticipating the imminent slaughter of a couple of people who carelessly absorb the energy of its slain kin. Assessing the situation, the snake suddenly realizes that, in addition to the dog's aura, it senses the presence of a very powerful fighter whom it would certainly be unable to defeat. Fearing a head-on confrontation with such a formidable threat, the predator decides to hide in the thicket and patiently wait for the moment when the humans finally leave their shelter. Suddenly, a loud noise breaks the silence of the forest, causing the snake to shudder in fear, as it clearly hadn't expected such a commotion in a place where it had counted on remaining hidden. Peering out from its hiding place, the monster spots a couple, the girl persistently demanding money, and watches their strange behavior with curiosity. Lurking in the bushes, the monster maliciously muses that if it weren't for the formidable fighter nearby, it would have long since taken its true form and easily devoured both travelers. Shrouded in the romantic aura of pink petals, mysterious sounds of euphoria fill the air, creating an atmosphere of amorous play around the heroes. After a while, the man leaves, completely unaware that glowing red eyes are watching him and the girl intently from the darkness. Upon seeing before him the very fallen woman rumored to be out there, the snake freezes in surprise. Tormented by intense hunger and a thirst for fresh blood, the snake decides that devouring her prey will certainly not give away its presence to the fearsome fighter, so the monster prepares for a sudden attack. Opening its jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, the treacherous predator looms close over the unsuspecting girl, preparing to deliver its final deadly bite. Grinning menacingly from the thicket, the monstrous snake suddenly senses a mysterious energy emanating from some accursed creature. Lurking in the shadows of the trees, the blonde laments her meager earnings, completely unaware that a dangerous predator is lurking behind her. Suddenly noticing two handsome guys walking down the park path, she exclaims enthusiastically, calling them hotties. Deciding to approach them with a flirty invitation to play, the girl has no idea that this couple is just looking for ordinary snacks like Coke and Sprite. Slightly flustered by the strange question about drinks and food, she nevertheless tries to continue the conversation, attempting to catch the attention of these rather unusual individuals. Clearly shocked by the turn of events, she rudely asks if they're gay, since their indifference toward her seems like a waste of her precious time. Completely baffled by what this strange woman is trying to say, the guys exchange puzzled glances. Utterly disheartened by their admission that they have absolutely no money to buy soda, the girl is literally speechless, realizing just how ridiculous and absurd the situation is. Trying to make sense of their strange attire, the heroine suddenly realizes that she is facing patients from Hua Tian Hospital. Noticing the psychiatric clinic's logo on their pajamas, she comes to terms with the madness of the situation as the two begin to fool around carefree, ignoring everything around them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl is horrified to realize that she is indeed facing dangerous lunatics whom she'd be better off avoiding. Overcome by panic, she begins to run frantically down the street, shouting her sister's name and trying to find a safe hiding place as quickly as possible, far away from these madmen. Catching up to his victim, the guy unceremoniously grabs her by the hair, causing the poor girl to fall to the ground in complete confusion, unable to understand the reasons for such cruelty. Mocking her fear, the psychopath clutches the doll, which he calls his son, tightly, demonstrating a complete disconnect from reality in this terrifying moment. Tearing the toy in two right before the stunned girl's eyes, the madman cackles maliciously, reveling in her unbearable pain at the loss of her imaginary child. Overcome by panic and tears, she begs desperately not to harm her son. Against the backdrop of a raging thunderstorm and flashes of lightning, the abuser falls into some kind of frenzied state, laughing loudly while the girl, in a delirium, repeatedly utters words of grief. Witnessing this madness, completely bewildered and in shock, she calls for her sister, having absolutely no idea what is actually happening around her. With tears in her eyes, trying to make sense of the situation, the girl asks a perfectly logical and alarming question about where all the family members actually are right now. Pointing to his friend, the guy cheerfully explains that his mom has already left the country, so now Mr. Zhang and even the president himself have become his family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl sadly comes to terms with the fact that his own mother has simply abandoned him, which is why he is now forced to call his neighbor his family. Wanting to help in any way she can, she hands him some money, suggesting he buy food at the nearest fast food restaurant, and explains in detail exactly where to go to grab a bite to eat. Collectively refusing the offered money, the guys assure her that they are perfectly capable of providing for themselves, ignoring any attempts to help them. Smiling, the girl doesn't give up, assuring those around her that earning money is much easier than they all currently imagine. Suddenly, a snake emerges from the shadows, seizing the opportune moment and anticipating the absorption of the cursed dog's energy to fuel its own strength. The situation changes in the blink of an eye when one of the guys suddenly grabs it, causing the poor creature to freeze in complete bewilderment at the surprise. Completely baffled by what's happening, the girl watches them in shock, while the captured snake tries frantically to figure out what on earth has happened. Forgetting their fear, the guys start vying with each other to gush over their catch, noting how cute, long, and rather amusing it looks to them. Embarrassed by such strange conversations, the little snake blushes and wonders to herself if she really looks cute enough to attract so much attention. It turns out that transforming into a smaller version helps monsters hide their true identities, since people tend to protect those who seem harmless and tiny to them. Seeing a little boy playing enthusiastically with a ball, a tiny snake suddenly decides that this curious human child simply must become her friend. Carefully hiding in the tall grass and watching her potential prey, the mysterious reptile lets out a quiet hiss, trying to draw the boy's attention to herself. Finally noticing the dangerous reptile right next to him, the terrified boy screams loudly, grabs his ball, and feels as if his heart is about to leap right out of his chest. Angered by such an extremely unexpected and offensive reaction, the creature begins to furiously whip its tail against the ground, scattering rocks and causing utter panic all around. Fleeing for their lives, a group of terrified children scatter chaotically in all directions, shrieking loudly and trying to leave the area as quickly as possible. Deeply indignant at such terrible treatment, the lone little snake rages, wondering why these foolish people fail to appreciate her incredible beauty at all. Feeling anger flare up inside, the creature mentally curses everyone around her for being so extremely irritating and ill-mannered. Suddenly, she freezes in delight, for two guys suddenly call her incredibly cute, which instantly changes the entire situation. Having finally chosen new owners, the little snake affectionately wraps itself around their arm, enjoying the long-awaited warmth and care she had dreamed of so much. Analyzing her pet's unusual abilities, the system reports that it can help its owner suppress agonizing hunger for a full 3 days. After studying the creature's characteristics, the interface offers a very specific recipe for preparing this delicacy, advising the user to marinate it in spices and steam it in a pot. Snuggling charmingly up to the person, the tiny monster purrs contentedly, having finally found owners who don't treat it like a dangerous beast. Catching a whiff of an incredibly appetizing and enticing aroma, a curious neighborhood boy peeks through the window with interest, trying to figure out what's being cooked in that apartment. As she finishes preparing the mysterious meal, the lady of the house announces with a smile that their culinary masterpiece is almost ready, filling the entire kitchen with a wonderful aroma. In a huge boiling pot, snake meat simmers appetizingly in a fragrant, spicy broth, preparing to become an exotic delicacy for the hungry hero. Trapped in a glass jar and drenched in thick, crimson blood, the creature's head has now become a preserved, eerie trophy. Earlier, the little snake had gazed at the scene in dismay and in shock asked why they had suddenly decided to chop her up. She was so cute after all. Swinging the kitchen cleaver decisively over the wooden cutting board, the guy set out to finish off the creature. A loud ringing sound echoes as metal strikes a hard surface when the knife blade is swung with full force and plunges straight into the writhing body, sending a fountain of bright sparks flying. Laughing loudly in the stunned man's face, the snake sneeringly taunts him with her final words, clearly relishing the fact that his attempt to kill her had failed spectacularly. With a sneer, the creature asks if the guy seriously thought that an ordinary kitchen knife could possibly harm a magical being like her. Boldly and without hesitation, the guy grabs the snake as she calls him a foolish boy and prepares to teach him a very painful and memorable lesson. Twisted into an unnatural position, the creature realizes its bitter fate as its body is finally torn to pieces. A short time later, the lady of the house announces that the snake soup is finally ready, after which the cozy room fills with aromas, and a hot dish for dinner appears on the table. Delighted by the appetizing aroma wafting from the pot, the characters who have entered the kitchen eagerly anticipate the chance to taste the long-awaited treat. The smiling woman assures her guests that she is an excellent cook whose dishes are always a big hit with her daughter, so there's no reason to doubt her skill. Inviting the young men to share a meal with her, the hostess invites them to have lunch together so they can enjoy the soup she's prepared in the most pleasant company possible. Politely declining to join them for the meal, she explains that she's already eaten earlier and asks the guests to feel free to help themselves to the meal. Devouring the delicious soup with gusto, the characters loudly praise the hostess's culinary talents and are genuinely delighted to have the opportunity to enjoy such an exquisite and nutritious delicacy. Slightly flustered by the kind words directed at her, the blonde smiles sincerely, for it means a great deal to her to know that her efforts for her loved ones are truly appreciated. Strolling quietly through the city streets in the evening, a small group of people discusses recent events while enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of this cozy sunset. Hearing words of gratitude for the soup she made and for her care, the woman continues to chat casually, feeling truly happy. Gently suggesting they not dwell on trivial matters, she advises them to return to the hospital as soon as possible so as not to disrupt the important recovery process. After receiving sincere compliments on her cooking skills, the woman hears the young men joyfully remarking on how lucky her daughter is to have such a wonderful mom. Suddenly realizing the full depth of what she has heard, she freezes for a moment, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, as this acknowledgement of her motherhood stirs up a whirlwind of vivid feelings within her. Literally glowing with overwhelming happiness and making no attempt to hide her tears of joy, the hostess touchingly admits that her daughter is indeed growing up to be very content and cheerful. Continuing their journey through the city's side streets, the oddballs gradually drift apart, leaving behind this brief but very warm moment of heartfelt connection under the sun's rays. Carefully surveying the group, the characters notice a suspicious silence all around them, for strange changes in the energy field clearly foreshadow something very serious. Suddenly struck by a flash of insight, one of the guys freezes in shock as the terrifying realization of what has actually happened begins to gradually fill his mind. Feeling cornered, he looks back doubtfully, recalling the recent battle when fear of the enemy's incredible strength nearly forced him to retreat. Trying to calm his overactive imagination, the hero diligently pushes away suspicious conclusions, yet anxiety and vague suspicions continue to gnaw at his soul. Looking out at the empty street, the rest of the group notes with obvious disappointment that the energy trail of the mysterious beast has finally dissipated, as if it had never been there. Resting in a hospital room, the soldier reacts with undisguised surprise to the words, genuinely astonished by the version of events he has heard, which seems absurd to him. Listening intently to a report over the phone, the man frowns in bewilderment, unable to believe that an ordinary person could have single-handedly defeated such a monster. Looking at the eccentric figure who has appeared in the doorway, the hero can only mockingly question the sanity of his comrades, who continue to come up with their wild theories. While thoughtfully visiting his friend in the hospital room, the guy discusses the threat of the mystical snake with him and asks him to keep the area safe, treating him to some delicious food along the way. Puzzled by the strange phone call, the man looks at the package that was delivered with a confused expression. Carefully lifting the lid of the container holding the treat, the protagonist freezes as a very unusual and suspicious aroma begins to waft out. With his eyes wide open in shock and sudden recognition, he peers into the box, realizing exactly what's inside. Cursing into the phone, the boss throws his group into complete confusion. They now stand there bewildered, wondering what they could have done to deserve such a violent outburst. By activating the hologram of the cursed beast, the guy successfully summons a second-level mystical serpent, which now comes under his full control within the system. Sitting in a hospital room, two guys are devouring their food with gusto, while their roommate lies in deep depression, in utter despair. Realizing that the patient stubbornly refuses the offered treat, the guys decide with a clear conscience to have lunch together so that the food won't go to waste. An outraged man is shocked by the cruelty of the couple, who cold-bloodedly decided to cook and eat the poor monster. Trying to justify themselves, one of the friends claims that the little snake was incredibly cute and kept wrapping itself around his arm, as if begging to be served for dinner. With a gleam of delight in their eyes, the gourmets assure the stunned fighter that this charming pet had a simply divine and unforgettable taste, a true delicacy. The enraged spirits of the snake and the dog curse the insolent traitors from the heavens, for only recently they called them cute, and now they are shamelessly feasting on their flesh. The furious man clearly has no intention of forgiving such audacity, preparing to unleash the full force of his wrath upon these reckless gluttons. Venting his pent-up anger, the aggrieved neighbor emotionally threatens to take a fatal leap from the window if he ever trusts these crazy guys again. Accepting their friend's aggressive behavior as an inevitable symptom of his mental disorder, the guys sincerely hope for the poor fellow's speedy recovery in the future. Overcome by a sense of utter emptiness and emotional numbness, the man plunges into an abyss of despair as he watches the strange actions of these eccentrics. Deep into the night, the gloomy hospital building stands alone against the dark sky, concealing within it the secrets of these two mysterious and very powerful patients. The shocking truth is revealed. The two seemingly frail madmen actually possess incredible hidden power, having effortlessly destroyed the two cursed beasts. Wondering about the incredible secrecy surrounding these individuals, the fighter tries to understand exactly how they managed to so masterfully conceal their true strength. Hearing suspicious noises in the stillness of the night, the man wonders in bewilderment what exactly these oddballs are up to at such a late hour. Filling him with dread, the alarmed hero senses that someone is approaching, wondering what exactly these uninvited guests want from him. Watching the situation closely, the oddballs decide to help, since he seems like a decent guy to them, so they plan to use a special, improved healing technique. After assessing the situation, the fighter concludes that the guys are hiding their true power following their victory over the two monsters and gives the go-ahead, demanding that they finally demonstrate that power. Carefully bringing the needle close to the patient's head, the healer concentrates on the procedure while the patient, suffering from the darkness around him, mumbles indistinct complaints that he can't see a thing. Noticing his anxiety, the assistant confidently declares that he has complete faith in the skills of his friend, who has spent years studying the complex art of acupuncture. With a sharp thrust of the needle into the body, the healer activates hidden energy flows, heralding the start of a painful process. Feeling powerful energy penetrate every cell of his body, the patient breathes heavily, realizing that this incredibly strong sensation is much more intense than before. Clutching the sheet tightly in his fist, the man tries with all his might to endure the mounting pain caused by the dangerous procedure currently being performed. Raising his hand intently above the patient's head, the healer carefully selects the point for the final needle, for in such a delicate matter, even the slightest mistake is unacceptable. Suddenly, things go off course when he misses the intended target, and the entire array of inserted needles begins to vibrate dangerously due to an energy surge. The terrified nurse freezes in the doorway, her eyes wide with horror at the chaos unfolding before her, and screams loudly, not understanding exactly what they're doing. Shocked by the unexpected sensation, the patient begins to doubt the reality of what is happening and desperately tries to understand why his body is overcome by a wild fever. Twitching uncontrollably from the sudden surge of pain, the poor man frantically thrusts his arm forward, crying out for help as it becomes impossible to endure such a procedure. Nervously clutching the edge of the hospital bed, he grips the metal until his knuckles turn white, while a rumbling echoes through the room. An angry and frightened nurse drops her flashlight, loudly accusing the strange men of murdering the patient, and causes a real commotion throughout the entire medical ward. In a panic, the medical staff urgently transport the patient, who has a severe traumatic brain injury, as blood continues to pour from his head uncontrollably, requiring immediate surgery. With obvious anxiety on his face, the young man realizes he has made a critical mistake, understanding that he accidentally inserted the last medical needle into completely the wrong spot. Despite the extremely dangerous situation, the protagonist remains remarkably calm, trying to convince those around him that there is still hope for a favorable outcome. In the eerie silence of the hospital ward, two young men lie tightly bound on adjacent beds, while on the floor beneath the empty bed, eerie patches of fresh blood are clearly visible. Staring intently at the ceiling, the young man thinks anxiously about the future, sincerely hoping only that his friend will manage to survive this deadly threat. Carefully shaving the hair from the injured patient's head, the medical staff tries to be as cautious as possible since the wound is still bleeding, creating additional risks. Having completed the preparatory procedures, the staff reports to the doctor that everything is now ready for the necessary procedure. After thoroughly examining the area of the brain, the medical team finally decides to proceed directly with the main surgery to save the patient's life right there in the operating room. Suddenly, the patient on the operating table opens his eyes wide, causing genuine shock and intense fear in one of the doctors working on this complex case. The stunned medical staff freeze in surprise, staring at the patient, who has regained consciousness, as his premature awakening came as a complete and extremely unpleasant surprise to the team. The doctors breathe a sigh of relief, noting that the young man came to before the surgical incision began, since waking up right in the middle of a dangerous procedure would have caused a whole host of problems. After examining the patient, the surgeon reports that his condition is now quite stable, so the operation should be postponed, and the patient should be sent back to his room for further evaluation. Insisting on a private room, the doctor tries to show concern, though the patient, with mild irritation, retorts that he is clearly not the only psycho here. Completely failing to appreciate the medical staff's kindness, the young man shoots them such a frightening and menacing glare that the doctors involuntarily recoil in obvious fear. Frightened by the piercing stare, the staff concludes that they must always exercise the utmost caution around such dangerous and unpredictable lunatics. While examining the x-rays, the puzzled doctor is astonished to discover that the patient's spine has miraculously healed. Continuing the examination, the doctor suddenly realizes that even the broken leg has completely healed, causing him to doubt his own professional skills. Upon entering the ward to check on the patient, The doctor finds an empty hospital bed and is completely baffled as to where the patient could have vanished without a trace. Bursting into the room, the man suddenly freezes as he looks at his neighbors. With undisguised fury, the Special Forces leader stares at the young man lying there, accusing him of causing him to faint 3 times, thereby humiliating the authority and combat pride of an elite warrior. Feeling a burning sense of resentment over what had happened, the man swears never to trust the young man again and vows to etch every humiliation into his memory forever. Not wanting to completely forget the shame of what had happened, the enraged leader consoles himself with the thought that his regrowing hair will serve as a constant reminder. Finally, after mockingly remarking that his next meeting with Mr. Zhang will bring even more surprises, he leaves the stunned young man in the ward. Suddenly overcome with numbness, due to the strange changes in his appearance, the man freezes in place, utterly bewildered. Striding resolutely toward the window, the leader leaves the stunned patient completely alone in the middle of a quiet room filled with anxiety. Without looking back and no longer wishing to see this unpredictable guy again, he grimly declares that their paths are parting forever. Suddenly, a nurse appears in the doorway, overcome with sheer terror. Screaming loudly and desperately, the woman begins to panic when the man falls out the window, driving herself into a state of utter stress. Falling onto the asphalt, the fighter dramatically gets back to his feet, frightening everyone present with his imposing appearance. Gazing gloomily toward the building, he criticizes the chamber's inhabitants for their inability to communicate properly despite their outstanding physical strength. Suddenly dropping his phone from his trembling hands, the director freezes in complete shock at the words he has heard, as if the sudden news had instantly pulled the rug out from under his feet. Clutching his head bitterly in despair, he watches as an insistent call flashes on his smartphone screen, finally shattering his fragile calm. Sighing heavily at the disruption of his peace, he feels the intrusive thoughts about recent events weighing on him like an unbearable burden, not even allowing him a moment's respite. Shouting furiously into the receiver, the person on the other end of the line demands immediate explanations, reporting a tragedy. One of the patients has just attempted to jump. Asking ironically for details of what happened, the doctor tries to maintain his usual composure, but his utterly cynical attitude toward a possible death only provokes intense revulsion. Calmly cutting them off by saying that the patient had merely run away, he brazenly ignores the full horror of the situation, trying to convince everyone around him that there is no real problem. Disregarding the commotion around him, the man insists that this incident is by no means extraordinary and isn't worth any extra stress or anxiety. Literally seething with uncontrollable rage over the psychopath's antics, the man can barely restrain himself from exploding with anger right in the middle of this tense phone call. Slamming down the heavy phone receiver, he makes no attempt to hide his irritation. After all, he's only concerned about the missed payments, not the escaped patient with mental instability. Glaring irritably at the screen with its annoying busy tones, he finally loses what little patience he has left, completely unable to control the emotions flooding over him. Racing down a city street to the sound of sirens, the ambulance speeds off to respond to a call. Sadly sharing the news of their friend's escape, the characters discuss the recent incident when the fugitive jumped out of a window and vanished in an unknown direction, leaving them baffled. Puzzled as they ponder future changes, they speculate about the eye that their elusive friend is sure to have healed by the next time they meet. Weeping bitterly at the realization of his own guilt, the eccentric man sincerely laments that, because of his irritating behavior, a loved one left without even saying goodbye. Soothingly objecting to his friend, he points out that a farewell did indeed take place while they were both lying there, securely strapped to their hospital beds. In his memories, he sees the stern man entering the room and saying goodbye to the young man lying in bed. After regaining his composure following the visit, Lin Fen tries to make sense of the strange situation and recalls that the departing guest left behind a couple more phrases. Listening to the discussion about the visitor's mysterious words and the chance for acupuncture, the young man merely sighs wearily, acknowledging that the strange guest trusts him. Noticing some appetizing fruit on the nightstand and deciding to change the subject, the young man tied to the bed hopefully asks Lin to share a couple of fresh red apples with him. Hearing the request, he decides to grant his helpless charge's wish, and breaking free from the ropes, deftly reaches for the plate. Delighted by the fruit offered to him, the eccentric man, with obvious pleasure and a slight blush on his cheeks, accepts the long-awaited treat directly from the palm of his hand. Grabbing the apple, he begins to bite into it with great appetite, expressing sincere joy at such a simple yet delicious gift. Watching his friend's delight, a pleased Lin Fen listens to the praise for the apple's taste and, with a smile, encourages him to eat more heartily, savoring the moment of their peaceful conversation. While eating in the car, one of the characters marvels at the vice president's dedication. He personally undertook to drive the patients back and praises him as an extremely caring doctor. Responding to the praise, the man admits that driving this trip himself will help him take his mind off his worries and, at the same time, allow him to settle all his old debts much faster. Pressing hard on the gas pedal, the driver causes the car to shoot forward rapidly, racing down the road at tremendous speed to the roar of the powerful engine. Racing down the highway, the ambulance becomes a blur, its sirens and flashing lights blaring as it tries to reach its destination as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at the scene, the heroes find themselves in the industrial zone of Yenhei Port, where the air is thick with danger and a suspicious, eerie silence reigns all around. Suddenly, a powerful attack strikes from the darkness, sending the man flying backward with a forceful blow and causing him to cry out in unexpected pain. Emerging from the water before them is a terrifying, gigantic octopus, classified as a fourth-level cursed beast, ready to begin its furious battle. It all begins with a desperate battle, where the heroes use powerful fire spells and their blades to deliver a swift strike against their mysterious enemy. The team's rapid attack is met with the massive creature's sturdy defense, creating bright sparks with every clash against the cold metal of the swords. Suddenly, massive tentacles emerge from the deep darkness, enveloping the entire space around them and trapping the group in an extremely dangerous trap. True horror is evident in the surprised young man's eyes as he realizes that the enemy is using the forbidden and extremely dangerous rapid, deadly mist skill. The terrifying truth is revealed. This dreadful monster is much stronger than expected and has already reached level 5, which completely changes the dynamics of the battle. Panic cries ring out, urging an immediate retreat as the poisonous fog spreads rapidly and every accidental touch threatens death. Trying to escape the danger zone, the team is forced to run for their lives as thick darkness engulfs everything around them and pursues them right on their heels. The surroundings grow increasingly gloomy and dangerous, and a terrifying thought flashes through the hero's mind that his end is near due to this rapidly growing threat. At the critical moment, a protective magical field activates around the young man, shielding him from the destructive attack and certain death at the hands of the dangerous monster. High above them all stands a warrior, displeased with the situation. All team members are now surrounded by golden barriers, but the monster continues to press forward, and even the cries for help directed at the boss sound very frantic. The stern warrior demonstrates his incredible power, gathering bright energy around his fist to deliver his crushing final blow. Complete bewilderment is evident on the faces of the flustered allies, who instead of engaging in serious combat, suddenly begin discussing their comrade's unexpected new hairstyle. Finally, a mighty blow bursts forth from the warrior's hands, blinding the entire area around him with its incredible destructive force and brilliant light. A powerful charge of electrical energy concentrates directly in the hero's hand, and he seems ready to deliver his most decisive and crushing blow to the enemy. Perched high on a construction structure, the fighter directs a blinding beam of pure power toward his opponent who stands somewhere below. An endless line of cars is stuck in a gridlock on the bridge, where the only sounds heard everywhere are the irritating honks of horns, creating an atmosphere of utter hopelessness. Two men inside the car are desperately puzzled by the strange traffic stoppage and are trying to figure out, in any way they can, exactly what is happening up ahead on the bridge. Sudden chaos engulfs the people who scatter in panic, desperately warning everyone around them of the deadly danger posed by the approaching beast. The terrified protagonist inside the car, with undisguised horror in his eyes, listens to the frightening screams coming from somewhere outside, right in the middle of the road. The car's windshield suddenly shatters into a million pieces from a powerful impact, splattering blood everywhere. Shocked bystanders watch the aftermath of the monstrous attack as the windshield turns into a pile of sharp shards. Standing opposite the octopus is the squad leader, asking what is happening as dark shadows engulf everything around them. Feeling a surge of energy from the cursed beast, the stern fighter froze in tension, trying to grasp the scale of the looming threat to all the survivors around him. A sudden surge of power caught the group of terrified comrades off guard as they watched in horror as the reality around them began to rapidly and dangerously distort. An urgent report to the boss about the escaped monster racing toward the city's high ground triggered an immediate reaction and panic among the assembled team of guards. As they carefully studied the map on their tablet, the partners realized with horror that the deadly target was approaching the most densely populated area of their hometown. The exact location of the dangerous object was pinpointed on the digital map, where a red dot was inexorably closing in on the center of a busy bridge spanning the river. Panic broke out on the road, where terrified people abandoned their cars, trying to flee the approaching disaster. Bound by ropes, the heroes discussed their grim fate, complaining of acute hunger after they had finally eaten all their remaining food supplies. Complaining of unbearable hunger, the young man tries to explain that he critically needs much more energy to complete a complex phase of his body's transformation. Caught in the chaos of a traffic jam, the wounded hero, with his last ounce of strength, begs to be saved from the terrifying monster that is closing in on them. A huge monster with long tentacles looms over the bridge, forcing the terrified people to call out to their loved ones in utter desperation as the situation around them becomes critical. Desperately trying to administer first aid to the injured man, the doctor demands that the necessary medical kit be brought immediately from the ambulance in an attempt to save his life. Showing obvious alarm at the rapidly approaching deadly threat, a man constantly urges his assistant to hurry, realizing there is absolutely no time left to hesitate. Shouting a warning about the approach of a ferocious beast, the terrified characters try to escape at all costs, while one of them continues to fight for the wounded man's life. Handing over his wristwatch as a valuable artifact, the frightened young man orders them to quickly fetch the first aid kit and run immediately to escape the monster closing in on them. In desperation, the young man shouts, begging the vice president to run quickly before he too perishes along with his wounded comrade, for the entire situation has become critically dangerous. As if trying to justify his loyalty, the hero recalls an old story about a watch once given to him by a child whom he had once managed to save from certain death. Having sworn back then to remain forever loyal to his patients, he becomes lost in his deep emotions, absolutely unwilling to abandon anyone in trouble now. Trying in vain to appeal to his reason, the young man looks at the hero in complete bewilderment as the latter categorically refuses to leave despite all the obvious danger. Seeing that precious time is running out, the young man suggests saving 2 more patients in the car, but is met with the most unexpected and harsh refusal from the leader. Is it any wonder that the leader coldly declares that those 2 don't count at all, leaving his companion in complete shock at such unexpected cruelty? Radically changing his tactics, the hero decides to act very decisively. After forcing the others to leave, he ties up the patients, preparing to face the approaching monster. As if realizing the full gravity of the situation, the guys freeze in anticipation, for now each of their fates hangs by a thread. Stunned by the patient's speed, the guy falls into a deep stupor, as he clearly didn't expect such a lightning-fast reaction. Suddenly, complete chaos breaks out all around them. Against the backdrop of a gridlocked traffic jam, a massive explosion occurs, forcing everyone nearby to urgently seek a safe route. The strangely cheerful characters suddenly stop their companion, declaring that they have a very important and extremely urgent question that demands an answer. As they question him about the cursed beast, the curious oddballs try to figure out just how cute and completely harmless this dangerous creature might actually be. Completely baffled, the guy just smiles awkwardly, trying to figure out why these 2 are acting so carefree at such a critically dangerous moment for everyone. An unbelievable scene shows a terrifying monster appearing right above the bewildered hero's head, while he simply shrugs in utter surprise. Convincing his companion that there's no need to run away now, the guy gives him an encouraging pat on the shoulder, literally changing the entire course of events right before his eyes. Cheerfully discussing the fun ahead, the 2 guys plan to toy with the terrifying and dangerous cursed beast just for their own amusement. An alarmed doctor watches this strange pair, completely unaware of what's going on in their heads right now. A huge level 8 octopus wreaks havoc among the cars, whimpering for his daddy since he's already had his fill and really wants to head home as soon as possible. An eccentric hero ominously promises the monster that its real dad won't come, but that he himself will reach his destination very soon. A bloodied man is breathing heavily while the doctor notes that they've run out of bandages and asks for 2 more packs to at least try to stop the heavy bleeding. The flustered doctor tries to help the injured man against the backdrop of a wrecked car. Greatly surprised by the sudden question, Could the man already be planning to run away? Exhausted and bleeding profusely, the young man weakly thanks his rescuer, barely finding the strength to utter a single word. The dying man sadly reports that the accursed beast has inflicted fatal wounds on him, and now he has completely lost all hope of salvation. The wounded comrade desperately begs the doctor to leave him to die there and flee immediately before the monster returns for both of them. The resolute doctor, his face tense, flatly refuses to abandon his patient, firmly stating that he cannot simply leave a person alone like that. Looking at the helpless people amid the wrecked cars, the terrifying monster with tentacles cynically remarks that only two are left alive and prepares to strike. Desperately trying to save the wounded man, the doctor hears the octopus ask if he's seen his dad anywhere. The determined monster looms over its victim, threatening to crush the helpless doctor flat if he continues to stubbornly stand in its way. Smiling faintly through the blood, the wounded guy thanks his partner for trying to save him, realizing that the tentacle is already poised to deliver its decisive blow. The deadly tentacle crashes down on the heroes at tremendous speed, leaving them not a single chance of escape. Suddenly, a powerful attack strikes, filling both men with sheer terror as the situation becomes critical and truly life-threatening. A massive tentacle emerges from the darkness, causing the medic to freeze in place in shock and utter bewilderment. The monster tries to furiously attack the car with its enormous limbs, causing panic on the road and creating utter chaos around the people who have no idea what's going on. Suddenly, the octopus appears completely bewildered when something doesn't go according to its plan. Crashed cars are visible all around, completely blocking traffic on the bridge while something very strange and frightening looms in the distance. A bloodied driver lies helplessly on the asphalt, and his companion tries to offer at least some help, despite his panic-stricken fear of the threat. Looking at his seriously injured friend, the hero tries to figure out what happened, clearly bewildered. The man running suggests urgently transferring the injured man to another car so he can be rushed to the hospital to save his life and receive medical care. A flustered medic, his face flushed, wonders what exactly has happened, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The terrified comrades drag the wounded man along, nervously arguing with each other over how their carelessness could cost them their lives, while danger still looms nearby. Reacting irritably to the remarks, the guys continue to rush forward, ignoring the jabs, because saving their friend is now more important than any status or rank. A bewildered giant octopus in the middle of the city tries to figure out how it ended up there, looking as confused as possible and even a little comical. Inviting his friend to play, the eccentric suggests jumping across the bridge, completely oblivious to just how strange the situation has become. Grabbing a huge tentacle, the hero points to it as an excellent landing platform so they can finally reach their destination safely. Joyfully agreeing to this crazy adventure, the enthusiastic young man, his eyes ablaze, is ready to jump without a second thought about the consequences of this risky move. The impetuous young man flies straight toward the massive monster with a shout, preparing to deliver an unexpected and very daring blow to catch it completely off guard. The enormous monster is completely stunned, staring at the unexpected guest and having absolutely no idea what is happening right now. The young man lands on top of the enemy's head, slamming his full weight into the creature, which clearly did not expect such a brazen and utterly unceremonious treatment. Playfully poking his finger into the creature's soft skin, the hero genuinely enjoys this amusing game and is completely unafraid of the consequences of his actions. Trying to intimidate the defiant young man, the monster menacingly asks if he's looking for death, not even suspecting just how much the insolent youth underestimates the full extent of the threat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the hero blushes in embarrassment as he begins to sense that this fight is about to become far too intense and dangerous for him. Flying far to the side, the reckless young man takes a crushing counterattack and completely loses all control of his body in midair. From the powerful damage he sustained, he tumbles helplessly and plummets into the void after such an ill-fated clash with the terrifying monster. The stunned hero is barely coming to his senses as he was violently pinned to the surface during the clash. The cool-headed guy calmly explains that he had to restrain the creature a bit because it was acting too aggressively and couldn't control itself. A huge monster loses an entire limb right before everyone's eyes, leaving them to watch in astonishment as the consequences of this devastating and terrifying attack unfold. Casually inspecting the damage, the eccentric figure reassures the others, saying it's no big deal since the enemy still has quite a few tentacles left. The wounded monster wails loudly in unbearable pain, desperately calling out to its daddy and bitterly complaining about its injuries. Agreeing with every word Zhang says, his partner keeps a close watch on the situation so as not to miss a single move the enemy makes. Darting deftly to the side, the eccentric figure runs away while his friend deals with the octopus. A powerful strike from the enemy's limb hits its mark with a loud thud, but the guy deftly grabs the tentacle. Gripping the opponent's attacking arm firmly, he tries to completely neutralize the threat and seize the initiative in this difficult confrontation. In excruciating pain, the creature screams, having taken a powerful blow, and now, in a fit of hysteria, calls out to its protector, having no idea how to escape the attacks. Spotting a hefty grill in the middle of a green meadow, the young boy excitedly recalls seeing such a contraption on TV and realizes that they're clearly grilling some kind of food on it. Thick pink tentacles dangle down from above the grass, and their owner screams desperately that it hurts like hell, begging the damned human to stop immediately. Surrounding the boy on all sides with writhing tentacles, the enraged octopus viciously wishes the insolent boy would fall straight into hell. Without a moment's hesitation, the hero clamps his mouth around a tentacle and calmly continues on his way, ignoring the creature's screams. Pinched by a stranger's powerful hand, the terrified monster breaks out in a cold sweat and desperately begs to finally be set free. Sniffing at his prey, the guy holds the fluttering tentacle firmly, while the unfortunate creature once again issues a menacing warning to the insolent man. Staring with its enormous yellow eyes, the giant octopus freezes in confusion as the hero nonchalantly grabs the tip of its tentacle. Sizzling on the red-hot grill amid crimson coals, the monster's plump, golden carcass slowly browns, oozes fat, and emits whole clouds of appetizing smoke. Waving his basting brush, the eccentric man cheerfully chatters that it smells simply delightful, and diligently bastes the sizzling meat with another portion of oil for an even more amazing flavor. Swallowing his saliva at the intoxicating aroma, a huge octopus stares wistfully downward, where two unflappable people are busily fussing over its sizzling tentacle. Bathed in blinding light, the monster breaks out in a sweat, slowly realizes the nightmare unfolding before it, and mutters in horror that this person is indeed grilling it. Wielding a knife, the pair busily slice the roasted tentacle into pieces, while behind them looms the ominous shadow of an octopus with eyes bulging in fear. Jumping up with a plate of golden brown rings, the young man joyfully calls out to his friend and shows off the fried tentacles. Tilting his head back, the protagonist greedily shoves a whole strip of tentacle, glistening with grease, into his mouth, closes his eyes in pleasure, and mumbles through his full mouth that it's very tasty. Holding out the last piece, the eccentric man announces that this is the very last serving, while the guy next to him ecstatically nibbles on a long golden tentacle right off his hand. Licking the grease-soaked tentacle, he muses wistfully that even though this octopus has plenty of tentacles, they've devoured them all, yet they still haven't managed to get their fill. Holding a seared piece to his lips, the guy agrees with a touch of sadness that he too still isn't full and continues to enthusiastically finish off the leftovers. Shedding bitter tears, the mutilated octopus whimpers pitifully while the couple stands by the grill and coolly remarks that there are only a few tentacles left. With its enormous mouth wide open, the gnawed-on monster weeps in utter despair, calling out for its missing dad and lamenting that it couldn't defeat these two and only its head survived. Thoughtfully placing a finger to his lips, the guy squints and is clearly figuring out what to do with the octopus's head. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the guy, the eccentric rubs his chin thoughtfully, admires the appetizing, well-cooked catch on the plate, and remarks that the octopus even turned out cute. Turning to face each other, the satisfied couple solemnly touch their thumbs together, and a bright spark of their shared culinary triumph flares up between them. Staring with a yellow eye through the charred slices, the monster's scorched head stares at the people with its last ounce of strength, oozing fat and melting among the crimson red-hot coals. Poking the giant carcass with a basting brush, the guy matter-of-factly notes that this thing's eyes are a bit too big and the beast seems to still be alive, but he calmly suggests they eat it anyway. Pressing his palm against its rosy flank, the hero coolly explains that without its eyes, the monster will finally die, and then it can be eaten without any trouble. Shining with a blinding light, The monster's completely gnawed-off head bids farewell to the world, sobs for its dad, and promises to meet again in the next life. Standing in the middle of a devastated street littered with overturned cars and cracks in the asphalt, a grim-faced man sternly demands to know from his subordinates where the damned beast has gone. Clutching his tablet, the young man excitedly reports to his boss that he's picking up a residual wave of that very strange energy. Leaning over the screen together, the assistant calls out to the burly man to take a look at the discovery and poke his nose into the suspicious data right in the middle of a busy road. Displaying a neon map of the intersection under the bridge on the dark screen, the device marks the energy source with bright dots. Turning the tablet with the map toward a green clearing, the searchers stumble upon a sweet couple sound asleep, snoring peacefully in the grass after a hearty feast. Watching the sleeping fools, the bespectacled young man breaks out in a nervous sweat, shivers all over, and stares at the screen, unable to comprehend what's going on or where the fearsome monster has gone. As he looks at the guys peacefully snoring in each other's arms, the assistant reports to his boss in a flustered tone that the energy wave has just vanished completely and without a trace. With a look of astonishment on his face, the leader roars indignantly that there are only two little humans here, while the frightened, bespectacled man behind him cowers in fear, clutching his tablet. Standing on the bridge surrounded by his entourage, the squad is baffled because the last energy point is clearly here, yet there's still no sign of any beast nearby. Covered in beads of sweat, the fighter grins crookedly and thinks to himself that the situation seems to be quite different from what he'd imagined in the heat of the moment. Supporting her subordinate, the girl asks grimly whether those two can be trusted at all, since they're complete lunatics and clearly out of their minds. Frozen in place with eyes wide with horror, she breaks out in a cold sweat, protests in a trembling voice, and flatly refuses to believe the nonsense unfolding before her. Flushed with rage, the one-eyed giant yells angrily, asking how anyone could even suggest such a thing and trust a couple of lunatics, while someone nearby snidely wonders if he's actually talking about himself. Meanwhile, the poor fellow is bombarded with accusations that he's completely lost his mind. After all, a normal person doesn't believe lunatics and is told not to screw up again. Towering over the girl, the bald ringleader snarls that he'll shave her head for such mistakes, while she just nervously wonders what shaving has to do with trusting lunatics. Blushing under a barrage of thoughts, the girl presses her fist to her chest, admiring the all-knowing boss and his love for the city. The lovesick subordinate squints blissfully while the guy grumbles gloomily about what they're supposed to do now that they still haven't found the damned beast. With a flash of his good eye, the boss narrows his gaze sternly while his entourage stares at him in fear, watching him leave. Leaning over the couple peacefully snoring in the grass, the man quietly wonders if that octopus was even a little bit tasty. With their cheeks pressed together in their sleep, the guys drool contentedly, while the dream of that very golden roasted delicacy hovers above them. Frozen in place, the one-eyed bruiser breaks out in a sweat, nervously fiddles with his collar, and admits to himself that everything has indeed turned out just as he suspected. Many fighters run into those damned beasts that have learned to hide their strength. Gathered around a table in a dark hall, a strange group of guys listens to the conclusion that these creatures are getting smarter and more cunning by the day. Resting his fist on his chin, a pensive, one-eyed fighter, shown in close-up, speculates that these two have even taken down a third-level beast, have already killed 3, and wonders if he should take them on as apprentices. As an ominous crimson light flares in his head, 2 terrifying, grinning faces loom over him and bloodthirstily offer to pierce him right through. Covered in beads of sweat in a close-up shot, the terrified leader mumbles in a trembling voice that since there's nothing else to do, everyone should just go their separate ways, and he'll try to get all of this out of his head as soon as possible. Gathered around a long table in a cold hall, a whole crowd of characters freezes in bewildered silence, wondering if he's all right and what on earth he's planning to do. With her red locks hanging down in a tense shot, the lady who had remained silent until now coldly utters a single word about the Cyclops, clearly alluding to the man wearing the eye patch and his foolish scheme. With a piercing glance, the red-haired beauty sternly asks if anyone dares to question her precise analysis and sound assessment of the situation. Huddled at the table, the one-eyed fighter sweats nervously, wrings his hands, and can't find a single word to say in response. Towering over the room, the woman imperiously announces that all the new trainee recruits from all 4 academies will be gathered together at once. Raising her pale hand to the top of her head, she informs them that their entire group will be transferred to the Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital for a month to properly boost their mental power there. Leaning on the burly man's shoulder, the haughty lady condescendingly asks if anyone else has any questions, while he breaks out in a cold sweat. The group grumbles inwardly that the new recruits will join them after a simple test, whereas they themselves are too afraid to even utter a peep. A self-assured female tactician teases her colleague, emphasizing his high status at headquarters and hinting at the trials to come. The poor guy is shocked that she's unceremoniously patting him on the bald spot, wondering if the training for new recruits isn't a bit too harsh. With a touch of irony, the woman notes that the test was elementary, then playfully pats him on the head. The unflappable lady, gracefully settling onto the edge of the table right in front of the stunned guy, sarcastically remarks that he has absolutely no idea how to handle unexpected events. A beauty whose bluntness is stunning walks away from him, tossing over her shoulder that all these madmen should first get checked out at a psychiatric hospital. A sly smirk appears on her face when she realizes that it was precisely her unpredictability that was the main reason her enemies couldn't anticipate her actions. The utterly terrified leader trembles with fear as he looks at the menacing shadows of the fearsome psychopaths looming over him like grim ghosts. Complete astonishment overwhelms the entire group of friends, who suddenly realize that this incredible strategic genius will now be personally responsible for their training. Carefully analyzing the situation, the tactician explains to the others that the enemies are using a standard ploy, trying with all their might to distract them from the main issue. Realizing the full gravity of the threat, the woman understands that an extremely dangerous, highly intelligent beast is now leading all the lesser creatures. A heavy atmosphere hangs over the negotiating table, where all participants are frozen in anticipation of important news, sensing the looming danger following the recent warning. Such a turn of events has never happened before, so the experienced mentor emphasizes the urgent need to determine the true level of threat posed by the enemy. It is clear that the entire team needs significantly more verified intelligence to make the right decision and develop a reliable plan. 3 long days pass, during which life around them continues as usual under the bright sun, concealing the coming changes for all the characters. A sweet and romantic scene featuring 2 ants in love in their cozy nest momentarily eases the overall tension, offering a long-awaited sense of peace at home. A huge hand suddenly looms over the frightened pair of insects, who frantically try to escape this sudden threat from the sky. Giant fingers snatch up a tiny ant, separating the lovers forever. Suddenly, the young man lets it go, something the couple could never have expected from a human. But then the tiny creature once again expresses extreme indignation, gesturing wildly as powerful fingers roughly grab its little body. The mocking young man holds a tiny ant in his hands, ignoring all of the poor creature's complaints. The alarmed eccentric frantically calls out for Zhang, not understanding where he has disappeared to. Laughing, the friend rejoices that his buddy has finally opened his eyes after a long and very exhausting sleep. Discussing a tiny ant, the friends sincerely marvel at this insect's incredible ability to always find its way back home. Sitting on a fallen tree, the characters discuss the past 3 days while one of them slept soundly, just like a real little piglet after eating a delicious octopus. Amused by the idea of himself as a piglet because of his long dreams, the guy thoughtfully scratches his chin and tries to figure out if he suddenly turned into a pig. Insisting earnestly that he wasn't asleep at all, he explains to his friend how a strange voice in his head suggested a method that allows him to easily push past his physical limits. Joyfully celebrating their freedom, a pair of ants thank their lucky stars that the strange man has finally left them alone and they can run away in peace. Gently touching the barrier with his finger, the hero concentrates all his inner energy. Exploding with a deafening, blinding light, a powerful stream of energy leaves behind only the destructive traces of a crushing blow. Cutting through space, he hurtles straight into the crown of a huge tree, causing everything around him to tremble violently. The guys happily discuss how incredibly much stronger they've become lately thanks to their efforts. A tiny ant in the grass suddenly notices something strange that instantly catches its frightened attention. Frozen in utter shock, the insect widened its beady eyes as it realized what was happening around it. The poor creature, in a panic, realizes the scale of the disaster, cursing under its breath as it comes to terms with the fact that its normal life has been completely destroyed by hooligans. The energetic blonde smugly boasts about his secret technique, confidently taking all the credit for his recent dramatic surge in strength. Smiling, his companion merely nods good-naturedly in response to these loud claims, remaining calm and supporting his friend in his irrepressible desire to show off. In the thick undergrowth, a little ant weeps inconsolably over her lifeless lover, sincerely mourning his unexpected and tragic death right in the middle of the day. Suddenly, another ant crawls up to her and tries in every way to comfort the poor thing, urging her to stop shedding tears, for life goes on despite the heavy loss. A whole crowd of ants gathers around them, insisting that only one ant had died, and now the entire group is actively cheering up the widow. Suddenly, the tiny heroine bursts into tears of joy and touchingly thanks them for such unexpected support. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of guys looks at the fallen tree with obvious bewilderment, trying to figure out what caused it. Then they approach an electrical transformer, and one of them warns his friend that it could be life-threatening if he isn't sufficiently trained. In response to this warning, the young man recklessly declares that the voice in his head has given him the go-ahead. As the scene concludes, the daredevil looks at his companion with a confident smile, firmly asserting that he believes in him unconditionally and entrusts his own safety entirely to him. With excitement in his eyes, the young man replies that he too has complete faith in his friend, feeling an incredible surge of energy and a readiness for the riskiest adventures. Looking around, they wonder exactly how to climb up to the pole, while the hero insists that he can handle this task entirely on his own. With a powerful push off the ground, he takes an incredible leap, hurtling upward toward his goal with a speed unheard of for an ordinary person. Like a superhero from a comic book, he instantly finds himself atop the transformer, landing deftly right on the surface of the dangerous electrical equipment. His partner standing below watches this acrobatic stunt with amazement and genuine delight, mentally bestowing upon his friend the honorary status of a professional. With a beaming face, he loudly marvels at his friend's ability to perform such sky-high jumps, sincerely admiring his buddy's incredible skill. Suddenly, a thermos crashes to the ground, bringing this impressive adrenaline-fueled moment of triumph to a close. In the middle of the street, a stunned doctor watches the mayhem caused by the lunatics. Trying to grasp the scale of the impending disaster, the terrified doctor lets out a scream and in a panic calls out to the president, completely at a loss as to how to stop this insane chaos. At the same time, the agitated hero, engulfed in bright electrical discharges, joyfully informs Zhang of the successful completion of his extremely dangerous scheme. Feeling a powerful surge of uncontrollable energy inside him, the young man, with a wild expression on his face, prepares to do something grand. Struggling to contain his mounting excitement, the frenzied young man shouts out his emotions amid a shower of sparkling sparks. Completely disconcerted, the president, trying to figure out the details of what's happening over the phone, realizes that the situation is spiraling out of control and threatens to end in total failure. Upon receiving the terrifying news, the stunned employees realize that calling an ambulance is pointless, since a cozy spot for eternal rest has clearly been prepared for them at the cemetery. The final chord of this madness is the frenzied crackling of high-voltage equipment, which under the influence of colossal voltage begins to burst into pieces. A massive explosion occurs, accompanied by blinding flashes, shaking everything around it. Plummeting downward after the devastating electrical discharge, the eccentric man finds himself buried under debris that flies in all directions from the impact. His lifeless body, severely damaged by the colossal voltage, lay sprawled on the grass, shrouded in thick clouds of smoke, reminding everyone of the dangers of such games. Still electrified, the defeated hero lies motionless while cautious bystanders try to assess the extent of the deadly threat emanating from him. Lying helplessly on the lawn with his arms and legs spread out, he continues to spark, demonstrating to everyone present the consequences of his extremely risky and reckless experiment. Noticing what is happening, an alarmed friend, with a look of fear on his face, rushes to the scene of the incident, hoping to prevent an even greater catastrophe. Trying to save the hapless young man from dangerous contact, his companion frantically attempts to stop everyone around him, urging them not to approach the source of the deadly electrical energy. Persistently pushing his friend away, the young man tries to convince those around him that he is safe, although his condition clearly raises serious concerns. Exhausted and having nearly used up his last reserves of strength, the hero assures everyone that he's still breathing and is simply incredibly tired. Weakly lowering his hand, The exhausted young man admits to a desperate desire to finally fall asleep. But just then, a loud and alarmed cry rings out. Suddenly grabbing the exhausted young man's hand, someone releases a powerful surge of bright energy, creating a blinding flash. After sending the poor fellow flying to the side with an incredible blow, the eccentric figure falls to the ground from the electric shock. Stunned by what he has witnessed, the doctor, completely bewildered, grabs his phone to urgently inform the president of the need to arrive at the scene immediately and see everything with his own eyes. Desperate to save the patient with horrific burns, the doctor clutches his head, unsure how to handle this hopeless case and prevent the inevitable death. Overwhelmed by emotion, the doctor bursts out crying, telling his colleagues that he is only human, not an omnipotent God capable of healing such severe injuries. Leaving the operating room, the exhausted specialist declares that the current situation is absolutely hopeless, as it is now physically impossible to save the dying patient. Urging his colleagues not to give up, the man insists on continuing the fight for life as long as there is even the faintest glimmer of hope for the patient's recovery. Upon hearing the order to proceed, the stunned doctor asks again whether the vice president is willing to personally take responsibility for the operation. Falling silent in anticipation of a miracle, the hospital corridor is plunged into an anxious silence while, behind closed doors, the fate of a man teetering on the brink of eternity is being decided. Ordering the initial treatment of the wounds to be completed, the vice president demands that the patient be taken to a ward and, in the process, learns of the arrival of an important guest from a psychiatric clinic. While waiting for a response in the quiet hallway, he reports that the person responsible for the incident is still outside, waiting for the medical procedures to be completed. Recalling recent events, the enraged doctor calls the pesky culprit the ultimate scoundrel, who has caused everyone a great deal of trouble with his reckless actions. Venting his pent-up frustration, the man exclaims angrily that he had only recently discharged these lunatics, and they've already returned with new burns from dangerous electrical games. In a fit of rage, the enraged doctor is ready to pounce on his opponent, barely restrained by his colleagues, while true madness is evident in his eyes. Despite loudly demanding that they leave and refusing to accept their apologies, the furious doctor, in a fit of rage, doesn't forget to remind the uninvited guest of the need to pay. Smiling in response to the aggression, the unflappable visitor merely suggests that his old acquaintance, Lee, fill out a medical form. At the mere mention of a routine hospital form, the surgeon freezes completely. He is contorted with indignation, and his hands begin to tremble uncontrollably. Against the backdrop of a bright red fire extinguisher, which he has grabbed in a fit of emotion, an ominous crimson glow flares up in the doctor's eyes, signaling that his patience has reached its limit. Unable to contain his violent emotions, the man, driven mad by the guest's antics, attempts to attack him, vowing to destroy everything around him, including the hospital itself, despite the cries of his colleagues. Trying to prevent the irreparable, his subordinates do their utmost to restrain the enraged deputy, reminding him of the criminal liability for murder. Barely held back by the staff and brandishing a heavy fire extinguisher, the surgeon continues to hurl curses, ignoring calls to rest after a 10-hour surgery. Unable to withstand the heat of the moment, the emotional deputy collapses from exhaustion right in his colleague's arms, continuing to shout threats in a delirium. Trying to justify himself, the hapless visitor asks in bewilderment whether the desire to save money by getting a regular card is really such a terrible sin. The next morning arrives, silence reigns in the hospital room, and the young man, sleeping peacefully, has no idea what commotion took place here the night before. Having successfully finished his workout, the hero falls into a deep sleep, unaware that the electric shock that caused him to faint had no lasting effects. The quiet awakening of the bandaged oddball begins with him slowly opening his eyes as his consciousness gradually returns after a long period of rest. Breathing deeply in his sleep, the exhausted partner continues to snore peacefully next to his bandaged companion, who is finally beginning to come to in this hospital room. Having regained some consciousness, the protagonist wearily covers his face with a hand wrapped in medical bandages, trying to make sense of the reality of what is happening after waking up. After intensive treatment, the bandages are finally removed from the patient's hands, revealing an astonishing result. Having literally been transformed overnight, the protagonist displays incredibly smooth and radiant skin, shocking everyone with his sudden and magical healing. Running his fingers through the sleepy young man's hair, he shows him tender care while he sleeps soundly, completely unaware of what's happening around him. Rubbing his eyes slightly to wake up, the bewildered young man doesn't immediately grasp reality, struggling to comprehend that his serious condition is now a thing of the past. Exclaiming joyfully at the sight of his friend regaining consciousness, the elated companion rushes to embrace him, sincerely celebrating his long-awaited and rapid recovery. Speaking words of encouragement with confidence and calm, the caring mentor promises the protagonist that he will soon make a full recovery and return to his normal life without restrictions. Suddenly, a medical tray with used supplies falls to the floor, underscoring the atmosphere of commotion that has arisen in the hospital room after the patient's awakening. Unexpectedly interrupting the idyll, a nurse appears in the doorway, her arrival evoking genuine surprise among the characters, mixed with a slight awkwardness at what is happening. Stunned doctors and hospital staff gather in a tight crowd around the bed, heatedly discussing the phenomenal effect of bodily purification that occurred in the patient overnight. Literally beaming with delight, the delighted hospital staff are falling over themselves to praise the patient's flawless skin, making no secret of their sincere amazement at such a miraculous outcome. Stunned by what they see, the medical staff fall into a state of deep shock and utter bewilderment, unable to believe the patient's sudden and strange transformation. Overwhelmed by all the attention, the young man blushes visibly with embarrassment, trying to hide from the intense and enthusiastic stares. A serene azure sky stretches over the modern metropolis, bathed in bright sunlight that reflects off the facades of tall office buildings. In a spacious office, a pensive man sits at his desk, reflecting on the madmen who have climbed a dangerous power line pylon. With deep interest, he assesses the prospects for training, realizing that he no longer needs to dwell on the young man's future. Realizing that even these individuals' irrational actions are beginning to cause significant trouble, he decides to make sure he attends their upcoming funeral. A sudden phone call from an acquaintance desperate for money interrupts the protagonist's inner monologue, forcing him to set aside his personal thoughts and answer the incoming call. Upon hearing the shocking news that the person he's been watching is still alive, he is thrown into utter confusion and genuinely wonders how exactly they managed to escape certain death. Memories of the tragic death of a level 3 fighter who was instantly killed upon contact with a high-voltage source lead him to harbor serious suspicions. Now, a terrifying realization has finally taken root in his mind. The power level of these two strange psychopaths has reached at least the 4th stage of development. His eyes glowing red underscore the importance of the moment, for those possessing such a rare talent certainly deserve the closest attention. With a smile, the man studies the screen of his smartphone, seriously considering whether he should reconsider his plans regarding these two individuals. As the clinic's president hurriedly leaves the hospital grounds, his subordinates try to stop him, unable to understand why he is walking away from an important discussion about future club membership cards. Smiling in response to his colleagues' puzzled questions, he explains that he is forced to leave immediately to avoid the persistent harassment of his own brother. Stunned by such a strange and unexpected excuse, the employees simply exchange silent glances, unsure of how seriously to take their boss's words. Relishing the triumph of his own cunning, he laughs loudly, delighted that he managed to so skillfully deceive everyone around him and successfully slip away from his duties. In a cozy hospital room, a caring young woman gently feeds a young man worrying about the temperature of his food and promising to protect his peace of mind from any possible adversity. Suddenly handing the young man his old, worn-out bag, the young woman tries to show care and attention to details he usually doesn't notice at all. Refusing to let him use the damaged bag, she insists on the importance of even the smallest details, clearly trying to make an impression. Determined not to let his companion walk around with a torn item, the protagonist begins to fuss about it, clearly intending to radically remedy this unfortunate situation. Holding out his credit card to her, he offers with sincere enthusiasm to buy her anything she chooses so that she doesn't have to deny herself anything. Accepting such an unexpected and generous gift with a joyful smile, the young woman sincerely thanks the young man for his kindness, emphasizing just how attentive he is to her. Mentioning that Uncle Wang is planning to visit him in the hospital, she quickly hides the card she received, trying not to show her self-serving joy. Seeing the news as a great reason to be grateful, the young man looks forward to the upcoming meeting with the man who once helped bring them together. Giggling shyly at such a flattering assessment of her qualities, she savors the moment. A strange visual distortion obscures his view, forcing him to see the world through red spheres that seem to be tracking every movement around him. Completely baffled by the cause of these hallucinations, the man sincerely tries to make sense of what's happening, since everything in the clinic seems somehow suspicious and ominous to him. The terrifying third-level parasite reveals itself in all its glory, exposing its true nature as a dangerous magical beast capable of instilling genuine terror. A huge hand suddenly reaches for an exquisite delicacy, unaware that something repulsive lurks beneath the surface of the appetizing morsel. Slowly and methodically, the treacherous insect compels its victim to swallow it whole, subjugating the unfortunate soul's will and gradually warping their perception of reality into something unnatural. Feeling a sickening satisfaction from this strange meal, the dazed person savors their prey, completely unaware of the full extent of the threat looming over them. Wandering through the corridors of a psychiatric hospital, the lost and disoriented visitor mutters angry thoughts, desperately trying to find the right ward. The irritated young man can barely contain himself as he complains about the wasted effort of visiting this place. Huge wings suddenly burst through the fabric of his jacket, forcing his muscles to tense to the limit as his body rapidly transforms into something completely different. The terrifying metamorphosis culminates in the appearance of a gruesome insectoid hybrid, whose frightening form now seems utterly alien and deadly to those around it. In a long, brightly lit hospital corridor, a lone nurse suddenly comes face to face with a terrifying dark silhouette rapidly closing in on her. Unexpectedly confronted by an unknown threat, the frightened young woman's eyes widen in horror as she tries to make sense of what is happening around her. Deeply shaken and barely able to control her trembling, she struggles to turn her gaze toward the visitor. Before the stunned hospital employee stands a monstrous creature with eerie wings and the head of an insect. Expressing extreme irritation at the commotion, the human-fly hybrid brazenly voices its displeasure. The monster's merciless attack catches the poor nurse off guard as sharp claws dig into her face with incredible force, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Thrown back by the powerful blow, the young woman falls heavily onto the hospital floor, while the enraged creature prepares for the next phase of its bloody rampage. The helpless victim finds herself pinned to the floor, crying out for help, as the menacing silhouette looms over her, completely blocking the exit from the ill-fated ward. Startled patients watch the scene unfold from their beds, completely unaware of the specific danger that has infiltrated their sanctuary. The mutant's deadly grip on the poor girl's throat grows ever tighter, forcing her to suffer in excruciating agony as she struggles in vain to break free from its steel-like claws. Cold-bloodedly declaring its sadistic intent to slit her throat, the monster revels in the despair of its victim, who can no longer even breathe properly. Frantically trying to escape the impending doom, the people in the ward panic and urge one another to flee, spotting the monstrous enemy in the hallway. Grinning maliciously, this nightmarish insectoid hybrid mocks its prey, reminding it that once its throat is slit, no one will be able to hear its cries for mercy. Tearfully begging for mercy, the nurse continues to struggle desperately against the suffocating grip, even as her strength rapidly drains from her body, exhausted by pain and blood. An unexpected counterattack interrupts this brutal assault when a well-aimed jab with a needle pierces the monster's limb, forcing it to retreat. Threatening imminent death due to a dangerous object lodged inside the creature's body, the young man warns that it is about to detonate fatally. With a smile, the guy offers his help, claiming to have a unique acupuncture technique while making no attempt to mince words about the monster's repulsive appearance. Irritated by such audacity, the monster loses its patience and, flying into a rage, literally explodes with righteous fury. Screaming in pain from the needle, the monster flings the nurse far away, causing her to slam into the wall. With a sweeping motion of its massive body, the opponent attempts to land another blow, but this lunge proves completely futile. Despite its obvious size advantage, the aggressive creature finds itself completely immobilized. The young man who has appeared pulls the monster back, reminding it that aggression toward Mr. Zhang is unacceptable, after which the situation escalates to the breaking point. Turning to his companion, the young man asks with interest whether he is finally ready to heal the strange opponent, closely watching for a reaction to such an unexpected proposal. Having received his partner's consent, the young man resolutely prepares to perform the healing procedure, hoping for a favorable outcome to this encounter with an unpredictable enemy. The terrified mutant continues to mutter threats of retribution, completely unaware that his fate has already been sealed. Without wasting a second, The experienced healer delivers a swift blow, accompanied by a fountain of blood and screams of pain that echo throughout the room. At that moment, the hero once again asks whether it is necessary to cure the ailment, looking at the writhing patient with the frightening composure of a true professional. The bewildered mutant merely whimpers pitifully, unable to resist the force of circumstances, gradually realizing that he is forced to submit to this man's will. Finally, only one desire pulses in the mind of the deranged creature: to take the life of the one who dared to intervene, even as his will to fight finally fades away. With a swift movement, he tries to strike, but only slices through the air, while the young man watches in bewilderment at such a clumsy attempt at an attack. After slashing at the air with his sharp blade, the opponent falls into a rage once more, shouting threats and completely unaware that his movements are as transparent as an open book. Watching the enemy's frantic actions with a cold, narrowed gaze, the hero remains completely calm, ready at any moment to thwart his opponent's next move. With a deft gesture, he seizes the initiative and firmly pins the aggressor's wing, leaving him not the slightest chance of escape or further resistance. Stunned by what is happening, the mutant realizes with horror just how completely helpless he is, for even his most powerful attack was instantly thwarted by this strong man. Narrowing his eyes menacingly, the young man, his crimson eyes blazing with rage, watches the monster intently. Raising his hand for the decisive blow, the hero freezes above the defeated creature, whose terrifying appearance now expresses only the utmost hopelessness and deep despair. Dripping with thick blood, the creature is rapidly losing its last reserves of strength, while crimson drops fall silently to the floor, staining the space with an ominous hue. The exhausted monster, its wings damaged, sits dejectedly on the tile floor, revealing the gruesome wounds that have turned its once neat business suit into rags. Offering his help, the unflappable young man addresses the maimed monster, trying to find out if it is willing to accept healing from the powerful Mr. Zhang. Grabbing his opponent sharply by the collar of his jacket, the young man leaves him no chance of escape, clearly demonstrating his complete control over this strange situation. Looking the pitiful creature straight in the eye, the hero insistently urges him to agree to treatment, hinting that this is his only real chance to save his life. The unflappable guy points to the wounded beetle, explaining to his companion that the unfortunate creature urgently needs medical attention. His friend looks at him skeptically, genuinely puzzled as to why he is holding the bloodied monster so roughly and unceremoniously in his hands. Recalling how the hybrid had held the poor nurse, the hero coolly ignores his pleas. Seeing his friend's bewilderment, the quick-witted guy cheerfully snaps his fingers and assures him that this is his favorite way of communicating with such strange individuals. A moment later, the first needle pierces the unfortunate monster's head, causing a wave of unbearable pain and shock from such an unexpected treatment. Sharp medical instruments pierce the beetle's body one after another, accompanied by the frightened gasps of the nurse watching the process. The unfortunate patient begins to whimper and cry softly, overwhelmed by physical pain, unable to resist the torment inflicted by his tormentors. Having nearly completed the acupuncture procedure, the self-proclaimed healer triumphantly announces that he has shifted half the galaxy, leaving the ravaged creature in shock. Hovering a sharp instrument over the creature, Zhang prepares to deliver the final stab. The possessed parasite senses a mortal threat and tries to stop the young man. Counting on humans' usual weakness, the brazen parasite begs for mercy and threatens to kill the hostage to ensure its mating. The vile fly boasts of its control over the body and frightens its opponent with the inevitable death of the host should it be killed. Exploiting false morality and the fear of killing an innocent person, the creature counts on its opponent's indecision. The ruthless monster openly boasts of its ability to infect humans with embryos to restore its former power. By draining the life force of its unfortunate victims, the parasite plans to fully resurrect itself and regain its former power. Relishing the suffering of others, the malicious insect mocks human compassion and considers it foolish. The cold-blooded fighter's lightning-fast strike pierces the creature's head with the 13th needle, thwarting its sinister plans. The hero's unexpected agility causes the parasite to scream in agony at such a swift and brutal execution. The stunned trickster dies in terrible agony, genuinely bewildered by the young man's complete lack of fear. The lifeless bodies of the defeated parasite and its host lie sprawled lifelessly on the floor in pools of thick blood. Meanwhile, the girl in the neighboring ward sensed the monster's death, and the young man, sensing something was wrong, asked how she was feeling. An eerie glow pierced her face, causing the young man to recoil in horror at the truth that had been revealed. Suddenly, the parasite's victim's voice changes, and with a terrifying smirk, she announces the death of her hapless parent. Meanwhile, a bank card falls out of her torn dress, which the young man quickly stashes away, terrified. The young man runs for his life from the terrifying monster, with burning eyes which is literally breathing down his neck. Darting into the hallway, the fugitive desperately tries to barricade himself against his enraged pursuer, feeling a bone-chilling terror at the inevitable punishment. A powerful blow causes deep cracks to appear in the flimsy wall, and from the resulting opening come demanding shouts ordering him to get out immediately. A bewildered nurse carrying a tray reacts to the loud noise in the room, puzzled by the strange altercation between the couple right in the middle of the medical facility. Trying to appease the monster in any way he can, the guy starts making excuses and forgiving any past sins, just to avoid certain death. The emotional tension gets the better of him, so the poor guy lashes out with insults about her terrifying appearance, provoking an even greater wave of aggression. The door shatters from the crushing blow, and the poor guy's eyeballs pop out of their sockets from the shock. Hanging helplessly above the shattered floor, the stunned guy locks eyes with the terrifying figure of his ugly girlfriend looming directly above him. Suddenly, the tension escalates, and the monster bares her ridiculous rabbit teeth as the poor guy trembles with fear. The enraged young lady accompanies her next crushing attack with a barrage of choice insults, completely shattering the self-confidence of her insolent tormentor. Unexpectedly, a strong hand firmly grabs the young man by the collar, pulling him back and shielding him from the looming danger in the hospital corridor. Appearing at the most critical moment, the vice president dramatically pulls a huge blade from behind his back, causing the eyes of the rescued young man to shine with delight. The grateful patient literally hangs on his savior's leg, admiringly calling him a true hero and idol. Meanwhile, the terrifying creature turns toward the little people with a look of displeasure, clenching its clawed fingers menacingly. Upon witnessing this frightening turn of events, the owner of the cleaver suddenly breaks out in a cold sweat and loses all his fighting spirit out of sheer terror. In his recollection, exhausted after a grueling 10-hour surgery, he peacefully falls asleep right on the couch in his office. Suddenly startled awake, the sleepy surgeon begins frantically trying to remember if he left anything important behind. Clutching his head, the man suddenly recalls Heejun's strange request to make a club membership card. Noticing a large blade standing nearby, the exhausted doctor decides to arm himself with this massive contraption for his own safety. Gripping the hilt of the heavy cleaver tightly in his hand, the sleepy specialist prepares for the unexpected in the hospital corridors. Raising his weapon defiantly and burning with righteous anger, the hero desperately rushes to save people despite his exhaustion. At that very moment, a terrifying two-headed monster in a torn dress emerges from the darkness, ready to attack. Shielding the frightened boy with his own body, the brave doctor grips his blade menacingly and urges Mr. Wan to call in the SWAT team immediately. While hurriedly calling for backup on the phone, the agitated man quickly leads the bewildered young man away from the dangerous hallway. A terrifying creature with glowing red eyes viciously berates the fleeing young man, spewing rage and curses in his wake. The deceived young man angrily points his finger at the monster, accusing it of betrayal and disloyalty. Noticing the deadly threat, the brave doctor lunges forward to save his comrade from certain death. Like a bolt of lightning, the fearless rescuer slices through the air with his sharp blade, parrying the crushing blow of the enraged beast. Finding himself on the floor in the arms of the rescued young man, the breathless doctor breathes a sigh of relief at the happy outcome of the commotion. The moved young man clings touchingly to his protector's shoulder, having simultaneously become disillusioned with the treacherous fairer sex. Armed with several glowing talismans, the fearless exorcist prepares for a dangerous battle. A terrifying monster with burning eyes freezes as the first magical scroll for banishing evil descends upon its chest. Viscous clumps of energy tightly entwine the paper the moment it touches the demonic entity and begins to take effect. The binding spells rapidly immobilize the paralyzed monster, preventing it from breaking free from the spell's trap. Teammates who have arrived just in time intervene in the thick of the action, each ready to do their part. The terrifying creature flares up from the devastating damage, letting out a deafening and heart-wrenching scream of agony. The blue-haired swordsman assumes a fighting stance, summoning a massive blade to deliver a decisive, lightning-fast strike. A sharp energy blade pierces the enemy through and through, showering him with a fountain of spray and making him shudder. The lifeless body of the defeated enemy collapses onto the floor, drenched in crimson liquid, to the sound of heavy drips. Professionals from the special unit enter the room, ordering the rest to leave the mop-up operation to them. Carefully studying the tablet, the arriving operatives note the disappearance of the energy wave from the defeated dangerous enemy. After surveying the site of the recent battle, the young man informs his comrades of the possible presence of a stronger relative of the destroyed creature. Suddenly, the device begins emitting alarm signals, warning the squad that a powerful source of unknown, dangerous energy has been detected. The device's readings rapidly go off the charts, causing the bewildered fighters to panic and urgently request reinforcements due to their lack of preparedness. Gloomy shadows in the crimson glow foreshadow the appearance of a new nightmarish monster, surpassing all previous enemies in power. Overcome with terror, the patient trembles violently, cowering in a cramped corner during the sudden attack by the nightmarish creature. A crowd of terrified people runs frantically down the hallway, fleeing from an unexpected deadly threat. Deafening cries for help ring out from all sides as frantic patients and staff try in terror to escape the danger zone. An enraged monster with eerie red eyes and sharp teeth smashes everything in its path, demanding immediate retribution for past deaths. A terrifying winged beast sweeps away concrete slabs, flinging fleeing people aside amid the sounds of a crushing impact. Two carefree guys exchange puzzled glances amid the general chaos, genuinely baffled by the panic of those around them. A huge ancient fly hovers over the ruined building, announcing its rebirth and its intention to make everyone pay dearly. With curiosity, the eccentric points at the giant insect, asking his companion about the reasons behind the monster's strange behavior. His calm friend suggests taking a closer look at the dangerous flying predator, instead of rushing headlong to escape along with everyone else. A short while earlier, the lifeless body of the defeated mutant lies on the floor next to the injured man, while golden halos glow mournfully above their heads. Bitter tears stream down the cheeks of the young man, who is genuinely bewildered by the patient's death following his strange treatment. Comforting his weeping companion, his friend suggests acting with much more confidence next time to achieve the desired result. Completely unexpectedly, the doctor, terrified to the core, begins to worry intensely about the threat of arrest for involuntary manslaughter. The indignant spirit of the deceased man, along with his pets, angrily threatens the heavens, demanding an immediate response for the high-handedness that has been committed. A deafening crash echoed through the ward when a powerful fist smashed through the thick window pane with devastating force. The alarmed young man ordered his companion to immediately run away from the defeated monster. In the next instant, the image of the man and the monsters who had fallen at the hands of the eccentrics as retribution appeared before his eyes. Thrilled by the unexpected adventure, the young man joyfully declared that fleeing from danger turned out to be incredibly fun. Taking advantage of the nurse's shock, the fugitives deftly climbed onto the windowsill to escape the dangerous place through the window. The battered woman, with tears in her eyes, sincerely thanked her unexpected rescuers for her sudden, miraculous liberation. The satisfied eccentric chuckled slyly, leaning amiably on his pensive and serious companion in misfortune. After making a breathtaking leap from a great height, the pair landed safely on the concrete right below the hospital windows. Once on the street, they began looking around in fear, trying to assess the situation. Noticing the danger, the fugitive spread his arms wide and desperately ordered his companion to jump, assuring him it was safe. Suddenly, a terrifying cursed monster emerged from behind the trees, causing the terrified people to flee screaming. Fleeing from the horrific monster, the pair of heroes deftly hid in the thick green bushes by the side of the road. Meanwhile, at a special monitoring center, a powerful energy surge was detected from a dangerous, cursed 7th-level beast. The shocked operators quickly realized the critical shortage of personnel on the scene and demanded immediate reinforcements. A determined man volunteered to personally go to the aid of the victims. An agitated woman emphasizes the gravity of the situation, claiming that a dangerous monster leader is bound to appear rather than just a random invasion. A sullen young man listens skeptically to the alarming warnings. Confidently, the woman urges everyone to trust the elite squad that has arrived to resolve the massive problem at hand. The special task force of formidable fighters, returning from their mission, looks rather comical, given the gravity of the situation. The unflappable lady declares that the arriving professionals are fully combat ready and capable of easily handling the terrifying 7th-level monster. A huge, multi-eyed creature looms over the ruins while a couple of heroes calmly discuss the giant monster's appetizing appearance. The enraged spawn of darkness lets out a deafening roar, filled with fierce hatred and a thirst to immediately tear its insolent opponents to pieces. The internal system instantly analyzes the absorbed power, happily reporting that a sufficient energy reserve has been accumulated to satisfy its hunger. The monster's destructive tentacle crashes down on the city's buildings, forcing the guys to watch this horror unfold. A system prompt describes in detail the nutritional properties and method of preparing the dangerous beast, whetting the hero's appetites. A cheerful guy jokes about the chaos unfolding, while his flustered companion tries to flee. A sudden attack by a giant monster rapidly closes in on the hero, but he calmly raises a finger to fend it off. A light touch of the hero's finger against the enemy's powerful paw triggers an unexpected and dazzling burst of energy. The devastating blow tears the nightmarish creature to pieces, flooding the surroundings with bright light and demonstrating incredible power. The stunned fighter, his nose broken, comes to his senses amid the rubble, unable to believe his own eyes after witnessing the nightmare. A terrifying winged creature looms over the ruined city, while below the two heroes watch it. Calmly, the young man explains that to use the ability, one must first build up power, then touch a surface to release it. Pointing his finger, his partner asks skeptically how they could possibly reach the monster since it's so tall. Suddenly, Lin Fan vanishes with incredible agility, and Zhang doesn't even have time to blink. Cutting through the air with a swift burst, the glowing figure soars straight toward the roaring beast, leaving a long, golden trail of energy in its wake. Enveloped in a pulsating red aura, the young man raises his fist, and his eye flashes with a crimson light of incredible power. Racing at breakneck speed, his clenched fist slices through space, poised to deliver a crushing blow to its target. Flying right up close to the enormous beast, the tiny glowing figure of the hero prepares to crash into the monster, slicing through everything around him with blinding beams of light. Lying sprawled on the cracked ground amid the debris, the man exhales in shock, realizing that this stranger is simply incredibly strong. In complete shock, he shouts out the only question running through his mind: who is he? Bathed in crimson light, the monster's face, contorted with rage, opens its jaws in a wild roar. Leaping high into the air, the hero plunges downward toward the enormous red mass hurtling toward him, preparing for another collision. Throwing its head back toward the sky, the monster howls in pain, while the tiny figure soars above it, leaving a long blue trail from the blow. After taking a powerful blow straight to the jaw, the creature twitches in pain, and a bright yellow flash illuminates the moment when the hero crashes down on it from above. Tilting its battered snout toward the clear sky, the monster staggers from yet another hit, while a star flashes in the distance from the impact. The fighter's silhouettes, blurred by speed, multiply, and every movement is accompanied by bright flashes from the blows he lands. Parrying the opponent's incoming strikes, the calm young man stands unflappable as sparks fly around him from the blocked attacks. Amid a blinding flash, the hero's fist slams straight into the monster's eye, and then his hand clenches something dark and slender with an iron grip. Standing in the middle of the ruined arena, the hero's small figure holds the monster's giant dark palm at arm's length, stopping it as if it were child's play. Plunging his entire body into the crimson mass, the fighter, shrouded in a red aura, delivers a final crushing blow, and bright yellow sparks fly in all directions. Standing in the middle of the devastated arena next to the defeated fly, the young man turns to Lin Fanyu and says hesitantly that this monster seems too ugly to her. With a bewildered expression, the hero declares that his opinion differs from his friends and challenges him to a fight. Tilting his head back to look at the massive carcass of the fallen monster, the boy asks in puzzlement whether his companion is really so hungry that he wants to eat this terrifying enormous fly. Shrunken into a tiny chibi form with sad eyes, the hero grumbles petulantly that he doesn't want to eat the monster at all because it's way too gross. Amid the debris of shattered tiles, the little figure of the boy sits on the ground and turns to his friend, beginning to talk about something important. Looking at his frowning companion, the eccentric asks, bewildered, whether he thinks the fly is just as ugly and not cute, because then they're no different from each other at all. Swinging his arm, leaving a long golden trail of energy in its wake, the boy stands with a serious expression, ready for another devastating move. Amid a blinding white explosion of shrapnel, two tiny figures stand side by side, and one of them declares with relief that the fly is very ugly and not cute at all. With a blush on his cheeks, the young man joyfully exclaims that since his companion also thinks the fly is ugly, there's no longer any reason for them to fight. Closing his eyes wearily, the young man mutters a brief agreement, while the system's voice echoes in his head, announcing 7th level energy. Enveloped in a golden glow, the two young men in suits use their last ounce of strength to hold up a glowing barrier with their hands, trying to withstand the onslaught of monstrous power. Inside the shimmering energy dome, a girl heals her wounded comrades, supporting everyone trapped in this trap. With beads of sweat on her face and a worried look in her eyes, the heroine shouts at the others to hold on, because the boss is already very close and they just need to hang on a little longer. Clutching a tablet with an alarming red dot on the map, someone receives a notification that the wave has subsided and the 7th level parasitic fly has finally been defeated. Strolling through the ruined city, the friend defiantly pumps his fist and suggests to his companion that they continue their escape since they decided not to eat the monster after all. Wiping away a drop of saliva and wearily closing his eyes, the guy agrees to keep going, even as the system persistently advises him to consider eating the fly after all. Suddenly collapsing to the ground, completely drained of strength, the hero falls right at the feet of his terrified companion, who cries out his name in horror. Lying there with his eyes closed and his mouth slightly open, the exhausted young man is barely breathing, and the system's voice informs him that the blow has completely drained all his energy. Sinking to his knees amid the ruins, his tearful friend shakes his unconscious companion and begs him not to leave and to stay with him. Amid the ruined city, where other fighters can be glimpsed in the distance, the weeping hero leans over his friend's motionless body and desperately calls for him to wake up. Rushing to the ruined square, a squad of fighters looks around in bewilderment and asks each other what happened here and where the damned 7th level beast has gone. Enveloped in a glowing energy field around his head, the blonde hero, with a serious expression, announces that traces of colossal power can still be felt in the air. Pointing to the massive carcass of the defeated fly amid the rubble, the young warrior calmly informs the others that the monster is already here and is finally dead. Standing at the edge of the chasm next to the monster's sprawled body, the group of warriors exchange surprised glances and ask incredulously whether the creature is truly dead. Frowning, the warrior demands to know from his pensive companion who exactly managed to finish off this dangerous beast. Leaning over the unconscious young man, the healer envelops him in green light and notes with surprise that there isn't a single wound on his body, even though his mind is completely blank. Gently holding her palms over the wounded man's head, the female healer asks her companion with concern how she is feeling, marveling at the fact that the young man's heart beats like that of an ancient old man. Looking at the ruined city in the distance, the healer says that they need to make their way inside the building and rescue as many injured people as possible. Pointing with his hand towards somewhere off to the side, the breathless fighter calls out to the others, drawing their attention with an alarmed cry. Lying on cracked tiles amid the ruins, the wounded Special Forces soldier points his finger at the young man and says that he was the one who finished off the accursed beast. Covering his bloodied mouth with his palm, the Special Forces soldier breathes heavily and coughs, unable to recover from the brutal battle. Bathed in a soft glow amid the light-filled square, the girl calmly advises him that he'd be better off keeping quiet for now. Leaning over the wounded bald fighter, the healer places a crimson 2nd-level pill in his hand to help him recover more quickly. Cupping her hands over the gasping warrior's head, the female healer casts healing magic, and a green glow draws into his wounds. Rising from the grass beneath the canopy of trees, the healer extends her hand to the bald fighter and asks him to lie down and rest for a while, promising to return later. Exhausted heroes remain seated beneath a massive tree in the ruined park, while around them cracks and traces of a recent fierce battle stretch up toward the sky. Standing against the backdrop of the sunset sky and collapsed buildings, a young man urges someone to hurry and bring a first aid kit, as there are many wounded people nearby. In the sun-drenched forest, medics examine an unconscious young man and decide to send the critically wounded to the ambulance first, asking the others to wait a little while. Helping the exhausted young man to his feet in the forest at sunset, the medic says that since he's okay, he can call someone to pick him up and take him home. Lowering his gaze and wearily closing his eyes, the young man quietly repeats the word home to himself, as if the concept sounds strange and unfamiliar to him. Suddenly opening one eye wide, the unconscious young man begins to come to. Sitting on the grass in the middle of a forest bathed in sunset light, his friend cries out joyfully that his companion has finally woken up after a long slumber. Jumping up from where he was sitting, the bloodied fighter enthusiastically reaches out to the young man and, stammering, alternately calls him a warrior and a senior master. Whispering to each other under the canopy of the trees, the two bewildered figures quietly discuss whether all these people have come here to arrest them, since quite a large crowd has gathered. Covering their mouths with their palms and leaning toward each other, they whisper that they'd better run away again, even though it's unclear what's going on here. With a blush on his cheeks, the hero happily agrees, throwing his arms up in a burst of joy. Lurking in the thick grass in the middle of the forest, the two fugitives carefully sneak away, while in the distance, a bloodied, bald fighter waves enthusiastically after them. Looking around in confusion with a loaf of bread in his hands, the young man asks in surprise where his companions have gone, since he'd managed to get them some food. Strolling down a bustling street in a big city at sunset, the young man notes that this is the first time they've walked down such a street, surrounded by strangers. Resting his cheek against his companion's shoulder, the happy protagonist assures Lin Fan that he's a really good person and that he'll help him no matter what happens. Floating in the air and holding hands in the middle of the street, the two friends cheerfully declare to passers-by that they're best friends, startling those around them with their strange appearance. Sprawled out on the green grass under a bridge beneath a clear sky, the guy recalls the place where they once grilled and ate octopus, and his companion confirms that it was delicious. Perched on a fluffy cloud amid a golden glow, the octopus's spirit waves its tentacles indignantly, while the guy dreamily agrees that grilled octopus really is very tasty. Sitting on a cloud with a blissful smile, the guy raves about the dish's flavor, while the ghostly octopus beside him sulkily reaches out a tentacle toward him. Wiping away tears with a handkerchief, the sulky octopus spirit grumbles that people taste good no matter what form they take. Lying on the green grass and leaning on his companion, the young man points off into the distance and quietly calls out to Lin Fan, having noticed something important. Pointing his finger at a white van parked by the roadside, the young man agrees that it looks like someone inside is tormenting other people. Sitting tied up in the back seat of the car, a fair-haired boy looks fearfully at his kidnapper, who has a gun pointed at him and is talking on the phone about a ransom. Pressing the muzzle of the gun against the hostage's head and shoving the phone into his hand, the tattooed gangster rudely demands that he say something, while the terrified captive begs his father to save him. Holding the phone to his ear with a furious snarl, the gangster demands that $5 million be prepared in exchange for the return of his son. Snatching the phone and holding the bound boy at gunpoint, the calm hostage matter-of-factly corrects the kidnapper, pointing out that he doesn't know the market at all. Sitting bound in the van and discussing the ransom, the hostage seriously advises the gangster to demand more, since the previous kidnapper asked for as much as $100 million. Huddled inside the van, the surprised criminal and his accomplice listen to the bound boy who, with a proud air, lectures them. Holding the phone to his ear with a furious snarl, the enraged kidnapper shouts into the receiver that the market price has gone up and they now need to prepare a full $500 million. Rudely, the gangster repeats the instructions on where to leave the money, while the captive calmly suggests the best way to make threats. Looking away from the phone with a puzzled expression, the kidnapper asks, flustered, what this strange kid actually means with his advice. Once again, the kidnapper reads out threats into the phone about 3 o'clock and his son's finger, while the bound boy quietly adds something about the eyes being taken. Leaning toward the bound hostage with a tense expression, the kidnapper mutters in confusion that he actually doesn't have any spies in the police force. Huddled close together, they quietly discuss how the spy bluff is just a clever ploy, since parents would never put their child in danger. With a face contorted with rage, the enraged kidnapper abruptly ends the call by tapping the red hang-up button on the phone screen. Slumped in his seat with the phone in his hand and a smug grin, the criminal asks if he did everything right, and his accomplice gives him a thumbs up in admiration. With a serious and slightly worried expression, the captive warns the kidnapper that the call is taking too long and that his house is equipped with a location tracking sensor. With his eyes wide with horror, the terrified accomplice clutches his face, realizing that their location has been revealed, and the boy's security guards are already on their way. Raising his gun with eyes ablaze, the enraged kidnapper yells at the bound hostage, blaming him for everything going wrong. Staring straight into the barrel of the gun pressed against his temple, the boy calmly wonders how a phone call could possibly have lasted 47 minutes and 8 seconds. Meanwhile, the thug is fully prepared to use the gun, now that everything has gone awry. Amid the commotion, the gangster points the barrel at the hostage, while his terrified accomplice clings to him and begs him to calm down. After all, the boy is worth a whopping 500 million. Suddenly appearing at the van's doorway, the hero points his finger in confusion at the scene and naively asks if these guys are arguing with each other. Frozen in tense silence, the gangsters point their guns at the bound boy, while two strangers who have suddenly appeared stare in bewilderment at the whole scene. Baring his teeth with fury in his eyes, the enraged kidnapper growls through clenched teeth that he's in a terrible mood right now and points his gun warningly at the uninvited guests. A smirking thug with a tattoo on his shoulder opens fire point blank. The deadly bullet freezes in midair a millimeter from the blond man's bridge of the nose, causing him to freeze in shock. With a lightning-fast movement of his palm, the young man intercepts the flying projectile, turning it into fine dust. Shielding his terrified partner with his own body, the dark-haired Avenger's crimson eye flashes, radiating a deadly threat. The white-haired guy calmly asked his friend to avenge him and give a thorough beating to whoever had decided to threaten them with a weapon straight out of an action movie. To avoid getting into trouble, the friend immediately reminded his buddy to keep his power in check, since killing is strictly prohibited by law, and the two of them still need to escape from here alive. Inside the van, the kidnapper, trembling with fear, pointed his gun and shouted in disbelief, wondering if these two were really human, since they were willing to catch bullets with their bare hands. In the midst of it all, the guy landed a crushing punch right in the kidnapper's stomach at that very moment. From the force of the blow, the hapless thug's body flew out through the van's open door with a whoosh and soared off toward the glowing sky. Somewhere high in the air, the poor guy was spun around and hurled downward, straight into the raging torrent of water, which shot up in a huge fountain of spray. Meanwhile, a terrified accomplice jumped out of the same van and, screaming, ran off, trying to save his own skin from these lunatics. Inside the van, the guy explained that the victim was still breathing, since he'd used only a tiny fraction of his strength. After a brief pause, the boy, still tied up with a rope, warily asked to be let go at last, while the oddball cheerfully chattered on about how the bad guy had already run away. Looking at the two strange-looking guys in hospital pajamas, the boy noted skeptically that these guys looked completely out of their minds. Suddenly, it dawned on the boy that this pair had escaped from the Qingshan psychiatric hospital, and upon this realization, he nervously clenched his fist as he noticed the logo on their clothes. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a terrible hunger, accompanied by a loud rumbling in his stomach. In gratitude for being saved, both fugitives happily agreed to accept the boy's invitation to go somewhere for a bite to eat, joyfully shouting their consent in unison. Hurrying his disheveled companions along, he warned that in just 3 minutes, people from Mew's security firm would show up here, so they'd all better get out of there as fast as they could. Meanwhile, a military helicopter hovered over the city, and a man inside repeatedly issued an urgent order through a megaphone to ensure the safety of young Master Bay at all costs. Roping down directly from the hovering helicopter, fully equipped Special Forces soldiers slid one after another down to the green shore near the picturesque bridge spanning the bay. Once on the ground, the heavily armed Special Forces soldiers surrounded the unconscious gangster and began interrogating the terrified, bespectacled man, asking if he had seen a child there. Lowering his head, the man narrowed his eyes slyly, clearly plotting some desperate ploy to wriggle out of this predicament. With tears in his eyes and a rifle pointed at him, the bespectacled man began to make up a pitiful story, claiming that a handsome boy had been forcibly dragged away by two men in hospital scrubs, and that his brother had been brutally beaten for it. Continuing to whine about how he had called for help but received only blows in response, the trembling man with a gun pointed at him cried out in despair that these people were truly devils. Coughing from the pain, the gangster came to and groaned through clenched teeth that he felt terrible, then immediately asked where those two had dragged the boy off to. As soon as he regained his senses, The battered thug, through his tears, marveled at the kindness of the bespectacled man, who had rushed so desperately to save some boy that he himself had ended up taking a brutal beating. Listening to the victim's moans, one of the Special Forces soldiers suddenly frowned, catching himself with the strange feeling that this voice seemed painfully familiar to him. Landing right on the green grass, the commander of the Ninth Unit reported over the radio that the target had finally been located and his men were already moving out on the rescue operation. Kneeling down next to his partner, the frightened man in glasses stole a glance at the armed Special Forces soldier. Exhaling with relief, he silently thanked heaven that he was still conscious and would be able to somehow resolve this terrifying situation. Against the backdrop of the city's ruins and an ominous sunset sky, a half-collapsed high-rise building, surrounded by greenery, looms large. Waving his arms with excitement, the young man enthusiastically told his hushed listeners about the strong man whose power proved to be on par with that of a true boss. Swaying with overwhelming emotion, the girl sighed in admiration. "He's so strong," while someone nearby impatiently asked, "Where is that great master?" Wiping tears from his face, the heartbroken narrator sadly admitted that the rescuers hadn't even glanced at him and had simply fled back home. Closing his eyes thoughtfully, the young man respectfully concluded that rescuing people from trouble without revealing their names is the true style of the great masters. Proudly raising his hand, holding a pencil, the inspired young fighter declared that he had memorized the heroes' faces well and would now draw their portraits, because the city desperately needed such defenders. Under the approving glances of his now silent comrades, the focused young man sat down on the floor, diligently sketching the likenesses of his elusive saviors. Meanwhile, the action shifted to a luxurious five-star hotel in the center of the glittering city. Inside a chic ballroom with a huge chandelier, the trio of heroes took their seats at a long table, literally overflowing with countless appetizing dishes and snacks. Whispering to each other by the cart with the tray, two waitresses wondered how these two oddballs, who looked like lunatics, had even managed to get into such an expensive restaurant, and with a child, no less. Covering her mouth with her hand, one of the girls whispered to her friend that she had recognized the logo on the guest's clothes and that the emblem belonged to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Folding his hands over his bowl of green soup, the boy, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes, cautiously asked his strange companions if there would be enough food for all of them. Lazily sampling the treat with a spoon next to a huge stack of empty plates, the young man honestly admitted that it still wasn't enough for him and that his hunger still wouldn't let him go. After patting his full belly contentedly, the white-haired man closed his eyes sweetly and thanked the boy from the bottom of his heart for the generous meal, calling him a good person. Giving a cheerful thumbs up, he suggested that the boy call him Mr. Zhang, just as Lin Fan did, and the young man modestly introduced himself as Xiao Bei. At first smiling cheerfully beside the roast chicken and ham hock, one of the waitresses was soon frantically hauling away a mountain of dirty plates left behind by the voracious guests. The longer it went on, the worse it got for the girl, as the stack of unwashed dishes grew right before her eyes, and the dark circles of exhaustion under her eyes became increasingly noticeable. Under the tall chandelier in the luxurious dining room, the young man continued to devour his meal next to a mountain of gnawed-on bones, and now the question was no longer whether the guests would be able to pay the bill. Smiling nervously through beads of sweat, the waitress wondered with horror whether the restaurant would be held liable if these gluttons suddenly died right there from overeating. Jolting awake with his fist clenched tightly beneath the bright Chinese characters, signifying awakening, Xiao Bei suddenly tensed up, as if struck by some disturbing thought. Setting his spoon down next to his plate with a touch of sadness, the boy admitted that he still wasn't full, since the nutcase in his head had warned him in advance about eternal hunger. Covering his mouth with his hand and deliberately raising his voice, the eccentric man loudly declared that since his friend wasn't full yet, the boy's treat didn't really count as a real invitation. While two waitresses furtively wiped away tears by the wall, the trio of heroes headed for the exit, and a flustered voice on the phone reported that 3 customers had still not paid their bill. Raising his hand confidently, the fair-haired young man proudly waved it off, saying they didn't need a bill at all, which completely baffled the girl. Holding the phone to her ear with trembling hands, the terrified waitress, her eyes wide with horror, stammered as she tried to explain the unpaid bill to someone on the other end of the line. Pressing the receiver to his cheek and breaking out in a cold sweat, the police officer on duty irritably called the callers crazy, unable to make out their incoherent mumbling. Stepping out of the luxurious hotel onto the sun-drenched square, the cheerful eccentric with a beaming face was clearly fired up by some new, enticing idea for entertainment. Pointing enthusiastically toward a building with a bright sign, he joyfully announced that the place was incredibly fun since he'd seen it on TV and really wanted to go there. With an air of indulgence, he shoved his hands into his pockets. Xiaobei noticed that these two probably didn't get out much and generously offered to take them to the arcade. Crowding among the flickering screens amid loud sound effects, the whole group curiously examined the rows of brightly lit arcade machines in the bustling game center. Standing in front of a glowing machine, Zhang and Xiaobei eagerly gripped the control levers, surrounded by sparks of excitement from their first-ever video game. With the corners of his mouth drooping sadly near the joystick against the backdrop of the blazing screen, the dejected white-haired man sighed and admitted that he had lost the game again. With his head hanging dejectedly and tears streaming down his face, the defeated white-haired man pleaded with Lin Fan to avenge him, to which the young man briefly agreed. Beneath the bright hit messages on the arcade machine's flickering screen, a real virtual fighting battle unfolded, with the fighters showering each other with a series of rapid combo attacks. Under the bright knockout sign, the virtual fighter collapsed in a spectacular defeat, finally ending the tense match with a crushing finishing blow. Turning slightly, the guy calmly noted that his friend had also managed to lose, at which his friend merely opened his mouth in surprise. Smiling smugly next to the arcade machine, Xiaobei confidently declared that this game was a piece of cake for him, since he always emerged as the absolute winner. Squinting with boastful delight, his eyes sparkling, he complained that he couldn't lose a single round, and that's why he was getting terribly bored. Surging forward abruptly along the bright lines of motion, the guy slammed his fist with all his might right into the arcade machine's screen, causing it to shatter into sparks. Turning in confusion toward the screen, now shattered into pieces, the eccentric calmly declared his victory, while a humiliated Xiaobei muttered through clenched teeth that the other had indeed won. Joyfully throwing his arms up beneath the flower, the jubilant friend shouted that Lin Fan had avenged him after all, and that they had won even though that trio was still a bunch of nutcases. Thoughtfully covering his mouth with his fist, the young man admitted to himself with a look of anxiety in his eyes that his friend was indeed a terrifyingly strong man, for the way he dealt with the kidnappers had frightened him back then. Opening his mouth wearily, the eccentric complained that he was now terribly hungry and exhausted to the limit, while the white-haired man laughed merrily beside him. Amid crimson flashes of energy, his face suddenly contorted with tension, as if some formidable power were awakening within him. Shooting sharply into the air, Lin Fan's powerful figure plunged downward, while his friends recoiled in fear to the sides. With the clatter of shattering glass, two helmeted Special Forces fighters burst straight through the arcade's display window, forcing a terrified patron to jump out of the way. Amid shouts for everyone to freeze and raise their hands, heavily armed Special Forces stormed inside, while figures knocked to the ground were already lying on the floor. Holding the unconscious Lin Fan close to him while pistols were pointed at him from all sides, a terrified Zhang tearfully begged his friend to wake up, saying he was scared. Pointing his gun menacingly and shouting for everyone to freeze or he would shoot, the Special Forces soldier loomed over him, and the boy confessed in a trembling voice that he was terrified of pain. Clasped tightly in someone's strong arms, the terrified boy, his eyes wide with horror, watched as armed soldiers surrounded his fallen friends. With his face contorted with panic and his eyes wide open, he screamed desperately, shouting with his last ounce of strength not to shoot. The muzzle of a pistol was aimed point-blank at the face of the blond man, who was sobbing in terror. And in the next instant, a bright flash erupted from the barrel. Amid the crimson flashes, someone's hand swiftly intercepted the flying bullet right in midair, stopping the shot literally a split second before it struck. Splashes of crimson blood shot into the air, and an expression of genuine shock and horror froze on the face of the stunned Special Forces soldier in his helmet. A strong hand clamped down tightly on the black pistol right in midair, stopping the shot literally a split second before the fatal impact. With blazing crimson eyes and a sinister grin, Lin Fan clutched the intercepted weapon in his blood-stained hand, like a true demon. With terrifying strength, the young man grabbed the terrified Special Forces soldier by the throat, forcing him to gasp for breath in horror under the furious pressure. With pistols pointed at him from all sides, an enraged Lin Fan hoisted the burly fighter into the air by the neck. Amid whispers that he had apparently shot the man right in the head, Two terrified Special Forces soldiers, their weapons trembling in their hands, wondered in shock if a monster stood before them. Raising his hand angrily, Xiaobei shouted to the guards that these two hadn't harmed him at all. In fact, they were his true friends. With the barrels of their guns pointed at each other, the two helmeted fighters froze in confusion, while below an enraged Lin Fan was still gripping their terrified comrade by the throat. At a loud command to lower their weapons, the three Special Forces soldiers reluctantly bowed their heads and slowly lowered their hands holding the pistols, acknowledging their defeat. Watching as Lin Fan continued to hold the soldier by the throat, the boy realized that the blame lay entirely with the Special Forces soldiers, since they had pointed their weapons at the child without fully understanding the situation. The humiliated squad commander, dangling in the chokehold, muttered an apology through clenched teeth on behalf of his entire security detail. A terrified Zhao Bei timidly asked the formidable commander if they could forgive each other as friends this time. Under the crimson glow of the sunset, Lin Fan, his eyes ablaze, pondered what to do next. Closing his eyes happily, the white-haired man declared with a laugh that friends should protect one another and be able to forgive, and Zhao Bei confirmed with a smile that they were now friends. Meanwhile, Lin Fan released his grip on the captured fighter's throat, finally easing the tension. With his hands folded in a conciliatory gesture, the blond man assured the police of their enduring friendship and forgiveness for all past grievances. Suddenly, Lin Fan went limp and collapsed to the floor, while his friends bent over him in confusion, unable to understand how this could have happened. All their efforts proved futile, because the sleepyhead continues to doze peacefully, flatly refusing to react to the panic around him. Carefully leaning over his unconscious friend, Mr. Zhang peered anxiously at his peaceful face, lazily scratching the back of his head as he stood over the sleeping Lin Fan. The eccentric wondered if Lin Fan was perhaps a pig, since he decided to take a nap, while Xiao Bei wondered if he was even asleep at all. With a carefree wave of his hand, the white-haired man explained that there was nothing to worry about, since once his friend had managed to sleep for 3 whole days straight. Near a modern shopping mall, a luxury SUV picks up the boy, while the city begins to buzz with talk of a dangerous monster. He watches the situation suspiciously, trying to understand the true motives behind the elite Special Forces unit's actions on the street. The puzzled young man examines a funny children's drawing on the screen, indignant at the incompetence of the local detectives in their search for the mysterious fighters. Meanwhile, in the backseat of the car, two oddballs snore peacefully as they are driven straight to a psychiatric hospital. As they drive by, the driver asks for details about the recent kidnapping, but the young passenger asks him not to make a fuss. Soon, an enraged gangster starts kicking his partner because of the horror they've just experienced, while the latter merely screams pitifully from the pain and surprise. Puzzled, the Special Task Force officers stand in front of the monitors, wondering why such a ridiculous description has still yielded no results in the search for the heroes. A balding man openly mocks the published sketch, doubting the sanity of those hoping to find the culprits. The unexpected appearance of an enraged female boss in high heels causes her subordinates to flinch in fear, right in the middle of their work. The furious woman storms into the room with swift strides, intent on giving her subordinates a serious dressing down for their insubordination. With a sharp slap of her palm on the table, the disheveled woman points out the outrageous image, causing the men to cower in fear. Burning with rage, the young woman pounds her fist on the table, berating the team for publishing such a shameful and ridiculous image. An enraged female supervisor scolds the operatives, who are cowering in terror, for undermining the special unit's authority in the eyes of internet users. A small, bald young man tries to make an inappropriate joke about the artistic value of caricatures, thereby driving his furious boss into a rage. A stunned young man realizes with relief that he's in the right under the stern gaze of his furious mentor. An enraged woman scolds a bewildered group for an extremely questionable act that has shocked everyone. Their well-deserved vacation is ruthlessly canceled, and the misbehaving characters are sent to a psychiatric hospital for re-education. The bewildered characters timidly try to protest, puzzled by such a harsh punishment for a simple mistake. The frightened artist of the ill-fated portrait bursts into bitter tears, offering his sincere apologies. The cunning friends suddenly begin to praise the ridiculous drawing, hypocritically supporting the poor fellow. Gathering together, the treacherous conspirators continue to enthusiastically play along with the clueless victim. Unexpectedly, the cunning bearded man silently admits to himself that he doesn't belong at all among this group of overly serious fighters. Suddenly, a stern leader enters the room, fully prepared for battle, and begins to reprimand his subordinates for the chaos they've created. The angry commander scolds the guys for foolishly posting notices using secret special forces. Noticing the boss's anger, the sly-bearded man happily realizes that his teammates are entirely to blame, feeling a sense of relief. The dejected captain examines the ill-fated drawing on his tablet, genuinely surprised by the appearance of those familiar pesky faces. The stunned soldier comes to terms with the terrifying reality and realizes that he is in fact the real madman here. Meanwhile, the concerned director learns over the phone about a dangerous monster's attack on a psychiatric hospital. An injured patient in the ward discusses the severe damage and casualties following the visit of the uninvited, terrifying guests. The elderly hospital director sadly listens to advice to take care of himself and help others. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a young man anxiously reports that 2 escaped patients are on the loose and no one can find them. The exhausted director closes his eyes with difficulty, inwardly accepting the frightening reality of the news he has just heard. An extremely upset colleague on the other end of the line sincerely tries to cheer up his downcast friend. Both men freeze in silence during the phone call, sensing something extremely unpleasant and dangerous. The gloomy screen is filled with thoughts of a terrifying monster, yet the hero himself finally feels his long-awaited freedom. A heartless boss coldly dismisses the deaths of people as fate, suggesting that only an unfortunate turn of events is to blame. The smug director is happily distracted by a breathless subordinate who has rushed in with shocking news. A cold-blooded man with a sinister smirk cynically inquires about the fate of the victims, displaying complete indifference. A frightened young man with a bewildered look suddenly realizes that the dangerous patient is still breathing, which he reports to his boss. The stunned director sighs bitterly, lamenting such a fleeting and unexpectedly shattered moment of happiness. A bandaged man tells an acquaintance that he really wants to apologize for the incorrectly issued club card. Upon hearing the tirade, the young man becomes very embarrassed and blushes, though he diligently pretends that everything is fine. Meanwhile, a gray-haired man at the reception desk asks about the possibility of getting an annual membership. After asking an unexpected question about the benefits, the injured patient hears in response a sincere desire to see each other more often. Realizing his friend's true motives, the poor guy breaks out in a cold sweat from deep shock and horror. Instantly, his imagination paints a terrifying picture of harassment from both friends. Feeling his own incredible attractiveness, the victim begins to strut around in front of himself. Trying to stop this madness, the irritated brunette firmly declares his traditional sexual orientation. However, the other man doesn't give up and promises to appeal directly to the president to resolve this delicate issue. After wrapping up the difficult conversation, the gray-haired businessman smiles triumphantly and finally returns to his work. A short while later, he thanks his friends who have become almost like family to him for coming back. The caring boy he rescued explains that before visiting the office, he took them to a clinic for a full medical checkup. A medical report containing the test results clearly illustrates the health status of these unusual patients. The doctor confirms the absence of any serious pathologies, though he notes a couple of unusual physiological characteristics. It is reported that experts estimate Mr. Zhang's bone age to be consistent with that of a venerable centenarian. In an effort to better understand this eccentric patient, the doctors discovered a complete lack of records about him in the hospital's electronic database. It turned out that this strange patient has been receiving treatment here since before the clinic's current president even took office. Concerned by his incredible longevity and other suspicious details, the head of the medical facility came personally to inspect the ward. It is believed that the reason for his unusually youthful appearance and lack of aging is a special psychological state. The doctor himself bitterly complains that he has barely turned 50, yet gray hair and deep wrinkles have already completely covered his weary face. With bitterness in his voice and a complete lack of understanding of the situation, the doctor asks his colleague why this strange young man stubbornly refuses to trust them. After much deliberation, the gray-haired doctor reaches a final conclusion and confirms his earlier suspicions regarding this strange situation. Meanwhile, the action shifts far beyond the hospital, where a lone black bird soars proudly above the picturesque mountain peaks. It rapidly approaches a dark and cold cave, its body cutting through the rays of light filtering through the thick rock. The ominous red-eyed bird reports the failure of the covert operation due to the unexpected elimination of their agent by a powerful fighter. The cunning raven senses the powerful seventh-level energy of the parasitic fly, yet the human himself remains a great mystery to it. Reporting to the other monsters, the bird says that in addition to obtaining the ancient form, they managed to completely destroy all the eggs implanted inside human bodies. Suddenly, a ninth-level cursed monster named the Lord of Waters appears in the cave. It looks like a huge, dangerous crocodile. The cunning monster speaks with contempt of a certain failure, who constantly ruins all of his grand criminal plans. An enchanted, icy widow with the piercing gaze of a predator discusses the current situation and plans regarding the hostile city. Reporting on the enemy's strong fighters, the bird mentions an elite unit led by a mysterious national defender. A dangerous fury smirks contemptuously as she compares the combat strength of various factions and notes the uncertain prospects of an impending large-scale clash. A tailed beauty, her face filled with doubt, listens to a proposal to send a dangerous scout to test the enemy's true capabilities. An enraged warrior reminds her subordinate of his immediate duty to unconditionally carry out the ruler's order. Caught off guard by a sudden jolt from the darkness, a frightened green lizard comically stares wide-eyed against the backdrop of her tense comrades. Lurking in the ominous twilight of the cave, a group of terrifying predators, a giant mantis, and a fanged beast, patiently await a special order. A fearsome, scarred claw points imperiously straight ahead, loudly conveying the will of their mighty leader to the others. Enraged to the extreme, the gorilla-like giant pounds his chest with his fists, living up to the fearsome title of the cursed king of the 8th level. A piercing black raven, with frightening red eyes, suddenly notices the strange disappearance of its comrades among ordinary people. Meanwhile, the warrior is perplexed by the possible infiltration of outsiders into the human world, disguised as bipedal creatures. The stunned beast girl is openly panicking over the despicable human's audacious hunt for her powerful kin. A bloodthirsty bird orders an immediate investigation into the suspicious individuals to uncover this audacious deception. A long-haired guy drinks a sweet beverage while his buddy sleeps carefree on a soft bed for the 3rd day in a row. A puzzled blonde stares in bewilderment at his sleeping friend, genuinely unable to understand the reasons for such a prolonged slumber. An unexpected knock on the door causes the young man to turn around, expecting the arrival of an important guest. A courteous gray-haired president smiles kindly, expressing deep concern for the condition of the young man sleeping in the room. Hired construction workers in hard hats are hurriedly installing a toilet, having received double pay for completing an urgent job on the premises. A surprised white-haired young man listens to the manager's request to watch over the sleeping protagonist during a major bathroom renovation. As he says goodbye, the director sincerely thanks Mr. Zong while 2 workers hurriedly gather their tools and quickly head for the door. Slamming the door shut, the man asks them to keep a close eye on Lin Fan, after which a loud thud signals that the room has been locked. Hearing the noise, the young man is completely baffled by what's happening around him, blinking in confusion. Soon the concerned director expresses his hope that everything will go smoothly during the special unit's training, without any unpleasant surprises. Night falls, and upon peeking into the room, the guest finds the characters sleeping peacefully under their blankets, and announces that the new recruits will arrive the very next day. Returning to the topic of danger, the gray-haired director states that he has already responded to the notification, but due to the excessively high risks, he has declined the offer. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the man brandishes the paper, waving it right in the director's face. Upon seeing the substantial sum of money on the check, the greedy old man immediately forgets all his fears and agrees to cooperate in order to complete the assigned task. Leaning over the 2 beds, the visitor is surprised to observe the incredible strength and enormous potential of these soundly sleeping fighters. Holding the coveted contract in his hands, the cunning old man offers to take Lin Fan and throw in Mr. Zhang for free as a bonus. The delighted clinic owner sheepishly waves the signed contract in front of his one-eyed guest, who declares that such offers are unacceptable. The massive multi-story building of the psychiatric hospital looms majestically right in front of the Special Forces cadets who have arrived for training. The smiling gray-haired director warmly greets the coaches of the elite team at the entrance, wishing the guests good luck in surviving within the walls of this insane institution. The newly arrived recruits whisper to one another in awe. heatedly discussing the senior's strange and excessive respect for the director. Inspired by the upcoming event, the director joyfully calls on the entire crowd to follow him, promising to show them the way to the training grounds. As he walks through the grounds, the cunning old man reassures the trainee caregivers, casually referring to the unruly patients as perfectly ordinary, harmless eccentrics. The supervisor's task is to care for the strange patients for a month, and any harm caused by the patients threatens to result in failure of the exam. The self-assured heroes cheerfully discuss the safety of this task, sincerely believing in their own invulnerability against ordinary mentally ill people. A gloomy man suddenly feels anxious, foreseeing serious trouble due to future interactions with unpredictable patients. Meanwhile, the system notifies the hero that his strength has been restored after a prolonged absorption of energy while he rests peacefully in bed. The young man's awakening is met with exuberant joy from his roommate, who playfully teases him for sleeping too long. The friends happily confirm their return home during a warm and friendly conversation. An energetic young man expresses sincere concern for his friend's condition and suggests they visit the local president immediately. A powerful kick shatters the wooden door that was blocking the way to the hallway. The shattered wood scatters across the hallway under the force of the enraged visitors. Two strange patients in pajamas burst into the president's office, causing a real commotion to the delight of everyone present. The gray-haired head of the facility calls on the assembled students to line up so that patients can be assigned for the coming month. A surprised young man recognizes his own parent in his new elderly patient, who requires care for the entire month. The shocked young man struggles to come to terms with this unexpected discovery, silently wondering about his family ties to this strange old man. The elderly man suddenly rushes toward the stunned young man, shouting and shedding bitter tears of overwhelming joy. The sobbing father hugs his embarrassed son tightly, while the other students quietly giggle at this unexpected and comical scene. Handing over a folder with detailed instructions on patient care, the medical staff offers to escort Lin Ling back to his room. Suddenly, a man walks into their ward and cheerfully introduces the eccentric professor as his future watch buyer. Noticing the potential customer, one of the patients instantly perks up and decides to seize the opportunity to make a little money from the sale. The shrewd salesman immediately grabs the visitor by the hand, eagerly boasting that he has absolutely every exclusive watch model on the planet. Seeing such persistence, the flustered director tries to gently and politely escort the professor out. However, the shrewd shopkeeper begins to take offense at the newcomer's lack of basic knowledge about evolution and time, leveling serious accusations against him. Hearing such accusations from his senior colleague, the bewildered young man is genuinely surprised, as he hadn't expected such treatment at all. Glancing at the notebook he'd been given, with a flood of questions racing through his mind, the poor fellow realizes the scale of the disaster and his own helplessness in the face of this task. As they walk down the hallway, the friends notice a long line of other patients and assume that a general meeting with the hospital administration is about to take place. Realizing they need to follow the local rules, the cheerful group joins the crowd at the entrance without hesitation. Moving down the hospital corridor, the characters trudge one after another toward the courtyard. Subsequently, the stunned hospital director catches his patient standing right in front of the facility's head, in a rather strange state, and with suspicious intentions. Stunned by such an unexpected encounter, the gray-haired chief physician begins to get noticeably nervous due to the bold behavior of his unpredictable patient. Feeling a sudden pain in his chest, the poor man clutches his heart and dramatically falls to his knees, begging for help due to such intense stress. Then a polite young woman approaches the handsome newcomer and tries to find out his name, gently reminding him of the upcoming month of shared care. Upon seeing the charming young man named Zhang standing before her, the girl in glasses blushes, but hears a categorical refusal. A concerned doctor tries to pull the heroine away from the patient, insisting that she simply won't be able to handle such a complex power. However, the gray-haired man gently reassures the flustered student, promising to find her another, safer patient to care for. Blushing even more, the young intern looks at her supervisor and shyly admits that this mysterious guy is perfect for her. Upon hearing such a bold request, the mentor instantly turns pale, clutches his head, and asks the poor girl in shock if she's tired of living. Meanwhile, a confident young man appears nearby, cheerfully shakes the hero's hand, and introduces himself as his new escort, Lu Kai. Upon receiving approval, the newcomer smiles contentedly while in the background, the terrified mentor begins to break out in a cold sweat from sheer horror. A moment later, the terrified doctor lunges forward and spreads his arms wide, desperately trying to protect his charges from participating in the upcoming dangerous training session. With a smug smile, the instructor explains to the gathered crowd that gifted fighters are born with level 2 strength right from the start, which is why they are an extraordinary rarity. Secretly watching this commotion, the hero boasts to himself that after graduation he was able to secretly reach the 3rd level and is now ready to take action. Enveloped in a glow, the confident bald guy shows off his golden armor and challenges others to test its strength. Then the defiant instructor demonstrates his blazing armor in front of the other patients, declaring the gulf between them and ordinary people. Surprised by this bizarre spectacle, the characters exchange glances, genuinely puzzled by the strange behavior of their self-assured bald mentor. Then one of the boys calmly takes a step forward, suggesting they avoid using their bare hands in this fight. With a sly smile, the young man challenges his opponent to use any superpower at his disposal to test his impenetrable armor. A sharp blow from the eccentric boy pierces the self-assured mentor's vaunted golden defense, leaving him thoroughly surprised. The impenetrable barrier shatters into tiny fragments under the student's powerful onslaught, sending the bald instructor into a state of utter shock. As he establishes the protective barrier, the young man points his finger upward, commanding the spirits of heaven and earth to gather around the hospital grounds. Directing magical energy toward the heavens, the energetic spellcaster crouches on the grass, while his colleague watches the process in amazement from the sidelines. After finishing setting up the corner barriers, the smiling sorcerer receives approval from his colleague, who has checked the remaining perimeter. Feeling somewhat exhausted from the cancellation of their long-awaited vacation, the heroes are very disappointed. Trying to cheer up his distraught girlfriend, the young man awkwardly hands her a plain, pre-cooked meal he had prepared in advance. Surprised and bewildered, the girl stares at the unusual gift, whose shell is adorned with a funny face. Noticing the amusing drawing, the touched colleague sincerely thanks the guy for such a sweet and unexpected surprise. Carefully peeling the boiled egg, the focused sorcerer prepares to share the snack with his partner. Sitting on the lawn, the satisfied colleagues discuss the reliability of a system capable of detecting and stopping dangerous newcomers in time. Thanks to coordinated efforts and new protective technologies, medical staff no longer have to worry about patient safety during training sessions. Meanwhile, an instructor is flying through the sky, having been deftly tossed into the air by Lin Fan. An unexpected fall from a great height is halted by a magical barrier that appears in the air in a flash. The powerful impact with the ground creates a veritable crater, causing 2 onlookers to freeze in shock. At the sight of this spectacle, the poor girl chokes and barely manages to cover her mouth with her hand to avoid making a complete fool of herself. On the verge of losing control, she blushes and can barely breathe with the egg stuck in her throat. Her companion, scared half to death, tries to save the situation as quickly as possible and desperately slaps the poor girl on the back, ordering her to spit it all out. In the midst of this panic, the guy grabs his girlfriend by the legs and begins to shake her mercilessly upside down while she tries in vain to cough it up. Almost at her limit, she can barely breathe while the guy continues to hold her in that position. Finally, the egg falls out of the poor girl's mouth, landing on the green grass. Other instructors run toward them, trying to figure out what's going on. After breaking up the scuffle, the senior instructor looks on in bewilderment at the disheveled pair, who are sheepishly scratching the backs of their heads in the clearing. The fair-haired guy points to the injured burly man, explaining to the others about the mysterious patient's incredible hidden talent. One of the fighters is amazed by the stranger's phenomenal power, capable of crushing a fighter without using internal energy. Those around them freeze in shock, eyes wide, watching the unexpected turn of events in the middle of the lawn. Meanwhile, Zhang places his palm against his forehead, genuinely admiring the spectacle unfolding around him. An experienced mentor sternly reprimands the younger troublemaker for his unacceptable behavior and for using brute force against an ordinary person. Both parties responsible for the incident nod in unison and confirm the words of the victim, who had given permission for physical force to be used against him. A grown man tries to convey the simple truth that such fights are unacceptable, receiving only a carefree nod of agreement from the teenager in response. Deeply shaken, the fighters clutch their heads in disbelief at the incredible strength of this ordinary guy. The confidence of the cocky smart Alex plummets rapidly, forcing them to bow awkwardly before the strongest among them. Glancing at the two oddballs from the mental hospital, the burly man wonders how they managed to defeat all those monsters. A perceptive fighter with a sad look glances sideways at his companions, expecting them to show due respect to the local authorities. Beaming with delight, the friends joyfully point at the legendary martial arts masters, loudly expressing their admiration. Deeply moved, the bald, burly man bursts into tears of joy because his companions have finally noticed them. While out for a walk, the men suddenly spot the eccentrics and joyfully exclaim that they've finally found them. It turns out that the boisterous group of heroes mistook them for the secret masters who saved the city from a dangerous 7th-level monster. Completely baffled by this claim, the heroes can't for the life of them figure out which masters in battle are being referred to and are puzzled by the strange behavior. Continuing to admire their modesty, the guests speculate that they've simply decided to disguise themselves as ordinary patients and are practicing their skills. Upon hearing such absurd conclusions, one of the characters begins to suspect that these strange visitors really do have serious mental issues. To diffuse the tense situation, the man gently reminds everyone to show respect for the president of the local clinic. Sticking to his story, the chatty guy assures everyone present that the cool director built this facility specifically for them so they could train in peace. Even despite the obvious nonsense, some of those present are still inclined to believe that these guys are genuine, incorrigible psychopaths. However, enthusiastic fans continue to stand their ground, considering them incredibly powerful and planning a new campaign to promote them. Realizing the full horror of the situation and the extent to which senseless rumors have spread, the poor man clutches his head, realizing that he has single-handedly completely destroyed his own credibility. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck the man. The people before them were actually disguised soldiers, not patients at all. Genuinely delighted by this brilliant insight, the doctor claps his hands and dreams of sending the pesky patients to a special unit as soon as possible. Overwhelmed with emotion, the hospital visitors joyfully shake hands with one another, celebrating the incredible success of their detective operation. Concerned by rumors of being transferred elsewhere, the characters share their anxiety and express their desire to remain in their familiar ward. A tearful, gray-haired director emotionally admits that he is incredibly afraid to be around these strange and unpredictable young men. Running his hand over his charges' heads, the man gently tugged at their forelocks, warmly saying goodbye before sending them off to the special unit. The satisfied students joyfully surrounded their mentor as he blessed them to fulfill their dreams. Noticing the sincere tears in the president's eyes, the two youngest boys froze in confusion, feeling their hearts break with sadness. Sobbing loudly, the leader gave his protégés a touching hug, holding them close amid cheers of approval from the crowd. Witnessing this incredibly heartwarming farewell scene, the other team members were deeply moved, barely holding back their own emotions. As they savored this moment of unity, one of the fighters wiped away a tear of emotion from the face of his wounded comrade, who was forced to return to the academy due to his injury. The realization of his own failure and his imminent departure for training camp sent the young man into a full-blown hysterical fit filled with utter despair and pain. Suddenly turning around, the eccentric young man listened with surprise to the shy girl's offer of care. Upon receiving this unexpected offer of help, the charismatic master smiled broadly, showering his partner with compliments about her kindness. Wanting to thank her for her concern, the young man deftly pulled out his needles and offered the girl a free therapeutic acupuncture session. Happily accepting the offer, she sincerely thanked her friend, while the perplexed director tried to dissuade her from this reckless endeavor. The trusting student dreamily closed her eyes in anticipation of the incredible effects of the upcoming procedure and a boost to her inner strength. Having fallen into a deep sleep after the acupuncture, the poor girl rested peacefully against the green thicket, while digital data flickered ahead, hinting at a distant future. Despite the 100 years that had passed, the enchanted girl continued to sleep surrounded by bright roses, becoming a true legendary beauty to the crowd of enthusiastic onlookers. Concerned friends gathered around the sleeping beauty, trying to learn about her future fate and her possible awakening from her prolonged comatose sleep. Her friends try to rouse the girl, but to no avail, prompting the other characters to discuss this setback. It turns out that once their current training is complete, the partners plan to be transferred to a special unit, which they happily announce. However, their plans suddenly change when two bewildered young men appear before them, clearly not understanding the situation. Meanwhile, a mysterious black silhouette appears near the walls of a large city hospital, observing the surroundings from above. An ominous bird with red eyes spots the strange people and notices that, despite their ordinary appearance, they possess hidden energy. The feathered spy orders a powerful bear to immediately investigate the situation and interrogate the suspicious individuals. The cunning bird hides in the branches, sensing the presence of a dangerous 8th-level fighter thanks to a special camouflage skill. The feathered spy devises a plan to lure the surprising, suspicious heroes out into the open so he can conduct a thorough and detailed investigation of them. Meanwhile, the carefree kids are examining an insect in the grass, while their surprised mentors hide near a tree. The experienced fighters are shocked by such an unusual training session, observing nature, and marvel at the incredible greatness of the new recruits. The senior comrade reports that all tasks have been completed and the injured have been sent to the hospital, reassuring those present that security is tight. With tears in his eyes, the director holds a lotus flower, begging fate to spare his aging body from trouble. Meanwhile, the heroes drink regular soy milk, sincerely believing in and convincing those around them to drink Coke and Sprite. Enthusiastic spectators continue to marvel at the guy's ability to alter reality with the power of their own opinions on the fly. Another botched attempt at a complex technique leads to one of the characters losing consciousness, forcing his friends to rethink their training. A carefree guy suggests that his friend, lying on the grass, try an unusual form of acupuncture for a long-awaited breakthrough. A reckless attempt to put the poor guy into a deep sleep using dozens of needles only baffles his watchful friends who are watching from the bushes. The group watching the process is frightened by such a creepy method, deciding it's best to stay away from such dubious practices for their own safety. The frightened guy watches the mysterious technique, fearing the reaction of his mentors who look way too creepy. His attempts to warn his friends end in complete failure, causing the poor fellow to weep bitterly in the thick green bushes nearby. Using a mysterious spatial technique, Master Zhang concentrates intently as he prepares to perform some complex maneuver with his hands. Hearing a strange and suspicious flute sound coming from somewhere above, the frightened student freezes in complete shock and bewilderment. Returning to the lawn, the hero discovers the wounded bodies of his comrades lying on the grass and realizes that yet another attempt to protect them has failed. His attempts to find a way out of the situation yield no results, so the mentor suggests that the bewildered young man try his hand at healing. Shifting his attention to the strange anomaly, the hero smiles and suggests to his companion that they take a chance and try again, sincerely hoping for a successful outcome to this endeavor. Despite the complete lack of success, the hero tries to cheer himself up, while the figure of death with a scythe looms behind him. Shedding bitter tears, the fighter swears to give his life for the team and promises to see it through to the end, despite past disagreements with the others. The desperate young man continues to shout through his tears about his loyalty to his comrades, declaring his complete readiness to share their common fate in the face of imminent doom. Meanwhile, a bewildered Zhang stands frozen in the middle of the clearing, looking at the sleeping people in utter confusion. The sudden disappearance of the strong fighters attracts the attention of a sinister black raven, which decides to seize the moment. The Lord of the Birds issues a dangerous order to two infected monsters to immediately set out on a reconnaissance mission and uncover the whole truth about the suspicious strangers. The system notifies the young man that his training has been successfully completed, rewarding him with useful skills and pointing out a nearby creature capable of satisfying his hunger. Intrigued by the unexpected appearance of forest predators, the boys gaze at a huge bear and a fearsome tigress right in the hospital courtyard. An enraged male growls menacingly at the frightened kids, baring his enormous fangs and trying to scare off the uninvited guests in the hospital courtyard. A boy lurking nearby assesses the situation, mentally mocking the feathered spy. Deeply offended, the bird loudly protests in response, snapping furiously at the insolent youth and demanding that he cease such insults directed at it. The enraged raven points out the location of the unsuspecting strangers to the predators, ordering them to immediately tear them to pieces and wipe them off the face of the clearing. Huge forest monsters rush forward at full speed straight toward the frozen-in-place people, intending to tear the defenseless couple to pieces in the very next second. Waking up due to intense hunger, the system decides to expend 20% of its stored energy to force its host to get up and search for food. Taking advantage of this burst of energy, the hero instantly regains consciousness right in the forest, where he is attacked by a furious, predatory tiger. Keeping his cool in this critical situation, the young man delivers a devastating counterattack with lightning speed, causing the enormous beast to cough up blood violently. The powerful attack proves so effective that the fearsome predator immediately bolts to the side, and a black bear suddenly appears on the lawn. Realizing he's in a bind, the guy grabs the stunned bear by the paws while his friend sits calmly nearby. Suddenly delighted by such unexpected attention, the shaggy giant blushes with embarrassment for a moment and asks in surprise if he really seems cute to them. The stunned guy curiously points at the fluffy beast, trying to find out from his friend whether the bear seems cute to him. After receiving a rather harsh response about the bear's incredible aggressiveness and ugliness, the offended predator begins to weep bitterly over such injustice. Bitter tears stream down the face of the disappointed giant, while the thought of his complete innocence in the face of the mocker's cruel words echoes in his mind. Weeping even harder than before, the enormous beast raises a paw to its muzzle, letting out a plaintive howl as it continues to mourn its shattered self-esteem in the forest clearing. Unable to bear this heart-wrenching drama, the hero gently takes the crybaby's fluffy paws in his hands, trying to comfort the poor creature just a little. The gentle touch cheers the club-footed creature up a bit, because now his paws are solemnly being called incredibly cute and attractive. Holding his breath in anticipation of the long-awaited recognition of his beauty, the touched predator looks at the guys with eyes glistening with tears, a mixture of hope and shyness. The happy young man is finally completely enchanted by the delicate pink paw pads. Giving a thumbs up to the puzzled furry creature, the fair-haired young man joyfully announces to those around him the incredible cuteness of the bear's paws. Deeply moved by such kind attention and unexpected praise, the touched little creature happily opens its mouth, barely holding back tears of sincere emotion and delight. During a conversation in a dark cave, the forest dweller asks for permission to go among humans, only to be warned about his frightening appearance as an adult. His gloomy companions begin to heatedly debate this strange idea, doubting that any of the two-legged creatures would be able to accept such a huge and fearsome beast. A heavy downpour begins outside, and a cardboard box stands alone against the wall of a house, toward which a man with a black umbrella in his hands approaches. Opening the hiding place, the passerby notices a tiny black animal inside and, smiling joyfully, picks it up right in the pouring rain. Once inside the warm room, the fluffy little spy greets his rescuer, trying to keep as quiet as possible so as not to draw unnecessary attention to himself. However, he doesn't get to enjoy the comfort for long, because suddenly, the voices of the adults searching for their child can be heard outside the door as they return home. The frightened schoolboy begs his secret guest to hide, since the appearance of a real predator in front of his parents could lead to utter terror and panic. The tension reaches its peak when the enraged and terrified beast accidentally stumbles into the hallway, triggering a blood-curdling scream about a dangerous monster. Deadly terror grips the young man's face as he realizes the situation has spiraled completely out of control, and the bloodstains on the door foreshadow a terrible disaster. An inexplicable fear causes the teenager to step back, trembling all over in front of the open door, where something terrible and incredibly dangerous lies. Blinded by panic, the student grabs a kitchen knife and raises it over a small, defenseless bear cub that accidentally found its way into their house during a storm. A sharp pain pierces the bear cub as the blade strikes it, and the shocked teenager suddenly realizes he has wounded his secret four-legged friend. True fury clouds the mind of the frightened child, who begins to strike the wounded creature with the sharp object, screaming at it out of his own wild fear. Two boys in pajamas marvel at the fluffy paws of a large bear, who is flustered by the unexpected compliments. Then the shaggy beast is surprised that anyone outside his usual circle would even consider him cute. Suddenly, the predator notices something suspicious, and his eyes widen in fear. In the next instant, the tricksters mercilessly cut off his paws while he helplessly stares at his bloody wounds. Then another cheeky young guy appears, taking the spoils for himself and asserting his culinary rights. Seizing the moment, the cunning youngster joyfully runs to the kitchen to prepare the delicacy, while the bear watches in shock. Realizing the cruel deception, the enraged lord of the forest turns into a true monster and furiously roars at his tormentors. However, one of the boys isn't scared, and with lightning speed lands a crushing blow right to the attacker's massive chest. The powerful uppercut sends the poor fellow flying backward, leaving a trail of blood in the air. In the end, a powerful blow sends the shaggy giant high into the sky, making him disappear behind the clouds. Weeping bitterly on the blood-stained ground, the poor bear complains to a black bird about the treachery of the two-legged creatures, who at first were charmed by him but then brutally beat him. Then the strange kids spot a huge black raven with red eyes, mistaking it for a supergiant cute kitten, and decide to take it home with them. Terrified to the core, the feathered predator realizes with alarm that he shouldn't have gotten involved with these crazy and extremely dangerous creatures. Hiding in the thick grass and holding his breath, the frightened little animal tremblingly hopes to remain unnoticed by the dangerous creatures. A funny chef decides to prepare a special delicacy for his strange neighbors, proudly brandishing a large kitchen knife before their astonished eyes. Upon seeing the cute little tiger cub, the pajama-clad fashionistas decide to cook it whole, discussing amusing anatomical details and terrifying the poor creature with such a proposal. The poor predator begs for mercy and for his body to be left intact, while his friends enthusiastically discuss the idea of roasting the fluffy creature in the kitchen. Seizing the stunned tiger, the restless gang rushes off to prepare a new culinary masterpiece amid the joyful shouts of flying spirits. The little tiger is frightened by talk of starting a new family, not understanding what's happening around him. In a frenzy, someone raises a huge cleaver, uttering a grandiose phrase about a mystical blade from the heavens. A mad chef with a menacing smile raises his weapon, while terrified women scream in panic, covering their eyes. A sharp knife mercilessly slices an object resembling a tiger-striped sausage in half. A small beast screams frantically in pain as it ascends to the heavens after a brutal slaughter. A heart-wrenching cry echoes through the heavens as a tiny tiger, with a radiant halo above its head, mourns its body amidst fluffy clouds. Sitting on clouds in the afterlife, the poor little creature weeps bitterly, while other angels try to comfort it. In heaven, various animals surround the fifth brother, asking why he is so upset by their charm. Returning to reality, a cheerful chef in a white toque announces the serving of freshly prepared bear paws. The satisfied chef, along with his assistants, presents a whole roasted bear carcass to the visitors. Terrified hospital staff rush to President Hay with complaints about the crazy chef, demanding that their pay be doubled immediately due to the unbearable working conditions. Upon entering the cafeteria, the enraged manager saw utter chaos, with patients running amok. While he was trying to recover from what he had seen, the system suddenly announced a successful level up and the addition of significant bonuses to all base stats. His concerned partner glanced at the bewildered young man, and with a look of alarm on his face, noticed that the patients had been behaving strangely ever since they'd tasted the tiger. Immediately afterward, the outraged director sternly demanded to know from those present exactly what they were doing there instead of following hospital rules. The frightened cook immediately began to make excuses, pointing his finger at his neighbors and insisting that these two young men were the real instigators of the chaos. The enraged man quickly approached the cook and sternly declared that he was well aware of the preparation of the illegal dish, even though the fact that it had been eaten had not yet been conclusively proven. Without hesitation, the manager abruptly cut off his subordinate's excuse, slapping him on the shoulder to command his full attention for the serious conversation. Softening his tone, the director suggested they continue working in the kitchen, promising to address the incident later, but received a categorical refusal from the chef. Having finally lost his patience with such brazen statements, the boss erupted into a shout and reminded everyone present of the criminal liability for consuming the delicacies. The stunned hospital president ordered an ambulance to be called immediately for all the patients who had collapsed helplessly all around after the culinary experiment. Giving his staff a stern look, the man categorically forbade them from ever allowing strangers to taste the food they were serving in the future. The pensive director, with a hint of concern in his eyes, recalled the patient's advanced age and the possible consequences of such dangerous treats for the average human body. Meanwhile, the group of young people was peacefully relaxing on a picturesque green lawn under the warm rays of the setting sun, enjoying their long-awaited tranquility. One of the young men stretched sweetly after a sound sleep and happily noted that he felt better, as the pain in his back had almost completely subsided. Feeling a surge of incredible energy, the stunned heroes noticed the remarkable rejuvenation of their own bodies and the pleasant smoothness of their skin. Realizing the nature of these unexpected transformations, the bald and bearded man tries to explain the main secret behind the sudden change to his friends. The astonished young men discover their friends' new, incredible abilities and high combat levels. Fully realizing the magnitude of what has happened, the shocked group stares in horror at their new, unbelievable stats and shocking data. Unable to believe their eyes after a routine acupuncture session, the stunned fighters realize they've reached a whole new level of power and strength. Overwhelmed with emotion, the young man confidently touches the grass, creating a powerful, bright purple electrical barrier around them. His spellbound comrades sincerely marvel at the incredible ninth-level power that has suddenly formed around them. The happy student, with undisguised amazement, happily gazes at the sparkling magical energy in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, an unusual bird-shaped flying robot appears in the sky with an urgent, important message. The mechanical drone that has arrived sternly orders them to return to base immediately due to a new emergency mission. The team hurriedly prepares for the long journey, sincerely thanking their experienced mentors along the way for the wisdom they've imparted. The close-knit group warmly bids farewell to their beloved teachers and joyfully sets off to face completely new adventures. An agitated staff member at headquarters urgently reports the detection of a dangerous energy surge from unknown terrifying monsters. Shocked by the unexpected news, the recruits exchange frightened glances, having finally heard about a very high-level threat. Officers are seriously discussing the increasing number of dangerous incidents involving unusually powerful enemies appearing in the vast territory under their command. On a holographic map, a young woman connects the spawn points of dangerous enemies with blue lines to locate their lair. Pointing to the final marker near a protected forest, she indicates the possible location of the cursed monster's headquarters. Pondering the strange situation, the commander suspects a trick is involved because the energy signature of the detected mutant is too weak. Agreeing with their boss's suspicions, the subordinates discuss the brazen behavior of the monsters, which are allegedly deliberately drawing attention to themselves. Deeply pondering the trap, the experienced fighters emphasize that it's impossible to send weak rookies on such a dangerous mission. After weighing the facts, the young man asks the leadership whether the primary objective is to reconnoiter that same last marker on the map. To everyone's surprise, the newly minted fighters eagerly set about carrying out the assignment, boasting of their recent achievement of reaching the ninth level of power. Extremely surprised by such a sudden leap in her subordinate's combat potential, the mentor can barely contain her shock at this unexpected revelation. The delighted young people thank their senior mentors for their invaluable help and support in developing their superhuman abilities. Impressed by the incredible news, the commander decides to personally verify the accuracy of the data, despite the suspicious weakness of the energy waves. As she ponders this, the young woman suddenly calms down at the thought that they might have discovered the lair of a dangerous enemy rather than a simple trap. Confidently asserting that the mission is safe, the senior comrade reminds everyone of the immense potential of the ninth rank, which guarantees a successful escape from any ambush. Enthusiastically interrupting the commander, the self-assured teenagers promise to carry out the dangerous mission without a single scratch, and in doing so represent their mentors with dignity. Thoughtfully weighing all the risks, the experienced strategist doubts the safety of the operation, acknowledging the possibility of a clash with an entire base of enraged monsters. Gesturing emotionally, the mentor categorically rejects such thoughts, stubbornly insisting on a cunning, eighth-level trap instead of the enemy's lair. The frightened man trembles with horror upon hearing the unexpected warning about the return of dangerous patients from the mental hospital. Two deranged figures with burning eyes and medical instruments, who cackle maliciously and strike true terror into the poor fellow. The poor guy clutches his head with his hands and bursts into tears of despair when he realizes he'll have to come face to face with these strange creatures. Walking calmly through a dense green forest, a group of researchers discusses the strange lack of any readings on their special monster detection device. One of the bewildered fighters brushes against an invisible obstacle in the air and is genuinely surprised by the incredible softness and unusual texture of the mysterious barrier. A tense warrior feels something invisible begin to touch his face, while his surprised companions behind him freeze in confusion. The frightened fighter's wide-open eyes express utter shock as he finally realizes that they are facing a powerful magic spell. It turns out that the cunning water monster used its innate talent to completely mask its energy waves and hide the entire pack from prying eyes. The portable scanner begins flashing frantically, detecting several extremely dangerous mutants at once and demanding an immediate retreat due to a critical threat. Meanwhile, the travelers reach the mysterious territory of the lair of the cursed monsters, where a new danger awaits them. The bald commander shouts loudly and orders everyone to flee immediately due to an unexpected looming threat. The frightened members of the group rush away across the green lawn, trying to escape the invisible enemy. Suddenly, a blow from someone pierces right through the tablet in the astonished soldier's hands. A huge gaping hole is visible in the device, sending the young people into a state of shock. Meanwhile, operators at headquarters anxiously notice the loss of signal and the cessation of important data transmission from the reconnaissance device. Standing before them, a mysterious fox girl with icy eyes stares coldly down at the uninvited guests from the treetop. Stunned, the brave heroes realize they are facing a powerful, cursed level 9 monster with an icy ability. Suddenly, the frightened heroes become aware of the presence of yet another dangerous creature alongside their first formidable foe. Surrounded on all sides by predators, the fighters find themselves trapped, with no hope of escaping unscathed. The enraged beauty instantly unleashes a hail of sharp ice spears at her enemies, leaving them no chance of survival. An experienced fighter repels the attack by decisively activating his reliable protective barrier, known as golden armor. The ice shatters against the man's magical shield, causing a bright flash as the two powerful elements collide. Shards of ice fly in all directions as the fearless warrior continues to hold his ground confidently under a barrage of crushing blows. A brave young woman rushes to the aid of her wounded comrade, tossing him a second-level healing pill to quickly restore his strength. No sooner have the heroes turned their grim gaze than a furious level 5 woodpecker with an iron beak plunges toward them from the sky. A flock of predatory bluebirds dives rapidly toward the shield, intent on piercing it. Powerful beak strikes shatter the protective energy barrier, causing loud electrical discharges all around. A frightened young man desperately tries to activate a magical talisman against the attackers. An enraged bird of prey delivers a crushing blow directly to the protective dome, accompanied by a deafening sound. A nimble blond man swiftly knocks down the aggressive bird, protecting his frightened companions inside the barrier. Suddenly, his face betrays utter despair and fear of the forest creatures. A huge flock mercilessly attacks the protective sphere, where a defenseless group of stunned travelers has taken shelter. The sharp-beaked monsters continue to ram the magical shield, while blue crystals fall to the ground. Scorching shards of the shield fly in all directions under the relentless onslaught of the enraged forest predators. The bald giant bravely tries to hold back the onslaught while his partner prepares her secret energy sphere. The shocked girl, her eyes wide with horror, watches the situation, realizing the inevitability of defeat in this battle. A powerful blow causes the fighter to spit out blood, stoically enduring the incredible pain from his serious injuries. Concerned companions quickly rush to their wounded comrade, trying to assess his condition during this alarming moment. A powerful burst of energy dramatically appears right in front of the bird and the fighter. A devastating blue beam falls upon the enemies, as if from the heavens, instantly turning the flock of dangerous flying predators surrounding the terrified heroes into a bloody mess. The snow-white predator takes off like lightning, heading at full speed straight into the vortex of unbridled energy, tearing through the space before her. Holding her breath in horror at the incredible power, she watches with bated breath as a powerful bolt of lightning strikes nearby. The predator's swift silhouette cuts through the air currents like a sharp blade, rapidly approaching the epicenter of the mysterious storm deep within the dense forest. A blinding pillar of electrical energy pierces the heavens, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar and sending clouds of dust and small debris into the air. A mighty pillar of pure energy pierces the heavens, sending a devastating shockwave throughout the surrounding area and causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble. A deathly pale young man activates his second-level hidden power right in the midst of a raging vortex of magical lightning and dangerous electrical charges. The focused young man desperately creates a massive protective barrier, trying to hold back the enemy's devastating attack. A mysterious dark silhouette draws close to the magical dome. A swift warrior slices through space with her sharp blade, summoning a massive pointed crystal to her aid. A defeated blond man freezes in panic before a deadly block of ice, realizing the utter hopelessness of his current situation in battle. This tragic moment is forever captured in his wide-open eyes, fully reflecting all the bitterness and hopelessness of what is happening. The wounded girl lies limp in the arms of her shocked boyfriend, quietly sobbing and choking on crimson blood on the field. A heart-wrenching dialogue between the bloodied fighters unfolds amid the soft rustling of the grass. A secret second-level pill begins to take effect, enveloping the injured heroine in green healing smoke and bringing her back to life. An exhausted blonde man breathes heavily and begs his comrade to flee immediately, admitting the weakness of his barrier. A blood-red hieroglyph rapidly appears in the air, activating an ancient spell for spatial teleportation. A brilliant teleportation formation envelops the entire group in a powerful beam of light right in the middle of the battle. The frightened young man, his lips bloodied, desperately urges his partner to join the spell immediately. Fourth-level celestial pills enter the girl's wounded body, stopping the fatal bleeding. Having exhausted his last reserves of strength, the wounded young man yells at his comrade, begging him to stop these senseless actions in the middle of battle. Trying to save the situation, the fearless ally hands over the precious heavenly pills and orders them to immediately form a defensive formation. While one of the fighters tries to activate the defense, his comrades begin to radiate an astonishing glow, preparing for the decisive move. Realizing the inevitability of the end, the young man, with tears in his eyes, admits that he simply cannot bear this agonizing tension. Filled with bitterness and despair, the fighters give their final order to relay everything they have witnessed to their commander-in-chief. Realizing the gravity of the moment, one of the wounded tries to get through to his friends before teleportation. Facing their final dawn, two loyal friends bid each other farewell through tears and blood, reminiscing about the past. Vowing their loyalty, the heroes prepare to face death together, embracing each other in the face of danger. Trapped, the young people find themselves surrounded by enraged monsters under the command of dangerous, cursed beasts. Seeking comfort in the face of disaster, the wounded young man confesses his feelings to his partner under the shelter of a magical dome. Bursting into tears, he thanks his loyal friend for her constant support and sincere care over the years. Despite the mortal danger and the enormous centipede nearby, the young man continues to tenderly embrace the wounded girl beneath the dome. Smiling gently through the blood and pain, the girl also confesses her love for his sincere smile, pressing herself tightly against her beloved boyfriend. Maintaining a romantic mood amidst the danger, the wounded young man returns her feelings. Facing certain death due to the collapse of their defenses, the wounded young man proposes that they die together, and she agrees. On the brink of death, with tears in her eyes, she tenderly whispers to her beloved that she is ready to do anything for him. Clinging tightly to his partner, the young man responds with a blood-stained smile and prepares to face certain death at the hands of their enemies. Suddenly, an astral image of a mighty bird from the heavenly realm appears above their heads, imploring them to drink its sacred blood. Energy flares up in brilliant flashes as the exhausted heroes embrace in the face of certain death. A blinding explosion tears through the forest clearing, engulfing the attackers in a devastating wave. A powerful fire engulfs the forest clearing, scattering debris in all directions and creating a bright burst of flame. Powerful golden crescents slice through the air, sweeping away everything in their path as the predatory creature watches in astonishment. Watching this madness with disdain, the warlike cat girl marvels at the desperate bravery and willingness of humans to die. Smoke from the explosion engulfs the surroundings, while traces of the horrific attack and fierce confrontation remain on the shattered ground. Barely able to stand amid the tall grass, the wounded fighters watch with vacant eyes as the consequences of their friend's desperate move unfold. Having launched an attack at the cost of incredible effort, the battered men collapse heavily onto the grass, catching their breath after the bloody carnage. Breathing heavily and spitting up blood, the terrified scouts race through the forest with all their might, frantically demanding that an urgent report be sent to headquarters. Deadly panic grips the soldier when he notices something terrible ahead. Before the young man has a chance to recover from his horror, someone's invisible and powerful foot knocks him off his feet with a lightning-fast blow to the ground. A blinding flash of energy engulfs the terrified young man just as a crushing blow comes down upon him. A powerful shockwave literally smashes the poor fellow into a boulder, splitting it in half with a loud crack and explosion. A shockwave of incredible power cuts through the dense forest, leaving behind fallen trees and a scorched path. The barely alive scouts fall helplessly onto the grass beside the bloody trail, trying to hide from their inevitable doom. A mysterious stranger in dark garb calmly appears on the lawn, coolly surveying the mutilated bodies. The mysterious warrior's eyes, burning with a yellow flame, pierce the darkness, revealing his status as a member of the highest class of cursed beings. The creature's cold gaze is fixed on the defeated opponents, barely breathing from their injuries on the green lawn. A lightning-fast kick slices through the air, causing the poor fighters to shudder at the foreboding of their inevitable doom. The Arhat's golden body shields the wounded man from the enemy's devastating attacks, withstanding the frenzied blows of the enraged monster. A desperate cry bursts from the man's chest as he begs his partner to flee immediately. Mortal danger paralyzes the pale young man, who realizes the situation is completely hopeless due to the demon's overwhelming power. On the brink of defeat, the wounded young man with a cane can barely stay on his feet, realizing his own powerlessness in the face of imminent danger. Suddenly, the enraged fighter activates his secret technique, summoning the phantom of a mighty monk behind him to deliver a crushing blow. Noticing a familiar glow, the young man turns pale with horror, recognizing his opponent's forbidden destructive technique. The terrifying tension reaches its peak when the wounded fighter's comrade realizes that using this technique will forever cut off the fighter's path home. A massive, blazing fist hurtles toward the mighty demon. The deadly blow hits its mark, sweeping away everything in its path and sending columns of bright sparks shooting up in the middle of the forest clearing. Unexpectedly, the demon takes a crushing blow to the jaw from the enraged fighter. With a powerful jumping kick, he sends his opponent soaring high above the thick grass. A desperate counterattack hits its mark, forcing the bald, burly man to stagger backward, with a shattered face and a fountain of blood spurting from his wounds. A ferocious whirlwind of lightning and blades engulfs the battlefield as the defeated fighter flies helplessly away against the backdrop of distant trees. Having gathered his thoughts, the hero gazes intently ahead, vowing to channel the full power of the elements to protect his loved ones. In the middle of a gloomy cemetery, a quiet voice calls out to a man, weathered by the years, standing near the stone slabs. Leaning on his cane, the mentor listens to the sorrowful words of his young grandson, who is weeping bitterly. The boy clasped his hands tightly to his face and, through his tears, begged his grandfather not to go on a deadly mission. The child's pain spills out in memories of his missing parents, who never returned home. The gray-haired mentor gently comforts the crying boy, reminding him of the noble mission to protect ordinary people. Concerned for his protégé's future, the elder instructs him to always say goodbye before leaving and not to forget his important duties. A mysterious old man shows the child a tiny vortex of pure energy that he has been studying for a long time. Calling this amazing anomaly the Book of the Heavens, the wise traveler promises that one day he will vanish just like the boy's parents did. Suddenly, a powerful explosion interrupts the peaceful stroll as a ferocious monster appears right in front of the hero. The savage creature, with burning eyes and horns on its head, prepares to launch a devastating attack on the old man. A whirlwind continues to swirl around the focused fighter, trying to protect him. An unexpected and powerful blow catches the ferocious horned warrior off guard, causing him to widen his yellow eyes in astonishment and pain. With his last ounce of strength, the brave warrior delivers a crushing blow to the demon, sending it flying onto the grass. Choking on his own blood, the warrior turns to his mentor, declaring that he will become his shield in the next life. The demon's merciless hand grips his head, showing complete disregard for his final words. The brutal pressure shatters the skull with a horrific crunch, turning the victim's head into a fountain of blood. Space continues to swirl into a deadly vortex of lightning bolts, piercing the air at the site of the recent bloodbath. The lifeless body falls limply onto the grass, while the demon surveys the aftermath of its devastating attack. The enraged horned figure delivers a crushing blow with his blood-soaked fist right into the thick of the battle. Suddenly, a powerful vortex of energy swirls across the battlefield, sweeping away everything in its path with a deafening roar. The crimson storm that forms begins to spin wildly, emitting a strange buzzing sound as the horned creature looks on in astonishment. The incredible power of this storm tears through space, leaving only blood spatter and destruction in its wake. An invisible slash cuts through the air, leaving a deep gash on the face of the startled horned warrior. A crimson trickle runs down his cheek from the fresh wound while he stares intently at the unfolding events. The remains of a mysterious skeleton appear before his eyes, opening a new chapter titled The Book of Heaven. The tall skeleton stands calmly on a forest clearing, while the astonished demonic creatures stare at him in confusion, not understanding what is happening. A blonde girl anxiously asks her partner what to do next following this unexpected turn of events. A frightened young man with fiery eyes and traces of blood on his face blinks in confusion, utterly desperate. Meanwhile, a man sits at a table examining two special employment contract forms. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the hero reflects on the invalidity of unsigned documents and recalls his attractive appearance. His pride in being the strongest man in town compels him to reject the idea of using his looks. Suddenly, the office door bursts open with a crash, and an enraged young woman appears in the doorway. The distraught woman loudly announces the terrible tragedy that has befallen Tian King's squad. Stunned by the news, the young man springs to his feet in a flash, flinging all the documents aside. A lone skeleton continues to stand impassively in the middle of a forest clearing under a cloudless blue sky. With a sudden movement, the young man moves straight toward the silent skeleton, feeling a pang of bitterness at what he has seen. An agitated woman emotionally forbids sending new people on a reconnaissance mission following the disappearance of the previous squad of fighters. The stunned hero looks at his boss in shock, trying to grasp the scale of the disaster. Turning his head to the side, he stares intently at the impassive bony figure before him. Nearby, a soldier lies helplessly on the ground, after a crushing defeat in an unequal and extremely brutal battle. Clutching his head in unbearable pain and tension, the man in shock barely holds back a cry of despair. Bathed in bitter tears, the powerless warrior realizes he has lost his last hope of saving his loyal comrade. Gently touching the skeleton of his fallen comrade, he pays his respects before setting out on a long and dangerous journey. Sensing a strange surge of energy, the stunned man freezes in anticipation of an incredible miracle beside the remains. Noticing unexpected fluctuations in the inner force beneath his feet, the puzzled hero stares intently downward. With a confident movement, the skeleton channels its inner energy into the ground, activating the hidden mechanism of an ancient spell. A bright blue light pierces the air, forming an intricate magical pattern beneath the hero's feet. With eyes wide open in surprise, the mesmerized warrior watches the grand transformation. A powerful burst of energy engulfs the forest clearing, sending fallen leaves and surrounding grass swirling into the air. Upon reaching the lair of dangerous monsters, the one-eyed warrior notices a water barrier and a horde of ferocious creatures, including a giant, chilling mutant. Assessing the scale of the impending battle, the stern commander realizes the inevitability of a clash with an incredibly powerful, nationwide threat. Meanwhile, several bright energy pillars rise above the area, creating a giant hemispherical protective dome. A powerful beam of energy pierces the sky and shoots straight into the city streets, astonishing the local residents. Impressed by the unusual activity, passers-by freeze in the street, discussing the incredible power of the mysterious Level 9 fighter. The beam of light engulfs the grounds of the city's psychiatric hospital, causing strange spatial or energetic changes there. Noticing the translucent symbols in the air, the stunned kids try to figure out the nature of this amazing magical phenomenon. The beams reach the walls of an ancient sect, home to a famous training arena and a spiritual sanctuary of martial arts. An energy barrier envelops the park gazebo, causing ordinary passers-by to watch the celestial miracle with trepidation. One of the intrigued students turns his back on the flash, sensing the approach of an epic climax to this tense situation. A sad guardian gently comforts his young charge, preparing him for his inevitable departure to join his parents. Warm words of support sound like a promise to say a proper goodbye someday, leaving the young boy with mixed feelings. A sudden golden light floods the space around the now grown young man, causing him to look up in surprise. Bitter tears stream down his flushed face, reflecting the full depth of the emotional pain that has suddenly overwhelmed him. Unable to contain his emotions, the young man sobs loudly, realizing the irreversibility of the tragedy that has occurred. In a dark alley under the cover of night, a sharp whistle rings out as a sinister black raven with burning red eyes tries to escape its pursuers. Dragging a blood-stained teddy bear behind it, the bird laments that it has been treacherously deceived and must now flee alone. The exhausted raven drops its burden to the ground, suddenly realizing it no longer needs to worry about the fate of the mauled bear. Meanwhile, in a gloomy and deserted alley, a sinister, gigantic figure appears, casting its heavy shadow over a trash can. Perched atop the metal trash can, the cocky bird smugly declares that running away from danger is pure pleasure. Suddenly, a deafening bird cry rings out, and in the next second, a huge hand roughly grabs the braggart, right by the scruff of his neck. Caught in the trap, the villain flings his beak open in horror and finally recognizes the one who dared to interrupt his triumphant escape. Gripped by the throat, the braggart finds himself right in front of the enraged giant, who stares at him with a heavy, piercing gaze. Hanging upside down, the fugitive begins to squawk loudly in panic, asking his opponent about the meaning of his insane and incomprehensible actions. As he explains the situation, the captive suddenly recalls the words about peaceful coexistence with humans. The indignant bird continues to rant about living alongside humanity, considering the idea utter nonsense and refusing to believe such nonsense. The burly man holding the bird grimly admits that he was the one who reported everything to the ruler, seeing no reason to be ashamed of such a sensible act. Flashbacks take us back to the past, where this same primate is engaged in an intense conversation with a horned creature in a cave. Suddenly, his counterpart fiercely strikes the beast with his palm right across the face, causing it to flinch in surprise. The powerful blow literally knocks the poor creature off its feet, splattering blood everywhere and demonstrating the enraged creature's complete superiority. In a dark alley, a huge humanoid ape brutally tears a terrified bird to pieces. As it continues to maul its victim, the enraged beast declares that this winged creature supposedly also wants to live side by side with the hated humans. Suddenly, the aggressive monster delivers a deafening blow, and a powerful burst of blood cuts through the darkness. Only the horrific traces of the massacre remain on the blood-soaked sidewalk. A large gorilla tenderly embraces a small baby gorilla, who is holding a funny toy in its hands. A cozy city skyscraper rises into the night sky, its windows illuminating the quiet neighborhood where further events unfold. Two young men sit on a hospital bed, anxiously discussing the disappearance of a wristwatch. A dark-haired guy gently touches his friend's hand, trying to calm him down and ask about all the details of the loss. The distraught blonde guy can barely hold back his tears, clutching his head and honestly admitting that he can't remember a thing because he's so scared. The caring friend promises to get to the bottom of the situation, after which the two oddballs get down on their knees right on the floor, carefully searching every corner of the ward. Realizing the valuable accessory is missing from the room, the guy assumes it must have been lost outside and suggests checking the yard. Once out on the lawn, the searchers realize they need to look further afield and decide to check the nearby street at night. Finding themselves on a dark sidewalk, the surprised friends wonder if they've ever been to this deserted place before. Faced with uncertainty, the young man suggests moving on, to which his friend happily agrees, having spotted their destination. While walking through the night streets, the two boys suddenly heard a deafening roar coming from somewhere around the corner. Taken aback, the fair-haired young man froze in confusion, trying to make out the source of the bright flash and loud noise through the darkness. Overcome with terror, the boy began to tremble nervously, staring in horror at the mysterious monster descending straight toward them from the sky. Fleeing from imminent danger, the friends instantly recoiled as an unknown dark silhouette flashed right before their eyes. Taking a few steps forward, the heroes were surprised to discover a massive green gorilla around the corner, who was casually fiddling with some equipment. Upon seeing the unusual driver, the companion who had been frightened earlier finally caught his breath, remarking ironically that this beast looked quite amusing. Captivated by the unusual sight, the guys looked on in amazement at the clever gorilla, who had skillfully mounted the two-wheeled vehicle. Dreaming of peaceful coexistence with humans, the flustered gorilla blushes deeply at the unexpected compliments directed at him. Weighing all the risks, the eccentrics seriously consider the idea of capturing and taming such an amazing mutant. To everyone's surprise, the friendly primate blows a kiss, sending the onlookers into a state of shock. Realizing just how absurd the situation is, the stunned friends begin to feel a bit queasy at the sight. Trying to escape the awkward moment, the animal dashes off and disappears into the darkness. Sensing something was wrong, the furry driver stops and warily looks around at the sudden noise. The tense atmosphere escalates in the blink of an eye, forcing the startled creature to tense up to the limit. A massive praying mantis suddenly appears before the traveler, demanding that he return to his master immediately. The bewildered beast turns back, with no intention of heeding the stern command of his dangerous pursuer. A sudden punch shatters the opponent's red eye, scattering chunks of flesh and unleashing a wave of destructive energy. Paying no attention to the decapitated mantis, the agile motorcyclist speeds on, staying right on course. The predator's red eyes glimmer in the darkness as they watch the vehicle approach on the street lit by street lights. A giant insect blocks the road and accuses the gorilla of treason, hinting at his collaboration with human fighters. Coming to a sudden stop in the middle of the road, the beast hears accusations that he has revealed their location to humans. Giant mantises with ominous red eyes have appeared on a dark city street amid the ruins. Out of nowhere, a system window popped up with a quest about 12 hungry beasts, and while the two guys were staring at the enormous mantises, one of them remarked in awe that these were much larger than the previous ones. Meanwhile, without wasting a moment, the gorilla calmly plucks tufts of fur from his own body. Several tufts of fur drifted calmly down onto the asphalt while the beast man thought intently about his powers. With a loud crash, several astral copies of the gorilla appeared, raising clouds of dust and debris, and his ferocious face expressed complete superiority. A new window described the best way to deep fry these creatures with salt and pepper, while the two heroes meanwhile examined the strange reddish mantis, noting that it looked somewhat unusual. Suddenly, the mutant's blow passed right through the crimson mantis, and both observers froze, staring at the back of the enormous beast that had fallen before them. Indifferently, the system reported that the energy within the body was dead and that it wasn't worth eating unless for its energy value, eaten raw, which left the guys frozen in shock. Bathed in a pink glow, the beast man coquettishly smoothed his hair and admired himself, clearly relishing the moment of his dubious beauty. Against a backdrop of explosive emotions, the two guys stared in stunned silence at the strange gorilla-like creature. Glittering with sparkles and hearts, the beast playfully winked and let out a flirtatious sound, causing the guy standing nearby to break out in a cold sweat. With a muffled sound, a pink haze shot upward, enveloping the heroes, who silently watched all this madness, unsure how to react. Under a star-studded sky dotted with pink clouds, two bewildered guys stood in the middle of the street, completely at a loss. Striding dashingly onto his motorcycle, the thug dramatically sped off, running right over the defeated mantises lying on the road. Singing something about forbidden love, whispered in the streets, the smug beastman continued his absurd performance with beams of light. To the accompaniment of a song about how they were from different worlds, the smug brute rode off into the distance on his motorcycle, leaving the couple staring after him in bewilderment. After watching the eccentric figure ride away, the two guys exchanged glances gloomily and concluded that this gorilla was far too strange and was probably just out of his mind. Sitting in the brightly lit office, the girl asked in disbelief, "Are you really talking about a national-level cursed beast?" A confident fighter reported that Tien King's team had, at the cost of their lives, pinpointed the location of the cursed creature's base and discovered two level 9 monsters there at once. Clenching his trembling fists, he grimly reasoned that now that the intelligence of those damned beasts had increased, it had become simply impossible to deal with a national-level threat in the city. With anxiety in her eyes, the redhead explained that this creature was commanding the others, constantly appearing in the city, testing their strength and gathering information. Her frightened blue eyes flashed with horror, and she concluded that this accursed national-level beast was preparing something serious. With her face contorted with fear, the girl cried out her greatest fear that the monster was about to attack the city of Yunhai itself. Under the starry night sky stood a tilted apartment building with a couple of lit windows, immersed in the silence of the sleeping neighborhood. Wandering down an empty street in his hospital pajamas, the young man asked his friend if he remembered this place, and the other recalled the kind nurse who had served him delicious snake soup. Then the guys decided to stop by and visit her, and while they were at it, pick up a little gift at a small shop they'd spotted along the way. A bright yellow sign for the small Olympus supermarket shone above the entrance, and a friendly welcome greeted the new guests from inside. Noticing the guy's hospital gowns, the saleswoman realized with horror that she was facing escapees from the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Holding out a carton of milk, one of the young men honestly admitted that he wanted to buy a gift for a kind girl, but they didn't have any money with them at all. Shaking all over and breaking out in a cold sweat, the saleswoman inwardly seethed at the penniless thieves, but outwardly, with a forced smile, she managed to agree. As they walked away with a box in their hands, the boys promised to send the money later and waved goodbye, leaving the poor employee at a loss. Near a shabby bulletin board, the boys decided to leave the milk right by the door, since the kind girl was surely asleep, and continued their search for the lost watch. Against the backdrop of the mental hospital's nighttime silhouette, the two oddballs made their way through the tall grass back to their dwelling. Under a bright blue morning sky, voices rang out near the crooked house, and someone shouted that they'd found a carton of milk right in front of their door. Then a blonde woman flung open the door and stared in surprise at the blue carton, wondering who on earth could have put it there. A sullen, bald, burly man peered out from the neighboring apartment, and the girl behind him froze, a look of slight fear on her face. Pointing at the box, the heavy-set man explained that it was his purchase which the delivery person had simply mixed up and left at the wrong door. Stepping out of the doorway with a carton of milk in his hands, the bald, burly man stared skeptically at the blonde woman, who asked if the item really belonged to him. Clutching the package, the rude man got indignant. Did his neighbor really suspect him of theft and think he was a fool? And in the process called her a dirty woman. Leaning against the doorframe, the blonde woman muttered wearily that she hadn't meant anything at all, and asked if he really had to speak to her in that tone. Grimacing, the boor muttered a feigned apology, then immediately added that the item was clearly his, and she had no right to tell him what to do. In the cozy room, the man asked his dad why he had bought another carton when they already had milk. Suddenly, the frightened, burly man clutched his head and groaned in sharp, wild pain, his face contorted. With a loud thud, his heavy body collapsed straight onto the floor next to an overturned chair that hadn't been able to withstand the sudden onslaught. Holding the phone to his ear, the enraged man, his face flushed, yelled at the director that because of his membership, they had to deal with dozens of patients. Flinging the door open with a crash, the nurse rushed into the office in a panic and shouted to the vice president that the two guys had returned. Holding the receiver to his cheek, the sweating doctor cautiously asked who exactly might have returned, then stopped mid-sentence, overcome by a sense of foreboding. Curling up in shock, the bewildered man clutched his head and insisted that this was impossible, since those two were supposed to have been killed by a seventh-level creature. Beaming with friendliness, the cheerful nurse waved her hand and explained that they had come in to look for a lost wristwatch. Slumped on the couch, the stunned doctor listened as the young man admitted, with a smile, that he and his friend had missed him a little. Holding the phone close, someone asked if he'd remembered to mention that Lin Fan and Mr. Zhang were alive and well. Leaning back with the receiver to his ear, the gray-haired old man remarked with a satisfied smile that the boys had run away last night and were surely with him now. Huddled in his chair, the exhausted doctor asked resignedly that they look after the boys until he could send someone to bring them back. In the dark silence, a tear fell and hit the surface with a soft plop, scattering into sparkling droplets. Hiding his face in the shadows, he reflected sadly that it's no sin for men to cry, for even beneath impenetrable armor, a weary heart beats. Covering his eyes with his hand, the doctor, overcome with tears, cried out in despair that he had been deceived and toyed with, and swore he would never forgive it. Gently wrapping his arms around the young man's shoulders, the doctor in his white coat ushered the guests out and begged them not to come back here again, while behind him walked a nurse and an eccentric security guard with a huge sword. Holding both young men by the shoulders, the doctor wearily explained that he had a lot on his plate besides caring for patients, so he didn't have time to deal with guests right now. Grabbing his friends by the shoulders, the doctor led the strange group away, promising to ask Mr. Huang to drive them back home. With his cheek pressed against his companion's shoulder, the young man suddenly told Mr. Zhang that he could hear the voice of that very kind girl somewhere. Clenching his fists and covered in sweat, the stunned doctor, along with the nurse and the security guard, wondered in confusion where the runaway boys had managed to disappear so quickly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an enraged woman grabbed the blonde by the hair and screamed that because of her, her husband had nearly had a stroke. Bursting into tears and closing her eyes tightly, the girl with a bruised face, pinned to the floor, asked through her pain what she had to do with it, since he had collapsed from the blow himself. Swinging her arm to slap her, the enraged woman called the blonde a shameless slut, refusing to listen to any excuses. At the last moment, someone's hand intercepted the blow right in front of the girl's face, stopping the attacker's raised palm with a clanging sound. In the eerie silence, the man loomed over the pale woman, while she, in a state of utter panic, screamed, "Who the hell are you people?" Glancing at the stranger's hospital gowns, the stunned, hapless wife realized with horror that she was facing patients from the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Struggling against their iron grip, The terrified woman screamed for the lunatics to get lost and let go of her hand immediately. Meanwhile, nearby, two burly men with sweaty foreheads exchanged indignant glances, unable to believe the audacity of what was happening. An enraged man lashed out at the oddballs, demanding that they intervene immediately and force the aggressors to let the poor girl go. Hearing the unexpected accusation directed at them, the group exchanged shocked glances. After all, they had simply been watching what was happening and filming everything on their phones. A long-haired guy and his friend approached the blonde victim, and she politely asked them to stop holding the aggressive woman down. However, one of the oddballs ignored her request and rudely declared that he intended to teach her a lesson on the orders of a certain president for her inappropriate behavior. In a panic, the enraged men, with demonic eyes and menacing grins, tied the screaming woman to a table, preparing to take their revenge. Realizing the mortal danger of her situation, the poor woman burst into bitter tears and began to swear solemnly that she would never bother anyone again. It turns out this scandal erupted over an ordinary carton of milk, which the rowdy woman's husband mistakenly drank, thinking it was his own. Meanwhile, the eccentrics happily thank their hosts for the delicious dinner and recall the morning's gift. Receiving this unexpected thank you, the blonde smiles sincerely and is delighted by such a pleasant surprise from her new acquaintances. Noticing that his patients have escaped, the enraged doctor rushes after them, threatening to cause a huge scene throughout the entire facility. Meanwhile, a distinguished young man accompanied by security guards appears in the hallways. He has come to discuss financial support for the medical center. Upon seeing the wealthy visitor, the department head immediately breaks into a flattering smile, dreaming of major investments. Suddenly, the same fugitives appear before the eyes of the distinguished guests, causing a real commotion with their frantic movements. Recognizing his acquaintance, the investor among the frantic patients, the frightened doctor tries to cover up this embarrassment as best he can. Taking advantage of the situation, the cunning young man loudly declares the chief physician to be his best friend in front of everyone present. Brazenly exploiting this status, the rich kid calls off the inspection of the facility and demands that funds be transferred to his account immediately. Having prudently agreed to take the strange patients home, the boy assures the chief physician that they're safe, leaving him thoroughly baffled. Once outside, the boys notice suspicious activity by a special forces unit near the hospital, along with a high-end vehicle carrying a group of soldiers. After carefully surveying the perimeter, the boys' escort notices the numerous security barriers and surveillance systems surrounding the building. Looking through his optics at the hologram of the protective dome, the observant boy notes the combat purpose of such energy formations. Deeply alarmed by the enemy's extensive preparations, the young hero senses that great danger and trouble are approaching. A black bird suddenly appeared on the dark roof of a city building and began to call loudly and alarmingly. It turned out that a dangerous, cursed third-level creature was hiding in the guise of an ordinary domestic bird. Noticing the Special Forces unit approaching, the cunning rooster decided to lie in wait near an ordinary street trash can. Driven by a thirst for revenge, the monster is hatching a devious plan to take revenge on humans after its reincarnation. Meanwhile, at the rescued boy's luxurious estate, a group of guys is having a good time in the spacious pool. After a while, the host suggested that the guests move to a more modest guest room. One of the eccentrics, dressed in a funny costume that suited him perfectly, reacted joyfully to the prospect of relaxing in such surroundings. Upon entering the bedroom, the mental hospital residents were amazed by the incredible size and luxury of the enormous bed. A sad boy confessed to his eccentric friends that he had absolutely no friends because his wealthy parents were always so busy. Feeling lonely, the boy begged them to stay the night and spend this dark time in the company of his friends. Seeing the sincere tears in the sad boy's eyes, his moved friends decided to stay the night with him. A happy and thoroughly contented blonde guy hides under the blanket with a joyful smile on his face, thanks to this wonderful turn of events. Night has fallen, and the loyal friends sleep peacefully on a luxurious bed, drooling comically in their deep sleep. Waking up in the middle of the night because his two inconsiderate friends have completely pulled the blanket off him and sprawled out on the bed, the white-haired guy can barely contain his irritation. Trying to calm down, he pulls the blanket up to his chin and convinces himself, whether in a dream or in reality, that sleeping alone is truly very comfortable and safe. Meanwhile, not far from the luxurious estate, under the cover of night, two conspirators are planning a daring break-in into the restricted grounds of an exclusive cottage community. After carefully surveying the area, the stocky man and his cunning companion lift the heavy cover of a city sewer manhole. Peering into the dark tunnel, the guide with the flashlight confidently tells his partner that he knows all the underground utility lines and that this time they'll walk away with their 500 million. Unexpectedly, one of the men suddenly opens his eyes wide at a strange sound coming from very close by in the darkness of the bedroom. Realizing that a stranger has brazenly sneaked onto the property, he wakes up the owner of the apartment and reports the incident. At that very moment, his companion's loud voice rings out, sleepily asking whether the villa's owner intends to hospitably welcome the unexpected visitors who have barged in without permission. Pleased with himself, the villain happily climbs out of the manhole, considering his plan brilliant, when suddenly a loud knock startles him. Turning his head toward the sound, the poor guy sees several menacing figures in black suits standing before him, shining flashlights right in his face. Trying to explain himself to the stern security guards, the intruder jokingly asks if they believe in their job of maintaining the drainage system. Suddenly, the villa's real owner and his friends in pajamas appear and are now staring at the uninvited guests. Realizing the situation, the level-headed leader points out that these guys have caused trouble before, but now they're supposedly working. Having suffered a complete fiasco, the hapless conspirators hide back in the sewer, where one of them hisses irritably at his partner because they can't escape. In the end, the vagrants are forced to sit on the street under the watchful eye of burly men, while one of them lazily leans back in his chair, enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, a system window pops up with a warning that a powerful energy source has been detected, one capable of satisfying their master's hunger for a full 4 days. They decide to investigate this strange anomaly immediately, so the oddballs vanish from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a sinister black silhouette appears on a deserted city street, suspiciously resembling a huge bird of prey stalking its new prey. The team of observers notices dangerous energy fluctuations and begins to panic intensely, as the third-level monster clearly craves human flesh to accelerate its evolution. Returning home after a grueling day of school, an ordinary high school girl has no idea of the mortal danger awaiting her in the nearest dark alley. Cornered, the girl catches the attention of a bloodthirsty mutant determined to feast on defenseless prey in order to reach the next level of his bestial power. The cunning predator lunges forward, intent on devouring a human soul and becoming far more powerful than before. Despite the monster's frenzied speed, at the most critical moment, a powerful spatial ability activates, designed to save the poor girl from certain death. The predator's lightning-fast strike shatters against the protective barrier, and the frightened bird freezes comically in midair, taken by surprise. The failed hunter finds itself in the hands of a young man who examines the terrified creature with interest. The amusing situation startles the schoolgirl when she sees her rescuer holding a strangely squeaking chick in his hands. Showing off his find to the girl, the incredibly strong, eccentric grins, widely, clearly plotting something sinister. The sinister gleam in the guy's eyes terrifies the poor girl even more, causing her to literally freeze in horror. Unable to withstand such treatment, the captured bird begins to suffocate in its new owner's firm grip. The system interface instantly displays a detailed recipe for cooking the demon to achieve a new energy level. Upon arriving at a luxurious estate, 2 intruders are instructed to check the condition of the drainage system, but they flatly refuse to do so. A serious assistant thanks them for their work and hands them a hefty wad of bills, offering a well-deserved reward for their night shift. Seeing the gleaming money, the stunned workers can't believe their eyes and with tears streaming down their faces, ask if this is truly money they've earned honestly. Recalling the wise monk's words that labor helps one find one's path and makes the world a better place, the hero realizes the meaning of life. Deeply moved, the young man presses his earnings to his chest, weeping with happiness, and finally understanding the path he must take in life. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang is still sleeping on the luxurious bed, and someone has finally come to wake him up. Still sleepy, the eccentric man tries to shake off the last traces of drowsiness and turn his attention to Lin Fan. Suddenly pulling a live chicken from behind his back, the guy begins to cheerfully wave it in front of the girl, asking her what she thinks of the bird's beauty. The indignant chicken begins to crow loudly and scold the man for his rough handling, claiming that an ordinary bird would have died long ago from such a grip. Suddenly, the feathered creature calms down and beams charmingly, while the impressed blonde enthusiastically acknowledges the pet's incredible cuteness. The happy protagonist continues to be charmed, but the bird itself suddenly becomes frightened, realizing that the praise might be taken as a call to action. A jubilant Zhang suggests roasting the charming creature, causing the stunned rooster to break out in a cold sweat at such a terrifying prospect. The shocked bird turns crimson with rage and is outraged by the insane idea of being turned into dinner, even though it was just called very cute. The devious fellow supports his friend's appetizing idea, licking his lips at the sight of the feathered captive trembling with horror and anger in his hands. The disappointed oddballs freeze in fear when their prey suddenly reveals its fierce and dangerous nature right in front of their faces. A huge, terrified rooster screeches frantically in panic, while the guy disappointedly tells his partner that this bird no longer looks cute. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, a brilliant idea strikes the protagonist, and he joyfully raises his index finger, exclaiming that these birds actually lay eggs. Overjoyed, the guy suggests they start taking care of the bird so they can have fresh fried eggs for breakfast every single morning. Sensing something was wrong, the poor bird is absolutely terrified, and his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when he realizes that these two crazy savages are going to expect him to lay eggs. Ignoring the panic, the hero continues to insist on his way and asks his partner to wait for at least a couple of eggs because she's incredibly hungry and wants to eat right now. Outraged by such unheard-of stupidity, the male tries to remind these senseless people of his nature. After all, no rooster in the world is physically capable of laying eggs. Coolly assessing the situation, the guy realizes the absurdity of their expectations and suggests instead turning this useless bird into a nutritious and delicious chicken broth. The poor bird manages to save his life only thanks to a spectacular transformation into a glamorous heartthrob who, glistening and gracefully strutting, reaffirms his status as a proud rooster. The jubilant hero holds a chicken egg in his hand, while his cunning plan to pacify the dangerous opponent works to perfection, allowing him to avoid a fight. True despair overwhelms the humiliated rooster, who is barely holding back tears over the betrayal, for he considers himself a formidable fighter capable of destroying thousands of people. A hot skillet on the stove is heating up to the limit, accepting a fresh portion of runny egg yolk onto its surface to prepare breakfast. The characters gathered in the kitchen eagerly watch the cooking process, while the white rooster sadly watches this mockery. The shocked bird clutches his head at the sight, unable to believe that these two heartless people have decided to simply fry his future children. The incredibly appetizing scrambled eggs make the bird forget the insult, evoking sincere admiration and a pleasant feeling of hunger instead of rage. The satisfied group enjoys the delicious result, discussing future plans and demanding a daily portion of eggs for breakfast from their captive. The indignant rooster vehemently protests his owner's brazen demand that he lay 2 eggs every day and proudly declares his male gender. Influential leaders have gathered around a round table in a spacious hall to discuss raising security at city schools and hospitals to level 6. A bald man asks the experts present when the development of the 9th protective barrier will be completed. Meanwhile, an expert explains the complexity of launching the system, which requires enormous amounts of energy and operates for only 15 minutes. A one-eyed man suggests urgently requesting military support from the leadership of neighboring regions. A serious young woman, citing official records, points out the need to enlist at least 2 national fighters to ensure victory over the monster. A weary fighter notes that the neighbors have refused to help due to a lack of direct evidence of an imminent threat of the appropriate level. A determined heroine promises to sort out the current situation and personally secure the necessary reinforcements from high command. Suddenly, the guy jumps up from his chair and trusts his colleague's intuition regarding the appearance of a terrifying national-level monster. The agile fighter instantly springs to his feet and hurriedly leaves the meeting under the surprised gazes of his colleagues. The determined hero strides decisively down the corridor of the secret base, informing his astonished comrades of urgent matters as he goes. Meanwhile, a blond man standing next to a luxury car discusses a strange chicken with his assistant, a chicken that turns out to be a powerful monster. An experienced mentor orders the teenager to ignore this dangerous creature, expressing complete confidence in the boy's abilities. Later, the 2 oddballs return to the mental hospital, where they are met by an enraged director who asks about the purchase of milk. The bewildered friends make excuses for the unpaid goods, holding the same rooster under their arms, and listen to the rebukes. The long-awaited conversation about finances began with a perfectly reasonable question, to which an honest answer was given about the complete lack of money. Confirming this fact, the director, in a rage, shifted the topic to one of the characters' substantial savings, while simultaneously hinting at the very different circumstances of the gentleman's life behind his back. Upon hearing the damning accusations of long-standing non-payment of bills, the young man became incredibly embarrassed, while his partner calmly offered to share his own funds. Noticing such generosity, the enraged manager instantly lost his composure and launched into a full-blown interrogation about frequent hospitalizations and the remaining budget. After receiving a stern warning about the need to cut costs due to the difficult situation, the frightened residents meekly agreed to all the harsh conditions imposed on them. Meanwhile, the frightened bird mused on the power of its captor, sincerely believing him to be the strongest fighter among all ordinary people. Trying to justify keeping the feathered creature to the director, the hero casually mentioned its ability to lay eggs and his great desire to care for it. What he heard made the older man shudder with horror and astonishment, for he instantly realized the absurdity of the situation surrounding this strange rooster. Meanwhile, the fighter suddenly senses a suspicious energy wave emanating from a dangerous, cursed third-level beast. Immediately setting out to find the source of the alarm signal, the newcomer encounters two familiar patients in the hospital corridor, holding a strange bird in their hands. Taking a closer look at the creature, the stunned hunter immediately recognizes it as a cursed third-rate rooster and decides to destroy it at once. Instantly activating his devastating martial arts technique, the enraged fighter swings his palm for a decisive strike against the defenseless target. The frightened bird crows piercingly in terror, seeing before it a deadly threat in the form of its opponent's scorching palm. However, with a lightning-fast move, one of the boys intercepts the attacker's wrist right in midair, thwarting his insidious plans for retribution. Having his attack stopped, the flustered bird's owner is outraged by the attempt to harm his beloved pet, which supposedly lays eggs faithfully for the entire chamber. In shock, the fighter stares at his hand, unable to comprehend how this strange fellow managed to stop his devastating blow so easily, seemingly without effort. In a flash, the attacker activates his hidden technique, enveloping his fist in blazing energy in the form of a ferocious golden dragon, and prepares to launch another devastating attack. Shouting the name of his fighting technique at the top of his lungs, the man directs his accumulated power straight at his opponent, creating a powerful whirlwind of scorching air in the process. A bright wave of fiery energy sweeps through the corridor, but the agile young man, along with his strange little bird, dodges the direct collision in a flash. Now behind the stunned fighter, the young man continues to move calmly through the room, showing no desire whatsoever to harm his attackers. Faced with the target's incredible agility, the golden dragons gradually begin to lose their former aggressiveness due to their prolonged failure to land a hit. 3 hours of non-stop pursuit pass, during which the exhausted warrior can barely stay on his feet and his fiery creatures visibly fade. Extremely bewildered and drenched in sweat, the agent realizes that this guy's true combat potential far exceeds any preliminary estimates. Even the exotic feathered companion watches this incredible display of strength and horror, genuinely amazed by the extraordinary abilities of ordinary people. To everyone's surprise, the now calm fighter offers to end the fight and assures them he won't harm either the young man or his pet. Meanwhile, the white-haired witness actively urges his companion to trust the man, noting his sincerity and goodwill. In the end, the protagonist agrees to leave the bird in the care of his new acquaintance, promising to return for her soon. Then both characters slowly leave the room, leaving the frightened chicken in the company of the friendly young man. However, as soon as the door closes, the friendly caretaker reveals his true sinister nature, offering to improve the bird's health with some needles. The frightened bird, with wide open eyes and claws extended, suddenly faces an incomprehensible magical threat, accompanied by a startled exclamation at the unexpected needle therapy. Sitting on a bench under a spreading tree, a one-eyed fighter turns to his pale companion with questions about former members of an elite special forces unit. Continuing their conversation in a picturesque park, the man sadly confirms the deaths of all his comrades in a fierce confrontation, after which he sinks into deep thought. Impressed by his companion's incredible agility and hidden strength as he dodges an attack, the mentor sincerely acknowledges his outstanding combat skills. A serious leader stares intently into the distance, warning of a massive army of bloodthirsty monsters approaching the defenseless metropolis. A young man calmly expresses his willingness to meet a heroic death on the battlefield, shocking his strict commander. Impressed by the young man's resolve, the veteran looks at him with respect and entrusts him with saving the civilians and protecting the entire city from total destruction. In the command office, an irritated man refuses to sign a special assignment contract, declaring that the presence of dangerous psychopaths on the team is unacceptable. Offering special contracts to the young men, an experienced mentor assures his colleague that the legal rights and decent benefits of his charges will be upheld. To ensure the safety of the metropolis under his charge, the commander promises excellent conditions to those willing to risk their lives for the common good. As he hands over the official document regarding the change in guardianship, the gray-haired supervisor asks that the newcomers be treated with due understanding and human compassion. Recalling the boys' many years of isolation, the cheerful director asks that they not be frightened by the lack of normal human interaction. Expressing complete trust in his fighters, he smiles warmly and hands over an important folder for the finalization of the deal. Taking responsibility for the boys, the senior comrade insistently asks that they not be viewed as ruthless maniacs or psychopaths. Sealing the agreement with a firm handshake, both sides successfully conclude the deal and confirm their readiness for further cooperation. Loud shouts ring out on the street near the school, causing passers-by to turn and look at the strange group. The alarmed principal tries to shoo away the pesky guests, while the young man sheds a tear. After receiving an approving pat on the shoulder, the whole gang cheerfully waves goodbye to their leader and runs off to make money. A one-eyed man begins a serious conversation about the terms and amount of the monthly salary in the special unit. Upon hearing the offer, the sly fellow, without hesitation, shifts all financial expenses to the hospital's account. It suddenly becomes clear that if his comrades hadn't arrived in time, the injured bird might have died. Shocking footage emerges of a brutal massacre, in which a cold-blooded genius literally impales the unfortunate rooster with needles. Caught red-handed, the researcher smiles sweetly at his returning friend and enthusiastically recounts his experiment. The terrified rooster, eyes wide with shock, realizes the full horror of his situation following the recent dangerous procedure. Suddenly, the poor creature realizes he has ended up in a completely unfamiliar place, surrounded by strange and frightening sounds. Looking around, the feathered traveler notices huge futuristic buildings and crowds of people rushing by. The breathtaking views of the giant headquarters of the Yanhai City Special Forces Unit evoke genuine delight among the curious visitors who have arrived here. Once inside the government complex, the cheerful blond man waves his arms joyfully at the vast crowd. A stranger who suddenly appears points his finger at the poor little chicken, calling it a cursed creature. An enraged crowd of fighters with fiery red eyes angrily surrounds the trembling bird, causing it to panic. The frightened creature with a comically spiky green crest trembles in terror at the unexpected danger nearby. A menacing one-eyed man assures the crowd that he has the dangerous creature completely under control, urging those present not to worry. Noticing the bewildered oddballs in the company of a real rooster, the gloomy guy standing nearby begins to visibly get nervous and turn pale. The self-assured guide orders his companions to follow him straight through the sliding door of the hall. With great interest, the receptionist asks the strange newcomers, who have come to register for the fight, about the purpose of their visit. The enterprising leader explains to the bewildered young woman behind the monitor that the striped hospital pajamas are just a trendy cosplay outfit. Realizing the situation, the staff member smiles sweetly and concludes that the young eccentrics will attract quite a bit of attention. A polite administrator confirms that the data has been successfully entered into the database and hands over the fighters' completed registration documents. A surprised receptionist casts a suspicious glance at the bird the guys brought and threatens to call in the research department for experiments. The shocked wild hen stares wide-eyed in panic at the mention of vivisection and dangerous laboratory experiments. An outraged young man firmly declares to the administrator that his feathered pet is off limits. Deeply shaken, the girl clutches her head at the news of a highly dangerous mutant being kept as a pet. Intrigued, the employee continues to watch the strange group through the cameras and shares gossip in the internal chat. Heated discussions about the newcomers with their unusual pet are spreading rapidly through the local Hunters Guild's private messenger group. Curious Mr. Zhang gazes with delight at the holographic scanner, which displays an error in the age field. Puzzled base staff examine the strange white-haired guy and his companions, who accidentally neutralize their security guard. The electronic scanner shows the guy has a combat level of 0, while the device registers a dangerous level 3 for the chicken in his hands. One of the men in the room clutches his head in frustration at the inability to properly scan the oddball newcomers and resolve the issue. The operation leader, wearing an eye patch, is genuinely surprised, along with his subordinate, by the complete absence of energy readings from the suspicious visitors. A serious boss explains to his surprised colleagues the hidden nature of the guests, who are actually extremely powerful fighters without any energy fluctuations. A technician agrees with the boss's explanation, but rightly points out that standard tests cannot be applied to such unique subjects. Frustrated by the lack of normal data, the subordinate suggests that management simply make up some metrics and record their power level as unstable. In a hurry, the commander hauls the suspicious group away, demanding that they change their clothes immediately before any further serious confrontations. The stunned data compiler clutches his head in disbelief at the leadership's strange decision to add suspicious newcomers to the elite squad. The enraged bird trembles with shame and humiliation due to human manipulation, vowing to take brutal revenge on its tormentors. A disgruntled guy leads a chick on a leash, while his cheerful companion happily explores the luxurious room. The eccentric Zhang, as always, jumps around the room enthusiastically, while the hero indifferently watches the commotion. The one-eyed commander opens the doors for the new arrivals, inviting them to rest in the apartments after their journey. The sullen boss explains the details of their stay to the guests, promising to provide everything necessary for a comfortable stay. A serious man is just about to tell his subordinates about their future work duties at the base. Standing in the office, two young men look on in utter amazement at their mentor, who is clearly embarrassed by something right now. After receiving very brief instructions on daily patrols of the city streets and helping those in need, the young men immediately and obediently agree. Upon hearing that they would finally start work the very next day, one of them offers his specialized services for treating an eye injury. Noticing such sincere concern from his suspicious students, the wounded man begins to feel unexpectedly upset. Realizing the boy's strange intention to help, the stern mentor blushes deeply but decides to agree nonetheless. Explaining the gruesome details of the upcoming operation, the young man cheerfully declares that they must first blind the patient. In the work chat, there is a heated discussion about the strange results of the new fighter's registration, which indicate extremely unstable power levels. Concerned colleagues begin to doubt the leadership's competence due to the acceptance of such suspicious newcomers into the team. Watching all this from behind a glass partition, a serious fighter can barely contain his surprise. Rubbing his forehead wearily, the commander reminds everyone of the need to always keep in mind the specific condition of his charges. With a sharp gesture, he summons his secret agent and orders him to step out of the shadows immediately to receive an important assignment. The appearance of a mysterious fighter with a transparent body is striking in its unusualness, for he turns out to be a true master of disguise. After listening carefully to the instructions, the agent learns that he must secretly follow two strange guys and a chicken. Having received the order to conduct covert surveillance without drawing attention, the subordinate clarifies what steps to take should a dangerous situation arise. Upon hearing the question about rescuing those under his protection, the stern supervisor coldly places a hand on his agent's shoulder. Explaining the main survival strategy, the commander categorically orders them to simply run away at the first sign of danger. Clearly frightened, the young man urgently orders them to flee immediately and to be extremely cautious due to the mortal danger lurking nearby. Clutching his head with both hands in a flash upon hearing this, the poor fellow hysterically demands that they immediately write a will, or at least a list of their last wishes. In the middle of the room, an indignant rooster appears before the two eccentrics, and with a serious expression declares his long-standing curse and yesterday's visit to the General Staff headquarters. It's incredibly funny to see this strange bird blushing with shame and embarrassment over the eggs it just laid, bitterly lamenting the honor it has lost forever because of such unbearable neighbors. A white-haired joker joyfully and carefree lifts the hen high into the air, calling her a wonderful and useful lair, while he himself continues to naively dream of glorious heroic deeds. In a cozy modern kitchen, one of the residents is already skillfully frying up some appetizing scrambled eggs in a skillet and offers his friend sitting next to him a fork for a more comfortable meal. A cheerful and lively group is throwing a real feast, clinking bottles of sweet carbonated drinks loudly. The upset entity is surprised by the guy's strange and illogical behavior, since she personally brought them ordinary and healthy soy milk. The puzzled purple entity is surprised by the mention of carbonated drinks, sincerely mistaking them for some strange advertising slogan or secret sign. One of the guys freezes warily at the table, sensing an unfamiliar presence, and casts a surprised glance at his chatty neighbor. Meanwhile, the eccentric asks, bewildered, about the guest's possible whereabouts, while the invisible spy himself panics, thinking about his failure. The hapless spy breaks out in a profuse sweat, mentally praising his unique gift, which is supposed to ensure 100% camouflage. One of the guys is outraged by the invisible observer's audacity and suggests beating him up, but is advised to eat first. A mysterious system announces the activation of a powerful energy glider, instantly boosting the hero's strength and agility. Subsequently, the brave guys find themselves in a spacious hall, where surprised passers-by discuss how cool they are and the rooster they brought with them. In the corridors of a top-secret base, two new recruits discuss their first day on the job, while their colleague in the chat suggests the guys might be part of the leadership itself. One of them stops a suspicious fighter trying to put the new employees through a test, demanding proof of their strength right there in the hallway against the wall. A bald-spirited guy springs into action and lands a crushing blow right in the rookie's face. The fist stops just millimeters away thanks to the lightning-fast reaction of the fighter, who is casually holding a chicken leg. The hero's absolute calm shocks the attacker, forcing chat observers to reconsider their initial conclusions about imposters. The clash ends instantly, and the stunned attacker recognizes his assailant as the legendary dangerous monster from the mental hospital. Realizing his terrible mistake, the fighter weeps with joy at the relief of having survived an encounter with such a formidable force. Meanwhile, the event is being hotly debated in the mobile app, where some are shocked by the truth, while others categorically refuse to believe that what's happening is real. While strolling through the city streets and walking a majestic rooster on a red leash, a group of young people decided to actively help anyone in need. Unexpectedly, the heroes noticed a confused and helpless elderly woman and approached her to sincerely inquire about the reasons for her despondent state. Realizing that the old woman had gotten lost in an unfamiliar neighborhood, the young men didn't hesitate to offer their help and decided to escort the exhausted woman right to the door of her home. With tears in her eyes, the poor old woman told the young men that she had been standing there for over 4 hours and her only wish was to get home as soon as possible. Filled with unbridled enthusiasm, kindness, and a sincere desire to help, the loyal friends happily promised the old woman they would resolve this problem immediately. Gently supporting the exhausted woman by the arms, they set off as a friendly group in the direction she had indicated, without forgetting their exotic companion. As they continued to stride confidently forward, the young people politely checked from time to make sure they were on the right path to avoid any mistakes. Suddenly feeling completely physically and emotionally exhausted, the poor woman frankly admitted that she could no longer take another step. The kind-hearted young men vied with one another to offer to carry the exhausted elderly woman on their backs, genuinely surprising her with their concern. Noticing that one of the young men is very tired, his friend takes over carrying the woman, and they continue on their way together cheerfully. A rooster on a leash, fed up with the long walk, rolls his eyes and complains that even a damned beast feels exhausted. The walk continues under the evening moonlit sky, and the young boy keeps asking the boys about their arrival. Realizing that their destination is very close, the kind woman gently hugs her rescuer and reassures him with kind words. Finally reaching the courtyard, the grateful old woman sincerely thanks the unusual group for their help, calling them wonderful children. After saying goodbye to the children, the woman reaches into the basket of flowers, pulling out a small hidden object. The caring grandmother tenderly places wreaths of yellow flowers on the two boys' heads, praising their beauty. Receiving such a lovely gift, the boys look at each other joyfully and agree with the woman's kind words. Meanwhile, a funny little red bird on a leash begins to feel serious tension and anxiety. The exhausted and it seems thoroughly worn-out rooster, to whom the rope is tied, wonders why following the guys is proving to be so exhausting. Meanwhile, the mage watching them is surprised by how young they are, yet clearly have great potential. In a group chat, users are actively discussing the mysterious newcomers, debating their true power after they destroyed a dangerous monster with a single blow. A furious and dangerous monster in the form of a huge bird, tethered by a collar to a leash, suddenly senses an incredible wave of energy nearby. A weary fighter refuses the offer to be carried on someone's back, while the rooster complains about the overwhelming energy emanating from the monster nearby. The cunning bird joyfully realizes that the perfect moment has finally arrived to escape from its strange and pesky two-legged masters. Filled with determination, the beast bursts into action, trying to drag the stunned heroes who hadn't expected such a turn of events along with him. Both heroes are completely baffled by the unexpected dash of their pet, who has decided to take them on such a frantic run. A powerful, sudden explosion tears through the city street, forcing passers-by to flee and shattering the windows of nearby stores. The disheveled young man declares in shock that the talent of the cursed fifth-level beast is too powerful, and they simply aren't capable of handling it. A worried girl orders her companion to buy some precious time while headquarters urgently alerts all nearby powerful level 6 fighters to the danger. Lightning bolts begin to pierce the dark sky, creating a tense atmosphere for the fierce battle that is about to unfold between the opponents under the open sky. A swift lightning strike hits its target at incredible speed, leaving a bright yellow trail against the backdrop of the dark city sidewalk at night. The devastating blow of lightning energy instantly knocks the fighters to the ground, causing a frightened girl to recoil in horror at the sight. A shocked and wounded man desperately urges his companion to run away as quickly as possible. A terrified young man screams in horror at his colleagues to take cover, watching the horrific aftermath of the devastating attack and the helplessness of his team. Parrying a sudden, crushing blow from a massive tail, a fearless young man tries with all his might to shield a small, defenseless girl with his own body and protect her from injury. Gathering what little energy he has left and overcoming unbearable pain, the exhausted hero orders the frightened child to flee this dangerous place immediately. A blinding and powerful electrical discharge pierces the surrounding space with bright and dangerous flashes, tearing through the evening darkness of a deserted city street. Finding himself at the epicenter of this devastating force of nature, the young fighter cannot hold back a scream of unbearable pain as it instantly seizes the tense muscles of his entire body. Several opponents fall helplessly onto the cold asphalt, completely overwhelmed by the deadly and uncontrollable energy of the treacherous monster. Noticing the terrifying and staggering aftermath of the attack he had just endured, the stunned young man freezes for a moment, waiting for a new, inevitable threat to emerge from the darkness. A fearsome and enormous aquatic predator with burning red eyes menacingly surfaces right before the eyes of the shocked fighter, demonstrating its true power. A massive fifth-level aquatic monster appears before passers-by on the street, accompanied by an equally dangerous electric eel possessing incredible strength. Facing this terrifying threat head-on and staring wide-eyed, the bird boasts that even far stronger creatures dare not challenge it. Mentally preparing for a decisive attack on the two unsuspecting people, the bloodthirsty beast grins menacingly in anticipation of a swift, bloody conclusion. Noticing the approach of the dangerous predators, it tries to justify itself to its own kind, complaining that it was accidentally exposed due to a foolish mistake. Crawling out of his cramped hiding spot, the shocked aquatic creature laments his own carelessness, which led to his swift downfall. Sensing the familiar energy of his powerful kin, the surprised sea creature pauses in bewilderment, trying to make sense of the situation. Upon seeing a magical artifact around the neck of the petty traitor, the outraged newcomer accuses him of cowardice and shameful submission to the human race. Outraged by the brazen accusations, the proud rooster angrily denies his defeat, explaining a cunning plan to infiltrate the enemy's rear for the sake of greatness. Faced with this horror, the enraged bird calls the water monster worthless trash dreaming of heroism. Upon seeing the strange travelers, the frightened warrior begins to panic and warns of the danger posed by a level 6 creature. Carried away by the magical moment, the young man dreams of tasting a delicious strip of eel with rice sauce. Confirming their ravenous hunger, the cute heroes hug each other and decide to grab a tasty snack right on the street. Armed with a funny wreath, the guy calms down the little rooster and gets ready to catch a mischievous eel for dinner. The worried girl urgently warns the carefree oddballs not to approach the dangerous electric enemy. Having decisively stopped the frightened lady, the strong hero demonstrates incredible power against the water monster. Unexpectedly finding himself right next to it, the guy touches the creature's hand, causing a bright electrical discharge to instantly flare up around their palms. A powerful surge of energy pierces both heroes right through, causing their skeletons to glow with electricity against the backdrop of raging flames. Unhappy with this turn of events, The blond man angrily scolds his partner for his foolishness, gesturing wildly and gripping the hilt of his sword. The enraged opponent suddenly delivers a crushing blow, sending the defiant young man flying backward amid a hail of small shards and sparks. Staring in bewilderment at the scene, the cause of the commotion blinks in disbelief at the smoking silhouette of his comrade. The creature, shrouded in a golden glow, is baffled as to how this unremarkable man manages to withstand its voltage for so long. Scratching the back of his head, the hero declares with mild disappointment that the current emanating from the monster is too weak for training. The enraged electric fish screams at the top of its lungs about its incredible power and orders mortals to tremble before its discharge. Overcome by a crushing shock, the electric creature begins to thrash desperately in violent convulsions right on the wet floor, fearfully spewing bright sparks. The enormous eel, writhing instantly, furiously tries to attack the revelers, calmly walking away into the distance, thoroughly baffled by the complete disregard for its attack. Suddenly defeated, the sea monster stares wide-eyed in undisguised horror, completely baffled by the hidden reasons behind such a crushing and humiliating fiasco. A pitiful-looking, terrified fish pleads desperately with the amusing feathered pet for salvation and mercy, writhing comically in the air in the face of imminent retribution. The deeply stunned spy is literally frozen against the glass, still too terrified to move after witnessing the incredible and terrifying spectacle on the dark street. A powerful, crushing blow suddenly rains down on the stunned opponent, sending a deafening roar and blinding flashes of red-hot combat lightning flying in all directions. Completely stunned, the unexpected witness to this insane spectacle is deeply impressed by the incredible combat power of these very strange and suspicious newcomers. The more light there is, the closer the climax of this crazy brawl is, so one of the heroes confidently reaches out with his finger toward a regular light switch on the wall. Suddenly, an electric discharge fills the room, and a huge, gigantic fish writhes on the floor while the two heroes try to calm the situation down. The frightened guy with a wreath on his head finds himself at the center of the action and begs his feathered companion for immediate help. Realizing the gravity of the moment, the proud bird begins to carefully assess the situation before taking decisive action. The tension reaches its peak when the cunning fighter lightning fast demonstrates his hidden talents during a sudden skirmish. The lightning fast strike proves so devastating that the opponent instantly loses all desire to continue this senseless duel. Meanwhile, an incredibly appetizing aroma wafts from a nearby apartment, causing the sleepy neighbors to forget about their night's rest. A mouth-watering serving of juicy meat with tender rice looks so tempting that it instantly whets everyone's appetite. The lively lunch continues with a friendly get-together, where enthusiastic praise is heaped on the incredibly delicious fish, of which there's still plenty left. A carefree guy offers to treat his feathered companion to a bite of the meal and reaches with his spoon straight toward its beak. A shiny, appetizing piece of food is brought closer, eliciting mixed reactions from those around him to this culinary gesture. A sarcastic call to eat more and not forget to lay eggs is heard, leaving the surprised bird truly stunned by the audacity. The outraged chicken refuses to believe what is happening, for the owner has not only prepared the fish but is also forcing it to taste it. Filled with horror and despair, the feathered character watches the spoon approach, preferring to die immediately rather than endure the mockery. The moment of truth arrives when he must accept this fateful gift, viewing it as the last meal of his life. Filled with unshakable resolve, the enchanted rooster decides to unleash the incredible power of his fallen brethren to defy his merciless fate. Having grasped the full essence of the terrifying curse, this remarkably self-assured bird is genuinely surprised by the unusual appeal and refinement of his own roasted meat. Savoring the truly divine flavor of the prepared dish, the feathered gourmet squints with indescribable pleasure and a sense of complete bliss. Meanwhile, in a mysterious otherworld, the indignant souls of previously fallen animals call the audacious traitor a true traitor because of his indifference. Having completely stuffed his belly with this delicious delicacy, the glutton begins to complain of a heavy feeling in his stomach, literally a moment before his own demise. Feeling a powerful surge of destructive, deadly energy, his well-fed little body begins to burn unbearably due to the extreme overload. Bursting into a bright, blinding flame and completely overflowing with newfound power, the vengeful character begins to pose a serious threat to the carefree young man. Gathering what little strength he has left in the final brief moment before his inevitable death, the desperate fighter prepares to deliver his decisive blow. The enraged rooster suddenly takes off and flies straight at the unsuspecting guy. With a lightning-fast movement of his hand, one of the heroes slams the insolent bird hard into the floor. The poor creature is sent flying to the side by the crushing blow, kicking up a small cloud of dust around itself. The surprised friend immediately stops eating and begins questioning his companion about the bird's strange behavior. Stunned and defeated, the bird falls helplessly onto the tile floor, sparking with the unstable energy overwhelming it. The attacker's heavy hand comes down on it from above, causing the unfortunate creature to writhe in unbearable pain. A partner who has rushed to the scene anxiously examines the trembling little body, suspecting that his pet has a serious illness. A smiling young man joyfully exclaims, reassuring the frightened bird that it is completely safe by his side. Then the disconcerted rooster looks around with an expression of utter bewilderment, not understanding where he is. At the same time, the bird tries to get back on his feet after 13 poisonous needles pierced his body, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The indignant spirits of his former companions hover menacingly on a little cloud, accusing the bird of despicable betrayal. Meanwhile, the hero encourages his fluffy companion, who is intently watching the healing process. A charming energy begins to gently envelop the body, bestowing an incredible sense of vitality and pleasant warmth in the limbs. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation takes place, resulting in the winged friend gaining a new level of power and becoming electric. Upon waking, the astonished pet realizes that, instead of the expected death at the hands of its tormentor, it has unexpectedly leveled up. A skeptical man wonders why ordinary creatures, after eating the cursed beast, don't explode but instead assimilate new abilities and even level up. The next morning, the situation takes an even more surreal turn, as the spirited rooster becomes noticeably stronger after a healing session. Stunned by this turn of events, the fighter refuses to believe the obvious facts and categorically denies the genius behind his surprising acquaintance's suspicious technique. Meanwhile, the young subordinate tilts his head to the side in confusion, sincerely trying to understand the reason behind his hot-tempered boss's strange and nervous behavior. The stern leader sternly orders his subordinate to keep his mouth shut and not spread scandalous information about the incredible mutations in animals following a dangerous lunch. Having received a clear order, the young man calmly assures his boss of complete confidentiality, suggesting that the birds were able to survive solely thanks to their hidden talents. The conversation smoothly shifts to a recent incident involving a huge sea monster, but the mentor notes that the intervention of an elite squad helped avert a catastrophe. Then they recall the epic antics of an eccentric madman, deciding to keep this story out of the public eye. After listening carefully to his boss, the young man emphasizes the seriousness of the situation, since such oddities could significantly impact their team's achievements. Visibly nervous, the one-eyed leader waves his hand and suggests simply ignoring the pair for now, reassuring himself that the victims also made a contribution. A short time later, the action shifts to the bustling streets of a modern metropolis, where some very unexpected events unfold in broad daylight. Stunned by the changes, the rooster suddenly realizes that the cruel little people have unwittingly helped him level up, and even gifted him his companion's awesome skill. Noticing the strange pair, a passerby indignantly asks the odd-looking man if, by any chance, a psychopath is walking such a bird here. Proud and offended, the rooster mentally vows to take revenge on his tormentors, with absolutely no intention of showing even a shred of gratitude for the unexpected power-up. Suddenly, the rooster's radar picks up a powerful source of energy, silencing the feathered avenger at the sight of a creature clearly superior to a conger eel. An enraged young man, baring his teeth aggressively, swings his arm at the intruder, furiously calling him unscrupulous and threatening immediate retribution right there on the street. An unflappable white-haired traveler watches this scene with mild surprise, maintaining complete Olympian calm. Seeking refuge from danger, the young men flee rapidly, with the rooster leading the way down a narrow path to escape their aggressive pursuer. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the stunned hooligans freeze in their tracks and, filled with fear, begin to actively discuss their inevitable end. Suddenly, a crazed bird appears before them, feeling an incredible surge of energy and preparing to destroy the defenseless people. Meanwhile, fleeing from his pursuers, the helpless young man stumbles onto a dirty lawn littered with trash and empty beverage bottles. Finding himself on the ground face to face with an unknown threat, the unfortunate young man closes his eyes in fear, bracing for the worst. A moment later, it becomes clear that the trembling young man is facing not a bloodthirsty predator at all, but a piglet with red eyes. The poor traveler genuinely doesn't understand why a simple attempt to have a barbecue and just grill some meat turned into such a nightmare for him. Armed with kitchen knives, the bewildered friends try to fend off the strange creature, making a commotion and begging passersby for help. Suddenly, the pink creature lunges forward and bites the poor guy hard right on the leg, causing him to let out an incredibly loud scream of pain. Subsequently, this small creature suddenly transforms into a huge, ferocious pig with fangs and threatens to attack every person present. It turns out that standing before the terrified group is a level 6 cursed beast, utilizing its unique and terrifying combat skill. The extremely self-assured beast boasts of its flawless appearance, causing the fear-stricken group to clutch their heads in horror. The proud pig orders the insolent humans to immediately fall to their knees before it, accompanying its angry roar with a swift lunge forward. However, one of the heroes calmly holds out his hand, effortlessly stopping the enraged monster at full speed. Thanks to a powerful blow, the insolent beast is sent flying far to the side and, with a loud splash, falls straight into the water, suffering a complete defeat. First, the surprised and bewildered teenagers watch in shock as the cool rescuers from the secret special unit make their amusing entrance. Moreover, the happy, rescued friends joyfully point at the arriving superheroes and begin to loudly celebrate their long-awaited victory. Finally, the newly arrived fighters confidently order the frightened group to run away, just as the enraged pig flies straight into the pond. The grumpy bird calls on the mysterious, mystical pig king to join forces to take revenge on the two insolent humans who have invaded their territory. The feathered villain counts on the help of a mighty ally and is already anticipating sweet revenge against his tormentors, confident in his crushing victory. However, instead of a fearsome ally, only a frightened, wide-eyed piglet appears in the danger zone, causing the feathered predator to freeze in disappointment. Instead of an epic battle, the stunned predator watches as the carefree heroes are already roasting his ally over a bonfire, licking their lips merrily in anticipation of a delicious meal. The carefree friends continue to feast heartily, discussing their recent victory over the pig and the sudden increase in one of the guy's power. The young man thoughtfully scratches the back of his head, recalling the words of a strange voice in his head about breaking through to a completely new level of development. A cheerful companion offers to perform an acupuncture session, confident in the success of his experiment with spatial teleportation. The satisfied researcher begins to dance enthusiastically in anticipation of a successful experiment, while his friend sits nearby with a piece of meat. Suddenly, the experimenter decides to study the phenomenon of spatial displacement in greater detail, causing his friend to collapse lifelessly onto the green grass. At first, the bird is startled by this turn of events, but then decides to take advantage of the annoying human's sudden unconsciousness. The warlike bird proudly proclaims its elevated status, now calling itself the most dangerous fourth-rank electric creature. The cunning avenger eyes the body sprawled on the ground with suspicion, trying to figure out if it has truly lost consciousness. The vicious avenger decides not to let this opportunity slip by, and without a moment's hesitation, sets out to deal with his defenseless opponent. The predator's bloodthirsty plan is interrupted when the genius suddenly appears right behind him, making him extremely nervous. The enraged bird, screaming about cruel humans, dives rapidly from above toward the unsuspecting, eccentric young man. The feathered predator, with burning red eyes, prepares to deliver a crushing blow to its victim, spewing curses and threats. With a sudden move, the guy deftly grabs the aggressive bird right by the beak and offers it a taste of blue, completely shattering its menacing fighting spirit. Mockingly patting his stunned opponent on the head, the prankster advises him to eat his fill and go lay some eggs. Realizing what has happened, the shocked bird understands that he has swallowed a piece of his own kind's flesh, which threatens him with an inevitable explosion. Overcoming his initial horror, the cunning glutton is surprised to admit to himself the incredible tenderness and pleasant taste of the swallowed morsel. The happy gourmet is already devouring the unusual delicacy with gusto, having completely forgotten the recent danger and threat to his own life. Meanwhile, on the fluffy clouds in the sky, the departed little animals sit sadly with golden halos, philosophizing about the transience of existence. In a pleading voice, the bird begs to stop, fearing that its body will soon burst from the powerful and dangerous energy, overwhelming it. A fiery flash pierces the silhouette of the frightened bird, rapidly spreading a strange and unknown power throughout its body. Realizing the full danger of the piece of the cursed creature he has swallowed, the poor creature begins to panic in the face of imminent doom. Overcome by panic, the screaming chick decides to deal with its attacker immediately before the critical transformation takes place. With a sudden blow, the guy thrusts a sharp needle straight into the aggressive creature's head, performing a strange procedure. Suddenly, instead of pain, the stunned rooster feels an incredible rush of euphoria and incredible pleasure from the procedure. Completely transformed and having experienced an unknown high, the now happy bird begs the guy to repeat the procedure. The persistent guy decides to tickle the funny rooster a little with the needles, and the rooster begins to feel shy about such unexpected attention and blushes with embarrassment. Taken by surprise, the proud bird cries out loudly, flushing bright red under the admiring glances of his feathered companions watching from all around. Outraged by such audacity, the rooster begins to protest vehemently, while other enchanted creatures on fluffy clouds watch this scene of embarrassment from the heavens. A little later, the carefree hero, along with his silent companion, enjoys a pleasant picnic, deliciously roasting an entire piglet over an open fire under the open sky. An incredibly appetizing aroma wafts through the dark forest, causing the cunning gourmet to savor every bite of the juicy meat. However, the enraged spirits of the forest animals are deeply outraged by such a brazen act, cursing the gluttonous young man with the harshest words for his lack of conscience. The general outrage reaches its peak when only bare white bones remain of the enormous roasted feast, much to the delight of the blazing fire. Incredibly full and satisfied, the traveler gently rubs his round belly, justifying his excessive appetite with the director's wise advice never to waste food. Carefree friends decide to relax on a green lawn under the open sky, enjoying each other's pleasant company and the light evening breeze. Suddenly, one of the guys points with great admiration to the amazing night sky, studded with millions of brightly twinkling stars. Meanwhile, the other young man remains completely indifferent to the romance, gloomily admitting that nothing about the strange behavior of his restless friends surprises him anymore. The next day, a tense subordinate goes to his stern boss's office to discuss the latest alarming news about dangerous enemies. The worried young man asks the leader about the enemy's true power, recalling the recent easy defeat of a powerful sixth-level beast at the hands of a daring outsider. The experienced one-eyed leader candidly admits that he himself does not fully understand the true hidden capabilities of these two mysterious and extremely unpredictable fighters. The stunned subordinate is shocked by this admission, since these strange newcomers are capable of destroying the strongest monster with a single blow due to their strength. Sitting at his desk, the boss dismisses the papers with displeasure and declares the situation surrounding the recent victory to be unfair. The outraged subordinate looms over his boss, accusing him of wanting to deprive the newcomers of their well-deserved reward and of shifting priorities. The determined young man threatens to go to the female boss, forcing his frightened boss to beg him to stop and reconsider the decision. Realizing his mistake, the boss covers his face with his hand and asks that the ill-fated document simply be given to those who truly deserve it. Having gotten what he wanted, the satisfied hero triumphantly licks his lips and praises the boss for his ability to admit his own mistakes. Continuing to take notes, the meticulous observer records 6 points for killing a dangerous monster boar. Enjoying the process, the diligent assistant explains to his boss the need for flawless execution of duties to achieve a great result. With a sly smile, the supervisor offers his subordinate extra points for keeping quiet, hinting at the complete confidentiality of this matter. Smiling triumphantly, the cunning young man sincerely assures his boss that he has absolutely no underhanded intentions of stealing someone else's well-earned points. The agitated manager nervously clutches his head, passionately arguing about the need for dangerous monsters to behave cautiously in their shared refuge. At a large metropolitan headquarters, a focused and serious employee carefully examines a bright touchscreen tablet displaying crucial work information and the latest reports. The recently updated Global World Records table catches the employee's attention with the sudden appearance of a new and unusual team named 3 Sixes. A smart electronic system quickly displays detailed and shocking information on the screen about an astonishing duo of fighters accompanied by a dangerous combat pet. The bright screen clearly shows a detailed profile of a mysterious, exclusively male chick, ready to amaze with its unique abilities during fights. A focused curator carefully studies the personal rankings of top fighters, while pondering the ordinary contract fighters and their future spectacular successes in the arena. With a finger, the user actively taps the orange subscription buttons in the mobile app to subscribe to profile updates and follow their progress. A fearsome level 5 combat rooster demonstrates its superpowers, emitting electric shocks while looking very dangerous and cool. Passing by frightened pedestrians, the heroes lead an unusual rooster on a leash, one that has noticeably grown in strength and now radiates a menacing energy. As the bird rapidly evolves to level 5, the shocked members of the Special Task Force actively discuss its dangerous potential and strange owners in the chat. Suddenly, the mighty beast springs into action, causing panic among those around it with its incredible power. Frightened people scatter from the source of danger while the group remains standing in the middle of the street, completely baffled by this reaction. Members of the secret group continue to panic in the Messenger app, doubting their own abilities and afraid to even approach the strange duo. Later, the young man cheerfully asks the leader whether his healing needles have helped him become much stronger. Upon receiving an affirmative response, confirming a significant increase in combat power, the healer sincerely rejoices at his comrade's success. The tension is broken by a lightning-fast strike from an unknown force, slicing through space with a bright golden glow and setting the stage for the battle to continue. An unexpected and sudden blow lands squarely in the young man's face, catching him off guard before he can even react to the attack. The victim calmly reports the attack, while his companion stares at the assailant in astonishment. The culprit apologizes to the group, while the 7-star beast present at the scene continues to watch warily. The perplexed protagonist ponders whether he should retaliate against the offender after receiving the apology. Meanwhile, his companion is outraged by such soft-heartedness and genuinely doesn't understand why his friend decided to simply forgive the offense. Then the group happily moves on, completely ignoring the disheartened guy who remains standing there in shock. The system unexpectedly congratulates the user on reaching level 55 and unlocking new useful skills. Trapped in a cage, a cunning monster pretends to be innocently hiding among the people, waiting for a secret order from its king to begin the slaughter. Noticing a similar creature in the form of a turtle nearby, the bird begins to complain about the cruel eccentrics who are mercilessly exterminating their species for their own gain. In an attempt to win over its powerful neighbor, the bird of prey appeals to its heroic past and proposes joining forces against their common enemies. After being rejected, the two teenagers watch the situation with amusement as the dangerous reptile begins to discuss a plan for a brutal attack. Seizing the opportunity, the cunning turtle promises to help the poor creature escape to freedom, sensing the weakness of the ordinary people around them. Instantly opening its jaws, the dangerous beast begins to form a glob of concentrated venom for a swift and deadly attack. A powerful green projectile pierces the cage bars, narrowly missing the bird and the stunned onlookers holding her on a leash. A malicious screech rings out over the arena as the poisonous projectile flies straight into the face of the astonished young man, who can't believe such a daring turn of events. Now captive, the poor creature blinks in confusion, trying to understand the true reason for its suffocation, while merciless hands grip its neck tightly. Then a virtual status update appears before the frightened creature, warning of its dangerous toxicity and suggesting an incredibly sophisticated way to prepare this delicacy. Spotting such exotic prey, the carefree heroes instantly decide to deal with it themselves, amid the cries of their little winged companion. The feathered pet causes a real panic and begins to loudly beg for his poor relative to be released from the clutches of the self-proclaimed chefs, but it's all in vain. However, all his desperate pleas are completely ignored, and in a matter of moments, that very appetizing royal dish appears, presented in accordance with all the canons of haute cuisine. Enchanted by the unrivaled aroma and luxurious appearance of this culinary masterpiece, the companions begin to salivate eagerly in anticipation of an incredibly delicious and hearty dinner. Realizing the full horror of the situation and the hopelessness of the moment, the poor little bird beside them instantly turns pale with genuine terror and comes to terms with the inevitability of a tragic end. The mysterious entity reassures the doomed victim that it is not unique, promising a peaceful end. A cunning brunette brings a stick to his mouth, while the exhausted bird vows to take revenge on its tormentors for its slain companions. Outraged by the hen's audacity, the rooster calls the traitor shameless, watching as drool streams from its beak. Having been fed a delicacy, the bird tries to preserve what remains of its pride by denying any involvement in eating the eggs. Despite its hunger, the feathered hero assures those around him of his integrity, but the aroma proves too strong. After tasting the forbidden morsel, the traitor loses control from the pleasure, provoking the wrath of the heavenly spirits. Experiencing incredible pain from the retribution, the glutton writhes on the grass under the surprised gazes of the children. Suddenly, the punished bird begins to beg its tormentors to continue the execution, completely absorbed in the process. Thanks to a special acupuncture technique, the hero makes all the animals undergoing the test feel incredible relief and euphoria, as if they were in heaven. A concerned young woman approaches Mr. Zhang about the chicken's strange condition and suggests performing a castration procedure as directed by the president. A determined young man with a mysterious expression gets to work and calms the bird down, while the other creatures beg for swift retribution. A pack of outraged animals led by a tiger demands immediate punishment, drawing parallels between their former friendship and their current enmity. The little animals order the chicken to be put to rest, and the fearless master prepares to carry out his plan using a regular acupuncture needle. The frightened bird begs for mercy while the healer coolly approaches with a sharp instrument right before her eyes. A small tiger delivers a lightning-fast blow with its paw, after which a loud scream rings out and feathers begin to rain down along with pink rose petals. The agonizing process is accompanied by bright flashes and an emotional breakdown of the unfortunate creature, which did not expect such a cruel turn of events. Avoiding castration, the acupuncturist merely provides slight relief to ease the bird's pain, leaving it safe and sound on the grass. The perplexed heroes decide to postpone this delicate procedure for later, while the fluffy spectators on the cloud continue to watch the events unfold. To everyone's surprise, the rescued bird bursts into tears of joy, realizing just how incredibly lucky it is in this tense moment. The enraged spirit beasts on the heavenly cloud are extremely outraged by such an unexpected ending and cannot believe the bird's incredible luck. Suddenly alarmed, a young man shakes the cage and screams about the disappearance of his beloved turtle in broad daylight. The shocked mother tells the stunned boy that it's not a toy at all, but just a regular soup ingredient that someone has surely already eaten. Overcome with panic and rage, the pet demands immediate retribution in the name of freedom and revenge, calling on mysterious dark forces for help. Surrounded by bizarre red-eyed aquatic creatures, a massive stingray appeals to its fellow stingrays for help and solidarity. The fearsome master of lightning, known as the Electric Rooster King, appears before astonished onlookers, demonstrating his incredible power and dangerous combat skills. Enchanted by the sudden appearance of the vibrant bird, the heroes sincerely admire its charming appearance, while the feathered predator itself calls for retribution. The aquarium becomes a gathering place for a school of astonished fish, sensing the approach of some grand, energetic event. Left defenseless in the face of danger, the little fish bitterly call out to their parents, trying in vain to find comfort in this vast world. Calming the frightened little ones, mysterious dark creatures, seemingly hovering above their heads, promise them a swift and inevitable reunion with their lost loved ones in heaven. Despite their despair, the number of tearful fish continues to grow steadily, exceeding any reasonable limit for counting due to the cruelty of what is happening. Outraged by what has happened, the winged and horned creatures call the perpetrator's behavior barbaric, predicting the imminent end of the world because of such heartlessness. In the morning, an alarm sounds regarding an emergency involving a breach in the crystal barrier in the deep-sea fish exhibit. The aquarium's management is shocked by the news, as they consider the sturdy, 20-meter-thick organic crystal to be an absolutely impenetrable barrier. A frightened employee suspects that powerful, gifted individuals from a mysterious special department are involved in the incident. The unexpected news stuns the company president so much that he literally faints from horror and shock. Meanwhile, inside the aquarium, a real culinary drama unfolds, where exotic fish are transformed into a finished dish. The appetizing fried fish with herbs and spices piques the interest of the quick-witted main characters, who have come here for lunch. Sitting by the smashed display cases, The carefree kids enjoy the exquisite taste of the treat, genuinely surprised by such an unexpected ending. A frightened mutant chick begs its two-legged tormentors to stop the bullying and torture while the poor thing diligently lays eggs for them. A cunning fellow affectionately offers the unfortunate bird some delicacies so that it will lay even more eggs. With a malicious grin, the eccentric hero holds a piece of fried fish up to the beak of the terrified bird, which is trying to politely refuse. Driven to despair, the bird cries out that the flesh of its relatives is incredibly delicious, begging to have its body torn apart quickly to end this torment. Finally, having eaten his fill with his strange companion, the carefree guy contentedly rubs his round belly while the sated bird dreams of sleep. An invisible spirit, watching this amazing meal in the aquarium, sincerely admires the boy's ability to find hidden nutritional value. The ghost gives a thumbs up, reflecting on the incredible wisdom of the obedient chicken, who suddenly begins to sense the presence of an intruder. A tiny starfish is outraged by the chicken's treacherous behavior, accusing her of wiping out an entire family of bluefish over the past 20 years. A curious creature tries to hide from the strange visitors, while the scanning system warns of enormous energy value nearby. A worried guy decides to simply ignore the dangerous star, calmly munching on a fish and brushing off an annoying sea creature. Sad fish, along with other little animals, mourn the loss of their relatives, who fell victim to a voracious bird and its strange companions. A carefree chicken sleeps soundly, dreaming of delicious fish, completely oblivious to the pain of overeating and the possibility of her body bursting. Suddenly, the powerful bird transforms into a true level 7 electric monster with a host of dangerous abilities and incredible strength. Surprised passers-by notice the glowing bird, mistaking it for a mythical phoenix because of its striking transformation and radiant plumage. The dreadful rooster trembles with terror as he watches this horrific mutation and realizes the full danger of the situation around him. Fearing the system's treacherous traps, the feathered hero desperately resists the forced level up, sincerely hoping to avoid such an unenviable fate. Suddenly, treacherous circumstances get the better of him, and two malicious little men ultimately force the poor fellow to resort to extreme measures against his own will. Firmly resolved to limit himself strictly to self-defense, the noble avenger vows to himself that he will refrain from intentionally harming the accursed creatures. The frenzied desire to become famous as a ruthless hero refuses to fade, driving the mad bird to fantasize about thousands of human lives lost. Naively hoping for understanding and sympathy from his fellow creatures, the orator appeals to his companions locked in a dark cage, begging them to believe in his sincerity. Suddenly, those very enemies emerge from the shadows in the form of ferocious winged monsters whose eyes, burning with rage, do not bode well. The sudden attack forces the rooster to unleash his hidden powers to lightning fast counter the aggressive charge of his rapidly diving enemies. A powerful flash illuminates the surroundings, leaving his bewildered companions completely baffled by what has happened. Offended by his fellow rooster's distrust and even aggression, the feathered avenger vents all his pent-up grievances right to their faces. Weeping bitterly over the flock's betrayal, the unfortunate rooster sits sadly on a bench with kebabs, feeling terribly betrayed. The amusing little fellows happily devour the fragrant meat, sincerely admiring its amazing taste and appetizing aroma. Despite his recent resentment, the noble savior recalls how these very people protected him from an attack by his enraged fellow birds. However, the feathered warrior is forced to perform the arduous daily duty of providing fresh eggs, which deeply wounds his pride. Such exploitation seems like a true humiliation to the proud bird, causing it to snort indignantly out of frustration and anger. Despite the mockery of the flock, the avenger, true to his path, is determined to see his quest for revenge through to a victorious end. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the man in glasses is drawn to something mysterious lying on the table, which instantly puts him on guard. Handing the paper receipt to the astonished soldier, the young man calmly reminds him of the huge bill for the damaged aquarium. Upon seeing the astronomical sum of 30 million, the bald hero grows gloomy and flustered, clutching his head in shock. Carefully studying the latest data from the updated rankings of the top teams, the characters notice the rapid rise of the mysterious newcomers. The nimble fighters known as 666 a week jumped in the rankings from 6th to the 1,000th position. It's hard to believe your eyes when the arrogant senior comrade is outraged by his protege's incredible success. Showing off small trophies in the form of fish bones and bird feathers, the young man proves that he has vanquished dangerous creatures. Gesturing wildly and stamping his feet in frustration, the leader tries to deny the obvious evidence of this incredible achievement. The clever young man shows a cell phone with video evidence, leaving his mentor speechless with surprise. Trying to get through to the stubborn teenager, the nervous leader explains the risks of attracting unwanted attention, but receives an indifferent refusal. A hot-headed man starts to panic, fearing the wrath of a powerful leader and thinking only of saving his own skin. A formidable woman with a fiery gaze approaches her subordinates, demanding an explanation for the suspicious newcomers on the leaderboard. After reviewing the necessary documentation, the furious boss identifies the supervisor of the successful team and calls him in for a dressing down. The frightened supervisor obediently leaves the room under pressure from the enraged woman, who is clearly not in the mood for jokes. Confident in her actions, the lady announces that the request for support has been successfully approved by the organization's leadership in the capital. A cold stare and a tense atmosphere indicate that the agents in the capital have imposed a serious condition for their assistance. A heated argument breaks out between two defenders of the city over a sudden order to travel to the capital to provide an explanation. The headstrong young woman is outraged by the need to go, fearing to leave her assigned territory unattended. Attempts to calm her colleague only lead to further outrage regarding a temporary replacement for her post. Upon learning of the decision, the determined young man flies into a rage at such an arbitrary act. However, his stern partner remains adamant in her decision and demands immediate compliance with the superior's order. Stunned by such an uncompromising stance, his comrade in arms is left speechless by the complete surprise. Suddenly, the city's radars begin flashing alarm signals frantically due to a dangerous incident. A massive burst of unknown energy forces the operations headquarters to declare a general state of heightened alert. Terrified agency staff watch in horror as the incredibly high readings skyrocket. The most dangerous, cursed level 8 beast turns out to be the mighty king of roosters, possessing deadly electrical and poisonous abilities. Panic breaks out in the organization's private chat due to the appearance of an incredibly strong evil chicken whose threat level has skyrocketed. Headquarters staff detect a massive surge of high-level energy, forcing officials to take serious precautions and prepare for the worst. An irritated commander tells his subordinate that he can hear the alarm signals perfectly well, despite being blind in one eye. The perplexed young man ponders how to properly report to his superiors about the intensification of a dangerous anomaly involving those under his care. Having decided to investigate personally, the stern boss abruptly rises from his desk and heads to the research department to clarify the details. In the research department's chat room, there is anxious discussion about the incredible surge in power of a dangerous creature that has leveled up from level 3 to level 8 in 10 days. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan and Zhang approached the stern-looking man and the flustered scientist at their first call. The military expert inquires about the security level of their unusual 8th rank charge, hoping for complete obedience and a lack of aggression on the bird's part. The friends cheerfully assure the surprise specialists of their strange chicken's complete obedience, while the bird itself is visibly annoyed by such dismissive treatment. Meanwhile, the researcher tries to determine whether the dangerous animal might go mad from close contact with humans, asking the boys to hold it in their arms for a moment as a test. The owners swiftly grab the colorful bird, demonstrating complete control over it, which prompts the scientist to record that it has successfully passed the basic test. However, the man remains skeptical and demands that the boys provide definitive proof that the exotic creature will obey commands without question. Instead of demonstrating combat skills, one of the protagonists simply orders his feathered pet to lay 2 eggs, leaving the onlookers completely dumbfounded. The unexpected command shocked all the experts present, causing them to stare in bewilderment at the strange young men and their pet. The poor exotic bird experienced incredible stress from such an absurd order, so it began to wriggle comically right before the eyes of the astonished audience. The eccentric young man joyfully shows the stunned experts 2 fresh eggs that their extraordinary creature had just laid for a delicious omelet. A stunned scientist declares in shock that absolute obedience can work miracles and even alter the physiology of a proud rooster. The frightened, tormented bird trembles with terror and resolves to be strong in order to survive alongside 2 strange people who show her no mercy. An incredibly cheerful young man gently strokes the relaxed exotic creature on the head, sincerely admiring its obedience and amusing appearance. The day after the successful safety test, the cheerful friends continue to stroll through the hallways, carefully carrying their feathered friend in their arms. Smiling, the girl folds her hands imploringly and asks for permission to pet the unusual creature, while the two guys exchange puzzled glances. Exclaiming enthusiastically, the carefree blogger live streams and shows her followers the obedient evil level 8 chicken, holding it in her arms. Moved by the bird's apparent docility, she continues to take funny selfies right in the middle of the stream, unaware of the hidden danger. Soon the colorful creature grows tired of such affection, so the bird begins to furiously protest the girl's brazen behavior. However, the heroine continues to play carefree with the dangerous creature, paying no attention to the possible consequences. The stern leader takes control of the situation and reminds everyone of the danger of joking around with an 8th-level predator. Admitting their guilt to the boss, the frightened subordinates meekly bow their heads and apologize for their own recklessness. Meanwhile, the boss hands over the enraged pet and asks them to keep a closer eye on its behavior. Exclaiming loudly, both eccentrics immediately agree to work on their beloved bird's temperament. Puzzled, Zhang sincerely admits that she, too, really wants to cuddle this colorful bird and keep an eye on it. The worried young man tries to resolve the conflict by convincing those around him of his strange friend's good intentions and asking them to show a little trust. The somber leader smiles fondly at his own thoughts, philosophizing about how pleasant it is to be remembered by others. At that very moment, a terrible realization strikes him that his chatty companion has once again remembered his injured eye, so the man begins to frantically distance himself from the group. Overcome with genuine terror at the unpredictable lunatic nearby, the enraged boss bolts from his spot and tries to run as far away as possible as quickly as he can. As he flees rapidly from his pursuer, he feels someone's tenacious hand already grabbing his clothes, preventing him from disappearing from sight without a trace. Taken by surprise, the young man looks fearfully at the strange eccentrics with the bird, begging for one more chance. The indignant man flatly refuses to give up his eyes just like that, asking in return what such brazen demands are based on. Genuinely baffled by such strange attempts to tug at his heartstrings, the stern guy doubts the sincerity of the cute little faces. Succumbing to the pressure of such a heartwarming attack, the flustered man begins to seriously consider the possibility of giving in. Unexpectedly, to win her over, the hero decides to compliment his boss's attractive appearance and one of her eyes. Appearing near the giant machine, the guy in the suit reproaches the one-eyed warrior for breaking his promise to personally meet the reinforcements. Stylishly adjusting his glasses, the talkative dandy confidently declares that a true gentleman always keeps his word. Slowly approaching the unexpected guest, the warrior excuses his tardiness by citing urgent work matters. Staring intently at the newcomer, the sullen boss is surprised by the capital's headquarters' involvement in dispatching fighters. Turning his gaze to the recruit, the one-eyed commander immediately recognizes a member of the city's famous Special Forces unit. Noticing the frightened companions behind the giant, the insolent redhead begins to mockingly question the presence of the dangerous beast. Defiantly closing the distance, the warrior asks why the newcomer is suddenly so curious about an ordinary person, and the newcomer reminds him of his status as a celestial beast whose accumulated points have exceeded 1,000. Staring intently at the newcomer, the one-eyed fighter makes a questioning remark about investigating mysterious data, hinting at his own powerlessness. Smiling dismissively in response, the red-haired braggart confidently taunts his opponent about his inability to get to the bottom of the truth on his own. Squinting in puzzlement, the grim warrior is genuinely outraged by the incomprehensible stream of arrogant words coming from this strange fellow. Leaning slyly right up to his ear, the brazen visitor asks directly about control over a dangerous level 8 monster. Placing his hand confidently on the other's shoulder, the talkative young man hints at his opponent's involvement in all these accumulated points and operations. Catching the hint, the shocked commander barely contains his surprise at such audacity, while Balamut continues to push his agenda. Beaming with triumph, the self-assured rich kid reminds everyone of his clan's omnipotence, alluding to his stepson and shocking the seasoned fighter with this fact. Upset by such an unexpected statement from the red-haired know-it-all, the stern warrior is at a loss and feels completely bewildered by what he has heard. Smiling triumphantly, the self-assured rich kid convincingly proves his point, relying on previously gathered secret investigative data. Jumping into the conversation, the man declares that the boys look incredibly like their father, after which he offers to act as their uncle. Having introduced himself as such, the cunning con man cheerfully ruffles the young man's hair and secretly rejoices that he has managed to win over the old miser's favor toward their shared leader. Continuing to flirt with the oddballs, the talkative guest embellishes a story about an old friendship or college days, claiming to be an old acquaintance of their dad. Suddenly, a large hand reaches down from above toward the astonished boys, who, along with the little bird, look on in bewilderment at this strange gesture. Faced with a dilemma as hands are extended from both sides, the boy sweats nervously and tries to decide whom to greet first. After gathering his thoughts, the quick-witted hero finds a simple solution and shakes hands with both eccentrics at the same time, demonstrating his resourcefulness in this unusual situation. Smiling politely, he greets the dark-haired guy holding the yellow bird, while the blond young man watches their introduction with interest. With a sly wink, the newly arrived acupuncture master taps his companion on the shoulder to introduce him and begins staging his little charade in front of the others. The smug liar happily hugs both young men, calling them his sons, but quickly corrects himself and begins to praise their talents to the gathered crowd. Seizing the moment, the cunning young man sincerely confesses to a sudden neck ailment and begs for help, skillfully hiding his true intentions behind a smile. Upon hearing the convincing story, one of the fighters laughs heartily and approves of the doctor's abilities, placing complete trust in his words and expertise. Letting his guard down, the trusting patient agrees to the procedure, completely unaware of the agonizing price the cunning healer has in store for him as punishment for his gullibility. The surprised patient examines the shiny needle in the strange doctor's hands and genuinely wonders why this instrument looks more like a common sewing tool. A cheerful blonde assures the frightened young man that the instrument is completely sterile, smiling slyly and hiding the traces of his past medical escapades. Feeling a sharp pain in his forehead, the bewildered poor fellow begins to protest the strange choice of treatment area, the cervical spine. The smug con artist tries to calm the indignant client with nonsensical jokes, playfully patting him on the shoulder to distract him from the pain. Despite his doubts, the unconventional medical session continues, and the healer confidently points at the patient's forehead before making a sudden movement. A moment later, the worried young man receives a whole batch of metal needles straight into his head, experiencing incredible discomfort from such therapy. Watching the painful process, two observers calmly look on and wonder what will happen to the trusting patient during the procedure. An unbearable blow pierces the poor guy's head, leaving a bright flash before his eyes and plunging him into darkness. The spellbound patient floats in outer space, enjoying the incredible beauty of the galaxies and wondering if this is a hallucination. The unconscious young man is surrounded by his frightened friends, who are trying to figure out the cause of his sudden deterioration. The worried eccentric sincerely admitted his own helplessness, but received assurances from a loyal friend that the problem would soon be resolved. The one-eyed man offered to drive the injured man to a medical facility himself, sparing his companions any unnecessary trouble. While the adult tended to the injured man, a couple of teenagers decided to quietly slip away from the scene through a neighboring door. The cunning guardian suddenly asked his young assistants to pull the needle out of the unconscious man's body, citing the inconvenience of doing it himself. With a naive look, the hero glanced at his older companion, genuinely surprised by his strange request regarding such a dangerous object. With a sharp movement, the young man yanked out the needle, accidentally waking the sleeping man, which caused his partner to panic instantly. Hearing the loud slam of the door behind him, the cunning man exhaled with relief, realizing the successful completion of his little trick. Finally, the cool-headed man calmly took a drag on his cigarette before moving on to his next steps. Confident in his abilities, the fighter abruptly rose from the couch and very decisively announced the immediate start of a medical examination of the unconscious young man. His nimble fingers skillfully unbuttoned the victim's outer clothing, fully preparing him for a thorough and detailed examination of his body. Throwing off the annoying jacket and shirt, the adult openly and mockingly stripped the unconscious poor fellow down to his underwear amid strange sounds of indignation. A special scanning device instantly found its way into the hands of the senior instructor, who deftly activated it to scan the body. Alternately placing the mysterious scanner against the young man's head, then his stomach, and finally his foot, the diagnostician began intently monitoring the relevant parameters. A loud and unexpected beep suddenly alerted those present to the detection of a dangerous source of an abnormal signal right on the young man's body. The sudden opening of the reclining man's eyes forced the senior mentor to offer an embarrassed apology to the assembled group for the preliminary medical examination. The stunned patient looked intently and seriously at the man, fully aware of the absurdity and ridiculousness of his situation. After regaining his composure following the acupuncture session, the young man noticed, to his incredible surprise, that the pain in his neck had finally disappeared. Meanwhile, his bald friend was trying to contact the emergency center but accidentally dialed the wrong number. Upon hearing a strange question about politeness on the other end of the line, the flustered operator couldn't help but instantly curse in response. Realizing his embarrassing mistake, the talkative warrior began to apologize very awkwardly to the stranger for the sudden insult he had just uttered. Noticing something suspicious in his companion's behavior, the young man decided to check things out and turned away just in case. The eager bald guy reassures his worried red-haired companion that they're completely safe and promises to call for help right away. Trying to hide the consequences of a strange transformation, the man abruptly turns his back and apologizes to his partner for the inconvenience caused by his outfit. Meanwhile, the unflappable warrior picks up the phone and with complete seriousness begins asking the emergency operator about possible assistance. Sensing something was wrong, the flustered dandy begins frantically feeling around his pants, which have become incredibly tight and strangely twisted. Realizing the nature of the terrible prank, the poor guy bursts into a scream and demands that his cunning friend explain the reason for such a horrible joke. Only after realizing the full gravity of the situation does the culprit pretend that nothing out of the ordinary has happened and that this is just business as usual. Faced with the unexpected result of this experiment on his own body, the enraged man begins to loudly protest and voice everything he thinks about his friend. Finding himself trapped, the enraged victim resorts to cursing and tries to devise a plan for brutal revenge. The furious guy decides to fight back and fires a powerful energy beam straight at his attacker. Meanwhile, the fighter calmly watches the incoming attack and suggests they do a little training. The unflappable warrior creates a glowing symbol in front of him to protect against the oncoming blow from his enraged opponent. The glowing emblem absorbs the full force of the energy beam, attempting to contain the destruction. A powerful explosion occurs, causing the protective symbol to shatter into countless tiny fragments under the force of the energy. Witnessing this destructive power, the fighter, frightened, begs his opponent to wait and not jump to conclusions. Meanwhile, the stunned young man watches in shock at the aftermath of his actions, realizing his mistake. The powerful and devastating blow leaves a deep gash in the sturdy stone wall, sending a cloud of thick dust and small debris flying into the air and scattering in all directions. The frightened boss begins to cough violently through the thick veil of smoke, trying to make out at least something after the unexpected and powerful attack. Casually extending his hand toward the defeated opponent, the young man fires a residual energy beam, while the girl inquires about the fate of her relative. The unexpected mention of his uncle literally shocks the young man, causing a veritable storm of anger, indignation, and genuine surprise to wash over his face. Extremely enraged, the young man calls the man a self-assured insolent and categorically forbids the girl from even thinking about continuing any kind of relationship with him. The guy's heavy fist slams down hard on the stone floor, causing a whole network of deep cracks to spread out around it and sending clouds of dust into the air. Still in a state of mild shock after the crushing blow, the fighter rises from his knees, looking around at the destruction he's caused with obvious bewilderment and fear. Unable to contain the emotions overwhelming him, he stands in the middle of a cloud of dust and begins to shout loudly and indignantly at his opponent, accusing him of hitting too hard. In response, the hot-headed guy flies into a rage and categorically declares that he will no longer tolerate his insolent behavior. Amid the ongoing conflict between the two guys, the girl watches the scene unfold from the sidelines without saying a word, her arms crossed over her chest. The sudden realization that his secret surveillance has been exposed makes the fighter visibly nervous, and a cold sweat instantly breaks out on his face. A troubling thought swirls inside his head. Could that strange guy really have figured out that he was being secretly watched and that his well-being was being checked without any permission whatsoever? With a calm half-smile and a characteristic gesture, he honestly admits that he acted without consent, but did so entirely on his own and of his own accord. Overwhelmed by rage, the hero's eyes literally blaze with fire, and she shouts loudly, demanding that he shut up immediately and stop spouting this shameless nonsense out loud. Although he doesn't consider himself entirely to blame for what happened, the fighter nevertheless apologizes in a conciliatory tone and solemnly promises to be sure to ask for permission in advance next time. Amid a relentless barrage of red flashes and raging emotions, a single, silent, bewildered question hangs in the air. What on earth is wrong with this strange, eccentric guy? Fearing the wrath of the enraged guy, the mischievous one-eyed fighter decides to step back a little. Standing in the middle of the hallway, the characters calmly and reservedly discuss how her recent assumption turned out to be not so far from the truth. With a visibly displeased expression, the boss persistently asks whether he has already checked the necessary important information while he calmly nods in response to her question. She then informs him that they'll be heading to the capital on business in just 2 days, and the warrior agrees but first wants to recover a bit from his wounds. The young man walks away, leaving the room behind him as the doors close in front of the stunned characters. A fiery, furious aura completely surrounds the enraged young man, who vows to stay away from this annoying pervert forever. Sincerely puzzled, the girl anxiously asks what on earth happened between them, while he looks away sheepishly and guiltily, avoiding an answer. Blushing slightly with embarrassment, the guy hesitantly replies that nothing special happened. With obvious irritation in his voice, the rich kid declares that his own life is fundamentally different from that of that disgusting guy who infuriates and angers him to no end. Thinking aloud with a serious expression, he admits that the world is full of people who are pleasant and kind on the outside, but extremely dangerous and treacherous on the inside. So one must always be on guard and cautious. With noticeable anxiety, the guy quietly whispers that otherwise he'll find himself in an extremely unequal and disadvantageous position, adding a strange remark about his own inner impurity. With tears in his eyes, he bitterly complains that he came here specifically to support the girl in her time of need, but it was precisely because of her that he lost too much that was precious to him. In a bored, indifferent tone, the guy recalls that the one-eyed fighter once allowed his adopted children into the organization, expressing genuine surprise at such a strange decision. The bewildered heroine freezes in place with a silent, questioning expression on her face, clearly having no idea what just happened. In a lively group chat, team members are heatedly discussing the suspicious fighter, his unusual pet, and the inexplicably rapid rise in his combat level over such a short time. Irritably flipping through a thick folder containing the investigation report, the heroine learns that as many as 2 mysterious team members are involved in the case. A young staff member hurries down the base's long corridor, calling out to his captain and holding out an important tablet. Alarming remarks echo across the workspace, noting that the eastern and western defenses have been reinforced, while the northern and southern sectors are simply short-staffed. Amid the computers and desks, the staff propose a solution to the staffing shortage, to call on graduates from the country's 4 largest educational institutions for help. A serious-looking guy reports that no one received approval, and in fact, the entire class managed to completely fail this difficult exam. Against the backdrop of a green lawn, a guy teases his friend about yet another loss to Lin Lin, while the friend laughs dejectedly at his own misfortune. One of the characters angrily reminds the other of an old debt, demanding that he finally specify the exact date for repaying the accumulated amount. Walking down the hallway in his slippers, the professor reads a book, while his persistent student begs him to teach him a certain secret skill right away. Amid the ice caves, an alarming report comes in that an entire group of spies hiding in a store has suddenly vanished without a trace. A sinister voice reports that a poisonous turtle and a creature with evil eyes, who had set up an ambush deep underwater, have been successfully eliminated by the enemy. 2 mysterious creatures discuss the ability to conceal one's own energy, noting that only a member of their own species can sense such a thing. A hand reaches out from the darkness, demanding that a certain mysterious bundle, marked with enigmatic symbols and stains of dried blood, be brought out immediately. A feral creature respectfully accepts the ancient bundle from its mighty master, meekly agreeing to carry out any order received. Meanwhile, the demon growls discontentedly, expressing clear irritation and anger at the events unfolding around them. Then the fox reports that the squadron of giant insects sent to transmit energy signals has still not returned. With fury in her voice, the character accuses the gorilla of outright betrayal, claiming that he was the one who revealed their species' secret ambush location to the enemies. The resolute figure vows to kill the traitor before he can pass on valuable information to the humans who pose a serious threat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an abandoned factory with tall smokestacks, overgrown with lush green grass. A simple, schematic drawing depicts mysterious creatures with sharp teeth and weapons, clearly outlining a plan for some future dangerous operation. Sitting on the floor, surrounded by elongated shadows with menacing outlines, a creature meditates in the lotus position while being accused of betraying its own kind. Dangerous level 8 monsters stand frozen in the doorway, including a giant grasshopper and a two-headed wolf, whose burning red eyes do not bode well. A huge gorilla frowns irritably, holding a drawing in his hand and sighs discontentedly as he ponders his next move. Then the creature leaps abruptly off the ground, preparing to teach these guests a lesson. Against the backdrop of a destroyed warehouse littered with scattered crates, the enormous beast prepares to strike from above. 4 identical figures rush forward through a bright flash of light, leaving behind a clear determination to fight to the end. A giant green grasshopper with glowing red eyes extends all its sharp legs toward its opponent, demonstrating a rare natural talent for lightning-fast attacks. The mantis delivers a lightning-fast strike with its blades, which the protagonist dodges at the very last moment and deftly leaps backward. The enraged young man, covered in thick fur, finds himself at the epicenter of a dangerous attack, miraculously avoiding his opponent's deadly blades. Having moved to a new position, the powerful mutant prepares for the giant insect's next lunge, remaining fully combat ready. A massive shadow looms over the character, forcing him to muster all his strength in the face of a new, devastating threat in this battle. Suddenly, a ferocious predator with burning eyes and a bared maw leaps out of the darkness, catching the disoriented fighter off guard. A powerful blow from its clawed paw lands squarely on the guy's face, leaving him slightly bewildered by such brazen audacity. Responding to the aggression, the beast-like man launches a devastating counterattack with his paw, inflicting deep, lacerated wounds on his opponent. Meanwhile, an 8th-level two-headed wolf joins the fray, whose natural talent is tied to its second head and its special abilities. Suddenly, the beast delivers a crushing blow and tears off the gorilla's arm with its teeth, sending blood spattering in all directions amid the heated battle. Knocked back by the powerful blow, the beast-like guy lands on the concrete floor, while the enraged mantis and wolf remain below, preparing for a new attack. The grim hero, his chin bloodied, stares ahead from under his brows, clearly determined after the fierce and bloody battle he has just endured. 2 heroes walk calmly down a city street alongside a huge, brightly colored bird on a leash, while a mysterious voice warns of energy waves emitted by several dangerous creatures. 3 enormous companions help their owner avoid hunger and thirst for 10 long weeks, while the target remains 4,000 meters away. With a surprised expression and wide-open eyes, the young boy looks puzzled off into the distance, clearly not understanding what is happening around him. A strange two-legged creature dashes away down a narrow city alley, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and the bewildered stares of passers-by. The bewildered young man holds his companion in his arms as one of the energy waves suddenly vanishes without a trace. Then the oddballs race through the air, using a rare natural talent for high-speed flight, leaving a bright, multicolored trail behind them. A huge gray wolf with a bloodied mouth snarls menacingly as it falls, while a bird prepares for another fierce battle amid the city ruins. A green insect viciously grabs a gorilla, while a rooster angrily demands an explanation for why members of the same species are killing one another. Against a backdrop of bright red beams of light, a mysterious inscription appears regarding the Titan's body enhancement ability, hinting at the character's imminent transformation. A massive red flash illuminates the entire area as the bird's feathers harden into steel to deliver a blow. The furious rooster grimly demands to know from the mantis what on earth happened, while the mantis remains silent in response to the question, continuing to hold the gorilla. A powerful blow rains down on the giant mantis, forcing it to stagger backward right in the midst of a tense battle amid the ruins of a building. An attempt to calm the enraged allies fails completely as the frenzied comrades continue to attack fiercely, ignoring any calls for a truce. A fierce fighter tries to reason with the attacking monsters, urging them to stop immediately and finally put an end to this dangerous, senseless clash. A deafening punch straight into solid concrete creates a devastating shockwave that knocks all opponents back a considerable distance. An enraged ally suddenly accuses the main character of betrayal, severing any friendly ties once and for all right in the middle of the battlefield. A stunned rooster with a huge, wide-open beak and red eyes looms over something small, demonstrating its superiority. Two astral copies of a gorilla sincerely thank their savior, smiling cheerfully and patting each other on the shoulders in a friendly manner. A small creature with ruffled feathers and eyes glowing with happiness is overjoyed that the fearsome predator is showing it such unexpected gratitude. A nimble bird swiftly flies up to the shaggy humanoids, greeting them like old friends and suggesting they discuss an important topic regarding the behavior of the people around them. The enthusiastic feathered creature continues a lively conversation with the strange young man, joyfully reflecting on the incredible coincidences of fate and surprising encounters in this crazy world. Then the gorilla says goodbye to his rescuers, while the bird turns its head in confusion, not understanding why he is leaving. The friendly beast gently strokes the bird's head, affirming its peaceful nature and desire to live in complete harmony without conflict or hostility. Bidding a joyful farewell to his friends, the gorilla waves his hand, while the characters, along with the bird, watch this farce in shock. Completely baffled, the baby bird stares wide-eyed in amazement, trying to comprehend the crazy suggestion he has just heard about peaceful coexistence with humanity. Instantly enraged by such betrayal, the feathered character begins to scream loudly and protest, turning pale with horror in the face of this unheard-of disgrace. Trying to justify himself to his enraged companion, the frightened bird flaps its wings frantically and insists that it has nothing to do with this monster. Having successfully unlocked a new cooking skill, the heroes roast a delicious two-headed wolf over the campfire to feed their faithful feathered companion. Exhausted from their dangerous adventures, the bird leads the group to their roasted prey, for which the satisfied companions decide to treat it to a tasty morsel. Worried about the strange two-legged creatures, the cunning bird casts a suspicious glance and wonders if these two are planning to eat his green friend as well. Sensing mortal danger, the feathered warrior furiously activates his powerful combat skill of complete transformation, preparing for a fierce battle. A mysterious puddle suddenly appears on the deserted shore, and the puzzled bird immediately finds itself standing next to it. An inexplicable feeling of hunger makes the yellow bird drool and wonder at its own strange reaction to its surroundings. Resisting the temptation becomes increasingly difficult, so the bird's mind begins to justify the desire to eat its companion. A strange hallucination convinces the poor creature that a delicious meal lies before it, one that should be shared immediately. This imagined hospitality leads the naive character to carefree devour the appetizing morsels under the approving glances of the spirits. Closing his eyes in pleasure, the hungry hero greedily begins to chew his prey, having completely lost control of himself. The rapid devouring ends with only small crumbs remaining from the mysterious dish, scattering in all directions. A sudden realization of the horrific act causes the bird to be horrified by its own thoughts, as well as by the encouragement of the eccentrics. Joyfully munching on their spoils, the pair of heroes eagerly urge each other to eat the treat as quickly as possible, while the unconscious victims of the recent skirmish lie below. An angry mob of little creatures furiously threatens to bite off the head of anyone who dares to approach after hearing an unkind remark about their appearance. Meanwhile, a frightened insect tries to escape from the rooster, who is looking at it with disapproval. Tormented by inner doubts, the yellow bird mentally convinces itself that its excessive salivation has absolutely nothing to do with a desire to feast on another's energy and flesh. The yellow bird solemnly promises its dangerous 8th-level ally to help it achieve its long-awaited revenge, despite the misunderstanding that had arisen between them earlier. Having received silent consent in the form of a meaningful pause, the satisfied bird sweetly dreams of future assistance, drooling in anticipation of the imminent retribution. The odd group of little animals cheerfully admits that they've long since gotten used to this sneaky chicken's antics and view her quirks with complete indifference. Joyful laughter accompanies yet another amusing scene, where the yellow bird chirps happily about just how delicious it is. Amid scattered bones and tools lie two weary figures, resting peacefully after a hearty feast right on the cold stone slabs. Then the guy thoughtfully asks his companion if he's had his fill, suggesting they hurry back to the rest of the team. Someone's swift footsteps echo along the glass corridor, leaving behind the sound of rapid and determined movement. A group of mysterious figures from a special elite unit strides confidently forward, accompanied by a huge multicolored bird with bright feathers. A bewildered young man wonders in fear whether the disappearance of the enemy's 8th-level energy means the defeat of 3 opponents at once. A surprised team of comrades is astonished to discover that an ordinary chicken possesses special powers and for some reason has decided to switch sides and join their own squad. Noticing a sheet of paper lying on the floor, the guy bends down to examine the strange find, amid the surprised exclamations of the crowd gathered around him. Picking up the drawing of a one-eyed animal, the hero utters an insulting phrase in bewilderment, which greatly infuriates the hot-tempered redhead. As he examines the details on the paper, the shocked young man suddenly realizes the sheer absurdity of the situation, while the enraged dandy in the background spits with indignation. The contents of the unfolded sheet clearly show amusing caricatures of some cats and crossed-out images of completely destroyed cockroaches. Meanwhile, on a completely deserted city street, a strange and clumsy mutant with a disheveled tuft of hair on his head appears. Tormented by incomprehensible and strange symptoms, the guy loudly complains about the extremely toxic and dangerous attacks of his recent opponent. The agonizing sensations quickly cause the poor guy to writhe in pain right next to an open manhole cover on the gray city sidewalk. Spotting the open manhole cover beneath his feet, the enraged gorilla is unable to stop in time and begins to plunge straight into the darkness. As he falls, the character, indignant and roaring wildly, tries to warn those around him of the danger of leaving manholes open. On a deserted street, some mysterious object suddenly flies out and lands right on the gray asphalt near an open manhole. The incredibly hard impact against the hard surface sends a whole cloud of thick dust into the air, accompanied by a deafening crash due to the force of the sudden landing. As a result of such a powerful collision, the gorilla completely loses consciousness, while yellow bananas spin helplessly in his subconscious. As they make their way through the dark tunnel, the two heroes suddenly notice some suspicious activity and come to a halt, completely bewildered. Upon examining the unconscious creature with green fur lying on the floor, the guys immediately realize they're facing a real mutated gorilla. After piquing his partner's interest with talk of a potential catch, the guy quickly receives a negative response regarding the animal's future. A lively discussion ensues about the illegality of such hunting and the potential legal trouble they could face for trying to turn the find over to a zoo. A vivid vision appears of a strange guy with a halo above his head, skillfully spinning hoops on a single cylindrical structure. Returning to reality, the smart aleck suggests making some good money off this open-air circus act. Upon receiving this offer, the leader gets upset and tries to convince his friend of his plans to start a cleaning company. Meanwhile, in a group chat, there's a heated discussion about a recent incident in which a chicken defeated a massive 8-level cockroach. An alarming alert about a massive energy surge catches the security guards off guard, just as one of the guys is peacefully holding a sleeping bird in his arms. The others' concern grows as the bird sleeps for too long, and they begin to suspect something is wrong after their recent meal. The unexpected arrival of special operations agents in formal suits causes the main characters to tense up as they await further developments. A stern woman leads the covert arrest operation, issuing a clear order to take the offenders away immediately. Utter bewilderment is evident on the faces of the arrested youths, who have absolutely no idea why they're being arrested so suddenly. A specialized high-security prison greets the captives with grim bars, and the dangerous bird is locked in a separate black cage. Fierce, masked guards assume combat stances near the sleeping bird, while the bewildered teenagers watch the scene unfold. A specialized black cage for dangerous creatures, designed for the 7th level, was barely covered from above, while a dangerous 8th-rank entity slept peacefully inside. A stern woman ordered her subordinates to thoroughly check the physical condition and emotional stability of the prisoners, strictly forbidding their release in the event of a failed test. Explaining the details of the protocol, she demanded additional DNA testing and checks for the possible presence of poison, which surprised her silent assistants. Meanwhile, a 9th amplifier, sent from headquarters to escort the one-eyed fighter to his destination, was already waiting at the helipad. Noticing the delay, one of those present asks why her colleague arrived at the meeting place so late. The irritated young woman complains about her crazy subordinates, who managed to take a real monster for a walk without permission, comparing it to a grenade explosion. As he prepares to fly out, the manager reassures her by promising to leave the city under the reliable supervision of 2 acquaintances, but receives a sharp refusal due to his overly familiar tone. After saying goodbye before boarding, the man promises to return soon, to which the woman responds with a brief acknowledgement of the situation, without unnecessary emotion. Continuing the conversation, the man introduces the guest to local security officials, a situation unfamiliar to them. An indignant relative immediately pushes the stranger away, reminding him of his high rank and the unacceptability of such overly familiar gestures toward the girl. To demonstrate his skills, the man reveals a small golden dragon that he has specially raised to protect his ward. The magical creature wraps itself around the girl's arm, while its owner assures her of her complete safety and reliable protection from external threats. Noticing this courtship, a jealous colleague begins to snort indignantly, causing the beauty to feel slightly embarrassed yet pleasantly flattered. Finally, the mysterious fighter opens the helicopter door, inviting his companions to embark on their planned journey without further delay. Meanwhile, the servant had to report that the energy traces of the wolf and the cockroach had vanished, and she speculated that they had likely been completely killed by an unknown enemy. To her amazement, the fox girl notices that the chimpanzee's energy wave is too weak and resembles the fate of a cockroach facing inevitable death. Then she notices a paper bird in the ruler's hands and senses that it exudes the breath of a real human. Looking more closely, the heroine realizes that this fragile, icy figurine was indeed created by human hands. Meanwhile, the mysterious young man, with passion in his eyes, decisively destroys the paper bird with a single sharp movement. Subsequently, the beautiful beast woman begins to panic and asks where all the strong people from the city have gone. Noticing that only tiny fragments remain of the origami, she freezes in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Puzzled, the girl turns her gaze to her master and begins to suspect him of having a romantic relationship with some other girl. However, the owner of the territory remains completely calm and coolly orders her to convey the alarming news to the other residents. Upon hearing the order, the loyal and obedient Fury agrees and promises to immediately relay this information to the rest of the fighters. In conclusion, her mysterious leader, with a predatory gleam in her burning eyes, calls on everyone present to prepare for a fierce confrontation. On an ordinary sunny day, a peaceful city street is filled with carefree passers-by enjoying the nice weather. Suddenly, the attention of the pedestrians is drawn to two cute little dogs on leashes, which for some reason freeze in place. Unexpectedly, the animal's fur begins to stand on end, and a terrifying bestial roar erupts from their mouths. Terrified city dwellers recoil in horror, realizing with dread that an unknown danger is approaching. Huge, enraged monsters with burning red eyes pounce on people in the middle of the street. The bloody carnage forces the defenseless victims to scream in agony and beg for mercy under the onslaught of the ferocious predators. Meanwhile, a furious level 1 dog with red eyes and sharp fangs bursts out of the darkness, displaying its predatory fury. Following it is an equally dangerous level 4 dog, its jaws agape in anticipation of a bloody rampage. Then alarming red markers light up on the strategic map, indicating the intrusion of cursed energy of levels 3 and 4. The situation is rapidly spiraling out of control, as the total amount of 5th and 6th level energy exceeds the permissible limits for the available fighters. The system warns of a dangerous anomaly on one of the streets, where high levels of cursed energy and critical combat power are being detected. Concerned leadership quickly calculates the coordinates of several danger zones and orders the immediate deployment of a rapid response unit to evacuate the monsters without delay. Staff members then react instantly to the order from their superiors, beginning to gather the necessary documents and prepare to head to the scene. Upon receiving crucial information about the headquarters' arrival, the resolute female commander makes a decisive decision in a flash to save the day. A massive monster suddenly emerges right in the middle of a city street, terrifying passers-by and destroying a nearby building. A stern warning is issued about the dangerous creature's ability to disguise itself as a cute animal, so a frightened young man abandons his dog. The creature's powerful paw delivers a crushing blow to the defenseless animal, leaving a bloody trail on the ground as the crowd looks on. An enraged, gigantic predator begins trampling everything in its path, forcing ordinary residents to flee in all directions. Several people try to escape the pursuit, but one of the victims takes a brutal blow and falls onto the asphalt. The frightened girl tries to run away from the dangerous monster, clutching a small dog tightly to her chest, a dog that turns out to be her loyal protector. Wrapped in a warm blanket, the dog reflects on its fate, trying to calm its owner during this frantic and dangerous escape. Recalling happier days, the animal sincerely enjoys the warmth and care given to him by this kind young woman, who has become his true family. However, the fluffy companion is hiding a dark and dangerous secret from his savior, one that could change everything dramatically. A huge, ferocious predator with burning eyes suddenly blocks their path, causing the girl to freeze in terror. Mortal danger looms over them as the enraged beast bares its sharp fangs right in front of the defenseless heroine's face. A demonic wolf with crimson eyes snarls through tangled strands of dark hair, preparing to unleash its cursed essence amid streams of blood. A giant clawed paw shoots upward against a backdrop of crimson streaks, demonstrating the inhuman destructive power of the beast that has just awakened. An alarmed cry suddenly erupts right in the midst of the fierce battle, hinting at a sudden turn of events. A snarling wolf growls hoarsely over the wounded girl, openly acknowledging its own nature as a cursed creature that ordinary people instinctively fear. Two beast-like silhouettes clash fiercely in battle, exchanging bitter accusations of betrayal amid blinding flashes of lightning. The sixth-rank Tiango demon, with broad wings and burning eyes, slowly rises to his full height, preparing for a new bloody battle. The winged beast lunges forward in a swift attack, protecting the girl in glasses, who crawls away in fear across the ruined city pavement. Terrified, the girl utters a stranger's name. Watching the events unfold through the sharp shards of a shattered glass window, the monster's blood-stained snout grins widely through the streaks of light, exuding both primal fury and unbearable pain. The terrified heroine presses herself frantically against the wall, wrapping her arms around herself, while the inscription nearby further heightens her mounting horror. A dark, faceless silhouette with burning red eyes slowly emerges against the twilight sky, radiating a silent threat and unpredictability. A gray wolf with a look of utter disappointment turns away abruptly, while the bright inscription above it eloquently conveys its bitter inner state. A horned, winged creature lets out a furious, deafening roar, surrounded by crimson flashes of light, demonstrating its inhuman combat power. Its bloody fanged maw opens wide, and a sharp yellow blade swiftly slices through the air just before the decisive attack. The winged beast crashes heavily to the ground, leaving long, bloody trails on the floor in its wake. The three-eyed monster snarls menacingly amid the howling wind, radiating pure, primal animal rage and malice. A tearful girl screams desperately in fear, staring at something truly terrifying ahead. A translucent wolf races down a deserted street, casting a long shadow over the bewildered heroine walking ahead. A small, crouched figure of a girl covers her face with both hands, desperately calling out the name of her pet. A giant two-headed python with burning scarlet eyes hisses menacingly, coiling tightly around the winged beast in a deadly struggle. A crushing blow of power comes crashing down from above, catching the winged beast off guard right before the eyes of the terrified witness. The dark python hurls a bitter accusation of betrayal at its opponent, recalling a former friendship that has now turned into a deadly enmity. The wounded creature falls in the middle of the ruined tunnel, bleeding out right next to the bewildered girl. The frightened heroine whispers her missing friend's name, peering into the darkness with growing anxiety over his fate. A giant snake lunges to attack amid the rubble of a building, and the girl barely manages to dodge the deadly strike. A new enemy emerges from a crimson flash, revealing its true monstrous nature before the decisive battle. A massive serpent looms over the defenseless girl, preparing to deliver a strike that could bring this entire story to an end. The monster's gaping maw lunges toward its target, while its opponent barely has time to get into a defensive stance. A dark force closes in on the heroine, forcing her to cover her face with her hands in terror as she awaits the inevitable blow. The wounded wolf barely holds on in the python's tight embrace, showing the price he had to pay for this victory. A multitude of serpentine coils surround the weakened wolf, cutting off his path to escape in the heat of battle. One of the enemy's heads crumbles under a barrage of blows, while the other continues to fight fiercely without pause. The exhausted wolf gathers his last strength before a new round of confrontation with his many-headed enemy, continuing to bite the reptile. The poor animal holds the snake, allowing its owner to see the full extent of the wounds it has sustained in this unequal battle. A decisive blow strikes the enemy with such force that the ground around it shatters into fragments from its power. Then the opponents close in on each other again, preparing to continue their deadly duel, the outcome of which remains unclear. Suddenly, a fearsome, venomous snake wraps itself around the ghoul's paw, attempting to completely immobilize the dangerous opponent. The enormous paw strikes the stone floor with great force, raising a cloud of dust as it tries to crush the treacherous reptile. The fierce battle ends with the beast's victory as it strangles the snake with its claws, protecting the frightened people around it. The exhausted wolf breathes heavily after the battle, and tears mixed with sweat reveal the full pain of the ordeal it has endured. A huge black snake attempts to crush the winged wolf with a devastating attack, but the demon delivers fatal counterattacks to its enemy. The enraged predator swiftly defeats the giant reptile right on the city street, forcing it to fall helplessly to the ground in front of the girl. The intense confrontation suddenly ends in complete silence, leaving a lone girl standing in the ruined arena facing the wounded winged wolf. The touching scene shows the tearful owner gently speaking to her faithful beast, whose red eyes lower guiltily before her. Suddenly, from above, someone prepares to deliver a devastating blow to the winged wolf with a powerful energy blast. The deadly attack of the sinister predator cuts through space with a lightning-fast swipe, leaving the enemy with little chance of escape. A deafening crash echoes through the surroundings as the wounded beast furiously attacks a giant snake right before the eyes of a terrified girl. The recent battlefield is littered with the remains of the defeated reptile, while the puzzled team observes the strange behavior of the bloodied dog. Suddenly, a serious-looking man holding magical talismans notices strange signs of life emanating from the defeated enemy nearby. A desperate schoolgirl throws herself on top of the bloodied pet and begs her friends who have just arrived to spare her faithful protector. The girl, pleading earnestly, shields the wounded beast with her body, trying to convince the stunned team not to finish off the pet that saved her. Stunned by this sudden revelation, her companions exchange bewildered glances, unsure how to react to such an unexpected turn of events. The tense silence is shattered by sharp accusations of betrayal, sounding cold and categorical amid the falling snowflakes. A graceful fox girl looks at those around her with contempt, declaring her inability to remain in the light. A powerful ice spell crashes down in a blinding blue beam, piercing the air with devastating force right in the middle of a city street. The wounded creature lies motionless, as the icy energy continues to dissipate over the shattered pavement around it. The terrified heroine bursts into tears, clinging to something familiar, unable to contain the flood of emotions following what has happened. A powerful icy blow comes crashing down from above, while the injured girl gently reassures her pet, asking him not to be afraid of what's happening. The severely wounded wolf shows signs of life, and his owner quietly offers words of comfort, promising she'll never leave her companion alone again. Suddenly, the girl feels the beast's paws on her shoulders, and she is unexpectedly pushed aside while she stands frozen in shock. Then a thrown block of ice pierces the wolf's body, and, having fulfilled his duty, he falls to the ground. The wounded heroine calls out imploringly to her protector as blood drips nearby, underscoring the gravity of the danger looming over them. A group of teenagers notices the girl's powerful protector, realizing that it is a cursed sixth-level creature that is shielding her from danger. A strange humanoid creature appears nearby, causing witnesses to grow wary of its unpredictable and frightening appearance. A majestic, icy figure hovers high in the sky, surrounded by a light snowfall, revealing its true inhuman nature. A powerful energy aura surrounds the mysterious figure, causing random passers-by to freeze in awe at its incredible power. Meanwhile, monitoring center staff detect an alarming level 9 energy spike and urgently report the threat to higher-ups. An alarmed employee informs his superiors that the team had originally been preparing only for a level 6 threat, but the situation has changed dramatically. The tense employee sounds a level 7 alarm, realizing that a routine operation is turning into something far more dangerous. A bewildered young woman notices that a strange signal has disappeared, unable to comprehend what could have happened to the source of such powerful energy. A decisive supervisor orders contact to be made with the nearest team upon learning that Renlin's group is the closest to the scene. An alarmed woman demands that the team be recalled immediately, fearing they will perish if they face the true threat. A flustered employee explains that the team has already stumbled upon a dangerous location, finding themselves right at the epicenter of the unfolding events. The pensive heroine tries to understand the cause of what is happening, speculating on a possible explanation for the strange connection between all these alarming events. A distress signal from a person suddenly comes in from the Hengchuan Road, forcing the distraught heroine to consider a possible new threat. Her bewildered subordinates debate who to send to help, while their resolute boss refuses to send anyone due to the sudden disappearance of one of the cursed creatures. The tearful young woman realizes that if the dangerous beast has truly gotten out of control, the consequences for the entire region could be catastrophic. The alarmed employee asks about the fate of the two teams previously sent to deal with other cursed creatures in the area. A massive boxing kangaroo wreaks havoc, demonstrating a level of combat power that was hard to anticipate from such an unexpected opponent. A three-headed leopard lies defeated on the shattered pavement, while a local team faces a far more serious threat in the city center. A determined heroine declares that Ren Lin's team, capable of handling any danger, remains the only hope in this situation. The shocked girl learns that both teams that were sent out have also perished, realizing the true scale of the unfolding disaster. An understanding security guard agrees to let the two teenagers go, recognizing their special status as talented students of the Yanhai organization. A stranger suddenly appears nearby, advising the two friends to immediately set out to protect civilians from the impending danger. The surprised teenagers wonder who this strange stranger is, noting his rude habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations from a distance. A determined young man proudly declares the protection of civilians to be his personal mission, causing his friend to marvel at the stranger's unexpected knowledge. The caring hero reminds his companion of the importance of protecting innocent people, considering it their shared duty to society. A strange device unexpectedly displays a password error, blocking the hero's path right at the most tense moment of their mission. The determined young man easily pushes aside the sturdy metal bars blocking their path with his hands, calmly issuing a brief command to move forward. The protagonist makes his companion extremely nervous. The puzzled companions discuss the insurmountable alloy barrier with surprise, pondering a possible way out of the trap. A light argument breaks out among the heroes over whether they should drag the chicken along with them, though one of them is clearly too lazy to bother. The puzzled bird protests, wondering why it's only allowed to eat while everyone else is forced to work nonstop. As he walks through the city, the young man remembers that he must join the reconnaissance team despite their short time serving together. The silent pause drags on, and the protagonist freezes in the middle of the road, as if something has suddenly disturbed his thoughts. His inner monologue reveals his resentment, as he feels that the others do not view him as a full-fledged teammate at all. Lying next to the body of a giant beast, the girl cries quietly while the ruined buildings of the city burn out around her. Standing atop a lamppost, the warrior mocks her opponents, claiming that humanity's seventh level of power is weaker than the ninth. Curled up on the floor from his wounds, the fighter feels green energy flaring up around him, restoring his blood and chi. Holding his wounded companion in his arms, the man hears someone remark that it's already pointless to save her. Gasping in surprise, the female warrior blows a bubble with her chewing gum amid the tense atmosphere of the battle's onset, wondering whom to heal next. A cold, mocking voice asks whether the team has come to seek their own death, and receives a curt refusal. Plunging rapidly downward, the fighter demonstrates 8th-level mastery right in front of the opponent's face. Raising his fan, the master utters a solemn phrase about heaven and earth, preparing to unleash a powerful high-level technique. The fighter's menacing gaze widens, and he prepares for the arrival of his devastating technique. Lifting the city's debris into the air, a tornado crashes down on the surrounding area, while several fighters simultaneously activate different powers. Screaming ferociously, the opponent declares that humanity is a weak yet extremely treacherous species. Creating a massive crystal shield, the warrior shouts out the name of the ice technique she is using. Hovering inside the shimmering ice, the figure flips over, revealing a frightened face below, bearing the marks of a recent battle. Helplessly swept along by the icy current, the injured woman fixes her gaze on a distant flash of light ahead. Desperately reaching out amid the raging vortex of energy, the hero calls out the name of his comrade in distress. Charging headlong into the thick of the battle, someone shouts a promise to come to the rescue and immediately lunges forward, fists at the ready. Screaming frantically for her to get up quickly, the girl tries to rouse her wounded friend, oblivious to the blood spreading across the ground. Supporting each other, the two injured companions hurry to get as far away as possible while a destructive tornado rages all around them. The defeated beast lies among the rubble in the square, and his grief-stricken companion weeps bitterly over the horror they've endured and his tragic death. Spurring each other on, the girls race away through the streets of the ruined city, trying to leave all this chaos behind. Soaring high into the air, a figure cuts through the sky with a gleaming blade, leaving a long, glowing trail of energy in its wake. Knocked back by a powerful blow, the enemy flies backward through the air, while two other fighters rush forward at tremendous speed. Clinging to each other as they run, the terrified friends try to take cover from the wave of destructive force closing in on them. Announcing that the destructive machine has finally been defeated, the frightened heroine presses herself against the shoulder of her bewildered companion. Shouting joyfully with relief, the girl grabs her friend firmly by the shoulder, while her friend urges her to run as fast as possible. Demonstrating her icy power, the opponent mockingly admits that the team managed to temporarily immobilize her with an unexpected move. Falling to his knees from exhaustion, the young man covers his face with his hand, while his alarmed companion hurries to his aid nearby. Shouting the name of a powerful technique, the fighters unleash a deafening blow on the enemy, creating a veritable storm of light. Waving ancient amulets, the master releases a violet flash of magic, defending herself against the approaching icy blade. Activating a healing technique, the girl channels green energy toward her wounded comrade, who is covered in wounds and blood. Issuing a menacing warning that she won't give the enemy time to heal, the ice warrior prepares another deadly attack. Glowing with a green radiance of healing, the couple walks calmly down the street, finally allowing themselves a brief respite after the battle. As they collide, the icy and violet energies generate a bright flash that instantly transforms the surroundings of the fighters. Feeling a sudden chill, the young man turns around in surprise, while the young woman clings tightly to his hand amid the icy whirlwind. Shivering from the piercing cold, the couple looks ahead warily, sensing that the danger is far from over. Activating a powerful healing technique, the girl directs radiant golden energy toward her wounded comrade as he bravely endures the cold. Lying on the ground, completely exhausted, the young man asks his comrades not to worry about him and to hurry to rescue the city's injured residents. Forming a protective dome of glowing hexagons, the healer surrounds the wounded fighters with a golden field that shields them from external danger. Noticing a strange peculiarity of the snow, the young man remarks in surprise that the icy flakes are able to pass unhindered through the magical barrier. When his defenses take a painful hit, the warrior feels a piercing cold that makes him involuntarily shudder from the sudden sharp pain. The icy warrior floating in the sky asks mockingly how ordinary people even survive without fur in the merciless freezing winds of the north. Making their way through the ruined streets, the couple anxiously notices the unbearable cold enveloping the entire city in a thick veil of frost. Coming face to face with a terrified girl amid the rubble, the stranger cries out in fear that their team has literally been driven out by nature itself. Hearing the panicked cries of residents about the approaching cursed creatures, a crowd of frightened people rushes to take shelter in the schoolyard and the park. Walking through the crowd of tense townspeople, the young man calmly observes that those around him look clearly alarmed and terrified out of their minds. Stopping next to a flustered girl, our eccentric hero offers his help, noticing fresh traces of recent injuries on her. Blushing with embarrassment at the unexpected offer of help, the girl nervously smooths her disheveled hair and quietly looks away. Urging the team to hurry, the young man points the way to the location where people injured in the attack urgently need their help. Mocking the chaos unfolding around them, a mysterious creature with animal-like features confidently declares that the cursed beasts are the true masters of the world. Noticing the rapidly approaching injured townspeople, the icy figure thoughtfully wonders whether ordinary mortals are capable of experiencing true death. Upon learning of the arrival of an unfamiliar team, a pair of wounded fighters reacts warily, mentioning a certain restless girl who keeps coming back. Issuing a menacing warning to the uninvited guests, the enraged creature demands that they leave the area immediately as their master is currently away. Urging their bewildered companions to hurry, the team realizes that the cursed creature they've encountered is far stronger than they initially assumed. Issuing a menacing warning that once they've arrived, they won't be able to leave so easily, the icy adversary confidently demonstrates her deadly magical power. Shouting the name of her devastating technique, the warrior swiftly attacks her opponent with sharp icy blades that slice through the air at incredible speed. Fleeing rapidly from the deadly threat, the young man yells loudly to his companion that they must run as fast as possible without looking back. Confidently leaping forward onto a block of ice, the warrior prepares to fend off the approaching danger, shielding his frightened companion behind him. Holding their breath in tension, the terrified group of friends watches to see if the defender can withstand the enemy's onslaught and breathes a sigh of relief at his success. Soaring high into the sky, the icy warrior gazes in amazement at her own creation, puzzled as to how she could have created such a powerful technique. Noticing her opponent's unusually weak breathing, she observes their exhausted state with suspicion, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Admiring their opponent's fluffy tail, a pair of cute little kids are charmed by the creature's unusual feature, forgetting the looming danger. Furiously rejecting such comparisons, the creature declares with rage that under no circumstances does it consider itself human. Whispering among themselves about the tailed creature they've seen, the children conspiratorially decide it wouldn't be a bad idea to capture it as a trophy for their own amusement. A powerful energy beam slams into the ground nearby, raising a cloud of dust and scattering small fragments of rock amid astonished exclamations. Trapped by an enemy who had sneaked up on her from behind, the heroine freezes in confusion, caught in the crosshairs of a ruthless and cold-blooded foe. Unable to react instantly to the danger, the blow leaves a deep wound, causing the girl to feel excruciating pain from the unexpected injury. Having lost her fluffy tail, the enraged demoness clutches the bleeding wound on her lower back in horror and lets out a piercing scream of despair. Meanwhile, the carefree young man admires the severed trophy with delight, while the stunned little beast burns with shame and shock. Staring at the severed body part, the fury is overcome by indescribable rage and begins to smash everything around her under the frightened gazes of her companions. Having finally lost her mind to anger, the monster with bulging eyes and bared fangs lunges at her attackers, screaming for immediate retribution. To everyone's surprise, the aggressive cat girl swiftly attacks the young man with her sharp claws, accompanying the lunge with a loud cry about icy blades. However, a lightning-fast counterattack completely neutralizes the threat, slicing through the air with a bright blue wave and forcing the opponents to freeze in place. Stunned witnesses to this incredible defense can barely contain their shock as they watch the events unfolding before them, their eyes wide with horror. Meanwhile, a mysterious system signals the activation of hidden reserves that help the protagonist hold on, despite lacking his usual energy. Cornered, the attacker tries in vain to break free, panicking because her signature ice attacks have proven completely useless against her opponent. The stunned Fury is genuinely surprised, wondering if people sometimes mistake him for an ordinary girl, while the bewildered predator nervously tries to figure out what will happen next. The enraged creature instantly delivers another crushing blow with its deadly paws from above, trying to simply crush the insolent opponent without further ado. The carefree protagonist affectionately addresses his companion, sincerely asking if that's why this crazy and dangerous attacker seems incredibly cute. Stunned by this serenity, his companions begin to panic, genuinely unable to understand how anyone could call this enchanted creature magical in the midst of this battle. After carefully examining the mysterious creature, his companions breathe a sigh of relief upon noticing the absence of its characteristic fluffy tail, a discovery that raises even more questions for them. Fascinated by his opponent's unusual ears, the young boy happily points at them and cheerfully expresses his delight at such a cute physical feature. Feeling a sudden and inexplicable anxiety, the warrior crosses her arms over her chest and tries to calm the tremor running through her entire body, unable to understand the cause of such intense fear. As her gaze meets that of an ordinary man, the stunned predator freezes in horror at the hidden power and begins to doubt her own invulnerability in the face of this guy. Suddenly, a powerful barrier of ice shards shatters into tiny pieces right in front of her opponent's stunned face. A lightning-fast energy beam attack sends both attackers flying backward, forcing them to flee from their dangerous foe. A powerful blow to the ground leaves deep marks as the wounded predator barely manages to leap out of the way of the inevitable threat. The stunned, beast-like warrior crouches fearfully on the ground, while the terrified fighters watch the scene unfold in horror from behind her. Stunned by the newcomer's incredible power, the team stares in disbelief at the shards of the shattered barrier, unable to believe such an easy victory over a dangerous monster. Shattered shards of ice lie scattered across the ruined street, while the young man and his powerful opponent calmly observe the aftermath of their battle and each other. Meanwhile, Lin Fan thoughtfully ponders his opponent's true form, while behind him, Zhang grips the Fury's tail. The enraged, beast-like warrior strikes a menacing pose, consumed by a burning desire to immediately deal with her aggressor. A deafening scream bursts from the chest of the enraged predator, calling on her companion to join her in a brutal attack. The bewildered hero stares at the fluffy trophy, trying to figure out what to do next. The focused young man senses a powerful energy aura, capable of sustaining the hungry fighter's strength for a full 14 weeks. Confident of success, his companion points the way to a new target located 1,000 meters ahead on course. A powerful torrent of water surges forward, capable of sweeping away everything in its path, but the hero doesn't even flinch, calmly observing this devastating attack. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the young man effortlessly stops the beam aimed at him, shattering it completely against his own palm without suffering the slightest injury. The shattered chunk spreads helplessly around the unflappable fighter, eliciting only mild surprise at such a feeble enemy attack. Finding himself inside a raging vortex, the bewildered young man looks around in confusion, his mind filled with a host of strange questions due to the incomprehensible situation. Remnants of the icy element continue to swirl around the completely bewildered young man as he tries to finally grasp the intricate nature of what is happening around him. The unexpected blow proves so powerful that it hurls the fighter upward, leaving him hanging helplessly while his frightened allies stare in shock at the ruins. A sharp-tongued opponent demonstrates his dangerous abilities, manipulating the magical currents coiling around his wrist as he speaks with the wounded beast girl. A defiant demon with a predatory smile appears and begins to mock his partner for her inability to handle the target on her own. The battered and exhausted warrior fiercely defends herself to her arrogant ally, assuring him that the assigned task proved too difficult to complete. With a deft movement, a strong hand intercepts the magical vortex, scattering the ice crystals and completely neutralizing the enemy's attack with ease. Unexpectedly, the cunning manipulator moves in close to his wounded ally, persuading her to join his team by claiming he has absolutely no hostile intentions. The provocative, cunning demon confidently touches the girl's face, hinting at their perfect elemental compatibility and brazenly challenging her combat skills. A predatory gaze with burning eyes fixes on the flustered partner, while the manipulator continues to discourse on the mutual transformations of ice and liquid. The smug villain anticipates a frenzied rush of adrenaline, promising himself an unforgettable experience as he approaches the stunned warrior for the decisive move. The breathtaking moment of closeness culminates in an unexpected kiss right on the battlefield, which completely shocks the battered fox with its suddenness and audacity. The astonishing scene strikes genuine horror into the stunned fighters, causing them to blush and hide their faces in shame at such an unusual turn of events. Then, before the eyes of the stunned group, the magical process of merging the water spirit and the cat girl into a single entity begins. A shocked fighter unfurls a strange diagram with amusing schematics, demanding that this fusion of the elements be stopped immediately before it turns into a complete fiasco in front of the astonished audience. Meanwhile, the strangers continue to merge, forming a powerful monster capable of gaining new destructive abilities. The bewildered hero falls onto his back, overwhelmed by the turn of events, while his clever companion tries to get his attention by asking how he's feeling. Once again, the villain smugly surveys his transformed body and declares that he feels simply wonderful. Baring its sharp teeth, the bizarre hybrid threatens the terrified people with an underwater burial. A powerful torrent of water engulfs the terrified group of friends, forcing them to press themselves to the ground in horror before the inevitable force of nature. Seizing the moment, the fearless young man swiftly lifts his companion into his arms, trying to shield her from danger. A menacing water monster with sharp icy blades stands in their way, instantly blocking their path with a leap. Closing the distance, the dangerous foe makes a sudden lunge with its tail, forcing the young man to dodge the lightning-fast strike. Gathering his strength, the brave defender tenaciously strikes back at the enemy, demonstrating his resolve in this tense battle. However, treacherous elemental magic delivers a devastating counterattack, causing the young man to lose his balance and begin to fall. Tumbling through the air, the helpless hero and his partner plummet downward, accompanied by a system warning about incompatibility. Amid the icy storm, a powerful torrent of water crashes down, forming a strange hieroglyphic symbol right in the thick of the raging elements. After the battle, one of the heroes anxiously asks his partner how he's doing, receiving only a brief confirmation that everything is fine. Despite his exhaustion, The young man holds his wounded comrade firmly in his arms, while the water vortex continues to rage around them. Suddenly, a spiral stream of water envelops the figure, wrapping around the body like a protective cocoon and hiding the facial features almost completely. From the depths of this watery shell comes a menacing warning of imminent doom, uttered by a creature with burning yellow eyes and a snarling mouth. A gigantic block of ice splits down the middle, revealing two figures frozen inside the solid structure against a cloudy landscape. With a sudden movement, the hero breaks free from the water's grip, bursting into the open amid a spray of water and shards of ice. Enveloped in a rushing torrent of water, the young man, his face tense, prepares for a decisive maneuver against an invisible enemy. Immobilized by a strange force, the hero admits that his pulse has completely stopped, while his partner solemnly vows to save him no matter what. Exhausted and shivering, the young man clutches the severed tail tightly, shielding it from the icy wind amid the ruined cityscape. A block of ice looms through the snowstorm, with two silhouetted figures frozen inside. An exhausted young man grimaces with strain as the system alerts him to the need to break open the icy coffin before the oxygen runs out. In the gloomy monitoring room for the damned creatures, a massive iron cage bound by thick chains is visible in the middle of the tiled floor. Someone's hand grasps a metal bar of the cage with effort, accompanied by a pained groan from inside the confined space. Throwing its arms joyfully into the air, the creature with bird-like wings exclaims enthusiastically about the pleasant sensations, savoring the moment of freedom. The creature locked behind bars asks in surprise about the cage, baring its sharp fangs and showing clear indignation at its confinement. The enraged creature loudly complains that evil people have locked it up again, wondering if they think it's just an ordinary domestic bird. The tiny figure falls to its knees in despair, exclaiming that while people can endure such things, roosters cannot. A shattered cage lies behind it, while the character marvels that it took only a few blows to topple such a massive structure. Looking around in confusion, the creature begins to panic, asking about its missing wing and shiny feathers, which are nowhere to be seen. The bewildered creature, in a panic, wonders if it has accidentally turned into an ugly, bald, human-like creature, staring at its own clawed paws. Lost in dark thoughts, the character tries to argue with itself, covering its face with a hand beneath a looming dark cloud of doubts and anxieties. Suddenly gathering its courage, the creature proudly proclaims its increased power, displaying sparkling electrical discharges dancing between its sharp claws. Reflecting aloud on the price of reaching the 9th level, the cursed creature admits that its power is becoming uncontrollable despite its own indifference. Its sharp clawed limbs reach forward with a vow of impending vengeance and freedom, promising to punish the two people for the insult they inflicted earlier. Having fully recovered from weakness, the character solemnly swears to take revenge on the evil people, radiating a powerful aura of mounting magical energy. The enraged creature mentally repeats the threat of retribution against its cruel tormentors, preparing to carry out its vow of vengeance immediately. Its rapid flight through the city's skyscrapers is accompanied by a powerful surge of magical energy, marked by a special inscription indicating its incredible speed. Hurrying rescuers are reminded of the need to go to the hospital if injured, while someone desperately exclaims that there's no room here. Noticing energy surges from allies nearby, the creature assumes that those very two people are currently fighting them. Rushing decisively to the rescue, the character shouts a promise not to abandon his comrades as he flies over terrified townspeople fleeing the danger. A focused agent reports detecting an energy wave belonging to a cursed 9th-level creature. An alarmed woman turns sharply as she listens to her colleague's alarming report on the unfolding events. A puzzled young woman thoughtfully wonders whether today is truly a fateful day for the city of Yanhai. While verifying operational information, the character asks whether the signals from a specific team at the site of the battle against a level 10 threat are still active. Upon receiving confirmation that the team's tags are still being detected, the man ponders, puzzled, why the signals are behaving so strangely. With alarm in his voice, the character reports that the energy wave of the 9th cursed creature completely vanished during the confrontation with a stronger enemy. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the heroine demands that all the information gathered on the suspicious individuals be displayed immediately on the main screen. Detailed data on the two new members of Squad 666 appears on the holographic display, drawing everyone's attention. Recalling past events with surprise, The girl wonders how anyone could have forgotten about the arrested recruits from that very squad, along with their pet of demonic origin. An alarmed subordinate bursts in with a report that the suspects have escaped, while the supervisor carefully studies the data on the screen about a new team with an unusual pet. The stunned agent recalls a similar case involving another cursed 8th-level creature, prompting his colleague to abruptly cut off the conversation with a remark about an unexpected detail. Upon receiving the target signal, the character puzzledly recites the identification number, realizing that the designation corresponds to threat level 9. The bewildered heroine notices the creature's level rising to rank 9, wondering if it came here specifically to rescue its master. The creature, hurtling through the air, races forward, cutting through the clouds and leaving a bright trail of light behind it among the city's buildings. The wounded group of friends anxiously watches the powerful energy wave, wondering if another cursed 9th-level creature has appeared nearby. Recognizing the familiar silhouette of the approaching creature, the girl exclaims with delight that it is indeed the very same rooster brother capable of helping the team. The jubilant group joyfully announces that they have successfully leveled up the creature to the 9th rank, sincerely thanking it for saving their injured comrades. A menacing creature with icy spikes appears amid the ruined structures, accusing someone of yet another act of betrayal against its own people. Standing proudly upright on the ruins of a building, the creature resolutely denies the accusation of treason, defending its own reputation against a distrustful accuser. A frozen block of ice contains 2 figures inside, while the character outside menacingly declares his intention to kill them both immediately. The terrified group of friends exclaims in shock and bewilderment, not fully grasping the dangerous situation unfolding around them. Smiling coldly, the creature with sharp, icy protrusions asks its partner about the purpose of its suspicious actions near the frozen prison. Launching a swift solo attack, the character fires a powerful energy blast directly at the icy structure holding the prisoners inside. The 2 opposing forces collide in midair with bright flashes of energy, creating a dazzling spectacle amid the clouds and city rooftops. A powerful blow shakes the surrounding area, forcing the opponents to recoil from the force of the clash between their 2 distinct fighting styles. Hovering indignantly in the sky, the character asks their opponent if they've lost their mind, admitting that they miraculously escaped death at their hands. Furiously clenching an icy claw, the creature accuses its opponent of attempting to secretly destroy the icy prison to save the captives, while masquerading as an innocent. Angrily rejecting the accusations, the creature insistently repeats that it is by no means a traitor to its own people, despite the suspicions of those around it. Hovering thoughtfully among the icy debris, the character wonders whether people will easily trust such creatures after everything they've recently been through. Squinting in the tension of the moment, the demon prepares to say something important, while ominous energy gathers around him. A swift strike tears through the air with a bright flash of energy, catching the enemy off guard right in the middle of a fierce battle between the 2 sides. The repentant group of friends acknowledges their own foolishness, realizing that their behavior inadvertently revealed their true intentions toward the cursed creature. Furious at being accused of treason, the character declares their desire to become the unrivaled hero among all the cursed creatures of the world. Suspiciously wondering if the other is a traitor, the creature warily eyes the approaching enemy amid the swirling clouds. With an ominous smirk, the opponent mockingly asks about the purpose of these strange actions, unleashing a powerful ice attack directly at the rival. Contemptuously denouncing human nature, the creature calls such a body the repulsive breath of humanity during the fierce confrontation. Pointing to the ornament around the neck as proof, the character sarcastically asks whether the opponent is trying to convince everyone of their own innocence. Angrily demanding to know what must be done to prove innocence, the creature menacingly warns the opponent of imminent death. Moved by such loyalty, the demon admits that such self-sacrifice makes him see the other as a true compatriot. Puzzled, the character examines his own wounded limb and wonders whether his opponent truly wishes for his death after delivering the blow. Soaring rapidly into the air at incredible speed, the character demonstrates impressive movement techniques amid the urban landscape, resolutely attacking his opponent with a single powerful lunge. The character displays impressive combat techniques shrouded in furious water energy. Recognizing the inevitability of the impending attack, the creature realizes it is impossible to dodge the rushing torrent of water heading straight for it. Opposing forces clash face to face, showcasing contrasting elemental abilities amid the tense combat situation. Expressing surprise at the defensive technique used, the character notices a protective wall of water that has unexpectedly appeared right in front of the incoming attack. Soaring swiftly through the water barrier, the character demonstrates impressive agility, overcoming the opponent's defensive barrier with ease. Laughing mockingly at the unfolding events, the character calls the whole situation absurd, continuing to mock their opponent's failed attempts to defend themselves. Powerfully channeling the element of water, the character creates an impressive ice shield in the middle of a devastated city block, preparing for the decisive strike. Surrounded by a furious whirlwind of icy shards, the character prepares for the final attack, demonstrating the full power of their elemental abilities. Scornfully mocking the opponent's futility, the creature sarcastically remarks on the amusing attempt to use water power to combat its own might. Baring its sharp fangs in a predatory grin, the creature proudly proclaims itself the possessor of the strongest ice ability among all the cursed beings in the vicinity. Rapidly unleashing powerful electrical energy, the character unleashes an impressive discharge attack that causes the air to sparkle with bright flashes of lightning. Shrouded in rings of furious energy, the hero hovers at the epicenter of an electric vortex, preparing to unleash devastating power upon the enemy below. Explaining the secret behind this unusual combination of abilities, the character admits that the wall of water and electricity together cause incredible pain to the caster himself. Mocking the opponent's lack of offensive power, the adversary sarcastically points out the rival's obvious weakness, demonstrating his own superiority in combat. Stunned by the opponent's incredible speed, the character exclaims in amazement at the swiftness of the movements as he watches the lightning-fast attack right in front of him. Activating a powerful titanization technique, the character undergoes an impressive physical transformation, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent. Rapidly closing the distance in aerial combat, the two opponents exchange fierce blows, showcasing their contrasting elemental abilities. Struck by the opponent's incredible self-sacrifice, the character admits that such a heroic act makes him see the opponent as a true compatriot. Launching a rapid top-down attack with a brilliant energy wave, the character demonstrates a powerful technique aimed directly at the unsuspecting opponent. A powerful energy blast shakes the surrounding area, destroying nearby structures and leaving behind a cloud of dust and debris. Patiently instructing an inexperienced opponent, the creature smugly explains the advantages of the 9th level, possessing a wide variety of combat abilities. A menacing attacker with sharp blades on his hands lands dramatically in front of his wounded blonde opponent, declaring his imminent death. Filled with unfathomable energy, the blonde warrior begins to radiate a terrifying aura, causing the aggressive monster to sense danger. Filled with terror, the attacker retreats under the pressure of an invisible power, while his opponent remains seated on the ground. Only a brief moment passes before the confident predator suddenly freezes, overcome by an inexplicable animal fear. Stunned by the unexpected retreat, the villain frantically tries to understand the reason for his sudden urge to flee. A huge, ghostly silhouette of a whale suddenly appears behind the hero, shocking the enemy with its presence. The stunned demon exclaims in shock, wondering how an ordinary human could possess the innate magic of deep-sea monsters. Unable to withstand the pressure of this colossal spiritual power, the attacker clutches his head in unbearable pain and falls to his knees. A formidable opponent, the icy demon continues to attack, forcing the blonde man to defend himself against the constant provocations and blows. Having received a brutal order to die, the young man stares in shock at the enemy as he rapidly attacks him with sharp claws right before the eyes of the astonished audience. Shortly thereafter, a magical dagger suddenly appears near the blonde warrior's neck. Noticing such dramatic changes in the situation, the frightened spectators gasp in horror, while the mad hero himself considers this a routine problem. Suddenly, a piercing cry rings out over the battlefield, a curse capable of deceiving the enemy's vision and turning the tide of the battle in an instant. Through the smoke and shards of ice, a silhouette emerges, radiating a terrifying aura, while a vortex of strange energy swirls around it, foreshadowing something dangerous. Questions arise about the nature of the phenomenon, and it becomes clear that an artfully crafted illusion is unfolding before the fighters, designed to confuse them. Amid a hail of icy shards, the opponent continues to attack, demonstrating superhuman endurance even after sustaining severe injuries. Amid the clatter of shattering ice, an enthusiastic acknowledgement of the opponent's strength can be heard, expressed through sincere amazement at the power they have witnessed. A declaration is made about the incredible array of abilities the opponent possesses, which makes him a true champion among ninth-level fighters. The fierce duel reaches a critical point when one of the fighters delivers a devastating blow to his opponent with a swift movement. The enemy fighter confidently asserts his 10th-level superiority, attempting to completely demoralize his opponent. Having sustained serious damage, the stricken warrior lets out a desperate cry of pain due to the unexpected and brutal attack. The enemy's lightning-fast counterattack catches the warrior off guard, shattering their defenses and instilling true terror in the face of defeat. The enemy's blade passes dangerously close to the neck, leaving a vivid trail and deciding the outcome of the clash. The blow dealt proves so catastrophic that it completely upsets the balance of power and leads to disastrous consequences. Stunned allies watch the tragedy unfold in horror, unable to believe that their leader is being defeated. The victor looks down mockingly at his defeated opponent, curious about the extent of his supernatural abilities. Trying to finish off his opponent with a crushing blow, the enraged fighter with icy spikes on his shoulders suddenly realizes the futility of his attacks. Watching the events unfold from the sidelines in shock, ordinary onlookers and terrified comrades can't believe their eyes at the sight of the decapitated body. The lifeless torso does not fall to the ground but merely makes strange movements, causing those around it to freeze in shock at the sight before them. The eerie scene causes the cold-blooded attacker on the other side of the ruined wall to shudder with surprise and primal terror. A chill of realization runs down the warrior's spine as he grasps the sheer unpredictability of the deadly battle with the monster. Plunged into utter shock, the friends huddle together in fear on the concrete rubble, not daring to utter a single word out of terror. As if mocking the situation, the severed head cynically comments on what is happening, speaking of unimaginable pain and its revenge. An incredible ability to rapidly regrow a new head saves this terrifying creature from certain death right before the enemy's eyes. The opponents, now face to face, stare each other down with intense gazes, realizing that only one will emerge victorious from this deadly clash, so it is crucial not to make any fatal mistakes. Aware of the looming threat of total annihilation, the guy decides to use his last secret ability to guarantee the elimination of his dangerous opponent. Dangerous, sharp protrusions rapidly emerge directly from the fighter's body, forcing the demon to watch his every move intently and prepare to fend off the attack. The taunting opponent openly doubts the existence of any hidden trump cards, simultaneously provoking the spiked rival into hasty and ill-considered actions. A swift lunge with sharp limbs catches the fighter off guard right in the middle of the ruined arena, forcing him to instantly fall back into a tight defensive stance against the danger. A furious exchange of devastating blows leaves bright sparks in the air, demonstrating the incredible reaction speed and superb training of both combatants. The smirking demon effortlessly parries dangerous lunges, all the while hurling cutting insults at his overly self-assured and insolent opponent, who is confident in his own strength. A powerful counterattack breaks through the opponent's defense, dealing serious critical damage and causing him to choke on his own blood. After an unexpected clash with a demon bird, the defiant warrior wielding an icy blade delivers a crushing blow straight to his opponent's face. A massive horned predator attempts to respond with a lightning-fast counterattack, but meets fierce resistance and is sent flying by the force of the collision. Then wounded, the man flies rapidly away from the incredible pain and force of the blow. Raising an incredible cloud of dust and rocks, the enraged beast crashes into a sturdy city structure during a fierce confrontation. Towering proudly over the ruins of the destroyed metropolis, the wounded fighter contemptuously calls his enemy a pathetic 9th-tier target. Asserting his supreme 10th-tier strength, the guy is genuinely surprised that even such abilities are unable to destroy his opponent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the exhausted blonde man begins to panic due to the complete lack of effective escape options. On the brink of total defeat, the helpless character, with despair etched on his face, acknowledges the inevitability of his demise in the face of the elements. Trying to survive amid the icy blizzard, the exhausted fighter found himself under a furious attack from an ice-wielding creature. Screaming in agony and rage, the wounded creature continued to charge into battle as black spikes exploded around it, symbolizing the approach of deadly machinery. After taking a powerful blow straight to the chest, the exhausted fighter collapsed to his knees amid the icy debris, while frightened witnesses to the battle silently watched the events unfold nearby. A hoarse groan escaped from the weakened opponent's chest, while the sharp, icy claws slowly clenched, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow to his rival. The blood-stained face froze in a grimace of unbearable pain, and a bewildered cry escaped his lips as his physical condition suddenly began to deteriorate rapidly for no apparent reason. A huge pool of blood mixed with a poisonous green substance formed on the shattered stone surface, clearly indicating the activation of a dangerous toxic ability. The opponent's menacing expression was accompanied by a loud vow to reduce the enemy to dust using incredibly powerful, destructive, icy energy. Summoning his last reserves of strength, the hero soared upward amid the raging currents of icy energy, demonstrating astonishing speed and incredible endurance right in the midst of the brutal battle. An alarming warning stated that the master would have only 10 seconds to reach the icy coffin, while the creature nearby had just 5 precious seconds. Despite the strict time limit, there was still a chance to shatter the cursed icy coffin and save the one trapped inside the deadly trap. A mysterious voice patiently explained that it was possible to alter the conditions of another dimension, where time would come to a complete standstill for the duration of this extremely important task. A dark, bloody trickle slowly ran down his temple as the hero intently pondered the difference between the two possible outcomes of the same difficult choice. Intense frustration at having to save a man who had recently stolen someone else's well-deserved reward filled the hero's mind with bitter thoughts about the injustice of the universe. The transition to a completely different world was accompanied by a system message, stating that he must complete absolutely all the tasks in the designated scene to finally rid himself of his dangerous status. 2 terrified girls sank to the cold floor, promising in trembling voices complete obedience to their new master after enduring a brutal punishment. Settled into a luxurious armchair, the man listened impassively to the girls' desperate pleas not to run away from him, despite their obvious fear and the visible marks of beatings on their bodies. A look of genuine surprise flashed across the character's face as he suddenly realized with horror that he had somehow become a completely different person with someone else's memories. As his gaze met his own reflection in the glass, the hero gradually began to grasp the full strangeness of the transformation that had befallen his body and mind. Numerous scattered memories had finally become jumbled in the protagonist's mind. He now went by the completely new name of Zhu Fei, despite his recollection of his past misdeeds. A childhood version of the character unexpectedly surfaced in his memories, amusingly underscoring that his complete lack of interest in women's underwear proved his mental stability. After a brief knock on the door, a loyal guard nicknamed Wang Meng gently calls on Master Fei to put aside his children's toys and listen to some very important information. Stepping into the room, a young man in a bright shirt with palm leaves announces an unexpected proposal from Duan Shangshu, who is already waiting for them to meet. Upon hearing the agreement from his silent and focused leader, the energetic assistant flings the door open before him with a sharp movement, demonstrating his readiness for further action. After taking a few steps forward, the comrade freezes in bewilderment and points to the injured bodies of 2 young women lying on the floor, scantily clad. After listening to his disheartened subordinate, the protagonist remains completely calm and orders that the injured sisters be sent home immediately to receive medical care. Reacting deftly to the situation, the loyal servant helps his mentor compose himself and hands him an elegant black jacket to complete his dignified appearance. Continuing to walk confidently down the hallway, the men discuss the latest rumors about the presence of the mysterious 8 lords at the upcoming gathering. Walking ahead of the group of bodyguards, the hero pointedly ignored the mention of the influential title, which elicited sincere admiration from his companions. Approaching the luxurious mansion near the waiting limousine, the assistant respectfully addressed the host as he opened the door of the elegant car. As he got into the car after a brief pause, the protagonist unexpectedly expressed his gratitude, instantly baffling his bewildered companion sitting next to him. Struck by the sudden change, the assistant silently marveled at his employer's unusual politeness, wondering if he had made some unforgivable mistake earlier. Continuing along the bustling city street, the limousine moved forward at a leisurely pace, while the assistant anxiously reported on the enemy's intentions to seize their rightful territory. Listening to the alarming news about the territorial claims, the hero dispassionately inquired about the next course of action, causing all the passengers to fall into a tense silence. Objecting to any concessions, one of the bodyguards emotionally recalled their fallen comrades who had defended the disputed territory at the cost of their own lives many years ago. Interrupting his subordinate's argument about the influential lord's connections, the hero maintained an icy composure, completely unimpressed by the enemy's threatening status. Lost in his own thoughts, the hero recalled with irritation the strange madman who constantly demanded that he carry out incomprehensible missions to save some old man. Asking a direct question about the meaning of the right path, the young man looked intently at his companion, expecting an immediate and honest explanation of the concept. Pondering the host's unsettling calm, the bodyguards whispered among themselves, trying to guess the true intentions regarding the fate of the influential gang leader. A luxurious building towers under the scorching sun, and it is here that the hero pulls up to attend a serious and clearly dangerous meeting of local power brokers. A self-assured young man slowly steps out of the car, and the person greeting him immediately addresses him respectfully as Mr. Fei, making it clear that the guest is well known here. The hero's companion instantly flares up with anger and sharply demands an explanation from a sly character named Duan Shangsu, not realizing what kind of setup is going on here or why so many extra people have been brought in. What infuriates him most is that far too many armed men have been herded into what are supposedly peace talks, and grim-faced guards stand frozen everywhere, ready to resort to brute force at any moment. The local thugs brazenly declare that they aren't the least bit afraid of either Fei himself or the Eighth Lord, and one of them immediately volunteers to urgently bring in even more tough fighters to help out. Calmly and almost lazily, the hero brushes aside the persistent suggestion of reinforcements, making it clear that he doesn't need any help at all right now, a move that visibly baffles literally everyone around him. The crowd of shaven-headed thugs flaunts its numerical superiority, snidely implying that the outsider stands no chance here and that venturing inside was a downright foolish move on his part. The thugs whisper among themselves that this Xu Fei wasn't afraid to walk right into the den of the lion and didn't even bat an eye, acknowledging that the brazen guest truly has no shortage of courage. The guy's loyal supporters look at him with undisguised enthusiasm, feeling that their idol is acting especially cool right now, and looks simply unbeatable in this tense situation. With a dull, heavy thud, the massive door swings wide open, and two figures stride confidently onto the threshold, ready without a shred of doubt to step into the very heart of the dangerous enemy gathering. A spacious hall opens up before the newcomers, where they have long been awaited, and someone murmurs softly that at last, dear guests, they have arrived for this long-awaited meeting. A man slumped in an armchair named Duan Shangshu breaks into a smile and with feigned friendliness invites Fei to sit right next to him, as if they were old, close friends. Squinting slightly, the hero briefly and calmly agrees, and without further ado, quietly makes his way to the indicated spot, while his red-haired companion warily watches every movement around them. A whole crowd of influential people has gathered in the luxurious living room, and when the bold guest appears, a heavy silence hangs over the room, making everyone feel distinctly uneasy. No sooner has the young man settled down with complete composure than Duan Shangsu feels a chill run through him as he realizes with horror that he will now be unable to discreetly grab the pistol hidden under the table. The bald old man, whom everyone respectfully calls the Eighth Master, remains meaningfully silent, mulling over some cunning plan of his own. His memory helpfully brings to mind a scene from their last meeting, where three influential bosses were furiously pointing fingers at each other and arguing, while the old man sat impassively between them. With undisguised annoyance, the gentleman admits that amid all this noisy commotion and endless squabbling, he's gradually beginning to feel completely out of place here and unwanted by everyone. The authority figure sitting next to him tensely realizes that the insolent guest surely knows about the weapon hidden under the table and deliberately chose this very spot to deprive him of any opportunity to fire a shot. Completely unflappable, the hero demands that the food be brought quickly because he's ravenously hungry, and the henchmen crowded around him immediately fawn over him and praise him for his coolness and audacity. A quick-witted waiter deftly sets a steaming dish on the table, filled with appetizing pieces in a thick sauce, and politely wishes the assembled guests bon appetit, even though tension still hangs in the air. Bowing respectfully, the waiter hurries away, wondering to himself in surprise, could these formidable guests really have come here just to enjoy a quiet, hearty dinner? After calmly thanking them for the invitation, the young man begins to eat, while the bewildered authority figure frantically wonders whether the rules have changed and why they're now eating before serious negotiations. Completely bewildered, the others exchange confused glances and reluctantly pick up their chopsticks, unable to fathom what has become of their important meeting or who on earth established such a strange order of proceedings. Enthusiastic onlookers whisper to one another, "So this is him, the very Zhu Fei of legend," as he calmly devours his lunch, as if neither the eighth master nor the seasoned authority figure were sitting right next to him. The rapidly emptying plates clearly show the enviable appetite with which the guest is devouring the meal, paying not the slightest attention to the heavy tension hanging over the table. Having finished his meal and leaning back contentedly, the young man thanks them for the meal and calmly announces that he intends to leave first, leaving everyone present completely bewildered and speechless. Upon hearing of such a sudden and brazen departure, the stunned gangsters are literally speechless, for none of them had even remotely expected that this serious meeting would end so abruptly and quickly. Flushed with barely contained rage, the boss grits his teeth inwardly, thinking that since the guest didn't come for negotiations at all, he certainly has no intention of ceding his precious territory. Unable to bear the tension any longer, the enraged leader rudely demands a straight answer, whether he will finally surrender his territory or not, and in a fit of rage, abruptly snatches the pistol hidden under the table, ready to fire. The gun, raised in a flash, freezes in midair, but the hero's agile bodyguard reacts just as quickly and immediately aims his weapon in response, turning dinner into a perilous standoff. Reinforcements who have suddenly arrived loudly announce the arrival of the Eighth Lord himself and mockingly reproach the guest, saying that he hasn't even had a proper rest yet, but is already trying to slip away from this gathering. Slightly taken aback by such a ridiculous accusation, the young man asks with genuine bewilderment whether this means he must fulfill some silly condition before leaving, and calmly agrees to it. The scene, which has reached a boiling point, erupts into shouts, and the enraged gang leader, brandishing his weapon, screams the name of the insolent guest in a frenzy, unable to tolerate his mocking calm any longer. Rising unhurriedly from the table, the young man once again politely thanks his host for the meal and prepares to leave, idly remarking that he probably won't shoot his trembling opponent after all. Lazily explaining that fiddling with a gun is too much trouble and too painful, the hero generously offers his enemy some entertainment and even allows him to shoot first as if he weren't afraid of death at all. Boiling with rage and clenching his teeth tightly, the enraged leader raises his trembling hand holding the pistol, though deep down he still convinces himself that he's unlikely to pull the trigger on his guest. The brazenly armed opponents try to intimidate the young man, but he coolly challenges his enemies to shoot first, demonstrating his complete superiority. Finally realizing that he is no match for the defiant guest, the humiliated gang leader reluctantly gives in and mutters through clenched teeth that this time he'll let the insolent man go home unharmed. Seething with frustration and helpless rage, the defeated leader storms off in irritation, while the hero strides toward the exit, surrounded by his people, who are visibly in high spirits and proud of him. Watching the guest intently as he leaves, the bald old man inquires with interest whether this is indeed Zhu Fei himself, and notes with quiet respect that he is indeed facing a young man of rare fearlessness. After politely thanking his host for the meal, the young man bids his final farewell and heads for the exit, leaving behind the gangsters, who are slightly taken aback by his unflappable audacity. Enraged by such disrespect, the old boss begins to complain about the guest's behavior, when suddenly one of his henchmen timidly reports that he urgently needs to tell the boss something extremely important. Stammering with fear, the terrified assistant finally manages to blurt out that neither of the two bosses has paid for this lavish meal, which instantly sends the old boss into a wild rage and a state of shock. The admiring red-headed friend gushes with praise for the hero's incredible awesomeness and declares that he's nothing like an ordinary person. After all, even a strict mentor would surely be proud of him. Settling comfortably into the car, the curious companion asks where they're headed next, and immediately reminds them that it's high time they stop by the old shelter to pick up the money and that they're almost there. Pulling up to the old building, the gang boastfully promises that this place will soon be theirs, because if the stubborn old woman refuses to sell the shelter, they'll simply tear it down to clear the land. Pulling up to the dilapidated shelter, the young man slowly turns to his companions and speaks to them in a low voice, preparing to go inside and meet the residents of this ramshackle place. Noticing the dangerous group approaching, a terrified little boy rushes headlong to his caregiver and warns her in a trembling voice that those very villains have shown up in the yard again. With tears in her eyes, the elderly shelter director begs the uninvited guests not to touch the building, for this humble place is the only home these frightened children, huddled close to her, have left. Looming menacingly over the trembling old woman, the hero asks if she needs any help, causing the poor woman and the children huddled close to her to become even more frightened. Surveying the pitiful surroundings with a critical eye, the young man notices that the conditions here are absolutely wretched, even worse than where he himself grew up, and once again calmly offers the old woman his help. Startled by the unexpected visit, the terrified caretaker desperately concludes that the visitors intend to expel all her charges, and through her tears begs them not to harm the children. After giving the dilapidated building a critical once-over, the young man calmly remarks that the orphanage is long overdue for a renovation and asks if the owner has any money. If not, she should just sell the building. Wiping away her tears, the elderly woman honestly admits that she really has no money at all, but she also can't possibly sell the orphanage, because otherwise the orphan children would have nowhere to live. Without waiting to hear the rest of her lamentations, the hero calmly orders his assistant to give the old woman the money, and when his assistant timidly points out that the papers aren't signed, he simply waves it off, explaining that they're just helping the orphanage. Upon hearing about this selfless act, the stunned companion blinks in bewilderment and wonders suspiciously whether the boss is planning to kill everyone around them to eliminate any obstacles at once. Once settled in the car, the assistant asks why they even gave the old woman any money in the first place, to which the boss explains that they're slowly turning into good guys. In a gloomy basement, a traitor suspended by his hands and brutally beaten is warned that a severe punishment awaits him for breaking the rules. A smirking henchman mockingly reminds the captive that their boss spent 3 whole years dealing with fugitives just like him, and now he'll be taken straight to the boss himself for a merciless trial. Covered in scrapes and bruises, the burly man sobs when he is told to prepare for death, and at these words, the unfortunate man finally loses what little composure he had left. The barely alive prisoner is roughly dragged down the brightly lit corridor straight to the waiting boss, while a companion idly watching the scene lazily whistles, as if the suffering and pain of others leave him completely unmoved. Before the victim has a chance to come to his senses, the guard swings his foot with full force, striking the prisoner, who has collapsed on the floor, squarely in the face, and the powerful blow sends him flying to the side. Dragging the battered fugitive to his master's feet, the henchman respectfully reports that he has delivered the traitor and offers his boss the choice of shooting the scoundrel or feeding him to the fish. Tilting his head slightly to one side, the hero lets out a vague, pensive groan and stares at the captive trembling before him, as if running through his unenviable fate in his mind. Noticing that the already wounded fugitive is being beaten mercilessly once again, the young man suddenly intervenes and asks in bewilderment why they're finishing off the wounded man, which visibly confuses his henchman. After ordering the captive to get up, the hero remarks with mild annoyance that it's a shame his mentor isn't there, since he's skilled in acupuncture and could have treated the poor man. With a trembling voice, the unfortunate man recounts how on that fateful day, his mother suddenly lost consciousness right before his eyes, and he had to rush her to the hospital. Narrowing his tired eyes slightly, the protagonist quietly clarifies that it seems this fugitive's mother is seriously ill, and something resembling hidden sympathy flashes across his gaze for a moment. Through bitter sobs, the captive confesses in horror that his mother has leukemia, and once again turns imploringly to the menacing master standing before him, begging for mercy. Choking back tears, the fugitive desperately begs not to kill his terminally ill mother, who doesn't have long to live anyway, and asks for just a little more time. A bystander standing nearby thinks their ruthless boss would never agree to this, since he spent 3 years here as a spy and knows full well just how cold-hearted the boss is toward both enemies and allies. Puzzled, the henchmen can't figure out why their leader ordered them to rush to the hospital, donate blood for the traitor's mother, and pay for her treatment. Smiling indulgently at his friend's naivety, the former spy explains that they don't understand their boss, since the whole blood donation scheme is really just a metaphor for blood for blood. Lazily lighting a cigarette, the perceptive companion grimly explains to the others that this time, their ruthless leader has surely decided to finish off both the fugitive himself and his dying mother at once. Scratching the back of his head in puzzlement, a friend admits that they'll never truly understand such cunning, and respectfully notes that this is precisely why he's considered the right-hand man of their fearsome boss. Locked in a bathroom stall, a drowsy young man lazily brushes off his friends who are urging him to hurry up and asks them not to bother him, since he's still busy with his extremely urgent business. Listening to the voice on the phone, the undercover cop suddenly realizes he's heard literally every word, and in a fit of anger blurts out something harsh. After all, he's been operating undercover for 3 years. A fake message pops up on the screen, mentioning an order delivery with a link and a code, but in response, the guy types a clever code that actually points to Renhei Hospital. While supporting the weakened thug, the hero recalls all the evil Jufei's men have committed. After all, they killed without hesitation, and no one would ever believe in their mercy. Walking among his accomplices, the young man hopes that a successful raid will finally bring him home, while the thug next to him whines that he doesn't want to see his mother, who often beat him as a child. Severely scolding his sobbing protege, the man declares that he's done a lot of harm, and his student has followed in his footsteps, so his mother was right to beat him. Blending unnoticed into the crowded hospital, the disguised team cautiously moves forward, and a brief report comes over the radio. The target is already in place, and it's time to prepare for the capture. While the doctor leisurely walks down the hallway with some papers, the operatives report that they are fully prepared, and the leader urges his sobbing accomplice to pull himself together. Burying his face in his boss's shoulder, the thug weeps uncontrollably and, through bitter tears, calls out to his boss. Gently guiding his emotional charge down the hospital corridor, the mentor seems to be steering him onto the right path, and the young man, between sobs, thanks his boss. Peering into the hospital room, where a nurse is holding the phone by the patient's bedside, the visitors learn the unpleasant news that they are only allowed to speak with their loved one over the phone. Clutching the phone receiver tightly with trembling hands, a tearful, burly man barely manages to say that he has finally come to see his mother. Pressing the phone receiver to her ear, the emaciated mother in bed weeps with joy that her son has come, while he guiltily apologizes for not listening to her at all. Swallowing his bitter tears, the young man admits that it's too late for regrets, and gently tells his mother a made-up story about a business trip for the company, promising to see her again someday. Suddenly interrupting, the boss reminds him that he's the one running the company and has no intention of sending his subordinate anywhere, since he can't possibly abandon his sick mother right now. Hearing the order to stay with his sick mother and take some time to recover himself, the emotional giant sighs. With tears of joy, the giant throws his arms around his boss's neck and asks incredulously if he's really forgiven him, then shouts enthusiastically that there's no better boss in the world. While the boss holds the unflappable ringleader in a tight embrace, the rest of the gang members freeze in shock, and a persistent question echoes over the radio. Is Jack really going to let his target slip away so foolishly? Completely bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, the operative doesn't understand what's going on until an order to retreat comes from above, as the situation has changed dramatically. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Renhei Hospital, a TV anchor is reporting live and explains that a huge line of volunteers hoping to become donors has formed here today. Continuing her broadcast against the backdrop of a crowd of serious men in suits, the journalist informs viewers that they all work for the city's largest real estate company. On screen, the journalist enthusiastically reports that their chairman of the board of directors has taken charge of the medical examinations and blood donations, all to save the mother of one of the employees. Continuing to praise the boss, the reporter adds that he was the first to become a donor and generously donated to the orphanage. Going back on the air live from the orphanage's doorstep, the host inadvertently lets slip her desire to expose the gangster's hypocrisy, but immediately promises to tell viewers only about his good deeds. Holding the microphone up to an elderly caregiver, the journalist asks if the donation to the orphanage is true, and the old woman reluctantly confirms that the money did indeed arrive. Watching the screen in a luxurious room, a brash thug furiously demands to know exactly how much the man donated, and upon hearing the figure of 50 million, he literally boils with rage. Surrounded by young women, the enraged Hulk yells that this nanny must have taken a bribe, since she's praising his sworn enemy so effusively on the news. Sitting in the dim light of his office, the pensive chairman quietly muses aloud about how he himself once led this entire gang and carried out countless horrific deeds alongside them. Resting his chin on his hand, the ringleader examines the folders of compromising evidence on the screen and smiles grimly, imagining how terrified Zhang would be if he saw the evidence gathered against him. In shock, his henchmen scream as they look at the poor, bloodied man lying on the ground, while the white-haired doctor, needles in hand, calmly offers to give the victim an acupuncture session. Lost in thought once again at the computer, the young man frowns and comes to the strange conclusion that this whole story of a villain's transformation into a good person just doesn't quite make sense to him. Staring at the pile of folders containing evidence on his monitor, he's genuinely baffled as to how a guy who's committed so many atrocities could suddenly turn into a decent person. A sudden idea strikes him, and the young man cheerfully declares that the principal once advised him that in any confusing situation, he should just dial the police and ask them for advice. Picking up the ringing phone, a surprised dispatcher at the City of H's local police station answers the call, not yet suspecting just how strange the conversation is about to get. In the amusing exchange, the caller asks how a villain can become a good person, and the stern woman asks whether his actions were criminal, receiving a brief and honest confirmation. Speaking sternly into the headset, the young woman reminds him that any crime must be punished according to the law, since the main condition for a villain's rehabilitation is taking responsibility for everything he has done. Holding the receiver to his ear, the chairman listens to the advice to turn himself in as soon as possible in order to mitigate his punishment and calmly agrees, assuring her that he understands everything perfectly. Ending the call with a single tap, the ringleader turns to his henchman who has just entered, who hears his boss's unexpected desire to become a good person as soon as possible. Admitting that he simply picked up the phone and called the police for advice, the boss confirms his words, causing his accomplice's jaw to slowly drop in astonishment. Unable to believe what he's heard, the stunned thug freezes with his eyes wide open, as it dawns on him exactly what their unpredictable boss is about to get himself into. Calmly looking at his bewildered henchman, the chairman reports that, according to the police, they can all turn themselves in at once, and suggests they surrender to the authorities together. Narrowing his eyes slyly, the leader asks his accomplice, who is sweating with fear, what he thinks of this new plan, but the terrified poor fellow is too horrified to utter a single word. As a flash of insight strikes him, the stunned thug concludes that this crazy stunt by Brother Zhu must surely be a test of his absolute loyalty to his boss. Beaming with a confident smile, the brash accomplice passionately declares that any idea Fei has is law to him, and that he'll follow the boss into fire or through knives without a second thought. Sitting calmly at his computer, the chairman orders his subordinate to gather the entire gang in one place tomorrow and secretly slip some of the old stock into their food. Fired up by a new idea, the tall guy decides that talk alone isn't enough and he needs to prove himself through action, after which he proudly swears to Brother Fei that he, Wang Meng, will never let his beloved boss down. Joyfully scrolling through his phone in the hallway, the enthusiastic henchman loudly announces that Brother Fei is treating everyone to dinner tomorrow and immediately calls on the entire crew to gather for this generous feast. Upon hearing that the whole gang is gathering, the wary young man feels a chill run through him at a sense of foreboding, for lately the boss has seemingly become much kinder and fairer to his people. Leaning against a tree in a shady park, the pensive young man replies briefly and firmly that he is 100% certain of his decision and has no intention of backing down. Recalling a past failure, a guy on another bench points out that at Genhe Hospital, the hero also promised a 100% success rate, but in the end, the whole operation came to nothing. Leaning back wearily in the shade of the trees, the exhausted operative sighs that with the leader acting this way, he'll have absolutely nothing to report to his superiors, and a quiet despair is evident in his gaze. Leaning against the trunk of a mighty tree, the young man recounts how he spent 3 years undercover, lost both his boyfriend and his girlfriend, was separated from his pet, and now can't even return home. Gazing sadly into the distance, the exhausted cop admits with resentment that in all these years, no one has ever bothered to give him even the slightest coherent explanation for the madness unfolding around him. Closing his eyes, the man gently reassures his partner, saying that he knows perfectly well how hard he's working, because everything he does is for the sake of justice. With a defiant glint in his eye, the hero declares that the main thing is to stir up trouble between the cat and the dog, adding that, for the sake of arresting Zhu Fei's gang, he has been fighting honestly undercover for 3 whole years now. Leaning confidently against a tree, the young man admits that he trusts his instincts and that this time there will definitely be a reward, because he has long been waiting for the day when all these scumbags will finally face justice. The scene shifts to a luxurious facade of an expensive hotel, with a pool and a gleaming sign, hinting that the promised grand feast is about to unfold right here. In the huge banquet hall, the whole gang is noisily feasting at long tables laden with food, while waiters run themselves ragged, bringing guests endless plates of food. Waving his knife and spitting as he speaks, a portly reveler furiously demands to speak to the hotel manager and protests that all the waitstaff are men. Bowing politely, the bespectacled manager explains with feigned regret that today is Women's Day at the hotel and all the female employees are taking the day off. Smiling sweetly through his glasses, the cunning manager thinks to himself that the female waitresses simply refuse to serve such riffraff, and aloud he firmly refuses, unwilling to put up with the mess they've created. Roughly grabbing the manager by the collar, the enraged giant demands to know if he really can't send some girls their way, and grumbles that there should be a men's night too. Raising his hand to strike, the terrified manager in glasses whispers resignedly to himself that he must be utterly cursed. After all, he'd gotten involved with the wrong kind of guests and was now in for the full brunt of their wrath. Frozen in place, someone's hand abruptly grabs the giant's raised fist, stopping the blow just inches from the face of the manager, who is cowering in fear at the very last moment. Lifting a bewildered gaze, the stunned thug recognizes the one who intercepted his hand, and in surprise blurts out the boss's name, unable to believe that Brother Fei himself has suddenly appeared in the middle of the commotion. Gripping his accomplice's hand tightly, the ringleader calmly asks if he's finished his meal, while the giant nearly dies of terror inside, convinced they're about to kill him. Pointing his finger at his accomplice, who is sweating with fear, the ringleader casually asks if he feels anything at all, while the bewildered giant merely asks the question back in confusion. Listening to his own body under the watchful eyes of those around him, the hulking man muses that yes, it seems he really is starting to feel something like that inside himself right now. Before he can finish his sentence, he suddenly admits that his head is spinning a little, his legs give way, and he crashes down with a thud right onto the patterned carpet of the banquet hall. Amid the overturned chairs and scattered plates, the bewildered accomplices ask what's going on, since one's vision is blurring and the other's head is spinning terribly. A loyal henchman reports to Brother Fei that he personally slipped sleeping pills into everyone's drinks to maintain secrecy and swears to unquestioningly carry out any orders and decisions from the boss. With a sly grin amid his unconscious friends, the ringleader praises him for a job well done and calmly suggests calling the police now. Upon hearing about the call to the police, the stunned henchman frantically wonders if Brother Fei still isn't satisfied and is continuing to test his loyalty in such a cruel way. Feverishly clutching his own head, the terrified giant nevertheless declares that his loyalty to the boss is absolute and that not even a gun to his temple would make him waver. Meanwhile, a police officer with a gun drawn orders Zhu Fei's gang not to even think about resisting, pressing the muzzle against the head of a dazed accomplice. Bursting into the hall, armed law enforcement officers announce that they received a tip about a crime being planned there, as well as a call from gang members with a full confession. Calmly raising his hands in surrender, the ringleader calmly states that he was the one who made the call, while the bewildered police officer can't believe that Zhu Fei himself is standing right in front of him. While the stunned cop demands that he surrender, the gang leader coolly declares that he'll take everyone with him and immediately hands the officers the evidence he's gathered on their own criminal activities. Barely containing his shock, the handcuffed accomplice is led away, while the ringleader adds that the files also contain incriminating evidence against other people, a revelation that leaves the officer's jaw completely agape. Escorted by guards, Zhu Fei calmly walks toward the exit, while the police officers, stunned with amazement, can't figure out if this gang leader who's turned himself in is even in his right mind. Sitting in the police car, the terrified giant, still reeling from the shock, timidly asks whether this arrest is yet another test of his loyalty. Holding back his handcuffed accomplice, a young cop wonders aloud whether this voluntary surrender was the gang leader's last glimmer of conscience. After receiving orders from his commander to take statements from the restaurant staff, the officer clearly reports that he understands everything, while another officer takes it upon himself to deal with the detainees. Sitting down next to the passed-out blonde man, the good-natured commander praises his officer for his excellent work and shares the good news that the gang has finally been caught. Meanwhile, somewhere on a rooftop, an enraged enemy cackles in disbelief upon learning that Zhu Fei has drugged his own subordinates, and without hesitation, turned the entire group over to the police. Slumped at the table, The sneering rival laughs and calls him a true psychopath, sneering that he used to consider him brave but now sees that he simply craves death. Smirking smugly, the two brazen men rejoice and declare that without Zhu Fei, the entire criminal underworld of City H is now completely under their control. Joyfully clinking their shot glasses at the table, they discuss how best to divide among themselves the newly vacated territories that were previously under the control of their arrested rival. Suddenly, right in the middle of their feast, the doors are kicked open, and the storming law enforcement officers loudly order everyone to freeze, causing the stunned rivals to freeze with their mouths agape. Surrounded on all sides by the muzzles of guns pointed at them, the terrified ringleaders stare blankly upward, able to express nothing but bewildered confusion. Just moments earlier, sitting in the dimly lit office, Zhu Fei had been examining a folder on the screen containing compromising evidence on his rivals and announced that he had gathered evidence on others as well, intending to hand them all over to the authorities at once. With a furious swing, the enraged thug in handcuffs strikes out with his fist, and his hand clenched in the chains, crashes down with a thunderous crash, giving vent to all his impotent rage. Shackled and seething with rage, the defeated rival spits out an angry curse through clenched teeth at such a despicable and unexpected ambush. Tied to a chair and consumed by a blaze of rage, the captured ringleader screams and curses the entire Zhu Fei lineage down to the 18th generation, while the law enforcement officers merely ask him to calm down. The massive judge's gavel, brought down with full force, eloquently signals the start of a high-profile trial for all those in custody. In the courtroom, the judge solemnly reads the verdict, sentencing gang leader Duan Shangsu to death for all his serious crimes. Slumped in the defendant's chair, the rival once again hurls insults at Zhu Fei, while the judge commutes the sentence to a stay of execution due to the defendant's active repentance and sincere confession. In a sun-drenched park, someone gratefully notes that it was thanks to the hero that they finally managed to crush the gang, which had been terrorizing City E for years and keeping everyone in fear. Relaxed and sprawled out on a park bench, the undercover cop asks when the organization will give him back his real identity, his pets, and a normal life. Sweating nervously and averting his gaze, his partner explains that the provincial police department, after investigating Zhu Fei's past, deemed his voluntary surrender too strange. Timidly raising a finger, he stuns the hero with the news that his superiors are demanding he continue working undercover in prison to identify the real puppet master. Working undercover is by no means just a matter of cruelty. After all, an ordinary person couldn't handle it, and it requires acting skills, a strong psyche, and cold calculation. Determined to rid his hometown of darkness, the young man declares that he will side with Zhu Fei and continue his undercover work, even though others are trying to talk him out of it. Realizing the dangers of such a move, his friend warns that the risk is too great and suggests they sort everything out internally. After all, his partner does have a double, but the young man stands his ground. Explaining his resolve, the young man admits that, for the sake of eradicating the dark forces and ensuring justice prevails, he has long been ready to sacrifice his own life. Once behind bars, the hero confesses that he himself laced their drinks with psychotropic substances and turned them into the police. After all, his main goal is for everyone to finally become good and honest people. On top of that, he sincerely believes that the inmates should be grateful to him. After all, the warden himself once said that deep down, every person tries to be good. In a fit of rage, the inmates clench their fists, and one of them thinks it's unlikely that anyone would want to thank him. Then it dawns on him that if Zhu Fei were to suddenly die right in prison, he wouldn't have to stay undercover anymore. And that scenario seems quite convenient to him. Plotting their revenge, the inmates agree to carry it out while they're out working in the fields and whisper quietly to one another as they devise a cunning plan to take revenge on their tormentor. Preparing for the attack, they secretly hide spoons sharpened to a point in their sleeves and exchange glances, realizing that the moment for their long-awaited bloody revenge is drawing near. The entire group finds itself in a labor camp behind high iron gates, which are vigilantly guarded by wardens day and night. Standing in a rice paddy, the young man diligently plants seedlings and thinks to himself that the time to act has long since come, and he must remind the strict prison guards of his presence. Then the man asks Wang Meng to bring another sack of seeds, and Wang Meng recalls with nostalgia that he too was once a big shot among the local gangsters. In a fit of rage, one of the thugs completely loses his mind at the thought that they're all now stuck behind bars and clenches a sharpened spoon in his fist, preparing to settle a long-standing score. Shouting that their leader is to blame for everything, the prisoner sends Yu Fei straight to hell and swings the spoon clenched in his hand in a backhand strike. The loyal Wang Meng rushes to his defense, shouting for the leader to be careful, and immediately swears his complete loyalty, promising he will never betray him. Declaring that even a life sentence wouldn't make him flinch for a moment, the young man, lightning fast, intercepts the attacker's arm. As a result, the burly man with the weapon falls to the ground, while the young man stands there completely bewildered, unable to understand how everything turned out so surprisingly well in his favor. Shielding their leader with his own body, the mighty bruiser loudly declares that as long as he is alive and standing by their side, no one will dare lay a finger on their respected brother Fei in this damned prison. Gathering around him, his loyal comrades declare in unison that no matter what trials and tribulations befall them, they will remain unconditionally loyal until the very end. Surrounding the fallen bruiser, the rest of the accomplices clench their own spoons menacingly in their fists, making it clear that they are ready to see this through to the end. Suddenly, two terrified guards rush to the scene of the fight, desperately shouting for the prisoners to freeze immediately and stop the lynching. Ignoring the shouts, the enraged thug, with a spoon raised above his head, launches a new attack, shouting that their traitor should go straight to hell. At that very moment, both sides erupt in a roar, and the loyal comrades shout at their leader to leave quickly before the enraged mob completely crushes their fragile living shield. Before the thug can complete his swing, the leader, lightning fast, seizes the initiative and lands a blow on the insolent man that instantly decides the outcome of this brief scuffle. The sheer force of the blow sends the burly man flying helplessly into the air, tumbling over the rice field, while his terrified accomplices scatter in all directions. Having dealt with the bullies, the young man poses proudly like a true hero, while behind him the guards bustle about, unsure how to react to this wild scene. Standing among his now silent cellmates, he calmly explains that after such a beating, those two are surely in a lot of pain now, so it's best to keep a safe distance. With an unflappable expression, the guy adds that he's perfectly fine, and if he feels like it, he's more than ready to continue this exciting game with anyone who dares to challenge him. The prisoners, scared out of their wits, bow deeply in unison, begging for mercy and vowing one after another that they were wrong and will never dare to raise a hand against him again. Sometime later, the hero hands the guard a thick yellow envelope and asks him to help forward its contents to the local orphanage for children who have lost their parents. In response to the guard's surprised question about the contents, he calmly explains that inside is his entire 3 years' worth of wages, because he wants to become a good person. The astonished guard notices a whole line of hands reaching through the bars, each holding similar envelopes, and asks in amazement whether everyone else has also decided to donate money. Amid the lively commotion, one of his friends sternly asks if the young man wants to become a good person along with everyone else, and thus donate his modest sum. Under double pressure from his friends, the young man stubbornly clutches the envelope to his chest, declaring that he's already a perfectly good person and is saving money to feed stray cats and dogs. Unable to withstand the pressure, he eventually gives in, tearfully handing over his precious envelope, even as a hypocritical assurance rings out nearby that it's all strictly voluntary. Watching as yet another security guard hauls away a mountain of donations, the leader grimly wonders whether he's on the right path at all, and whether he'll ever be able to return to save Zhang. Another 3 long years have passed, and as he sits at the same table with his loyal blonde partner, he is once again tormented by the thought of whether he is on the right path, since the system insists that the mission is not yet complete. Years have passed, and now, a free man, the young man learns that Zhu Fei has long since lost all contact, while he is congratulated on his long-awaited return to the police force. Thinking aloud about the strange behavior of the man under his supervision, whom the higher-ups are still monitoring, his partner voices his doubt that the man is actually that mentally unstable. Pointing a finger at his colleague, he indignantly scolds him for the terrible idea of 6 years in prison, wondering how anyone could even say such cruel things. A full 60 long years have passed, and now a crowd of reporters is gathering outside the prison walls in City H to welcome a very remarkable man back to freedom. Under the glare of the cameras, a frail old man emerges from the heavy iron gates. A man once known as a fearsome gang leader who, after his arrest, devoted his entire life to donating his earnings to orphans. The 90-year-old former crime boss has finally been released, and a little girl is already running toward him with a bouquet, while journalists crowd around. The little girl, who has run up from that very same orphanage, joyfully hands the old man a lush bouquet of roses to thank him for helping the orphans, and from the bottom of her heart, calls him a truly good man. Moved by the girl's words, he is tormented by the question of whether his path was the right one, while the dispassionate system reports that the ward's nature has not changed, but his life is drawing to a close. Suddenly, a countdown begins, and the hero's soul finally leaves the old man's frail body, rushing away from this world he has lived through to the very end. Congratulating its host on his successful return, the system announces that the mission has been completed, albeit barely, and that the promised control over fire awaits as a reward. Waking up in an icy coffin beneath a thick layer of water, the eccentric hears the system ask if he wishes to immediately use the divine gift he has received to break free from his crystal prison. Without a moment's hesitation, he briefly agrees, and in that very instant, his fist bursts into bright flames. A white-hot tongue of flame crashes into the wall of the icy coffin with a deafening roar, producing a blinding flash that shatters the icy prison to pieces. Fire and ice clash in a furious battle, sending a fountain of sparks and shards flying, and the icy sarcophagus finally cracks, releasing the imprisoned captive into the open. Soaring in a whirlwind of flame above the battlefield, the demon charges with furious force at a colossal monster resembling a gigantic, many-legged insect. Gritting his teeth and baring his fangs in tension, the villain wonders in utter bewilderment how such a feat was even possible and how such a destructive force could have been overcome. A gigantic burst of flame illuminates everything around with a blinding glow, while the newly minted fire warrior, stunned, ponders the truly incredible power of fire. Tongues of raging flame spread rapidly in all directions, devouring everything in their path, and through the roar of the fire, someone's astonished silhouette is barely discernible. Knocked off his feet by a powerful wave of heat, the defeated enemy lies sprawled on the ground, while an all-consuming sea of fire continues to rage above him. Amid the rubble and ruins of the city engulfed in flames, the hero's tiny figure stands at the foot of the fiery element. Suddenly, the Birdman realizes with horror that his kin and comrades have been completely incinerated by this terrible fire. Now in the arms of his savior, Zhang joyfully exclaims that Lin Fan has come to his rescue once again, while the hero merely grunts in response. Noticing the resemblance between the defeated creature and a familiar rooster, the young man pauses to think, while the monster itself, trembling with fear, begs not to be killed, explaining that it is a tame hen. Then the boy sheepishly explains that since girls have breasts, a decent hen should sort of have them too. Rubbing their chins thoughtfully, the characters examine the submissive little creature and with childlike innocence, wonder if this strange creature will now be able to lay eggs. Realizing that the eggs are a lost cause, the guy coldly suggests that perhaps they should turn the hen into a hearty chicken soup instead, causing the poor creature to freeze with eyes wide with horror and bewilderment. Curl up into a trembling ball and drenched in cold sweat, the terrified little creature barely audibly mumbles that, actually, she's still quite capable of laying a couple of eggs. Meanwhile, somewhere in another world, a stern elderly man with a tense gaze scans the crowd. At the gates of City H's prison, 3 frail old men look around in confusion, and one of them asks in bewilderment where he is. Suddenly, one of the old men's face contorts with rage, and he angrily shouts at his friend Wang Man, demanding an explanation of who all these people are and how they dared to get so close to him. Hearing his own cracked voice, he is overcome with utter horror and clutches his sagging neck, unable to understand why he has suddenly become so old and frail. Clinging to his friend's arm, his loyal comrade swears through tears that he will not abandon Brother Fei and will remain loyal to him until his dying breath, while Fei stands there in utter confusion. Running his trembling fingers over his wrinkled face and breaking out in a cold sweat, he asks in utter despair how he managed to grow so old and tries to figure out what year it even is now. A little girl runs up and sympathetically tells her grandfather that it is now the year 2080 and that a full 66 long years have passed since his imprisonment. Broken out in a cold sweat and gritting his teeth, the old man, in a fit of helpless rage, mentally curses the one who stole these years from him, even though the girl assures him that he has become a good person. In a fit of fury, he rages, demanding an answer, while his 2 loyal, frail comrades rush to his aid. Unable to stay on their feet, all three crash to the ground with a crash, and the most devoted of them swears even as he falls that his loyalty to Brother Fei will not waver even after death. Time passes, and now two grieving mourners wail sorrowfully for the departed leader, who is no longer among the living in this world. In the midst of the grand funeral procession, one of the mourners holds aloft a framed portrait of the late leader, and through his sobs addresses him by name. Marching in the funeral procession, a line of mourners carries the coffin on their shoulders, and the most inconsolable among them assures through his tears that even though the deceased left no descendants, he will forever be their brother. Meanwhile, the hero sternly scolds the dejected hen, reminding her that before taking action, one must first understand what is actually going on. Concerned about the condition of the wounded creature, Zhang calmly offers to help treat the injured animal with acupuncture. Wanting to calm the tearful little girl bent over the beast, her companion assures her that this healer is entirely trustworthy. The muzzle of the defeated giant beast, covered in wounds and blood, is now studded with a scattering of thin, sharp therapeutic needles, driven into its most painful points. Suddenly, a crimson eye swings wide open among the protruding needles, and the system itself senses with alarm that an incredibly powerful and dangerous energy lurks within the creature. He is alerted that a mighty energy cluster has been detected, one capable of saving him from starvation for a full 4 weeks, and that his cherished goal lies just 1 meter directly in front of him. Gently cradling the rescued bird-like creature, the young man glances uncertainly at his companion, who hints to his friend that he has no intention of eating that hen. Leaning anxiously over the bodies of his wounded companions, the hero asks Zhang if he can heal the injured, but receives only a bewildered look in response. Noticing that his friend has once again become noticeably stronger, old Zhang guiltily admits that he's unlikely to be able to heal them, and the hero himself, dejected, takes all the blame upon himself. As he comforts his distraught friend, he assures him that he holds no grudge. After all, it's all the fault of his own uncontrollable fire, while the terrified hen screams because of his scorching breath. Staring at the ball of flame blazing in his palm, the hero explains that the voice of the madman in his head called it a 4th-level fire, which is extremely difficult to fully control. Comforting the disheartened healer, he reminds him that even though he failed to heal anyone, he himself has become much stronger, which means he'll be able to save far more people. Meanwhile, on a street littered with debris, the group of wounded fighters who've come to their senses look around in confusion, and one of them asks in bewilderment where the new recruits have gone. Joyfully checking themselves over, the surviving comrades are thrilled to discover that all their wounds have healed without a trace, and the bone-chilling cold has receded. Stunned by what has happened, the fighters discuss how only 10th-ranked doctors or national-level healers would be capable of curing the negative effects of a 9th-level creature. Realizing that it was precisely that trio who had so skillfully patched them up, one of the guys enthusiastically declares that with such powerful backup, they will now definitely be able to protect the city from all manner of evil. Inspired, the group decides to contact the monitoring center as soon as possible to rush to the aid of those who are now desperately in need of help. Clutching their phones, they anxiously ask what has happened to the monitoring center, sensing that something is amiss there. The action shifts back an hour to a tall glass tower soaring into the sky above a vast metropolis, where the monitoring center for dangerous anomalies is located. Inside the brightly lit room, operators are hard at work at their computers when suddenly, from a dark corner, a massive cockroach crawls out with a disgusting crunch. With her arms crossed over her chest, a stern woman strides across the room while the employees cower in their chairs in fear. Suddenly, the instruments detected a massive 10th-level energy surge, and the operators froze in horror, for such power is considered a national threat, and its source turned out to be right nearby. The young man whispered barely audibly that the monster was already there, and the woman standing next to him froze, realizing that something monstrous had crept right up to them, right under their noses. Panicked, the surveillance center staff scrambled around the room and jumped to their feet, for the invisible threat they had been searching for so persistently had been hiding all along inside their own headquarters. From somewhere above the crouching young man, a terrifying clawed hand with long fingers slowly descended, and it became clear that the monster had already chosen its first victim. Gasping for air, the man lifted into the air, managed only to warn the tactician to run while the demon squeezed his throat, and the terrified staff scattered throughout the office. Clutching its fist tightly, the monster crushed its victim with a crunch, and that nauseating sound echoed through the devastated room, causing the survivors to completely lose what little composure they had left. Overturned chairs and terrified people lay scattered everywhere, while the demon stood calmly amid the chaos, as if strolling through the ravaged office were a routine matter for her. The stunned woman couldn't believe that the creature had managed to pinpoint the city's entire defense center and quietly infiltrate it. Raising its massive arm, the monster flung the unfortunate employee aside with a single motion, and he flew off to the side, smashing everything in his path and leaving a cloud of sparks and shards in his wake. In the dim light of the devastated hall lay a lifeless body, beneath which a pool of blood had spread, and this grim scene left no doubt as to how powerful the attacking enemy was. The fearsome monster moved slowly across the deserted floor amid scattered papers and overturned chairs, searching for its next target in the office that had been reduced to ruins. From the depths of the hall, a small, fragile figure cautiously approached the monster, clearly determined to challenge the enemy who had just single-handedly destroyed the entire defense center. A tense, fear-filled glance from the girl flashed, followed by the monster's cold, glowing eye, and this contrast clearly showed just how unequal their strengths were. Lurching forward like lightning, the monster grabbed the girl and hurled her across the entire hall with a crunch, leaving her not a single chance to dodge the crushing blow in any way. Raising its massive fist above her head, the dark-skinned monster prepared to finish off its opponent, while she simply stared upward in horror, realizing that the next blow could be her last. At the last moment, the girl raised her arm to shield herself from the blow, and suddenly a blinding golden flame burst forth from her body, beginning to take the shape of something powerful. Growing rapidly, the golden flame transformed into a huge, radiant dragon with an open maw and burning eyes, and at its appearance, the very air in the hall seemed to tremble with its power. Clash in midair, the fiery dragon and the dark monster engaged in a furious battle. The incredible force of the blow sent the wounded girl flying against the wall, knocking the wind out of her. Breathing heavily, she admitted to herself that without the fire dragon she'd received from the Cyclops, she certainly wouldn't have survived this battle, for the enemy turned out to be far stronger than anyone had expected. Enveloped in powerful blazing energy, the fighter tenses his entire body. His long fingers reach forward predatory, and in the ringing silence, the sense grows that a crushing blow is about to strike. With a sharp thrust of his arm, the opponent unleashes a whole fan of gleaming energy blades, each one whistling toward its target, ready to riddle the enemy in an instant. Without missing a beat, the fighter catches the incoming attack directly in his palm, and sparks fly in all directions from the collision, proving that stopping it with bare hands is simply impossible. Seizing the initiative, he fends off his opponent's technique with a powerful swing, and the two forces collide in midair, tearing through space with a blinding flash of truly incredible power. Rolling out in a thunderous explosion, the collision obliterates everything around it, and somewhere below, the enemy watches the tiny figure intently. With a defiant smirk, the fighter seems to be taunting the enemy, silently urging him to continue, clearly relishing the battle and having no intention of backing down in the face of the opponent's power. Spinning like a frenzied whirlwind, the gleaming blades of energy fly in all directions, shredding everything in their path and turning the room into a veritable deadly maelstrom of blades. Flashing with a cold light, the fighter's eyes gleam with a predatory glint, and a short, ominous sound hints that he is about to unleash something truly dangerous. Plunging down from above in a blinding burst of light, the attack crashes downward with a thunderous roar, and the figure below collapses helplessly to the floor amid the scattering debris of the hall. Plunging straight into the face, the sharp blade pierces the defenses. Blood spatters in all directions, and the sole surviving eye freezes in silent shock at the sudden searing pain. Standing confidently upright amid the ruins, the opponent taunts that this is far from over, while the wounded foe can barely stand on his trembling legs. Jerking his arm forward sharply, the man unleashes a new technique, and his fist flies as if intent on crushing everything in its path. With a flash of rage on his face, the fighter looks up, only to see blinding beams already hurtling down from above, and it becomes clear that dodging such a barrage will be nearly impossible. With a deafening explosion, the strike sends up a massive cloud of smoke through which shards fly, and the attack itself literally reduces everything nearby to dust. Emerging as a dark silhouette, a blood-soaked figure staggers amid broken glass and debris, and it's clear from the look on their face that this battle has come at far too high a cost for the fighter. Lying limp and lifeless amid scattered papers and shards, the defeated and decapitated opponent lies motionless, Sprawled motionless on the cold floor with a bloodied head, the defeated fighter looks as if the battle has finally finished him off. Rising from among the debris, the exhausted girl reflects that this level of the tower simply cannot be such an easy challenge. Jerking her head up at a sudden realization, she cries out anxiously to her uncle, and the look on her face makes it clear that something truly terrifying is about to happen. Towering over the man, the reanimated monster slowly leans forward, preparing to strike, and its menacing appearance alone makes it clear that this creature is far from defeated. Piercing the air with a blinding beam, the powerful attack shoots upward, leaving a glowing trail in its wake, and it seems as if a red-hot spear is piercing through the entire hall. Shuddering from the monstrous blow, the room explodes in a fountain of shrapnel, and the girl, terrified, lunges forward, desperately calling out to her uncle. Clinging with trembling fingers to the edge of a shattered slab, the wounded man struggles to stay in place and realizes that it seems all his ribs are broken. Curled up in pain, he bitterly notes that decapitating the beast was useless, and wonders with growing anxiety whether this terrifying creature might actually be immortal. Gritting his teeth, the fighter, his gaze fierce, wonders if he'll be able to hold out long enough, and a stubborn determination not to give up so easily flashes in his eyes. Amid the cracks in the torn fabric of space, the enemy prepares a new move, and somewhere in the distance, a glowing figure flashes into view, heralding the start of a deadly dance of blades. Sweeping everything around them with a torrent of radiant energy, blinding beams crash down directly onto the fighter, enveloping him in shimmering waves. Raising a powerful arm to strike, the monster delivers a crushing blow, and the wounded man barely has time to realize just how devastating this attack will be. Squinting, the exhausted fighter stares intently at the looming threat, and the beads of sweat on his face betray the sheer desperation of the moment. Hovering in the air in a spectacular leap, the assistant bursts into the fray, and bright whirlwinds of energy swirl around his arms and legs, promising serious trouble for his opponent. With its enormous tooth-filled maw wide open, the radiant beast looms over the battlefield as a colossal figure, and its wild, primal appearance sends a truly bone-chilling shiver down one's spine. Enveloped in a blazing golden glow, the mighty monster freezes in a poised stance beside a wounded man who has slumped to the ground, and it seems as though a decisive exchange of blows is about to erupt. Turning its head with a predatory squint, the fearsome creature bares its teeth in a bestial snarl, while a blood-stained blade flashes nearby, hinting that the battle is entering its most brutal phase. Flaring with a blinding symbol, a destructive palm strikes the monster, capable of reducing all life to dust, and the air literally rings with tension. Enveloped in a fiery aura and clenching his fist for the blow, the fighter grits his teeth, unwilling to accept what is about to happen in the next moment. Slashing into the flesh with a flash of blood, the powerful blow hits its mark, and spatters fly in all directions amid the searing glow. In the heat of a brutal battle, the wounded heroine lies helpless on the cold floor amid splatters of blood. Cornered, the fighter screams furiously at the top of his lungs, while an ancient magic circle flares up beneath his feet, ready to unleash a hidden destructive force. Suddenly, the demon's eyes widen in disbelief as he notices multicolored beams of an alien, awakened energy bursting out in all directions from the space he has pierced. Under the pressure of this power, the air shatters into pieces and blinding streams of light burst through the glowing shards, transforming the battlefield into a veritable whirlwind of magical elements. Through the blinding glow, the demon's face is barely discernible, and beams of light radiate from its body, cutting through the darkness with sharp, vicious, sudden flashes of fire. Shrouded in a blazing aura and letting out a wild, bestial roar, the demon thrashes in agony, and waves of scorching heat ripple across the ground with every movement. The other heroes watch the monster grimly and silently, observing the dance of fire unfolding before them. After the storm subsides, a glowing circle remains in the middle of the half-destroyed hall, and the survivors collapse in exhaustion on all sides. A little earlier, the girl had firmly and without hesitation declared that they needed to leave immediately, since staying in this place was becoming too dangerous. He grimly explains that the city is under threat of attack by the most powerful villains, and that headquarters has ordered the girl to leave Yanhai, immediately adding that there are only two possible explanations for such a decision. Hearing this, the seasoned fighter shudders, unable to believe that the higher-ups could so easily brush aside warnings about the threat to the city. Folding her arms, The mentor calmly explains that the leadership agreed to exchange her for the city's artifacts, which means they are well aware of their authenticity. Lowering her voice, the woman admits that she is tormented by anxiety over the traitor lurking at the heart of the organization, for such a person is capable of influencing those who make decisions. Clenching his teeth in tension, the mighty warrior asks directly what plan she has devised this time, since the situation around them has become so confusing and alarming. A self-assured man with a slight smirk remarks that the city's fighters are merely pawns in someone else's game, and adds that a true knight must keep his word. It later turns out that one of the strongest adventurers lives in the capital, and meanwhile, someone's hand grips the device tracking the signal. Without their support, they can't reach the capital, so they'll have to team up, hand over the artifacts to them, and then quietly turn back halfway there. Suddenly, the girl is overcome by a sense of foreboding, because if the villains attack immediately after the guy leaves, it will prove that they know about his departure and are connected to the traitor. As she continues to reason, she realizes that if the enemies know their route, it stands to reason that they'll quickly find the hidden cameras and identify the city's defensive weak spots. Ultimately, the heroes conclude that the enemies will reach the defensive center as well, so they decide to set up an ambush there and cast the most powerful binding spell. With a slight half-smile, the mentor calmly acknowledges that their plan is the only possible way out of their hopeless situation. Tilting her head slightly, the wise woman reasons that if, of all people, only the three of them were to perish, then such an outcome would indeed be the lesser of two evils. Returning to the thick of the battle, the fighter shouts through clenched teeth at his comrade to act immediately, while the enemy is still standing inside the glowing circle. The exhausted man gathers what little strength he has left and solemnly utters the name of his signature technique, preparing to unleash the full power of the elements upon his opponent. At that very moment, a golden flame engulfs the captive's body, and a web of blinding lightning crashes down upon him, piercing the air with brilliant discharges. Through the flashes of energy, the face of the cornered fighter, contorted with rage, is visible, and a hoarse, indignant cry, full of disbelief and malice, bursts from his chest. Under the force of the double blow of fire and thunder, the enemy's figure folds in half right in the center of the magical seal, scattering sparks in all directions. After the explosion, an eerie silence settles in, and the exhausted warrior throws his head back toward the sky, as if listening to the distant rumblings of a thunderstorm. A desperate cry breaks through the roar of the elements, demanding that this creature be finished off at all costs. Sudden bursts of light shatter the building's walls, and amid the chaos of flying debris, the approach of something truly terrifying can be sensed. Through the sparkling veil, a huge, indistinct silhouette emerges, rising from the ruins, while pieces of shattered stone rain down around it. Huddled together, the wounded allies hear with horror a brutal warning. Either they defeat the threat, or every single inhabitant of Yanhai will perish. A blood-stained figure emerges from the gloomy haze, slowly rising to its feet amid the icy debris, exuding wisps of dark, ominous smoke. Shielding his only surviving eye, the astonished warrior stares ahead in disbelief. Spinning around abruptly, the wary warrior asks in shock whether the creature is truly dead, though deep down he already senses that it is too early to celebrate. Amid the ruins of the laboratory, the defeated enemy lies motionless, and the girl notices that his lifeless body is still there right before their eyes. Letting out a cry, the exhausted warrior warns the others that this creature's abilities do not make it immortal. Preparing for a new clash, the enemy leaps forward, swinging a leg to strike, and a cry rings out warning them to be extremely careful. In the next instant, a mighty fist shatters the golden energy barrier to pieces, and sparkling shards spray in all directions around the point of impact. The fighter's body crashes into the wall with a tremendous roar, completely knocking the wind out of him. The blow he failed to block contorts the bandaged fighter's face in pain, and a trickle of blood spurted from his mouth, clearly showing that the fight is not going in his favor at all. In desperation, his allies shout the name of their wounded comrade, begging him not to give up yet. Leaning against a ruined wall, the exhausted man admits that, due to his severe wounds, he can use only a third of his body and was unable to block the blow. A grim memory surfaces, a scene where documents are being passed around, and in a simple drawing, a crossed-out figure in the crowd hints that the monster was set loose on the city. The creature's enormous silhouette looms into view, and the tiny warrior realizes, with frustration, that the monster's greatest strength lies precisely in the fact that it can, after all, be killed. Launching into a swift attack, the warrior is hit by a barrage of blows, and bright golden flashes pierce his body. With lightning speed, mustering his last reserves of strength, the fighter closes in on the monster's back. Gritting his teeth, the wounded warrior brings his signature palm strike down on the enemy, shouting the name of the technique capable of shattering even the toughest barriers in armor. From a blinding flash of energy, a massive blazing palm emerges, reaching out toward the monster with full force. As the warrior rises to his feet after the attack, a ghostly silhouette blazes behind the demon, hinting that his true power is only just beginning to be unleashed. Amid the chaos of battle, a predatory squint comes into close-up focus, promising that a new devastating lightning-fast lunge will follow in the next instant. In a whirlwind of motion, two fighters converge, their silhouettes blending into a blurred shadow, revealing the incredible speed and fury of the unfolding duel. Beads of sweat glisten on the warrior's face. Contorted with effort, a cry and blood burst from his mouth, revealing just how dearly every second of this battle is costing him. A hardened hand intercepts an opponent's strike midair, halting the striking lunge literally centimeters from its target, and the very air trembles with the tension around their clasped fists. The flame-engulfed giant grabs his opponent by the arm and, with a furious roar, unleashes his new technique upon him, promising power comparable to the destruction of 1,000 dragons. The demon's golden beast-like eyes light up, and a blinding flash of pure energy cuts through the darkness, signaling the start of a truly devastating move. Held aloft by an unknown force, the warrior hangs helplessly in the air amid billowing smoke, foreshadowing yet another painful and crushing blow of fate. With their hands pressed to their mouths, his comrades watch in horror as this unfolds, and through their despair, a bitter thought breaks through. Perhaps they should finally give up. Sinking heavily to one knee, the exhausted fighter with a bandage coughs up blood with a labored gasp, and his entire appearance screams that his strength is rapidly leaving his body. Two fighters stand frozen in the cracked arena, preparing to continue this grueling, deadly duel. Amid the ruins, a young man straightens up and with a sharp cry, activates his technique, causing graceful blades of pure energy to surge around him, ready to strike the enemy. In the next instant, the gleaming blades crash straight into the giant's head with a thunderous roar, and shockwaves radiate outward from the powerful burst of light. Through the pain and exhaustion, the warrior proudly reminds himself that for a full 11 years, he has tirelessly protected this city from all threats and has no intention of backing down now. After a grueling battle, the scene shifts to quiet streets, where two small figures wander through the ruined city, and the warm sky seems to promise them a brief respite. Nearby, a bird senses the approach of a foreign aura with alarm and notes in shock that the power surpasses even that of a 10th-level beast, wondering if it might be the legendary king himself. Holding the rooster close, the eccentrics notice that someone incredibly powerful is approaching, while the captive himself realizes that this is his only chance to finally escape. Suddenly, the bird surges forward, unleashing its power and finally transforming once more. Despite the chaos, the oddballs take control of the situation, and the proud figure crouching down prepares to throw with a smile. With a short exclamation, a strong hand grabs his arm, guiding the young man to the right spot. Joining forces, the three heroes rush forward, for one of them senses that somewhere nearby there are people who urgently need help, and there's simply no time to waste. Within a radius of 600 meters, they've detected a source of monstrous energy, enough to satisfy a beast's hunger for a year, but so dangerous that they must approach it with extreme caution. A sudden flash sweeps through the city, and a warning to be careful hangs in the air, hinting that another serious trial awaits the heroes ahead. After racing through a destroyed parking lot amid abandoned cars and debris, the trio of heroes comes to a sudden stop. Once there, the young man calmly announces that they've finally arrived, but then notices with confusion that there isn't a single person around who needs help. Leaning against a wrecked car, all three freeze, as they clearly did not expect to see exactly what now met their astonished gaze. In the next instant, one of the allies is violently hurled away, and bright yellow bolts of lightning streak through the air around his flying body, caused by a powerful blow from an unknown source. Without losing its enthusiasm, the spirited creature proudly shakes its fist and joyfully shouts that it senses the mighty aura of its kin, confidently declaring that the legendary lord himself is indeed standing before them. Then the oddballs see the man's battered face, and through his pain and rage, he hoarsely orders the uninvited guests to get out immediately before things get even worse. Summoning his last reserves of strength, the bloodied fighter demands with a furious shout that they leave right now, and his desperate cry echoes amid the clouds of dust. Suddenly, a bright burst of energy flares up. A demon plunges from above, sending sparks flying throughout the area, while the figures of the fighters blur in their rapid movement. In the chaos of battle, one of the heroes is violently knocked to the ground, flying backward amid flying rocks. The shocked face of a young man watching the fight in horror flashes by, and his tense gaze makes it clear just how serious the situation has become. The wounded Zhang plummets from the height of the bridge, and his companion rushes after him, cutting through the air in a desperate attempt to catch his friend before he hits the ground. Just as they reach the ground, Lin Fan manages to catch his friend, pressing his limp body tightly against him and preventing him from falling to his doom on the shattered pavement. The weakened young man begins to cough up blood, while his friend carefully supports him, calling his name in fear and realizing just how severe his injuries are. Leaning on his friend, the wounded fighter whispers that the pain is unbearable, and at these words, his companion is instantly consumed by a thirst for revenge. Rejoicing like a child, the rooster pumps his fist and boasts that now he'll definitely escape from those vicious little people and never lay eggs again. Gently supporting his wounded comrade, Lin Fan promises to drag him to safety very soon and assures him that everything will be fine soon and there's absolutely nothing to fear. Beaming with delight, the bird admires its master and declares with conviction that he is truly the strongest of anyone one could possibly imagine. In the midst of the ruined city, the menacing figure of the Avenger stands still, while in the distance, amid the rubble, the silhouette of a demon looms, preparing for battle. Lying in the dust with a battered face, the battered fighter breathes out Lin Fan's name in disbelief, as if unable to believe that the very same eccentric is actually standing before him. Cutting through space, a dark whirlwind of attack rushes toward the opponent, and the air literally crackles with tension before the inevitable brutal collision. In a furious lunge, Lin Fan unleashes a blow, and his powerful fist slams directly into the mighty enemy's face, violently sending him flying far backward. The monstrous impact causes everything to flare with blinding light. Sparks fly in all directions, and the defeated opponent barely manages to stay on his feet amid the chaos. From the thick shadows, a sinister silhouette with burning eyes slowly raises its head, and its silent gaze sends a chill down one's spine. Stunned and frozen in place, his comrades stare at the battle, muttering Lin Fan's name in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. As the building's debris crumbles into dust, a voice muses that standing next to this embodiment of a nation's evil, the enraged young man now looks completely different. Soaring into the air, the mighty enemy prepares to unleash a crushing blow directly onto the unflappable Lin Fan, who stands frozen below. The young man's focused gaze flashes by very close by, and the enemy's hand whizzes past with a whistle, stretching out this tense moment as if in slow motion. Crashing into each other, the rivals collide, and in the darkness, the question hangs like an ominous echo. Has this Avenger suddenly become even stronger than before? With his eyes wide open in surprise, the formidable enemy, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, realizes that he is facing someone far more dangerous than he could ever have imagined. Lin Fan's swift dark fist is already hurtling straight toward his opponent's astonished face, and it's clear that there's absolutely no way he'll be able to dodge such a blow. Racing forward at breakneck speed, the Avenger delivers a powerful kick, sending the formidable enemy flying. Right at the center of the explosion, amid flying debris and clouds of dust, the enemy plummets downward, leaving behind a bright trail of pure energy. Jerking his bloodied fist upward, the enraged young man strikes, while the distorted silhouette of a demon looms ominously behind him. Soaring high into the air, the mighty enemy is already preparing to unleash his crushing blow on Lin Fan, who stands frozen below. Suddenly tilting his head to meet the attack, the young man fixes his fiery crimson gaze on his opponent, and at the sight, the enemy's fighting spirit is instantly extinguished. Stunned with a bead of sweat on his face, the enemy simply cannot believe that the young man is even capable of such a counterattack. Unleashing all his pent-up fury in a single swing, Lin Fan slams his opponent into the ground, sending shards of rock flying through the air mixed with spatters of blood. Slowly raising his heavy bloodied fist, the hero prepares to deliver another blow, while everything around him glows crimson with the rising fury. Screaming in sharp pain, The defeated enemy coughs up blood as another blow drives him into the stone dust, leaving him lying helplessly among the rubble. Gathering his last shreds of strength, the wounded opponent raises a fist brimming with energy, clearly not intending to give in so easily to this unstoppable avenger. Plunging down from above with frenzied force, the demon drives his fist into the head of the crouching Lin Fan, and crimson spatter trickles down the boy's chin. Spreading his blood-smeared palm wide, the defeated fighter reaches helplessly into the void, while the shadow of his opponent, standing over him, looms relentlessly. The determined fighter grips his opponent's neck tightly, forcing him to let out a painful hissing sound as the tension in the fight reaches its climax, leaving no chance of escape. The protagonist's intense gaze, filled with a fierce glint, is fixed on the opponent, foreshadowing a swift and extremely brutal defeat. Then an iron grip finally cuts off the defeated enemy's access to air, completely paralyzing any attempts at resistance in this fight. The defeated opponent is sent flying to the side after the crushing blow, leaving a trail of blood on the asphalt. Shocked and truly horrified by the scene before him, the rooster wonders if the assailant is even human anymore. Lying among the rubble with a battered face, the battered fighter is mentally astonished that a state-level beast is no match for Lin Fan at all. Soaring high into the sky above the city's ruins, the young man engages his mighty enemy in midair, while below the defeated demon's doppelganger lies helplessly sprawled on the stones. Plunging downward with a crimson blazing eye, Lin Fan slams his opponent into the ground, even though from the outside it looks as if he doesn't know any fighting techniques at all. Racing through the crimson void, his fist, whitened by energy, strikes with such power that each blow surpasses the strength of a state-level beast. Suddenly, the enemy's foot slams into the boy's jaw at breakneck speed, but Lin Fan proves that his defense is also far stronger than that of any opponent of this caliber. Catching the flying foot midair with his hand, the young man effortlessly diffuses the attack, clearly demonstrating that he also significantly outpaces his opponent. Straddling his defeated enemy amid the smoldering ruins, Lin Fan stands triumphant, while the battered fighter lies sprawled helplessly beneath him. Slowly lifting his battered face, the bald observer acknowledges that if not for his ability to resurrect, the beast would have perished long ago at the hands of the eccentric. Crashing to the ground in the midst of a field littered with bodies, the mighty fighter takes yet another blow, while in the distance behind the debris, alarmed spectators stand frozen in place. Shocked by what they've seen, the two battered witnesses stare in disbelief at the carnage unfolding before them. Cutting through the air with a powerful strike, the young man collides with his enemy mid-jump, while a one-eyed spectator watching the fight grimaces at the sight. Hunching over from the strain in the middle of the blood-soaked arena, an exhausted Lin Fan freezes in front of the distant silhouette of his enemy, who is capable of endlessly resurrecting himself. As their gazes lock, the exhausted young man and his smirking enemy realize that even 100 kills of this beast won't really solve anything. Leaping toward each other, Lin Fan and his mighty opponent prepare once again to clash in another ferocious exchange of blows. Slamming his forearm straight into the boy's face, the enemy finally lands a crushing blow, and a thin stream of crimson blood spatters from the eccentric's chin. After landing a fist to the back of his opponent's head, the young man responds with a counterpunch, and the enemy's head jerks sharply from the bright flash that erupts at the point of contact. Staggering backward under a hail of blows, the exhausted Lin Fan retreats across the shattered arena, realizing that in this protracted battle, only one will emerge as the loser. Breathing heavily and shielding himself with his exhausted arms, the bloodied young man can barely stay on his feet as the enemy's mighty shadow looms over him once more. Racing through the ruined city like lightning, the enemy descends from above and delivers a crushing blow straight at the young man. Clinging to the cold stone with his exhausted fingers, the oddball receives an alarming warning that the energy stored in his body is nearly depleted. Crouching among a pile of rubble, the exhausted Lin Fan receives an alarming message from the system that the fire will go out in 10 seconds. After sending his opponent flying to the far end of the arena with a powerful blow, the bloodied young man feels a mysterious fiery flame begin to blaze around him. Soaring through the raging tongues of fire, Lin Fan raises his fist above his enemy as the system impassively counts down the remaining seconds of his power. Clutching his flame-enveloped fist, the young man strikes, and the system congratulates him on successfully using the God-given skill of fire control for the first time. Grinning through the tongues of crimson flame, the mighty enemy feels the heat of the new skill upon himself, For now, Lin Fan has mastered the technique of the blazing body. Shielding himself from the blue icy fire, the enemy drenched in sweat hears the system praising the young man for having instinctively mastered the frosty flame of bones as well. Recoiling from the bright green phantom fire, the stunned opponent realizes that the young man has made a breakthrough and has already mastered a third element of flame. Bursting into violet otherworldly fire, the enemy's contorted face freezes in a ghastly grimace at the onslaught of monstrous power. Crouched in a whirlwind of crimson flames as the countdown ticks down, Lin Fan receives a warning that his body is nearly depleted and his technique is on the verge of failing. Clutching his head amid the swirling dark flames, the enemy feels the last drops of energy rapidly draining from him. Crashing to the ground with lifeless eyes, the defeated demon lies motionless, while in the distance, an exhausted Lin Fan staggers but manages to stay on his feet. Sinking among the rubble, the mighty warrior finally breathes his last, and someone standing a short distance away, in shock, notices that his energy has completely vanished. Sinking to its knees with eyes wide with horror, the trembling bird cannot believe that their king has truly been killed by the hand of this ferocious man. Walking slowly away, the bloodied Lin Fan exudes such a terrifying aura that the bird is afraid to even move near him. Paralyzed with fear, the trembling bird watches the boy's receding figure, not daring to move from the spot. As he approaches the motionless body of his fallen friend, Lin Fan hears from the system that before him lies a man with no pulse, whose heart has already stopped completely. Kneeling down beside him and gently lifting Zhang's head, the boy refuses to believe he is dead, for the madman's words mean nothing to him. Peering through his tears at his motionless friend's face, Lin Fan calls out his name again and again in confusion, desperately hoping for even the slightest response. Leaning over his lifeless companion, he recalls through his pain the promise they made to be friends forever and help each other with training, begging him not to lie to him. Looking at the fallen Zhang, the young man clings to their shared vow, refusing with his last ounce of strength to accept this cruel loss. Holding little Lin Fan's hand tightly, the adult dean leads him through the hospital and warns him that it's okay to be afraid of the local lunatics, but not of him. Pointing from a distance at a guy tied up with ropes, little Lin Fan asks about a stranger who offers to treat him with acupuncture. Grimacing in frustration with veins bulging on his forehead, the man exclaims irritably that, of all the people in this place, that guy is the craziest of them all. Desperately struggling to break free from the grip of two orderlies, the psychopath, bound in ropes, screams that he'll master the lunar technique and achieve success if only they'd let him train in peace. Struggling in a firm grip, the disheveled patient screams desperately that they're burying him alive and depriving him of the chance to become truly stronger in his craft. Throwing his arms around the dean's neck as he approaches and bursting into tears, the frightened patient complains that he's been scared, while the dean simply pats the poor fellow calmly on the back and soothes him gently. Sitting down next to little Lin Fan outside the ward, the man explains that this is now his home, and when asked about his mother, he replies that she has gone abroad for work. Patting the boy on the shoulder outside the ward door, the dean encouragingly invites him inside, while a nurse standing nearby grumbles about the cramped conditions and the need for a separate intensive care unit for the child. Turning around right at the threshold, the little boy calmly asks for a kitchen knife, gasoline, a soldering iron, a chainsaw, and a hammer for his future training. Hearing this, the astonished nurse's eyes widen, and she finally understands why the dean assigned a whole separate ward to such a strange child. Pushing a stretcher with a limp body down the hallway, the flustered orderlies shout, "Get out of the way," as they explain that the patient from room 666 has cut himself while shaking his neck. Racing past at breakneck speed, the orderlies yell again to make way, because that same eccentric has managed to break his legs this time. Rushing further down the greasy hallway with a stretcher, the breathless medical staff yell for people to make way, since the restless patient has passed out again in the bathroom while shaking his head. Fighting off a psychopath trying to break free, the orderlies drag the patient to the doctor, who frantically screams that he's just treating the poor guy with needles, and it'll all be for the best. After strapping down the eccentric man thrashing in convulsions, the medics demand he be returned to the isolation ward and restrained, while he screams that it's toughening his body and that the victim will even thank him for it. Dragging a paralyzed patient to the doctor, the staff snap at the lunatic that his own brain is all messed up, while he stubbornly insists that he's simply helping the poor guy. Settling down on a cot with a book on acupuncture and smiling dreamily, the psychopath, shackled by his hands, capriciously declares that he wants to finally get out into the sunshine. With an innocent smile, the restrained eccentric solemnly promises not to do anything wrong and pleads for them to trust him and let him out. Sitting in a cramped cage and sighing wearily, the unassuming patient laments that the psychopath's deceptive face always convinces those around him to set him free. Crowding before the angry dean with guilty expressions, the exhausted nurses and orderlies mumble apologies, while he decides to track down a certain Cyclops hypnotist. A humorous poster showing the results of hypnosis is displayed. Before the session, the patient looks confident and mysterious, holding a weapon, but afterward turns into a silly eccentric. An utterly exhausted nurse complains that round-the-clock care for the patient has completely worn her out, so she decides to take a nap right on the bench. Left unattended and chained to a hospital bed, a patient sits pensively in his room, clearly plotting something dangerous. Noticing something strange, a young man stares through the bars in amazement as someone manages to climb right onto the rickety folding stand on the other side. The bewildered teenager freezes by the bars of the neighboring cell, not yet realizing exactly who he has spotted there and what lies ahead for him. Coming face to face through the bars, the two patients look at each other in surprise, and one of them is already breaking into a broad smile at the unexpected encounter. A strange conversation ensues in which one guy complains that he's not allowed to practice, while the other cheerfully agrees that he too is constantly being stopped from practicing acupuncture. Struck by a crazy idea, the eccentric neighbor suggests tying himself up so he can finally practice acupuncture and declares that he's ready to help his partner. Expanding on his dubious logic, the enthusiast convinces his new acquaintance that mutually inserting needles into each other will serve as practice for both of them at once. Introducing himself as Lin Fan, the young man hears in response a joyful announcement that his new friend is named Old Zong and will henceforth always help him perfect his skills. Jolting awake, the nurse who had dozed off jumps up in a panic along with the orderly, screaming in horror, "Where on earth has the patient from room 666 gone?" Concerned, Zhang calls out anxiously to Lin Fan, trying to figure out what happened and why he isn't responding to his voice. A sad picture emerges when it becomes known that the patient who ran out of the isolation ward was attacked and as a result fell into a deep coma. Left alone and confined, the culprit sits gloomily in chains, realizing with anguish that his only friend will never come to visit him again. Contrary to expectations, Lin Fan returns to the cell, cheerfully declaring that he is fine and suggests they continue, pulling out the needles he had secretly stashed away for his friend. Boasting of his cleverness, the young man explains that he carried them one at a time so no one would notice, and his delighted neighbor rushes over to him, exclaiming that he was afraid he'd never see him again. As their warm conversation continues, the young man admits that he found their last training session incredibly effective, to which his friend promises he's ready to help at any time. Lost in thought, Lin Fan recounts how, after the 13th needle, he had a vision of a bridge, and at the other end stood a man waving at him warmly. After thoughtfully listening to the story of the vision, his neighbor concludes that his so-called lunar orbital method clearly requires a little more refinement and study. As the meeting wraps up, Lin Fan stretches out on the floor again next to the collapsed stand, while Zhang calls his name anxiously. Having recovered from his injury, the bandaged young man once again asks his shackled neighbor to help him with acupuncture, and the neighbor admiringly notices the pretty bow. Touched by the attention, he explains that a nurse had pinned the bow on him and immediately decides to give the little trinket to his friend, since he's never had the chance to give anyone a gift before. His hands carefully tie the scarlet bow to a strand of long hair, capping off this touching exchange with the first gift of his life. Admiring his new accessory, the pleased neighbor asks if it suits him, and his friend replies that it looks even better on him than it did on its previous owner. Moved by this unexpected generosity, the eccentric patient decides that he simply must repay his friend with something truly grand in return. Fired up by the idea, the neighbor announces an improved technique called the Blue Star Orbit Method, which is an advanced version of the previous moon method. Promising incredible power, the enthusiast imagines Lin Fan standing in a stream of golden energy, as if he's about to transform into a martial arts master. Meanwhile, a drenched orderly reports in horror to his superiors that the patient from room 666 has once again visited Zhang and was literally stabbed to death with needles. Trying to assess the scale of the disaster, the director asks how many times this has happened in a month, and the staff tally the incidents while complaining about the lack of personnel for round-the-clock supervision. The exhausted staff explains to the director that these two always find a way to meet up and stab each other with needles anyway, so it's easier to replace the attendants than to deal with it. After giving the problem some thought, he concludes that since there aren't enough staff, it makes sense to simply put the two oddballs in the same room. After all, one is eager to shoot up and the other is willing to put up with it. Putting the plan into action, the director brings the new roommate to Lin Fan's room, and Lin Fan cheerfully admits that he didn't expect this turn of events either, while his friend chimes in that he's just as surprised. Announcing the new arrangement, he orders the pair to live in the same room from now on and get along well, and they cheerfully shout their agreement. Outside the door, one of the staff members grimly muses that since Old Man Zhang is so dangerous, perhaps it would be a relief for everyone if he were to stab Lin Fan to death one day. Outraged, his colleagues immediately defend themselves, saying they don't wish him any harm at all, but merely that the situation seems too heartbreaking. While discussing the patient's future, a nurse anxiously asks whether they'll have to separate this restless couple again, but it's unlikely that would do any good. With a touched expression, Zhang rests his chin in his hands and calls out to his new roommate, eagerly awaiting the moment they can resume their lessons. Waking up after a long sleep, a sleepy Lin Fan confirms that he's awake, and his delighted friend rushes to tell him that they'll be able to stay together forever. As they make plans for the future, the couple agrees to help each other. One will train in acupuncture, while the other will grow stronger, promising to protect his friend. Plunging into a dark vision, tears glisten in the darkness alongside the face of a wounded man streaked with blood, abruptly shattering their carefree memories. Under a crimson sky, the young man, tears streaming down his face, holds his unconscious companion in his arms and begs him to wake up, believing that he would never have betrayed him. The emaciated face of a battered fighter appears, his cheeks smeared with blood, and through the pain comes only a faint moan expressing just how hard it is for him right now. Gradually coming to, the battered warrior struggles to open his swollen eyelids. His entire face is covered in scrapes and marks from a recent brutal battle. Meanwhile, a system notification pops up above the young man's head, announcing an incredible recovery of his vital signs, and he can't help but smile with joy. Unable to believe his own eyes, the system once again announces the fighter's complete healing and awakening, and the fighter, barely parting his swollen lips, weakly calls out to his loyal comrade. With a relieved smile spreading across his face, the young man hugs his rescued friend and admits that he never doubted him for a second and always believed wholeheartedly in his strength. Suddenly, an alarming warning pops up about the risk of a system failure and the launch of a self-check, while the battered warrior glances around gloomily. Having recovered from the shock, the fighter suddenly explodes with indignation and complains to his friend that the enemy landed such a powerful blow on him that everything still hurts, demanding justice. The aggrieved warrior clings to his friend and tearfully begs him to avenge the pain inflicted, since the enemy beat him far too brutally. Trying to comfort him, the eccentric assures him that he has already beaten the offender to death countless times, to which his friend, through his tears, responds in bewilderment, asking how it's possible to die so many times in a row. Slightly embarrassed, the warrior admits that in fact it would have been enough for his tormentor to die just once, and his friend agrees to kill him only once next time. Meanwhile, in the sky among the halos, whimsical animal spirits are gathering, and one of them sighs wearily that the gentleman will have to get used to this madness. The action returns to the pair, and the bird notes that the wicked man has, after all, survived and remains unharmed. Carefully examining his friend, the young man asks if the old severe wounds still hurt, while the other decides to himself to steal the carcass of the defeated Beast King while no one is looking. In the cunning bird spirit's imagination, a picture forms of the little man being roasted over a bonfire, and he thinks with horror that soon not even the bones of the king will remain. The same frightened bird wanders among the rocks, flitting about in panic, aware of the threat hanging over its master. Crouching over the wounded warrior, the smug couple offers to treat him with acupuncture, while he wonders if he'll make it through after such a blow. Reassuring the skeptical patient, the young man urges him to trust the powerful healer, but the warrior flatly refuses while the bird mutters that the job is almost done. Distracted by the movement, the group notices a cockroach crawling on the ground and wonders in surprise whether it's dead, since its eyes have turned suspiciously white. Resolving everyone's confusion, the starving spirit bird calmly snatches the pitiful insect with its beak and admits that it's all due to ordinary hunger. Leaning down toward the ground, she sniffs at a crawling cockroach, and from her dazed expression, it becomes clear that she has indeed decided to have a snack of an ordinary insect. Examining her pitiful prey up close, the strange creature notices a scarlet collar with runes and a medallion around its neck. Suddenly, a general commotion erupts among the clouds, and a crowd of whimsical spirit beasts cries out in shock at the sight of the one who stands before them. Lowering its head in guilt, the bird apologizes to His Majesty and admits that it had no idea just how much that wicked man could surpass the king in strength. Deeply distressed by what had happened, the spirit adds that it never intended to bring a stranger here and doom its master to certain death. Gathering in a tight circle, a multitude of animal spirits comfort the king, all vying to assure him that nearly all of them have walked this same sorrowful path and found themselves here after death. Weakly opening his eyes, the spirit suddenly wonders about his own true form, for he had previously been too weak to even discover what he actually looked like. The flaming bird comforts the ruler and reminds him that even though the enemy devoured his body, condemning him to death, he shouldn't rely too heavily on that fact or despair. Continuing to offer encouragement, his comrades explain that even by joining them in this afterlife, the king will remain beyond reach of any blows. Not understanding what is happening, the bird asks in confusion what on earth is going on, and complains that it feels as if a veritable volcano of energy is erupting inside its body, causing excruciating pain. Enveloped in a blinding glow and a fiery halo, the bird spreads its enormous wings and reveals its majestic true form in all its glory. Gazing at the beast, the contented couple admires the spectacle with wonder, while the warrior realizes with horror that they are facing yet another creature of national significance. Crowded together in the clouds, the stunned spirit beasts stare wide-eyed and wonder in unison whether there is any sense or logic to any of this. With their heads tilted toward the sky, the curious pair watches the soaring bird, and one of them asks with naive curiosity whether chickens can even fly at all. Clarifying his thought, the young boy asks if this means the bird won't fly away forever and will definitely return, but his unflappable friend briefly replies in the negative. Obeying the brief order to descend, the majestic bird obediently drops lower, while one of the soldiers shudders in bewilderment at the sight of such submission from a mighty creature. Recovering from the battle, the exhausted bird reflects sadly that even though it has attained the status of a monarch on par with the king, it is still powerless against these terrifying people. Standing amid the ruins, the young boy watches as the majestic bird, gathering strength, sweeps rapidly past him. The tamed bird comes to the conclusion that since even the mighty king was unable to defeat these terrifying people, she herself certainly has no choice but to submit and serve them. Watching the scene unfold from a distance, the battered state-level fighters are stunned to realize that these two are turning high-level creatures into tame pets. As she watches this wild scene unfold, the wounded girl with anxiety in her eyes silently labels both of them as true psychopaths, unable to believe the madness unfolding before her. As they bid farewell at sunset in the ruined city, the surviving defenders sincerely thank the couple for saving the entire city of Yanhai from the invasion of terrifying creatures. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, an exhausted warrior begs to be healed as well, but the drained healer irritably tells him to stop touching him, since his strength is already completely running out. Lying amid the rubble, a battered fighter grimly declares that he wants to rewrite his will, while a neighbor sarcastically advises him that he'd be better off dying right away so he doesn't have to change anything at all. Surveying the fallen top-tier leopard, the exhausted hunters check to see if their comrades are still alive, and are relieved to find that, miraculously, everyone has survived. Kneeling over her wounded comrade, the girl promises to hold out a little longer, and her grateful comrade assures her that he feels almost no pain. The scene shifts to the squad's group chat, where, one by one, the fighters type the same solemn phrase, that the fallen will be remembered and the survivors will only grow stronger. Sitting amid the ruins at sunset, a wounded warrior scrolls through his phone and, following the others, thoughtfully repeats the same memorable phrase about his fallen and surviving comrades. Continuing their conversation, the chat participants enthusiastically recount how a certain chicken brother reached level 9 and, in a desperate battle, saved 2 senior players at once, sustaining injuries himself. Having dozed off right at the head of the bed while waiting for her comrade to finally wake up, the girl suddenly heard a playful rebuke, as if she had mistaken his hospital room for her own office. Opening his eyes, the patient advised her to get some rest, but she objected, saying she felt fine and had been waiting specifically for him to wake up so they could have an important conversation. Yawning from exhaustion, she noted that the crisis caused by the evil's attack on the city had passed, but another danger looming over them had not yet gone away. Meanwhile, the young man was carefully leafing through a report on the statistics of destroyed evil creatures, explaining that he had told his uncle only about a potential threat. Smiling playfully, he noted that she was even keeping an eye on her own uncle, and in response heard a warning to act cautiously and discreetly. Standing by the bed, she warned that they were trying to turn him into a pawn because of a traitor on the staff council, and asked him to urgently warn Shanwu of the danger. It later turned out that she had arranged with President Li and Meng's son for an operation to retrieve the latest vital signs monitor, which records vital signs without transmitting sound. Using this device as evidence would allow the enemy to justify it as a measure against national-level threats, so the council would be more likely to accept it as a security measure. After weighing the risks, she decided that irrefutable evidence was needed for headquarters, while the soldier inquired about the fate of Lin Fan, Old Zhang, and the chicken that had become a threat. It turned out that both had been temporarily returned to the Qingsan Psychiatric Hospital, since only they themselves were capable of subduing that dangerous national-level entity. With doubt in her voice, she added that the mentally ill were too unstable, even if they possessed the strength of true fighters, so the risk of using them was too great. However, the spirit team insisted that, despite their illness, both possessed impressive combat power and the ability to subjugate national-level evil entities for their own benefit. After weighing their combat strength, she acknowledged that the risk was justified and decided to personally visit the psychiatric hospital to speak with Dean A about the patient's condition. Upon hearing of this decision, the dean remarked in surprise that their power exceeded the national level, so it would be unwise to leave such potential untapped. Suddenly, a fountain of blood burst from beneath the bandages, and the tense silence instantly turned into alarming chaos right in the middle of an ordinary hospital ward. Rushing fearfully to the bed, the tactician asked what had happened and whether the wound under the bandage had reopened, seeing the blood rapidly seeping through the fabric. Amid the darkness and the red glow, strange green shoots suddenly sprouted from the wound, as if something alive were trying to break free right through the body. Standing frozen in shock beside him, they both looked at each other in horror as confusion raged all around them. Gathering her thoughts, she ordered him to stay put, while she hurried to call Chen and Meng's son for urgent medical intervention. After examining the patient, the head of the research team explained that the root system had fused tightly with the internal organs and could not be removed. According to the report, the seed had entered the body through a wound in the lower abdomen and was slowly destroying the organs from within as it grew. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounds, forcing the doctor to hurry and demand that a communication channel be opened immediately, to which the assistant calmly agrees to comply. Gloomily pondering the situation, the man with the eye patch realizes that headquarters has sent a true 9th-level powerhouse after him, one capable of handling any threat. However, it soon becomes clear that the fighter sent is far superior to a typical 9th-level fighter, since he was specifically tasked with retrieving the man. On board the flying vessel, the man hurriedly warns that he must return immediately, leaving his companions to find their own way back to headquarters. With a sudden movement, the figure releases a powerful stream of bluish energy that cuts through the air and causes the space around the speeding flying vessel to shudder. Leaning over the injured man's body, the companions recall a Taoist named Zheng Shen, whose comrades perished in battle, while he himself later mastered the rare gift of plants. Jerking his blade out to meet the gleaming golden strike, the man with the eye patch desperately tries to maintain his balance and parry his opponent's deadly attack. Blood spatters fly wildly alongside sharp green thorns, testifying to the ferocity of the battle unfolding high above the wooded terrain. Wincing in pain, the wounded fighter feels blood trickling down his chin as the damaged craft continues to hurtle through the clouds after a heavy blow. Insisting on returning to headquarters for an explanation, the fighter is met with a puzzled question about how a Taoist could possess a special natural gift. Startled by the unexpected news, all three widen their eyes and break out in a cold sweat, as if what they've heard has shaken them to the core. Explaining the situation, the man reminds them that, according to all available data, no one who has awakened a special talent has yet managed to develop their inner energy due to the strong magnetic field. Thanks to the rare gift of the plants, the opponent's power significantly exceeded the 9th level, nearly reaching the national level, so they had to kill him without hesitation. As the fierce clash continued, a burst of fire collided with the opponent's dark figure, illuminating the sky with bright flashes of destructive energy. Falling lifelessly straight into the forest reserve on the outskirts of the city, the body was saved by a vine that had tightly wrapped itself around the hull of the flying vessel. Emphasizing the importance of the discovery, the companion stresses that Zheng Xian's body is a key piece of evidence that must be located as soon as possible. Pointing to the map, the girl explains to the gathered group that the forest reserve on the outskirts of the city is where Tian King's team sacrificed their lives for the sake of reconnaissance. It is precisely in this sector that the main secret base of the vicious creatures is located, since, according to Cyclops' description, the area they are searching for lies strictly within the boundaries of the region marked on the map. However, he sensed multiple surges of 7th-level energy there, which suggests an impending attack on the city by the creature's reserve army. For safety's sake, the squad had taken every possible precaution in advance. However, absolutely all of its members were injured, except for those present here. The team was tasked with escorting the group and providing protection during the search, and the guys are wondering whether their senior comrades and the chicken brother will go with them. The mentor volunteers to coordinate actions and facilitate communication between the two groups. The question arises as to whether, after discussion, they managed to find a safe way to remove the dangerous vines from the injured Cyclops' body, but the answer is quite discouraging. This strange phenomenon is caused by a special gift of power above the 9th level, so a 10th level or national level healer may be needed. Suddenly, one of the girls happily recalls their senior mentors and suggests that everyone else definitely turn to them for help in such a difficult situation. Their own squad had also recently suffered from a 9th level creature's special ability and completely lost their combat effectiveness, yet they managed to save every single one of them. Upon hearing such unexpected news, the heroine is genuinely surprised and secretly hopes that her senior comrades will indeed be able to find a way out of this impasse. The small group settles down to rest on a spacious green lawn so they can calmly discuss their next steps away from prying ears and eyes. One of the guys confidently declares that his method is incredibly effective and will definitely help cure their injured friend using acupuncture. Eager to support his conviction, his friends remind everyone around them that old Zhang is truly a master of the art of acupuncture. Upon hearing the long-awaited news, the young woman exhales, sincerely delighted that her friend finally has a very real hope for a speedy recovery. To herself, she notes with no small amount of satisfaction that this unique way of communicating really did work quite well in practice during a difficult situation. Holding out a stack of risk consent forms, the man mentions a confidentiality agreement and an employment contract with terms favorable to newcomers. The papers can only be signed on the condition of a firm promise to join forces with the Jin family to conceal their family's mental illness from outsiders. An elderly man shows her yet another document regarding liability and breach of contract, jokingly suggesting that she sign it as well without comment. Explaining that this is merely a precaution against a sudden withdrawal from the deal, he begins filling out the important documents while the young woman stands there bewildered, trying to make sense of what is happening. He then solemnly declares the contract definitively sealed, adding that now the president will no longer be able to negotiate more favorable terms of cooperation. Suddenly, the man wonders why she is experiencing a strange aching sensation of having lost something important, but quickly dismisses it as a mere illusion. Upon hearing the unexpected question about why she's in such a hurry and whether a new urgent assignment awaits her very soon, the girl calmly confirms the mission. Pressing his whole body firmly against the cold, transparent glass, one of the guys stares intently at his seriously wounded partner. Noticing this truly strange behavior from the sidelines, the fighter watches his apparent friend with fear, completely unsure of what to expect next. Asserting confidently that his special healing technique cannot be blocked by any defense whatsoever, the healer demands that the patient be held firmly in place, tightly bound with heavy metal handcuffs. The wounded man trembles violently from pain as thorny vines protrude from his injured abdomen. Warning that the patient must under no circumstances be distracted during this complex procedure, the healer also asks that the patient's mouth be securely sealed so he cannot scream. Overwhelmed by waves of pain, the immobilized man shudders violently all over as bursts of energy literally pierce the entire space around him. When everything is ready, the acupuncture begins immediately, and although one of the companions admits that something feels wrong, the others seem quite satisfied with the result. Meanwhile, the girl ponders with obvious anxiety whether the leader is truly resisting so desperately and stubbornly refusing to surrender. Recalling rumors that a dangerous creature nicknamed the Vicious Rooster has reached the 9th level, the fighters begin to doubt whether such incredible power is even possible. Feeling her own legs tremble treacherously under the unbearable pressure all around her, the heroine asks herself if he really is that powerful. Suddenly, the exhausted patient's entire body begins to shake violently from powerful muscle spasms that have gripped literally every cell in his body. Frightened, the assistant reports what is happening to her superiors, adding in a trembling voice that the patient's body temperature continues to drop rapidly. Calmly assuring everyone that the entire situation is completely under control, one of the men swears that his partner never deceives patients. Even more terrified by the nightmare unfolding before her, the assistant suddenly reports that the patient's pulse has completely disappeared in a matter of seconds. Unfazed by the news of the suddenly vanished pulse, both healers calmly describe this as a perfectly normal occurrence for this procedure. Completely losing her composure out of horror, the assistant screams loudly that the patient's breathing and heartbeat have both stopped completely at the same time. Meanwhile, one of the healers continues to confidently assure his frightened colleague that everything is perfectly fine. With a voice trembling with anxiety, the assistant concludes in confusion that, according to absolutely all medical indicators, the patient has definitively passed away. Overcome by sheer horror at the nightmare unfolding around her, the young woman freezes in place, completely unable to believe her own eyes. Looking at the completely motionless patient, the rest of the team also instantly freeze in fear. Whispering anxiously to his partner to ask if he had once again cured the unfortunate man to death, the healer receives the reply that his previous injuries are to blame for everything. Watching the strange pair of healers from a distance, a bystander sincerely admits that the invited practitioners do indeed look quite suspicious. Adding another serious complaint about their strange behavior to her initial remark, she goes on to call them completely unreliable people. To everyone's incredible relief, the assistant joyfully announces to the team that the patient's heartbeat and breathing have fully returned on their own. Unable to contain the overwhelming emotions that have surged within them, those present finally realize that their comrade has truly miraculously survived the acupuncture treatment. Carefully examining the readings on the instruments next to the capsule, the specialists confidently confirm that the parasitic vine inside the body is gradually shrinking. Joyfully embracing one another with overwhelming sincere happiness, the team acknowledges that the healer's abilities saved the patient's life. Confidently briefing the team on the situation, someone explains that the patient's condition has stabilized and that the body is continuing its natural recovery while unconscious. Elsewhere, staff members nervously discuss among themselves that the mysterious creature is officially classified as a genuine demon of national rank. Realizing that it is simply impossible to conceal such incredible power, they anxiously speculate that this discovery will soon unite warriors from literally all over the world. It turns out that a true traitor has infiltrated the high command, convincing everyone to abandon the city to its fate, despite the successful repulsion of the demon's attack. The cunning plan is to officially credit the city's rescue to the pet, since healers cannot possibly overcome such a powerful enemy. Since it will be impossible to hide the healer's true power forever, it has been decided to stall for as long as possible using fabricated information. Meanwhile, a real uproar is brewing online over the news that the mysterious team's pet has been officially registered as a genuine national rank demon. Countless users are eagerly discussing the danger posed by such a creature, recalling rumors about the city's rescue and envying such powerful support in battle. Meanwhile, one of the kind-hearted guys thoughtfully offers the exhausted creature a drink of cool water right in the middle of a long, grueling trek through the forest. Another companion tries to treat it to some dried worms, but the stubborn pet fiercely refuses, calling the humans hypocrites and promising to take revenge sooner or later. One of the elders reports detecting a 7th-level energy surge, confirming that the chosen route straight toward the creatures is correct. One of the mentors reports that the enemy's main camp lies ahead, beyond which the senior companions are no longer permitted to assist. One of the juniors sternly reprimands the others for being too intrusive toward the mentors and the pet, after which the signal to set off finally sounds. The small group comes to a halt in the middle of the forest while the mentors slowly walk away, leaving the younger pair to continue on their way with the creature. One of the older members asks with concern whether his partner is tired of constantly carrying the rather heavy bird, but receives a calm reply that the issue lies precisely in the creature's weight. The rest of the group also eagerly offer their own help, each wanting to hold the pet for at least a little while for the common good of the whole friendly team. Outraged by such a dismissive attitude, the creature snaps back sharply, asking if they seriously consider it a completely legless creature. With undisguised bitterness, it admits that it allows itself to be carried only because it is physically incapable of fighting them, and that it couldn't care less about their sincere concern. Suddenly, the creature soars high into the air, and the naive kids immediately and joyfully conclude that it has simply decided out of kindness to make their journey easier by flying them there. In reality, however, it is rushing to warn its fellow creatures at the camp that they must flee, for waiting for the humans to arrive would mean certain death for them. Demonstrating impressive flying speed, the creature swiftly soars far ahead, while the pair of healers walking below watch it go with astonished gazes. Coming to an abrupt halt in the midst of its rapid flight, the bird realizes with genuine horror that the man is moving faster than the king, which means he will bring disaster directly to its kin. Now, considering itself a true leader with real responsibility, the rooster desperately racks its brain for a way to protect its remaining companions. Suddenly, a bright, blinding glow envelops the creature's raised hand, and right before the group's eyes, a stunning magical transformation of its entire body begins. Landing gracefully in front of the group, it appears in a completely different humanoid form, leaving its companions speechless. Confidently offering to personally go in search of the missing body and deliver it directly, the creature explains that such a move will spare the entire team from battle. Instantly charmed by such an attractive and helpful human form, the group emotionally marvels at just how wonderful this creature has always been. Someone asks suspiciously whether the chicken is trying to escape from them and suggests knocking it unconscious, prompting indignant denials from the offended creature. Annoyed by the suspicions of those around it, it grumbles that cunning humans know perfectly well a surefire way to make it agree to absolutely anything. Then the Birdman grabs Lin Fan's hand to get his attention and convey his point. Stubbornly insisting on his desire to set out on the search alone first, the creature earnestly begs to be given at least a small chance to prove himself. Those around him, stunned, can hardly believe that such a powerful being would specifically ask Lin Fan for permission before beginning the search. Completely frozen in shock after such a strange hint, the two witnesses realize with surprise that their relationship is much more complicated than they had previously thought. Firmly refusing to let him wander alone through the dangerous forest, the young man ignores the bird's increasingly desperate, plaintive protests. Casually deciding that this time it would be enough to kill him just once, the rooster wonders why their usual old trick has suddenly stopped working as it should. Recalling their strict internal rules against bullying defenseless girls, they reluctantly agree to respect the hen's sincere wish and let her go. They mockingly remark that despite her lack of a typically feminine figure, she is still considered a real girl and therefore deserves to be set free. Amid casual, awkward references to the taboo topic of breast size, the conversation gradually shifts to the question of whether she now needs real women's clothing. Furiously rejecting such a humiliating idea, the creature shouts loudly that she will categorically refuse to ever wear anything of the sort under any circumstances. Trembling all over with barely contained rage, it swears to take cruel revenge sooner or later, while those around it calmly notice just how frightening the chickens are. Finally, the creature gracefully soars high beneath a bright rainbow, sincerely delighting the entire group below with simple, childlike joy. Cutting through the clouds at breakneck speed, the bird silently curses the two people who have humiliated it time and again, and stubbornly vows to take terrible revenge on both of its tormentors one day. Flying at breakneck speed, the creature anxiously wonders whether it has managed to get far enough away from its pursuers after using all its strength. Having calmed down somewhat after the long flight, the winged beast bitterly recalls a past failed attempt when it presumptuously set out to take revenge on humans. Finally sensing its long-awaited freedom, the creature joyfully soars higher and higher, reveling in the fact that it miraculously managed to escape alive from a deadly trap. Continuing its rapid flight over the endless fields, the creature mentally vows to deal harshly with its tormentors as soon as it has gathered enough strength to do so. Suddenly, its glide through the sky is cut short by a bright flash of pain, and bursts of unknown energy that flickered right before the creature's frightened gaze. Sensing that its own body has unexpectedly stopped responding and obeying, the creature freezes in horror, wondering at the cause of such helplessness. Gradually closing into a tight ring around the paralyzed creature, the mysterious seal of the five elements prepares to securely bind and completely neutralize the enemy. At the same time, amid bright violet flashes, a fierce battle unfolds, and a figure wrapped in a cloak furiously fends off the advancing enemies. Squinting, the creature bound by a magical seal tries to at least roughly gauge just how powerful this human city is, one that has accidentally strayed into its wild domain. Through the deafening roar of lightning, a mournful cry suddenly breaks through, a cry of grief over a long-ago brutal massacre that humans once inflicted upon their unfortunate kin. Having lost consciousness from multiple wounds, the man lies directly on the ground, while a hooded figure leaning over him hurriedly decides to hide his body from enemies at any cost. In the midst of a furious skirmish, a deadly phenomenon known as rain of needles gathers destructive power in the sky. Standing in the middle of the cold downpour, the figure freezes warily, suddenly sensing a powerful surge of incredibly strong and truly dangerous alien energy nearby. Giving each other no respite, the two opponents continue to fight fiercely right under the pouring rain, exchanging sharp and precisely calculated blows. Watching the distant battle from a tall tree, the young man grimly estimates to himself that such a powerful burst of energy is at least on par with the energy of an entire small town. The mighty winged beast recalls with satisfaction the long, grueling training sessions that ultimately allowed him to master his immense bestial strength. Upon taking a closer look at the captive, one of the fighters is surprised to recognize the legendary city-level pet that has long been the subject of rumors on the forums. The mighty winged creature suddenly demonstrates its signature ability, unleashing a bright arc of blinding lightning from its feathers directly at the enemy. Swiftly striking the cloak-wrapped figure with a bolt of lightning, the electrical shock knocks the opponent off their feet right in the middle of the green meadow. Recovering from the attack, the victim reasons that even the appearance of the mighty Shu Zhengyang wouldn't have prevented them from retrieving the body, but instead this malevolent creature was sent. Proudly spreading its wings, the creature warns that a long-range attack called the lightning arc is its secret technique against cruel people and challenges him to a showdown. Looking up at the figure from below, the winged opponent acknowledges that the national villain, who wields both water and electric energy, is indeed extremely dangerous. Realizing that the monster was surely sent specifically to kidnap Zheng Xian's body, the cloaked hero frantically tries to figure out what to do next, holding the wounded man tightly to his chest. After taking another painful lightning strike from above, the victim bitterly admits that he is clearly unable to withstand such power from his opponent. Continuing to desperately dodge the torrential bursts of light, the fugitive drags the limp body across the open field with his last ounce of strength. Caught by another flash of golden lightning right in the middle of the trees, the character cries out in sharp, searing pain that pierces his entire body. Twisting and writhing under the relentless barrage of electricity, the figure shudders once more from head to toe as bright discharges continue to strike his back methodically. Realizing that the enemy's energy is the raw electrical power of a beast, the fugitive resolutely demands to leave the body immediately, otherwise it will be impossible to move any further. Enraged by the deaths of its kin at the hands of a national-level human, the mighty creature solemnly swears to take brutal revenge for its slain kin. Demonstrating two formidable abilities simultaneously, the creature prepares to unleash the full power of its electrical vector upon its opponent. Illuminated by bright golden flashes, the enemy's stern face expresses a cold determination to see the battle through to a victorious end. Suddenly unleashing a dark ability called Shadow, the figure emits a wave of black energy, deflecting the winged enemy's dangerous attack. Irritatedly acknowledging that the opponent has managed to slip away after all, the winged creature notes with alarm that it is facing a true human powerhouse with rare special abilities. Recalling a recent battle with the bearer of national energy, the character realizes with surprise that he felt a completely new, bestial strength belonging to the king himself. Confidently declaring to his opponent that it is impossible to defeat him once and for all, the character explains that a slain enemy is capable of instantly resurrecting himself as many times as he pleases. Staring in confusion at the tiny creature beside him, the character tries to figure out whether the white-eyed cockroach he swallowed earlier is actually the king's true body. United in their outrage over the ridiculous nickname, a group of amusing little characters on a cloud chorus in unison that they're talking about that very same cursed chicken. The proud hero explains that it was precisely thanks to his persistent training that he managed to reach the national level and obtain the royal power of endless rebirth. The little creatures whisper to one another in confusion, speculating that the chicken has finally found a conscience, although it still seems to tremble before the authority of the late king. Rubbing his hands together joyfully after his recent victory, the character enthusiastically acknowledges his incredible luck, for the hated ruler perished exactly where he was supposed to. Whispering cautiously among themselves, the frightened creatures urge him not to rush and not to launch an attack prematurely, for the chicken will rise to the top anyway. Raising his fist dramatically toward the sky, the hero solemnly swears to carry on the will of the great king and use the power he has gained to exact merciless revenge on cruel people. Indignantly interrupting one another, the little creatures disagree with this interpretation, insisting that the late king dreamed of taking revenge on this very chicken. Staring at one another in the gloomy forest, three dangerous, seventh-level beasts display their terrifying power as they prepare to engage in a decisive battle. Furiously accusing their former comrade of betrayal, the enraged creatures scream that defecting to the side of humans and killing their own kind is the greatest disgrace. Noticing the strange scent of a human around the captive's neck, the beasts grimly recall a similar betrayal by a small starfish, once deceived by a rooster. Resolutely rejecting the accusations of treason, the hero insists that he has not killed any of his compatriots and that the true culprit is a human strongman. Shaking their heads in disbelief, the creatures refuse to believe his excuses, demanding that they first deal with the approaching humans before believing a single word. Desperately pleading with his companions to flee, the hero reminds them just how dangerous the enemies are, for underestimating their true strength could lead to disaster. Boasting of their confidence in victory, the beasts contemptuously call a traitor anyone who advises fleeing instead of fighting an honest battle against a level 8 human squad. Firmly resolved to escape on his own, the hero declares that he will never again voluntarily fall into the hands of his former tormentors, even if the others refuse to flee with him. Calling out friendly to a familiar hen from above, the winged creature playfully greets an old friend in the middle of the green forest. Gratefully bowing their heads to the winged guide, a group of young people ask it to fly a little lower since its help in finding their way has truly been invaluable. Nervously weighing her options for what to do next, the alarmed chicken frantically ponders whether she should run away, fight with brute force, or try to slip away unnoticed. Intently focusing dark energy between her palms, the figure prepares a menacing violet flame for a decisive strike against her dangerous opponents. Standing alert and motionless amid the crimson leaves of the autumn forest, three mighty seventh-level beasts watch closely as the human threat approaches. Sincerely grateful to their two older companions for their timely assistance, the close-knit group of young students reunites in a green forest clearing. Darting swiftly between the enraged beasts, the hero desperately shouts for them to stop, trying to prevent a bloody battle at the very last moment. After taking a powerful blow straight to the snout, the defeated beast falls to the ground, while the leader joyfully announces to his companions that he has managed to persuade the other creatures to surrender without a fight. Eyeing the recent captive with suspicion, the beast cautiously asks whether he has truly decided to surrender to the humans once and for all. Spitting indignantly at the traitor, the enraged creatures refuse in unison to lay down their weapons, confidently declaring that they can easily defeat the small detachment. Grinning savagely in anticipation of the imminent slaughter, the beasts proclaim the eternal law of nature, asserting that weak and worthless humans must inevitably be devoured by the strongest. From afar, the bright glow of a forest fire flares up, illuminating the night sky with orange reflections of flame amid the dense green canopy. Crackling appetizingly over the campfire, the roasted carcass displays impressive 7th-level energy stats, and the system suggests the best way to cook it. Cheerfully tossing spices directly into the fire, a group of satisfied teenagers happily devours the feast, enthusiastically agreeing to add a little more pepper for some heat. Staring in amazement at the appetizing dish, the companions ask in bewilderment whether those creatures are truly capable of fearlessly devouring other beings thanks to some special ability. Resolutely defending his position, the beast insistently repeats that he is by no means a traitor, explaining that he acted solely to save those around him. Demonstratively refusing to follow in someone else's footsteps, the beasts angrily declare that they will never become traitors like that, contemptuously comparing themselves to the renegade. Impulsively grabbing his comrade's raised hand, the winged figure halts the sudden outburst, preparing to say something important. Calmly warning his opponent in advance, the hero explains that open combat is by no means necessary, since those who refuse to lay down their weapons will have to be eliminated by his own hand. Furiously accusing their former comrade of hypocrisy, the enraged creatures contemptuously brand him a shameful traitor, willing to exterminate his own kind to protect weak humans. Demonstrating a terrifying bestial ability known as the evil eye, the chicken concentrates its frightening energy directly into its gaze before the decisive clash. Glancing around in fear amid the thick haze, the surrounded creatures wonder in confusion whether the terrifying scene unfolding before them is real or merely a treacherous optical illusion. Demonstrating a fearsome, beast-like technique known as the six-bladed shadow scythe, the mighty creature unleashes a series of swift, slashing strikes upon its opponents. Pondering his newly acquired power, the hero admits that the ability to be reborn endlessly, inherited from the king, remains a mystery to all. Somberly warning of the true danger of the mysterious black flame, those around him agree that such energy is capable of completely destroying the very soul of an opponent. A terrifying warning was issued that death by the black flame would be final and would deprive one of any hope of rebirth, causing his face to contort with genuine fear. Covering his eyes with his palm, he makes a firm promise that the fate dealt by these hands can grant another life, while the vengeance of a merciless person would certainly leave no such chance. In a quiet voice, he confesses that what is happening is not betrayal at all, but salvation. Later, a roasted morsel, described as incredibly delicious, is offered as comfort, followed by a cautious question about the cause of her bitter distress. Through her sobs, she confesses the harsh truth that the delicacy belongs to her own kin, and that he himself is considered just as much of a savage creature, one who will also end up on the pyre. A sad thought flashes through her mind. Many of her blood relatives have already been eaten, which makes it seem as though her own turn will come very soon, even though the feast continues. A gentle hand rests on her head, accompanied by the explanation that chickens who help people become true friends, and friends never harm or eat their friends. Doubts arise as to whether human rules can be trusted, for a simple chicken is incapable of understanding the intricacies of the human world and demands complete honesty in return. A cheerful assurance comes in response, along with a playful reminder that her excellent eggs make this little friend too precious to ever end up on the dinner table. Suddenly, the chicken is advised to first get a clear understanding of her own intentions. Sincere bewilderment flares up among the guys as they exchange sparks of irritation and questions. A sweet anticipation builds as the treat is once again carefully held out with a playful exclamation, and the long-awaited bite is about to finally happen amid cheerful, friendly teasing. A pleasant warmth fills the entire camp after the announcement that the roasted lamb is ready, to the sincere delight of those gathered around the fire. Settled comfortably among the tall forest trees, the couple calmly enjoys their meal together, sharing a peaceful moment free from their previous worries. A satisfied exclamation escapes after the first juicy bite, enthusiastically confirming just how delicious this simple meal, cooked over the campfire, has unexpectedly turned out to be. Then both continue to devour their generous portions with obvious pleasure, while the shared meal only serves to strengthen their lighthearted and truly warm friendship. Around the campfire, some eagerly accept the offered lamb, while others politely decline, hiding their mixed feelings behind smiles. A wave of mild surprise ripples through the entire group after a quiet admission that they cannot taste the offered dish, causing some to become noticeably upset. Tears mingle with appetite, while an inner voice insists that what is happening is not betrayal at all, but salvation, guiltily acknowledging just how delicious the forbidden meat remains. A system announcement persistently advertises a roasted dish made from a vanquished forest beast, assuring listeners that paired with pure beer, the flavor will be even richer and noticeably fresher. An indignant, loud outcry accuses the speaker of cruelty and demands the immediate return of the confiscated treat. But in response, a joke is made about the inner villain who shared the drink. The entire group is genuinely amazed to learn that their older friend managed to get his hands on not only a seasoning for the meat, but also some real ice-cold beer to go with it. A joyful admission is made that while there's no way they'll be able to eat the roasted monster after all, The drink they found turns out to be perfectly suitable for some friendly fun. The younger members of the group timidly and shyly beg for a little foamy beer, explaining that a small portion certainly won't interfere with completing the mission. With undisguised delight, they discuss how quickly they managed to find the right carcass and complete the difficult task thanks to the help of their feathered friend, whose whereabouts suddenly go unknown. The friend who reappears admits to himself that he didn't betray his fellow birds at all. The aroma of the meat was simply too tempting, after which he is joyfully invited to have a drink. The general merriment around the campfire picks up steam. Some smack their lips enthusiastically at the taste, others grimace at the bitterness in their mouths, and still others sing incoherent verses. The scene abruptly shifts to a quiet hospital room where a wounded man lies motionless, and the young woman standing nearby suddenly shudders in surprise. The anxious companion asks how the patient, who has just regained consciousness, is feeling, referring to the doctor's words about a full recovery. The unexpected mention triggers a sharp flash of genuine surprise in the injured man. A bewildered question about the meaning of the strange word hangs in the air, while the flustered man suddenly breaks out in a flushed sweat from nervousness. A sudden urge to have a drink is met with a firm refusal, since his body has not yet recovered from serious injuries, and the late hour clearly calls for rest rather than entertainment. A concerned question about the strange condition of his injured eye catches the patient completely off guard, causing him to look away slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Sincere assurances are offered that everything is perfectly fine, but they are shattered by a sudden nosebleed, which is hastily attributed to the stuffy air in the room. Skeptical doubt about such an excuse hangs in the air, unanswered. It turns out that nearly a day and a half has passed since the mysterious injection from the healer, whom the patient was initially quite reluctant to trust due to the suspicious diagnosis. A strange redness on the face raises concerns about possible side effects from the recent treatment, although the patient stubbornly denies any serious problems. Further persistent questions about the harmlessness of the strange reaction are met with a calm response that even such a side effect does not seem at all bad or dangerous. Sincere admiration for the healer's amazing abilities is quickly replaced by a sense of guilt over previous suspicions, while the culprit behind the commotion blushes sheepishly nearby. The conversation revolves around the vast expanse of the outskirts, which will make it difficult for the team to find the body, as many dangerous creatures lurk there. An impressive somersault, skillfully performed by the older companion by the campfire, sparks a veritable storm of enthusiastic cheers and sincere admiration. The festive commotion continues with cheerful dancing and twirling around the flames, as if everyone had come together to enjoy a carefree picnic. Holding hands, the tipsy group gradually falls asleep right on the grass amid scattered empty cans, and quiet mutterings can be heard insisting that there was definitely no betrayal. An unexpected vision reveals a bird perched among the bones, assuring them that murder for the sake of salvation will grant them a dignified life in their next rebirth.